the abridged recording of Threat Vector by Tom Clancy with Mark Graney, performed by Lou Diamond Phillips. These were grim days for former operatives of the Jamahiriya security organization, the dread National Intelligence Service of Libya under Muammar Gaddafi. Gaddafi's spies in Libya were rounded up wherever they hid, tortured, and then killed. In other words, they were treated no worse than they deserved, though the West held out some naive hope that fair trials for past crimes would be the order of the day when the rebels took power. But no, mercy did not follow Gaddafi's death any more than mercy had preceded it. One group of former Jamahiriya security organization's operators, however, fared better than the rest of their hunted colleagues because they possessed a marked advantage. For years, this small cell of spies had been working not just in the interests of the Gaddafi regime, but also for their own personal enrichment. They accepted after-hours work for hire, both in Libya and abroad, doing odd jobs for organized criminal elements, for Al-Qaeda, for the Umayyad Revolutionary Council, even for the intelligence organizations of some other Middle Eastern nations. In this work, the group had suffered losses even before the fall of their government. Several had been killed by American operators a year before Gaddafi's death, and during the revolution, several more died at the port of Tobruk in a NATO airstrike. But the cell's 7 surviving members did make it out of the country, and even though their years of extracurricular assignments had failed to make them rich men, when it came time to jump like rats from the ship called the Great Socialist People's Libyan Arab Jamahiriya, their international connections helped keep them safe from the rebels back home. The 7 made their way to Istanbul, Turkey, where they were sponsored by elements in the local underworld who owed them a favor. Soon, 2 of their number left the cell and went into honest work. The other 5 remained in the spy game, and they farmed themselves out as a highly experienced unit of intelligence professionals. They also attempted to focus on both their personal security and their operational security, knowing that only by maintaining strict PERSEC and OPSEC could they be safe from the threat of reprisals from agents of the new government of Libya, just across the Mediterranean Sea. This attention to security kept them safe for a few months, but complacency returned. One of their number grew overconfident, and he did not do as he was told. In a breach of PERSEC, he contacted an old friend in Tripoli, and the friend, a man who had switched allegiance to the new government to keep his head attached to his neck, reported the contact to Libya's new and fledgling intelligence service. Though Tripoli's new crop of spies was excited by the news that a collection of their old enemies had been tracked to Istanbul, they were in no position to act on the intel. But another entity intercepted the information, and it had both the means and the motive to act. Soon, the Istanbul cell members of the former JSO operatives became targets. Not targets of the Libyan revolutionaries looking to eradicate the last vestiges of the Gaddafi regime. Not targets of a Western intelligence agency looking to settle scores with members of a former enemy spy shop. No, the 5 Libyans became targets of an off-the-books assassination team from the United States of America. More than a year earlier, a member of the JSO cell had shot and killed a man named Brian Caruso, the brother of one of the Americans and a friend of the rest. The shooter had died soon after, but his cell lived on, surviving the revolution, and now they flourished in their new lives in Turkey. But Brian's brother and Brian's friends did not forget, nor did they forgive. The 5 Americans had been lying low in the decrepit hotel room for hours, waiting for nightfall. Sheets of warm rain rapped on the window, generating the majority of the sound in the dim room as there was little talk among the men. At 7 p.m., the leader of the cell looked down to the chronograph on his wrist. It was fastened over bandaging that covered his entire hand and a portion of his forearm. As he stood up from a wooden chair, he said, "We'll head out one at a time, 5 minutes separation." The others, 2 seated on a bed speckled with rat shit, one leaning against the wall by the door and one more standing by the window, all nodded. The leader continued, "I sure as hell do not like splitting up the op like this, but frankly, circumstances dictate our actions. If we don't do these mutts damn near simultaneously, word will get out and the roaches will scatter in the light." The others listened without responding. They'd been over this a dozen times in the past week. They knew the difficulties, they knew the risks, and they knew their leader's reservations. Their leader's name was John Clark. He'd been doing this sort of thing since before the youngest of the men on his team had been born, so his words carried weight. "I've said it before, gentlemen, but indulge me one more time. No points for style on this one." He paused. "In and out, quick and cold, no hesitation, no mercy." They all nodded again. Clark finished his speech and then slipped a blue raincoat over his three-piece pinstripe suit. He stepped over to the window and reached out with his left hand, shaking the offered left hand of Domingo Ding Chavez. Ding was dressed in a three-quarter-length leather coat and a heavy watch cap. A canvas bag lay at his feet. John then reached a hand out to Sam Driscoll, who stood up from the bed. Sam was dressed in a denim jacket and jeans, but he also wore knee and elbow pads and, on the bed next to where he'd been sitting, a black motorcycle crash helmet lay on its side. John stepped over to Jack Ryan, Jr. Jack was in head-to-toe black, cotton pants, a pullover knit sweater, and a knit mask rolled up above his face so it looked like a watch cap, similar to the one worn by Chavez. He also wore soft-soled shoes that looked like black slippers. With a handshake, Clark said, "Good luck, Junior," to the 27-year-old Ryan. Last, John walked around the bed, and here he shook the left hand of Dominic Caruso. Dom wore a red and gold soccer jersey and a bright gold scarf, upon which the word Galatasaray was emblazoned in red. With a severe expression, Dom said, "Brian was my brother, John. I don't need—" Clark interrupted. "Have we talked about this?" "Yes, but—" "Son, whatever our 5 targets are up to here in Turkey, this op has gone way past simple revenge for your brother. Still, we are all Brian's brothers today. We are all in this together." "Right, but—" "I want your mind on your job. These JSO assholes have committed other crimes against their own people and against the U.S., and it's clear from their present movements that they are up to no good. It's up to us to shut them down." Dom nodded distractedly. Clark added, "These fuckers have it coming." "I know. Are you good to go?" Now the young man's bearded chin rose. With a resolute tone, he said, "Absolutely." And with that, John Clark picked up his briefcase with his non-bandaged hand and left the room without another word. The 4 remaining Americans checked their watches and then stood or sat quietly, listening to the rain pelt the window. The man the Americans had dubbed Target 1 sat at his regular bistro table at the Sidewalk Cafe in front of the May Hotel on Mimar Hayretin. Most nights, when the weather was nice, he stopped here for a shot or two of raki in chilled sparkling water. The weather this evening was awful, but the long canopy hung over the sidewalk tables by the staff of the May kept him dry. At 9 p.m., Sam Driscoll drove his silver Fiat Linea calmly and carefully through the evening traffic that flowed into Istanbul's Old Town from the outlying neighborhoods. Traffic had thinned out more and more the deeper he got into Old Town, and as the American stopped for a red light, he glanced quickly at a GPS locator velcroed onto the dashboard. Once he reconfirmed the distance to his target, he reached over to the passenger seat and wrapped his hand around his motorcycle helmet. As the light changed, he did a long neck roll to relax himself, slipped the crash helmet over his head, and then lowered the visor over his eyes. The Libyan took his first sip from his second glass of raki of the evening as a silver Fiat headed quickly up the street, some 80 yards to his north. Target 1 was looking in the opposite direction. A beautiful Turkish girl with a red umbrella in her left hand and a leash to her miniature schnauzer in her right passed by on the sidewalk, and the seated man had a great view of her long and toned legs. But a shout to his left caused him to shift his attention toward the intersection in front of him, and there he saw the silver Fiat, a blur, racing through the light. He watched the 4-door shoot up the quiet street. He brought his drink to his lips. He was not worried. Not until the car veered hard to the left with a squeal of its wet tires, and the Libyan found himself staring down the approaching front grille of the car. With the little glass still in his hand, Target 1 stood quickly, but his feet were fixed to the pavement. The silver Fiat slammed into the man at the bistro table, striking him square, running him down, and sending him hard into the brick wall of the May Hotel, pinning him there, half under and half in front of the vehicle. The Libyan's rib cage shattered and splintered, sending shards of bone through his vital organs like shot from a riot gun. Witnesses at the cafe and on the street around it reported later that the man in the black crash helmet behind the wheel took a calm moment to put his vehicle into reverse, even checking the rearview mirror, before backing into the intersection and driving off toward the north. His actions seemed no different than those of a man on a Sunday drive who had just pulled into a parking space at the market, realized he had left his wallet at home, and then backed out to return for it. 1 kilometer southeast of the incident, Driscoll parked the four-door Fiat in a private drive. He stepped out of the vehicle and walked to a scooter locked on a chain nearby. Before unlocking it with a key and motoring away into the rainy night, he transmitted a brief message into the radio feature of his encrypted mobile phone. "Target 1 is down. Sam is clear." The Chiron Palace is an opulent mansion that was built in the 1860s for Abdulaziz I, a sultan who reigned in the midst of the Ottoman Empire's long decline. It was now a 5-star hotel. Its manicured lawns and crystal-clear pools running from the facade of the palace buildings to the western shoreline of the Bosphorus Strait, the waterline that separates Europe from Asia. The Tugra restaurant on the first floor of the Chiron Palace has magnificent high-ceilinged rooms with windows affording wide views of the hotel grounds and the strait beyond. And even during the rain shower that persisted this Tuesday evening, the bright lights of passing yachts could be seen and enjoyed by the diners at their tables. John Clark fit in nicely, dining by himself at a table adorned with crystal, fine-bone china, and gold-plated flatware. Moments after John bit into his first tender bite of monkfish, the maitre d' seated 3 Arab men in expensive suits at the table by the window, and a waiter took their order for cocktails. 2 of the men were guests of the hotel. Clark knew this from his team's surveillance and the hard work of the intelligence analysts employed by his organization. They were Omani bankers, and they were of no interest to him. But the 3rd man, a 50-year-old Libyan with gray hair and a trim beard, was John's concern. He was target 2. As Clark ate with his fork in his left hand, a maneuver the right-handed American had been forced to learn since his injury, he used a tiny flesh-colored hearing amplifier in his right ear to focus on the men's voices. A few minutes later, a waiter took the dinner order at the table of Arabs by the window. Clark heard his target order the kolbasti veal, and the other men ordered different dishes. John sipped an after-dinner port while his target's table was served cold soups and white wine. Shortly before the soup bowls were cleared from the table of Arab men, Clark asked his waiter to point the way to the men's room, and he was directed past the kitchen. In the bathroom, John slipped into a stall and sat down, and quickly began unwrapping the bandaging around his forearm. The bandage was not a ruse. His wounded hand was real, and it hurt like hell. A few months earlier, it had been smashed with a hammer, and he'd undergone 3 surgeries to repair bones and joints in the intervening months. But he'd not enjoyed a decent night's sleep since the day of his injury. But even though the bandaging was real, it did serve an additional purpose. Under the heavy wrapping, between the 2 splints that held his index and middle fingers in fixed positions, he had secreted a small injector. The injector contained 200 milligrams of a special form of succinylcholine poison. John left the bathroom with the device hidden in his left hand. Clark's timing was less than perfect. As he came out of the bathroom and passed by the entrance to the kitchen, he had hoped to see his target's waiter exiting with the entrees, but the hallway was empty. John pretended to regard the paintings on the walls, and then the ornate gilded molding in the hallway. Finally, the waiter appeared with a tray full of covered dishes on his shoulder. John stood between the man and the dining room, and he demanded the server put down the tray on a tray jack right there and fetch him the chef. The waiter, hiding his frustration behind a veneer of politeness, did as he was told. As the man disappeared behind the swinging door, Clark quickly checked the covered dishes, found the veal, and then dispensed the poison from the injector directly into the center of the thin piece of meat. When the head chef appeared a moment later, Clark had already recovered the dish and pocketed the injector. He thanked the man effusively for a splendid dinner, and the waiter delivered the food quickly to his table so that the dishes were not refused by the guests for being served cold. Minutes later, John paid his bill, and he stood to leave his table. His waiter brought him his raincoat, and as he put it on, he glanced over quickly at target 2. The Libyan was just finishing the last bite of the kolbasti veal. He was deep in conversation with his Omani companions. 20 minutes later, the 65-year-old American stood under his umbrella in Boukshir Belediyesi Park, just across the street from the hotel and restaurant, and he watched as an ambulance raced to the entrance. It would look to doctors as if the man had suffered a cardiac arrest, so there would likely be no investigation into the other patrons of the Tugra who just happened to be dining around the time of the unfortunate but perfectly natural event. Clark turned away and headed toward Mouvezi Street, 50 yards to the west. There he caught a taxi, telling the driver to take him to the airport. He pressed the push-to-talk button on his phone as the cab rolled off into the night. 2 is down. I am clear, he said, softly, before disconnecting the call and slipping the phone under his raincoat and into the breast pocket of his suit coat with his left hand. Domingo Chavez took the calls from Driscoll and then Clark, and now he focused on his own portion of the operation. He sat alone on the old state-owned passenger ferry between Karake on the European bank of the Bosphorus and Uskudar on the Asian bank. Target 3 was a thickly built 35-year-old. He sat on the bench by the window, reading a book for a while, but after 15 minutes, he went out on the deck to smoke. After taking a few moments to make certain no one else in the large passenger cabin paid any attention to the Libyan as he stepped outside, Chavez left his seat and headed out another door. He headed to a position on the railing some 50 feet aft of his target, and he stood there in the dim, looking out at the twinkling lights of the shoreline and the moving blackness as a catamaran crossed under the Galata Bridge in front of the lights. Out of the corner of his eye, he watched his target smoking near the rail. Ding slowly began approaching the man from behind. Target 3 had gotten lazy in his PERSEC, but he could not have made it as long as he did as both an operative of his state security service and a freelance spy by being a fool. He was on guard. When Ding was forced to cross in front of a deck light to close in on his target, the man saw the moving shadow, and he flicked away his cigarette and spun around. Chavez launched himself at his target. In Ding's right hand, he swung a black leather sap down hard against the left temple of the man, and with a loud crack, Target 3 went out cold, slumping down between the railing and Chavez. The American slipped the sap back into his pocket, and then he hefted the unconscious man by his head. He looked around quickly to make sure no one was around, and then, with a short, brutal twist, he snapped his target's neck. After a final glance up and down the lower deck to make sure he remained in the clear, Ding rolled the Libyan up onto the railing and let him tip over the side. The body disappeared into the night. Chavez returned to a different seat on the red bench in the passenger cabin a few minutes later. Here, he made a quick transmission on his mobile device. 3 is down. Ding is clear. The new Turk Telecom Arena seats more than 52,000 spectators and fills to capacity when local Istanbul soccer team Galatasaray takes the pitch. The match tonight against crosstown rival Beşiktaş had the stands overflowing with locals, but one foreigner in attendance did not watch much of the play on the field. Dominic Caruso, who knew precious little about the game of soccer, instead focused his attention on Target 4, a 31-year-old bearded Libyan who'd come to the match with a group of Turkish acquaintances. A goal by Galatasaray against the run of play livened the crowd just after halftime. Shortly after this, with 35 minutes remaining in the match, the Libyan looked down at his mobile phone, then turned and headed for the stairs. Caruso shot up the stairs ahead of his target, and he rushed to the closest bathroom. He stood outside the exit and waited for his target. Within 30 seconds, Target 4 entered the bathroom. Quickly, Dominic pulled from his jacket a white paper sign that read Kapali, or closed, and taped it onto the exit door of the restroom. He pulled an identical sign out and taped it to the entrance. He entered the bathroom and shut the door behind him. He found Target 4 at a bank of urinals alongside 2 men. The other pair was together, and soon they washed up and headed back out the door. Dom had stepped up to a urinal 4 down from his target, and while he stood there, he reached into the front of his pants under his jacket and retrieved his stiletto. Target 4 zipped up, stepped back from the urinal, and walked toward the sinks. As he passed the man wearing the Galatasaray jersey and scarf, the man suddenly spun toward him. The Libyan felt the impact of something on his stomach, and then found himself being pushed back by the stranger, all the way into one of the stalls on the far side of the bathroom. Both men fell into the stall and onto the toilet. Only then did the young Libyan look down at where he had felt the punch to his gut. The hilt of a knife protruded from his stomach. His attacker shoved him down onto the floor next to the toilet. He leaned forward into the Libyan's ear. "This is for my brother, Brian Caruso. Your people killed him in Libya, and tonight, every last one of you is going to pay with your lives." Target 4's eyes narrowed in confusion. He spoke English, so he understood what the man said, but he did not know anyone named Brian. He'd killed many men, some in Libya, but they were Libyans, Jews, rebels, enemies of Colonel Gaddafi. He'd never killed an American. Target 4 died, slumped on the floor by the toilet in the bathroom of the sports stadium, certain that this all must have been some terrible mistake. Caruso pulled off his blood-covered soccer jersey, revealing a white t-shirt. This he ripped off as well, and under it was another jersey, this one for the rival team. He jammed the t-shirt and the Galatasaray jersey into the waistband of his pants, pulled a black cap out of his pocket, and put it on his head. He stood over the dead man a moment more. In the blind fury of revenge, he wanted to spit on the dead body, but he fought the urge, as he knew it would be foolish for him to leave his DNA at the scene. So instead, he just turned away, walked out of the bathroom, pulling both Capali signs off the doors as he headed toward the exit of the stadium. As he passed through the turnstiles at the exit, leaving the cover of the stadium and walking into the heavy rain, he pulled his mobile from the side pocket of his cargo pants. Target 4 eliminated. Dom's clear. Easy money. Jack Ryan Jr. was tasked with taking down Target 5, a communications specialist for the ex-JSO cell named Imad Kartal. At 11 p.m., Ryan found himself entering the apartment building of his target via a counterfeit keycard created by the technical gurus of his organization. Ryan climbed the wooden staircase in his soft-soled shoes. While doing so, he pulled his black cotton ski mask down over his face. He made his way to the 3rd floor and then entered the brightly lit hallway. With only the faint sounds of the soft scratching of metal on metal, Jack picked the door lock in less than 20 seconds. He drew his pistol and stood back up, then opened the door. In the studio flat, he found what he expected. Across a small kitchen was a living area, and then, at the far wall, a desk facing away from the entrance. At the desk, a man sat with his back to Ryan, in front of a bank of 3 large flat-screen computer monitors, as well as various peripherals, books, magazines, and other items within reach. Foam containers of half-eaten Chinese takeout sat in a plastic bag. Next to this, Ryan confirmed the presence of a weapon. Jack stepped into the kitchen and quietly pulled the door closed behind him. The kitchen was bathed in light, but the living area where his target sat was dark, other than the light coming from the computer monitors. Ryan checked the windows to his left to make sure no one could see in from the apartments across the street. Confident his act would go undetected, he took a few steps forward, closer to his target, so that the gunfire would be centered in the room and no closer to the hallway than necessary. Perhaps Jack made a noise. Maybe he threw a shadow across the shiny surfaces in front of his victim, or cast his reflection on the glass of the monitors. For whatever reason, the JSO man suddenly kicked back his chair and spun around, reaching desperately for his Turkish-made Zigana 9mm semi-automatic. Jack identified the target from his surveillance photos, and then he fired once, sending a tiny .22 caliber bullet into the man's stomach, right where the back of his head would have been had the man not startled. The Libyan dropped his pistol and lurched back onto his desk, not from the force of the impact, but rather from the natural urge to escape the searing pain of the bullet wound. Jack fired again, hitting the man in the chest this time, and then again, this bullet striking dead center mass between the pectoral muscles. The ex-JSO operative slid down onto the floor and rolled onto his back. Quickly, Ryan walked up to the man and raised his weapon for a final shot to the head. But then he thought better of it. He knew the report of the gun, though quiet, was in no way silent, and he also knew this apartment was surrounded by other units that were occupied. Instead of creating another noise that could be heard by a dozen or so potential witnesses, he knelt down, felt for the man's carotid artery, and determined him to be dead. Ryan stood to leave, but his eyes flicked up to the desktop computer and the 3 monitors on the desk. Jack Ryan quickly dropped to his knees in front of the desk, pulled the keyboard closer, and grabbed the mouse. Jack pulled up a list of files on the machine and slid the folders over to the monitor closest to him. Many of the files were encrypted, and Ryan knew he did not have the time to try and decrypt them here. Instead, he looked around the desk and found a plastic baggie with a dozen or so portable flash drives in it. He pulled out one of the drives and slid it into a USB port on the front side of the computer, then copied the files to the drive. He saw Target 5's email client open, and he began pulling up emails. His earpiece chirped. Jack tapped it with his fingertip. Go for Jack. Ryan, it was Chavez. You're late reporting in. What's your status? Sorry, just a slight delay. Target 5 is down. There a problem? Negative. You clear? Not yet. Getting a sweet intel dump off the subject's PC. Another 30 seconds and I'm done. Negative, Ryan. Leave whatever you find. You've got no support. Roger that. Ryan stopped clicking through the emails, but a new message appeared in Kartal's inbox. Instinctively, he double-clicked on the attached folder, and JPEG photos opened in a grid across one of the monitors in front of him. He scrolled through the images hurriedly at first, but then he slowed and looked at them carefully. And then he stopped. Ryan, you there? Oh my God, he said softly. What is it? It's us. We're burned, Ding. What are you talking about? The images on the screen in front of Jack seemed to be taken from security cameras, and the quality of the shots varied, but they were all good enough for Jack to ID his team. John Clark standing in the doorway of a luxurious restaurant. Sam Driscoll driving a scooter up a rain-swept street. Dom Caruso walking through a turnstile in a cavernous passage like that of a sports stadium. Domingo Chavez talking into his mobile phone on a bench inside a ferry boat. As Ryan rose from his knees, his legs weak from the near panic of knowing his team's actions tonight in Istanbul were under surveillance, another message popped up at the top of the inbox. Jack all but dove at the mouse to open it. The email contained one image. He double-clicked to open it. Jack saw a masked man kneeling at a keyboard, his intense eyes peering at a point just below the camera that captured the image. Jack looked on the top of the center monitor and saw the small camera built into the display's bezel. This image had been taken sometime in the last 60 seconds, while Ryan downloaded data off the hard drive. Before Jack could say anything else, Chavez's voice blasted his right ear. Fucking split now, Jack. That's a goddamned order. I'm gone, he said, his voice a whisper. His eyes locked onto the lens of the tiny webcam, and his thoughts on whoever was behind it, looking at him right now. He started to reach for the USB drive in the computer, but it occurred to him this machine would retain all the pictures of his team on it, which could easily be seen by whoever came to investigate Target 5's death. In a flurry of movement, Jack dropped to the floor, unplugged the computer, and frantically ripped cables and cords out of the back of the machine. He hefted the entire 30-pound device and carried it with him out the door of the flat, down the stairs, and out into the street. His car was a block away. He dumped the machine in the back seat and then drove out of Taksim toward the airport. As he drove, he called Chavez back. Go for Ding. It's Ryan. I'm clear, but... Shit. None of us are clear. All 5 of us have been under surveillance tonight. By who? No idea, but somebody is watching us. They sent images of the entire team to Target 5. I took the hard drive with the pictures on it. I'll be at the airport in 20 minutes and we can... Negative. If somebody is playing us, you don't know that box of wires in your car is not bugged or fitted with a beacon. Don't bring that shit anywhere near our exfil. Jack realized Ding was right. I've got a screwdriver on my utility knife. I'm going to pull over in a public place and remove the drive from the tower. I'll inspect it and leave the rest right there. Dump the car, too, in case anyone planted something while I was in 5's flat. I'll find another way to the airport. Haul ass, kid. Yeah. Ryan out. Jack drove through the rain, passing intersections with mounted traffic cameras high above, and he had the sick feeling that his every move was being watched by an unblinking eye. Wei Zhenlin was an economist by trade. He had never served in his nation's military, and, consequently, he had never even touched a firearm. This fact weighed heavily on him as he looked over the large black pistol on his desk blotter as if it was some rare artifact. He wondered if he would be able to fire the weapon accurately, though he suspected he would not need much skill to shoot himself in the head. He'd been given a 30-second primer on the gun's operation by Fung, his principal close protection agent, the same man who'd loaned him the weapon. He hefted the pistol in his hands, and then, after looking the weapon over closely for a moment, reading the serial number and the manufacturing stamp just out of curiosity, Wei Zhenlin, the President of the People's Republic of China and the General Secretary of the Communist Party of China, placed the muzzle of the weapon against his right temple and pressed his fingertip against the trigger. Wei was an unlikely man to lead his country, and that was, to a large degree, why he decided to kill himself. At the time of Wei Zhenlin's birth in 1958, Wei's father, then already 60 years old, was one of 13 members of the 7th Politburo of the Communist Party of China. He was with Mao Zedong during the Long March, an 8,000-mile circling retreat that solidified Mao as a national hero and the leader of Communist China, and which also secured a comfortable future for many of the men around him. Zhenlin was born into this privilege, raised in Beijing and then sent to an exclusive boarding school in Switzerland. At the Collège Alpin International Beau Soleil near Lake Geneva, he developed friendships with other children of the party, sons of party officials and marshals and generals, and by the time he returned to Beijing University to study economics, it was all but preordained that he and many of his Chinese friends from boarding school would go into government service in one form or another. Wei was a member of a group that became known as the Princelings. They were the rising stars in politics, the military, or in business in China, who were the sons or daughters of former top party officials, most of them high-ranking Maoists who fought in the revolution. After he graduated from college, Wei became a municipal official in Chongqing, rising to the role of assistant deputy mayor. He left public service a few years later to go to Nanjing University Business School for his master's in economics and a doctorate in administration. And then he spent the latter half of the 1980s and all of the 1990s in the international finance sector in Shanghai, one of China's new special economic zones. The SEZs were areas established by the Communist central government where many national laws were suspended to allow more free market practices in order to encourage foreign investment. He was elected mayor of Shanghai, China's largest city, at the turn of the millennium. Here he pressed for further investment from abroad and further expansion of free market principles. With China's humiliating loss to Russia and the USA in the war over Siberia's gold mines and oil fields, the majority of the government in Beijing was sacked, and Wei, the young, vibrant symbol of the new China, was called to national service. He became the Shanghai party chief of the Communist Party and a member of the 16th Politburo. He was a rarity in government, a pro-business communist who worked to expand the SEZs and other free market areas across China while, at the same time, supporting hardline stances in the Politburo against liberal political thought and individual liberty. After China's brief war with Russia and the United States, it was thought by many that China's economic hardships would destroy the country. Famine, a complete breakdown of national and provincial infrastructure, and ultimately anarchy were on the horizon. Only through the work of Wei and others like him was China able to stave off a collapse. Wei pressed for the expansion of the special economic zones and the establishment of dozens of smaller free market and free trade areas. A desperate Politburo conceded. Wei's plan was implemented in its entirety, and China's quasi-capitalism grew by leaps and bounds. The gambit paid off. Wei, the chief architect of the financial reform plan, was rewarded for his work. His successes, along with his princeling status and political pedigree, made him a natural to take over the role of China's Minister of Commerce in the 17th Politburo. As he stepped into the role of Director of National Financial Policy, China's economy was blessed with double-digit growth rates that seemed like they would last forever. But then, the bubble burst. The world economy entered a protracted downturn shortly after Wei became Commerce Minister. Both foreign investment into China and exports out of China were hit hard. Wei knew how the winds blew in Beijing. His earlier success in free market reforms to save his country would now be used against him. His political enemies would hold up his economic model as a failure and claim that increasing China's business relationships with the rest of the world had only exposed China to the infectious disease of capitalism. So Minister Wei hid the truth of China's failing economic model by shifting his focus to gargantuan state projects and by encouraging loans to regional governments to build or upgrade roads and buildings and ports and telecommunication infrastructure. This looked good on paper, and Wei presented growth rates in meetings for 3 consecutive years that, while not as good as in those first years of expansion after the war, still hovered at a respectable 8 or 9%. He dazzled the Politburo and the lesser houses of government in China, as well as the world's press, with facts and figures that painted the picture that he wanted them to see. But it was smoke and mirrors, Wei knew, because the borrowing would never be repaid. Demand for Chinese exports had weakened to a relative trickle. Regional government debt had reached 70% of GDP. 25% of all loans were non-performing in Chinese banks. And still, Wei and his ministry encouraged more borrowing, more spending, more building. It was a house of cards. And coinciding with Wei's desperate attempt to hide his nation's economic problems, a new troubling phenomenon swept across his country like a typhoon. It was called the Tuidang movement. Tuidang, or Renounce the Party, was a movement whereby first hundreds, then thousands, and then millions of Chinese citizens publicly left the Communist Party of China. At the 18th Party Congress, something incredible happened that was completely unforeseen by Wei Jinlin. He was named President of China and General Secretary of the Communist Party, making him the ruler of his house of cards. The three highest offices in China are the President, the General Secretary of the Communist Party of China, and the chairmanship of the Central Military Commission, the chief of the military. At times, the same person holds all three roles simultaneously. But in Wei's case, the CMC chairmanship went to another man, Su Keqiang, a four-star general in the People's Liberation Army. Su, the son of one of Mao's most trusted marshals, had been a childhood friend of Wei's, together in Beijing and together in Switzerland. Their simultaneous ascendance to the highest levels of power in the nation proved that the princeling's time to rule had come. But from the beginning, Wei knew the co-leadership would not mean partnership. Su had been a vocal proponent of military expansionism. He'd given hawkish speeches for domestic consumption about the might of the People's Liberation Army and China's destiny as the regional leader and a world power. He and his general staff had been expanding the military over the past decade, thanks to 20% annual increases in spending. And Wei knew that Su was not the type of general to build his army only so that they would impress on the parade ground. Wei knew Su wanted war, and as far as Wei was concerned, a war was the last thing China needed. 3 months after taking 2 of the 3 reins of power, at a standing committee meeting at Zhongnanhai, the walled government compound in Beijing west of the Forbidden City in Tiananmen Square, Wei made a tactical decision that would result in his placing a pistol against his temple just a month later. He saw it as inevitable that the truth about the nation's finances would come out, at the very least to those on the standing committee. Already, rumors of problems were filtering out of the Ministry of Commerce and up from the provinces. So Wei decided to head off the rumors by informing the committee about the coming crisis in his economy. To a room of expressionless faces, he announced that he would propose a curtailing of regional borrowing and a number of other austerity measures. This, he explained, would strengthen the nation's economy over time, but it would also have the unfortunate effect of a short-term downturn of the economy. The meeting only deteriorated from there. Wei went on the defensive, and by the end of the afternoon, he had retreated to his quarters in the compound of Zhongnanhai, knowing that he had overestimated the ability of his fellow standing committee members to understand the grave nature of the threat. The men were not listening to his plan. There would be no more discussion of his plan. 3 weeks after the disastrous meeting in Zhongnanhai compound, Wei realized his hold on power was under threat. An arrest warrant was issued for the princeling leader by the Ministry of Public Security, China's equivalent of the U.S. Department of Justice. Wei knew exactly what was going on. This was an attempted coup. He identified those in his party who were conspiring against him, and he convened a secret meeting with the rest of the Politburo Standing Committee. He stressed to the 5 men who were not conspirators that he considered himself a first among equals and, should he remain president and chairman, he would rule with an eye toward collective leadership. In short, he promised that each and every one of them would have more power than they would have if they put someone else in his place. His reception from the Standing Committee was cold. The second most powerful man in China, the chairman of the Central Military Commission, Su Keqiang, did not say a single word during the meeting. At 5 a.m., Wei met with his staff and told them he would step down for the good of the nation. The Ministry of Public Security was notified that Wei would surrender, and an arrest team was dispatched to Zhongnanhai from the MPS building on East Chang'an Avenue on the other side of Tiananmen Square. Wei held the big black QSZ-92 pistol to his head. His hand trembled slightly, but he found himself to be rather composed, considering the situation. As he closed his eyes and began pressing the trigger harder, he felt his tremors increase. The quivering grew in his body, beginning in his feet and traveling upward. A shout came from the hallway outside of his office. The office door flew open now. Feng ran in, and Wei's body shook to the point he worried Feng would see his weakness. He lowered the gun quickly. "What is it?" Wei demanded. Feng's eyes were wide. He wore an incongruous smile on his face. He said, "General Secretary, tanks in the street." "It's just MPS. MPS has armored vehicles," he responded. No, sir. Not armored personnel carriers. Tanks. Long lines of tanks coming from the direction of Tiananmen Square. Tanks? Whose tanks? Su. It must be General... Excuse me, I mean Chairman Su. He is sending heavy armor to protect you. The MPS won't dare arrest you in defiance of the PLA. How can they? Wei could not believe this turn of events. Su Kei-chiang, the princeling 4-star PLA general and the chairman of the Central Military Commission, and one of the men he had made a direct appeal to the evening before, had come to his aid at the last possible moment. Wei looked out the window of his office now, across the compound and to a point in the distance beyond the walls of Zhongnanhai. Tanks filled the streets. Armed People's Liberation Army troops walked in neat rows alongside the armor, their rifles in the crooks of their arms. As the rumbling of the approaching tanks shook the floor and rattled books, fixtures, and furniture in the office, Wei smiled, but his smile soon wavered. Su, he said to himself in bewilderment, of all the people to save me, why Su? But he knew the answer. Though Wei was happy and thankful for the intervention of the military, he realized, even in those first moments, that his survival made him weaker, not stronger. There would be a quid pro quo. For the rest of his rule, Wei Jinlin knew he would be beholden to Su and his generals, and he knew exactly what they wanted from him. John Clark stood at his kitchen sink. He looked out the window and watched mist form in his back pasture as a gray afternoon turned into a grayer evening. He was alone, for a few minutes more anyway, and he decided he could put off no longer what he'd been dreading all day. 8 months earlier, his hand had been broken. No, his hand had been shattered by unskilled but energetic torturers in a seedy warehouse in the Mitino district of northwest Moscow. He'd suffered 9 fractures to bones in his fingers, palm, and wrist, and had spent much of his time since the injury either preparing for or recovering from 3 surgeries. He was 2 weeks post his 4th time under the knife, and today was the first day his surgeon would allow him to test the strength and mobility of the appendage. A quick look at the clock on the wall told him that Sandy and Patsy would be home in a few minutes. His wife and his daughter had driven together to Westminster for groceries. Standing at the kitchen counter, he unwrapped his bandages and removed the small metal splints from between his fingers. Turning away from the window, he left the dressings on the counter and moved to the living room. There, he sat on his leather chair and raised his hand to examine it. The surgical scars, both new and old, were small and not particularly dramatic, but he knew they belied the incredible damage done to his hand. He picked a racquetball off the coffee table in front of him, and he looked it over, his eyes fixed with resolve. Here we go. Clark slowly began closing his fingers around the ball. Almost immediately, he realized he was still unable to completely mobilize his index finger. His trigger finger. Shit. As his other fingertips pressed into the little blue ball, his trigger finger merely twitched. He pushed this setback and the sharp burning sensation that came with it out of his mind and squeezed harder. His thumb seemed as good as new. His last 2 fingers compressed the ball nicely, and his ring finger formed around it, its mobility restored by the surgery, though it did not seem to retain much strength. He squeezed tighter on the ball, and a sharp ache in the back of his hand grew. Clark winced, but squeezed harder. The index finger had stopped twitching and relaxed, the frail muscles exhausted, and it went almost ramrod straight. His hand hurt from the wrist all the way to his fingertips while he squeezed now. He could live with the pain, and he could live with a slight lack of grip strength, but the trigger finger was all but non-functional. John relaxed his hand and the pain lessened. The ball dropped to the hardwood floor and bounced across the room. Yes, this was just his first test after the surgery, but he knew. He knew without a doubt that his hand would never be the same. John's right hand was damaged now, but he knew he could shoot a gun left-handed. Every Navy SEAL and every CIA Special Activities Division paramilitary operations officer spends more time on weak-hand shooting than most law enforcement officers do on strong-hand shooting. And John had spent nearly 40 years as either a SEAL or a CIA operator. Weak-hand fire was necessary training for every shooter, because every shooter ran a real risk of getting wounded on or near his gun hand. Clark knew he could fire a gun accurately again with his left hand if he stepped up his practice. But it wasn't just the hand. It was the rest of him, too. "You're old, John," he said to himself as he stood up and walked out to the back porch. He looked out on the pasture again, watched the mist roll across the dewy grass, saw a red fox dart out of the trees and race across open ground. Clark heard his wife's SUV pull up in the gravel drive. He sat down on a rocker on the back porch and waited for them to come in. A man in his mid-60s sitting on the porch of a quiet farmhouse created a vision of peace and tranquility, but the image was deceptive. Inside the mind of John Clark, his prevailing thought was that he would like to get his good hand around the throat of that son of a bitch Valentin Kovalenko, the opportunistic Russian snake who did this to him, and then he'd like to test the strength and mobility of that hand on that bastard's windpipe. Matrosskaya Tishina is a street in northern Moscow, but it also serves as shorthand for a facility with a much longer name. Federal Budget Institution IZ-77-1 of the Office of the Federal Penitentiary Service of Russia in the city of Moscow does not roll so trippingly off the tongue, so those referring to the massive detention facility on Matrosskaya Tishina normally just refer to the street itself. Just before 4 in the morning, a narrow gurney with squeaky wheels rolled down a green and white painted hallway inside the old main building of Matrosskaya Tishina. 4 guards pushed and pulled it along while the prisoner on the bed fought against his bindings. His shouts echoed off the poured concrete floors and the cinder block walls, a sound just louder and no less shrill than the squeaky wheels. "Answer me, damn you! What's going on? I am not ill. Who ordered me transported?" The guards did not answer. Obeying the profane commands of prisoners in their charge was precisely the opposite of their job description. They just kept rolling the gurney down the hall. The man on the gurney had not told the truth. He was ill. Everyone who had spent any time behind bars in this hellhole was ill, and this man suffered from bronchitis as well as ringworm. After more than 8 months here at Matrosskaya Tishina, 36-year-old Valentin Kovalenko still had not gotten used to being ignored. As a former assistant resident of Russia's foreign intelligence arm, the Sluzhba Vnezhnyi Razvedki, he'd grown accustomed to having his questions answered and his orders obeyed. He'd been a rising star in the SVR from his early 20s until his mid-30s, achieving the plum assignment of number 2 man in their London station. Then, some months ago, a personal and professional gamble had failed, and he'd gone from meteoric rise to free-fall drop. Since his arrest by internal security officers in a warehouse in Moscow's Mitino district in January, he'd been held at the pre-trial facility under an executive order of the Office of the President, and he'd been told by those few prison officials that he'd met that his case would be delayed and delayed again, and he should mentally prepare himself to spend years in his cell. The 4 guards rolled him into an exam room that appeared to be empty, and then they backed out of the doorway, shutting the door behind them and leaving him in the dark, bound and helpless. Kovalenko shouted as they left, but when the door closed, he looked around in the low light. To his right was a rolling curtain partition, and behind this he could hear movement. He was not alone. Kovalenko asked, "Who's there?" "Who are you? What is this place?" replied a gruff male voice. "Look around, fool. This is the infirmary. I asked who you are." Before the man behind the curtain answered, the door opened again, and 2 men entered. Both wore lab coats, and both were older than Kovalenko. Valentin had never seen them before, but assumed them to be doctors. Both men looked nervous. Neither doctor regarded Kovalenko on his gurney by the door as they passed by. They then removed the curtain partition, rolling it out of the way up against the wall, giving Kovalenko a view of the rest of the space. In the faint light, he saw another man on a gurney. The second prisoner's body below the shoulders was covered by a sheet, but he was clearly bound by his hands and feet, much the same as was Kovalenko. One of the doctors had a black canvas bag on his shoulder, and he reached into the bag and took out a syringe. With a quiver in his hands and a tightness in his jaw that Valentin could register even in the dim, the man popped the cap off the syringe, and then he lifted the sheet off the bare feet of the other prisoner. The doctor took hold of the man's big toe, while Kovalenko watched in horror and utter confusion. It took the doctor with a syringe a moment to separate the skin from the nail at the tip of the man's toe, but as soon as he accomplished this, he jabbed the needle deep under the nail and pressed the plunger. The man screamed in terror and pain as Kovalenko looked on. After a moment more, the man on the gurney began thrashing against his bindings. His hips rose high in the air, and his head jerked from side to side. It took the prisoner a slow, torturous minute to die. The ex-SVR assistant resident looked toward the doctors. "What did you do?" The man with a bag on his shoulder stepped over to the foot of Kovalenko's gurney and reached inside his bag. As he did this, the other man pulled the bedsheet off Kovalenko's legs and feet. Valentin screamed again, his voice cracking and faltering. "Listen to me. I have associates who will pay you or kill you if you—" Valentin Kovalenko shut up when he saw the pistol. From out of the bag the doctor had retrieved not a syringe, but instead a small stainless steel automatic, and he leveled it at Kovalenko. The other man stepped up to the gurney and began unfastening the bindings around the younger Russian's arms and legs. Valentin sat up slowly on the gurney, keeping his hands slightly raised and his eyes locked onto the pistol in the quivering hand of the man who had just murdered the other patient. "What do you want?" Valentin asked. Neither of the two men spoke, but the one with the pistol, Kovalenko identified it now as a Walther PPKS, used the barrel of his tiny weapon as a pointer. He twitched it toward a canvas duffel on the floor. The Russian prisoner slid off the gurney and knelt down to the bag. He had a hard time taking his eyes off the gun, but when he finally did, he found a full change of clothes and a pair of tennis shoes. Valentin changed out of his prison garb and into worn blue jeans and a brown pullover that smelled like body odor. They left the infirmary with Kovalenko in the lead and the doctors walking 3 meters behind him, with the Walther leveled at his back. One of the men said, "To the right," and his nervous voice echoed in the long and dark hallway. Valentin did as he was instructed. They led him up another quiet corridor, down a staircase, through 2 iron gates that were unlocked and propped open with waste bins, and then to a large iron door. "Knock," instructed one of the men. Valentin rapped on the iron door lightly with his knuckles. Bolts in the iron door were disengaged. The door creaked open on old hinges, and the Russian prisoner faced the outside. A young guard had opened the door from the outside. The guard stepped past Valentin inside the prison, and he pushed Valentin outside, and then he pulled the door. And just like that, Valentin Kovalenko was free. Then he saw the black BMW 7 Series sedan idling across the street. The back door of the vehicle opened as if beckoning him forward. The ex-spy picked up the pace and crossed the street to the BMW, and then he tucked himself inside. "Shut the door," came a voice from the dark. The interior lights of the back seat were off, and a smoked glass partition separated the rear from the front seat. Kovalenko closed the door, and the sedan rolled forward slowly. A faint red light came on now, its origins difficult to determine, and Kovalenko saw the man back here with him a little better. He was much older than Valentin. He had a thick, almost square head and sunken eyes. He also had the look of toughness and importance that was common among the upper levels of Russian organized crime. The two men just looked at each other. Kovalenko got tired of the staring contest. "I don't recognize you, so I do not know what I should say. Should I say thank you, or should I say, oh God, not you?" "I am no one important, Valentin Olegovich. I represent interests that have just spent a great deal of treasure, both financial and otherwise, to have you removed from your obligations to the state." The BMW 7 Series headed south. This Valentin could tell from the street signs that passed. He said, "Thank you, and thank your associates. Am I free to go?" "You are only free to go back to prison," the man shrugged, "or to go to work for your new benefactor. You were not released from jail, you just escaped. I gathered that when you killed the other prisoner." "He was not a prisoner. He was some drunk picked up at the rail yard. It will be registered as you who died in the infirmary from a heart attack, but you can't very well return to your previous life." "So, I am implicated in this crime?" "Yes, but don't feel like this will affect your criminal case. There was no case. You had 2 possible futures. You were either going to be sent to the Gulag, or you were going to be killed right there in the infirmary." "What about my family?" The man with the square head said, "Ah, you were speaking of the family of Valentin Olegovich Kovalenko. He was a prisoner who died of a heart attack in Maturskaya Tishina prison. You, sir, have no family, no friends, nothing but your new benefactor. Your allegiance to him for saving your life is your only reason to exist now." I will need to leave Russia. Yes, that has been arranged. Your employer is abroad, and you will serve outside of Russia as well. You will see a doctor about your health, and then you will continue your career in the intelligence work, after a fashion, but not in the same location as your employer. You will be recruiting and running agents, executing your benefactor's directives. You will be remunerated much better than you had been while working for the Russian intelligence service, but you will, essentially, work alone. Are you saying I will not meet my employer? The burly man said. I have worked for him for almost 2 years, and I have never met him. I do not even know if he is a he. Kovalenko raised his eyebrows. You are not speaking of a national actor, so this is not a foreign state. This is some sort of illegal enterprise? The answer came in the form of a short nod. Valentin's shoulders slumped a little. After several seconds, he said, I suppose I have no choice but to join your band of merry criminals. It's not my band, and they are not merry. We, you, me, others, we get orders via cryptogram. What is cryptogram? Secure instant messaging, a system of communication that can't be read, can't be hacked, and immediately erases itself. On the computer? Yes. Valentin realized he'd have to get a computer. So, you are not my handler. The Russian just shook his head. My job is done. We're done. You will be taken to a house where documents and instructions will be delivered to you by courier. Maybe tomorrow, maybe later. Then my people will get you out of the city, out of the country. Kovalenko looked back out the window, and he saw they were heading into central Moscow. I will give you a warning, Valentin Olegovich. Your employer, I should say our mutual employer, has people everywhere. Everywhere? If you attempt to flee your duties, to renege on your compact, his people will find you, and they will not hesitate to hold you to account. They know everything, and they see everything. I get it. For the first time, the square-headed man chuckled. No, you cannot possibly get it at this point. But trust me, cross them in any way at any time, and you will instantly come to know their omniscience. They are like gods. Jack Ryan woke at 5:14 a.m., a minute before his iPhone was set to rouse him. He turned off the alarm before it disturbed the naked girl sleeping tangled in the sheets next to him, and he used the light from the screen to look her over. Melanie Kraft lay on her side, facing him, but her long dark hair covered her face. Jack smiled, then reached over after a moment and stroked her hair out of her eyes. Her eyes opened. Hi. Her voice was a whisper. Hi, Jack said. Is it Saturday? She asked, her tone both hopeful and playful, though she was still wiping the cobwebs from her brain. Monday, Jack replied. She rolled onto her back, exposing her breasts. Damn, how did that happen? Jack kept his eyes on hers as he shrugged. Earth's revolution, distance from the sun, stuff like that. I probably learned it in 4th grade, but I've forgotten. Melanie started to fall back to sleep. I'll make coffee, he said, and he rolled off the bed. She nodded distantly, and the hair that Ryan had lifted off her face fell back over her eyes. At 7:30, Melanie was showered, dressed, and standing in the doorway of Jack's apartment with her purse on her shoulder. She kissed Jack goodbye, a long kiss that let him know that she did not want to leave and she could not wait to see him again, and then she headed up the hall to the elevator. Melanie had a long morning commute to McLean, Virginia. She was an analyst for the CIA, but had recently moved from the National Counterterrorism Center across the parking lot at Liberty Crossing to the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, following her boss, Mary Pat Foley's move from Deputy Director of NCTC to her new cabinet-level position as Director of National Intelligence. Jack was only half-dressed, but he did not have to worry about a long commute. He worked much closer, just down the road in West Odenton, so he finished putting on his suit and tie, then lingered over another cup of coffee while he watched CNN on the 60-inch plasma TV in the living room. A little after 8, he headed downstairs to the parking lot of his building and successfully fought the urge to look for his huge canary yellow truck. Instead, he climbed into the black BMW 3 Series that he'd been driving for the past 6 months, and he headed out of the parking lot. Although Jack had refused the Secret Service protection that came standard for an adult child of a current inhabitant of the Oval Office, Jack had been nearly compelled by his father's protection detail to go to a series of private meetings with agents who gave him pointers on staying safe. Even though his mother and father did not like him going without protection, they both understood why he had to refuse. It would have been, to say the least, problematic to do what Jack Ryan Jr. did for a living with a government agent shouldering up on either side of him. The Secret Service was not happy about his decision to go it alone, but they, of course, would have been exponentially more unhappy had they any idea how often he put himself in harm's way. The sign outside the 9-story office building where Jack worked read Henley Associates, which said nothing about what went on inside. The campus, the unofficial name given to the off-the-books spy shop, had been envisioned years earlier by President Jack Ryan during his first administration. He'd set up the operation with a few close allies in the intelligence community and helmed it with former Senator Jerry Henley. The campus possessed some of the brightest analysts in the community, some of the best technological minds, and, thanks to the satellites on the roof and the code breakers in the IT department, a direct line of access into the computer networks of the Central Intelligence Agency and the National Security Agency. The entire operation was also completely self-funded, as the cover firm, Henley Associates, was a successful but low-profile financial management firm. The company's success in picking stocks, bonds, and currencies was helped greatly by the gigabytes of raw intelligence data that streamed into the building each day. Ryan rolled past the sign, parked in the lot, and then entered the lobby with his leather messenger bag over his shoulder. Jack Ryan Jr., the eldest child of the President of the United States, had worked here at Henley Associates for nearly 4 years. Though he was officially an associate financial manager, the vast majority of his work involved intelligence analysis. He had also expanded his responsibilities to become one of the campus's 5 operations officers. But now, all the action was on hold, and the campus's future was in doubt, all because of something everyone now referred to as the Istanbul Drive. It was just a few gigabytes of digital images, email traffic, software applications, and other electronic miscellany retrieved from Imad Kartal's desktop computer the night Jack shot him dead in a flat in the Taksim neighborhood of Istanbul. The night of the hit, Jerry Henley, the head of the campus, had ordered his men to cease all offensive operations until they dealt with whoever had them under surveillance. As Jack dropped down into his desk chair and lit up his computer, he thought back to the night of the hit. When he pulled the drive out of Imad's desktop, he'd first planned on just returning to the campus with the device so he could rush it to Gavin Byrie, the shop's director of technology and an expert hacker with a doctorate in mathematics from Harvard and work stints at IBM and NSA. But Byrie nixed that idea immediately. Instead, Gavin met the airplane and the returning operatives at Baltimore-Washington Airport, and then rushed them and their drive to a nearby hotel. In a 2.5-star suite, he disassembled the drive and inspected it for any physical tracking device, while the 5 exhausted operators set up perimeter security, guarding the windows, doors, and parking lot in case a hidden beacon had already alerted an enemy to the drive's location. After 2 hours' work, Byrie was satisfied that the drive was clean, so he returned to Henley Associates with the rest of the team and the one potential clue about who had been watching them in Istanbul. Gavin then set up a desktop computer in a second-floor conference room with keycard access. This computer was not part of any network in the building, and it had neither wired nor wireless modem nor Bluetooth capability. It was completely isolated in both the real world and the cyber world. At first, Byrie demanded that he be the only person in the room with the computer while the computer was on, but Rick Bell, director of analysis for the campus, had immediately protested on the quite reasonable grounds that Byrie was not an analyst, and he did not know what to look for or even how to recognize and interpret much in the way of intelligence data. It was finally agreed to by all that for the first session with the drive, only one analyst, Jack Jr., should be with Byrie in the conference room, and Jack would be armed with nothing more than a legal pad and pen and a wired phone connection to his coworkers at their desks in case network computing power was needed for research during the investigation. Their first sweep of the drive's contents showed them that the operating system was the latest version of Windows, and there were quite a few programs, emails, documents, and spreadsheets that they would need to go through. The email program and the documents were password protected, but Gavin Byrie knew this particular encryption program backward and forward. and he finessed his way through in minutes via a back door that he and his team knew about. They found nearly 3 dozen English emails going back about 6 months from the same address. As they read through them in chronological order, Jack spoke into the phone to the other analysts. From his emails, it looks like our man in Istanbul was working directly with an English speaker. This guy communicated under the code name of Center. Doesn't ring a bell from any data mining we've done on known personality aliases, but that's no surprise. We've been focusing on terrorists, and this is looking like it's a different animal. Jack read through emails and relayed what he found. The Libyan negotiated payment for a retainer-like relationship with Center, was told that he and his cell would be needed for odd jobs around town. Jack paused while he dug into the next email. Here they were sent out to rent some warehouse space. Another email opened. Here they were ordered to pick up a package and deliver it to a man on a freighter docked at Istanbul port. They also did some reconnaissance work at the offices of Turkcell, the mobile phone provider. Further digging into the emails revealed another secret. Just 11 days before the campus hit, Center had stopped all email communications with the Libyan. The last email from Center said simply, "Switch communication protocol immediately and delete all existing correspondence." Jack thought this was interesting. I wonder what the new communication protocol was. Byrie answered after looking through the system for a few seconds. He installed cryptogram the same day that email came. What's cryptogram? It's like instant messaging for spies and crooks. Center and Kartal could chat back and forth over the internet and even send each other files, all on an encrypted forum, knowing that no one was looking in at the conversation and all traces of the conversation would be immediately and permanently scrubbed from both machines and not hosted on any server in between. It's unbreakable? Nothing is unbreakable. But so far, no exploits have been discovered. We use something like it here at the campus, but cryptogram is actually a generation improved from what we have. I'll be switching us soon. But, Jack read back over the brief email, he ordered Kartal to erase the old emails. That's right. Clearly, he didn't do what he was told. Nope, Gavin said. I guess Center didn't know his man in Turkey didn't remove them, or else he didn't really care. Jack answered back. I think it's safe to assume he did know, and he did care. Why do you say that? Because Center sat there and watched us kill Kartal's buddies, and he did not warn Kartal that his cell was under attack. That's a good point. Jesus, muttered Jack, thinking about the implications. This bastard Center takes his computer security seriously. A man after my own heart, Gavin Byrie said, with no indication of sarcasm. Next, Byrie tried to trace the email address from Center, but very quickly it became clear that the mysterious benefactor of the Libyan cell was using a complicated spoofing system that bounced his connection from one proxy server to another around the world. When that did not pan out as they hoped, Jack and Gavin began going through Kartal's financial software, tracking the wire transfers Center sent to the Libyans as payment for their footwork in Istanbul. The transfers came from the Abu Dhabi Commercial Bank Limited in Dubai, and at first, they looked like they would be a solid lead as to the identity of Center. But one of Byrie's computer geeks hacked into the bank's account holder data. A trace of the owner of the account revealed that the money had been illegally transferred out, electronically stolen, from a Dubai-based hotel group's employee payroll fund. While this was a dead end as far as identifying Center, it did provide a clue. To Byrie, the computer network expert, this was evidence that Center was himself a skilled hacker. Scanning through the system's file folder, Gavin found something interesting. Well, hello there, he said as he began clicking open files, moving around windows, and firing his cursor all over areas to highlight lines of text at a speed that Ryan found impossible to track with his eyes. What is all that stuff? Jack asked. It's a pretty nice attack toolkit. What does it do? Gavin did not slow his manipulation of the windows and files on the screen. As he clicked and, Jack assumed, absorbed all the data on the screen in front of him, he answered. The Libyan could have used this stuff to break into computers and computer networks, steal passwords, get hold of personal information, change data around, clean out bank accounts. You know, the usual bad stuff. So, Kartal was a hacker? Gavin closed all the windows and turned around in his chair to face Jack. Nah, this isn't real hacking. What do you mean? This is a toolkit for a script kiddie. A what? It's the term for someone who can't write malicious code themselves, so instead they use a ready-made package like this, created by someone else. This attack toolkit is like a Swiss Army knife of cybercrime gadgets. User-friendly hacking materials, malware, viruses, keyloggers, password-breaking code, stuff like that. The script kiddie just sends this out to a target computer, and it does all the work for him. Byri's attention returned to the monitor, and he began looking at some more files. There's even an instruction manual for him here, and special tips on how to gain access to computers run by network administrators. What kind of networks? I mean, what type of companies, industries? What could he get into with these scripts? He could target any industry. If he wanted to steal credit card numbers, for example, he might attack restaurants or retail point of sale or something like that. But if he wanted to get into a university system, an airline, a government agency, a Federal Reserve Bank, he could do all that just as easily. The tools will do whatever they can to find a way to route into the network via different attack vectors and vulnerabilities. Like passwords called password, or admin, or 1234, or let me in, or something else easy to guess, or ports left open that would allow access, or information that is not behind the firewall that might reveal information about who has access to what info. So then the attacker can target those people via social media and the meat space, so that he can make an educated guess about what their password might be. A lot of it is the exact same social engineering stuff you spies do. Back up a second. What the hell is the meat space? The real world, Jack. You and me. Physical stuff. Not cyberspace. Jack shrugged his shoulders. Okay. Haven't you read any William Gibson? Ryan confessed that he had not, and Byrie gave him a look of utter bewilderment. Jack did his best to get Byrie back on the task at hand. Can you tell who he used the attack toolkit on? Byrie looked it over for a moment more. Actually, nobody. Why not? I don't know, but he never launched any of this stuff. Where did he get it? Byrie considered this for a moment, and then he opened the drive's web browser. Quickly, he scanned through the history of the web pages Kartal visited, going back several weeks. Finally, he said, Script kiddies can buy these toolkits on the internet on special underground economy sites, but I don't think that's where he got it. I'd bet money that this center character sent it to him via cryptogram. He got it after the emails between them ceased and cryptogram was launched, and the Libyan didn't go anywhere on the internet that would have these tools for sale. Interesting, Jack said, but he wasn't sure what that meant. If Center sent it to him, maybe it was part of a bigger plan. Maybe. Even though this stuff isn't the highest level hacking known to man, it can still be pretty damaging. Last year, the computer network of the Federal Reserve Bank of Cleveland was hacked. The FBI spent months and millions on the investigation, only to find out that their culprit was a 17-year-old operating out of a karaoke bar and cyber cafe in Malaysia. Damn. And he used a toolkit like this one? Yep. The vast majority of hacks are done by some flunky who only knows how to click his mouse. The real malicious code is written by what are called black hat hackers. They are the bad guys. Cartel may have the attack toolkit on his machine, but I have a feeling Center is the black hat who sent it to him. After all the documents were mined by Jack for intelligence value, Gavin Byrie began hunting through the device's software, looking for any clues as to how Center had been able to remotely operate the camera. There was no obvious application to do this present on the drive, and no emails between Kartal and Center discussing Center's access. So Byrie concluded that the mysterious Center had probably hacked the Libyan's computer without his knowledge. Byrie decided he would take as long as required to ferret out the hacking tools Center used in order to learn more about Center's identity. In this endeavor, Jack Jr. was out of his element. He could no more pull intel out of raw software code than he could read Sanskrit. Ryan rejoined his fellow analysts and went to work looking into the Libyan cell and their mysterious benefactor via other means, while Byrie spent virtually every waking minute, when he was not working on other Henley campus IT duties, huddled in his lonely but secure conference room with the Istanbul drive. Jack had been thinking about the night in Istanbul and the subsequent month-long investigation while he waited for his computer to boot up. He realized he'd lost track of time for a moment, snapping out of it to find himself staring at the camera above his computer monitor. It was a built-in device that was sometimes used for web chat communications with other departments around the building. Even though Gavin had pronounced the company network impregnable, Jack still spent a lot of time with that twitchy feeling that he was being watched. He looked deeply into the camera, still thinking of that night in Istanbul. With a shake of his head, he said, "You're too young to be paranoid." He stood to head over to the break room for a cup of coffee, but before he walked off, he grabbed a Post-it note from a pad next to his keyboard, then stuck the gummed portion of the paper over the camera lens. As Jack turned, he took one step toward the hallway before he stopped suddenly, heaving in surprise. In front of him stood Gavin Byrie. Jack saw Byrie virtually every workday, and the guy never exactly appeared to be the epitome of good health. But today, he looked like death warmed over. Here at 8:30 a.m., his clothes were wrinkled, his thinning gray-brown hair was askew, and dark baggy circles hung pronounced above his fleshy cheeks. "Holy shit, Gav. Did you spend the night here?" "The weekend, actually," answered Byrie in a tired but excited voice. "You need some coffee?" "Ryan, at this point, I bleed coffee." Jack chuckled at this. "Well, at least tell me your shitty weekend was worth it." Now Byrie's soft face tightened into a smile. "I found it. I freaking found it." "You found what?" "I found remnants of the malware on the Istanbul drive. It's not much, but it's a clue." Jack pumped his fist into the air. "Awesome," he said, but internally he could not help but think, it's about damn time. While Ryan and Byrie headed together down to the technology department, John Clark sat in his office, drumming the fingers of his good hand on his desk. It was just past 8:30. The director of operations of the campus, Sam Granger, would have been in his office and working for more than an hour already, and the director of the campus and the Whiteside operation, Henley Associates, Jerry Henley, would just now be settling into his office. No reason to put this off any longer. Clark picked up the phone and pushed a number. "Granger." "Hey, Sam, it's John." "Morning. Good weekend?" No, not really, he thought. "It was fine. Hey, can I come talk to you and Jerry when you guys get a moment?" "You bet. Jerry just walked in the door. We're free right now. Come on." "Roger." 5 minutes later, Clark stepped into the office of Jerry Henley on the 9th floor of the building. Jerry stepped around his desk and executed the left-handed handshake that most everyone in the building had been offering Clark since January. Sam stood from a chair in front of Jerry's desk and led John to the chair next to his. Jerry said, "What's up, John?" "Gentlemen, I've decided it's time to face facts. The right hand is not coming back, not 100%. Say 75% tops, and that's only after a hell of a lot more therapy." Henley winced. "Damn it, John, I'm sorry to hear that." Sam said, "You take as much time as you need. With the ongoing investigation into the Istanbul drive, the stand-down could last several more weeks, and if analysis doesn't—" "No," John said flatly with a shake of his head. "It's time for me to pack it in, to retire." Sam and Jerry just stared at him. Finally, Sam said, "You were a crucial part of this operation, John." Clark sighed. "I was. That son of a bitch Valentin Kovalenko and his henchmen ended it." "Bullshit. You've got more capabilities than most of the National Clandestine Service at Langley." "Thanks, Jerry. But I've got to hope the CIA is sticking to paramilitary operations officers who can hold a firearm with their dominant hand if required to do so. That skill is beyond my capabilities at the moment." Neither Jerry nor Sam had a response to this. Clark continued, "It's not just the hand. My clandestine fieldwork potential was damaged by all the press about me last year. Yeah, the heat is off at the moment. Most of the media ran off with their tails between their legs when it came out that they were spreading propaganda for Russian intelligence. But think about it, Jerry. It will take just one intrepid reporter on a slow news day to do one of those "where are they now" stories. He'll tell me here, they'll dig a little deeper, and then, next thing you know, 60 Minutes will be down at reception with a camera asking for a moment of your time. Sam said, "The kind of expertise you possess is invaluable. How about you hang it up, operationally speaking, and transition to more of a behind-the-scenes role? Guys, we've been in stand-down mode since Istanbul. The entire team is working their computers 8 hours a day. It's a sad fact that my grandson is better with a computer than I am. There is absolutely nothing here for me to do now. And, should the Istanbul drive get resolved and the operators get the green light to go back into the field, in my diminished capacity, I won't be taking part." Jerry stood from his desk and extended his left hand. "I understand, and accept your resignation. But please, don't ever forget. You always have a place here, John." Sam echoed the sentiment. "Thanks, guys." While Clark was upstairs in Henley's office, Jack Ryan Jr. and Gavin Byrie sat in the locked conference room just off Byrie's second-floor office. On the monitor in front of Ryan was a screen full of numbers and dashes and other characters. Gavin said, "First, you've got to understand one thing." "What's that?" "This guy, if Center is a guy, is good. He's a first-rate black hat hacker." Byrie shook his head in amazement. "The code obfuscation is like nothing I've ever seen. He's using a totally new species of malware, something I couldn't find without a long, exhaustive manual search of the machine code." Jack nodded. He motioned to a string of numbers on the monitor. "So, is this the virus?" "A portion of it. A virus has two stages to it, the delivery method and the payload. The payload is still hidden on the drive. It's a RAT, a remote access tool. It's some sort of a peer-to-peer protocol, but I haven't been able to ferret it out yet. It's that well hidden inside another application. What you are looking at right here is a portion of the delivery method. Center removed most of it after he got in, but he missed this little string." "Why was it removed?" "He's covering his tracks. He did not need the delivery system any longer once he was inside the computer, so he erased it." "Except he did not erase it all." "Exactly, and that is important." "Why?" "Because this is a digital fingerprint. This could be something in his own malware that he does not know about, doesn't know he's leaving behind." Jack understood. "You mean he might leave it on other machines, so if you see this again, then you will know that Center is involved." "Yes. You would know that this extremely rare malware was involved, and the attacker, just like Center, did not clean this one part off the machine. You can infer, I think, that it could be the same guy." "Any idea how he managed to get his virus on Kartal's computer?" "For a guy with skills like Center's, it would have been child's play. The tough part about installing a virus is the social engineering. That is, getting human beings to do what you want them to do. Click a program, go to a website, give up your password, plug in a USB drive, stuff like that. Center and the Libyan knew one another. They had communication between one another, and from the emails, it's clear the Libyan did not suspect Center was spying on his machine, operating his webcam, going through back doors in the software to install files and delete the footprints he left. He had Kartal, hook, line, and sinker." Jack said, "I need to have a meeting with Jerry and the other operators and let them know your findings. Do you want me to do it alone so you can go home and get some sleep?" Gavin shook his head. "No, I'll be okay. I want to be there." Todd Wicks had never done anything like this, but then again, Todd Wicks had never been to Shanghai. He was here in town for the Shanghai High-Tech Expo, and though this wasn't his first international trade show, this was, without question, the first time he'd met a beautiful girl in the lobby bar of his hotel who made it abundantly clear that she wanted him to come up to her room. She was a prostitute. Todd wasn't the worldliest guy around, but he managed to figure this out pretty quickly. Her name was Bao, and this meant, she told him in her heavy but alluring accent, precious treasure. Before Shanghai, Todd was a nice guy with a nice life. At 34 years old, he was the Virginia, Maryland, D.C. Territory Sales Manager for Advantage Technology Solutions, LLC, a California-based IT company. He owned a nice-sized home in Richmond's desirable West End, where he was dad to 2 good-looking children and husband to a wife smarter, better-looking, and more successful in her field, pharmaceutical sales, than he was in his. Later, when he thought back on the evening, he blamed the vodka tonics he had been drinking since dinner with colleagues, and he blamed a slight lightheadedness from cold medicine he had been taking since coming down with a sinus infection on the 24-hour flight from Dulles. And he blamed the damn girl, Bao, the precious treasure who fucked up his life. Just before midnight, Todd and Bao stepped out of the elevator on the 11th floor of the Sheraton Shanghai Hongkou Hotel. Her suite was the same as his. A king-size bed in a room off a sitting area with a sofa and a large-screen TV. But hers was illuminated with candles and scented with incense. They sat on the sofa, and she offered him another drink from the bar. But now he was worried about his ability to perform while intoxicated, so he declined. She leaned forward to kiss him. In minutes, they slid off the couch onto the floor, and in minutes more, her dress and heels were still there on the floor of the sitting room, but the two of them had moved to the bedroom. In moments, they were one, He moved slowly at first, but only for an instant, and then he moved faster and faster. Sweat dripped from his forehead onto her clenched face, her eyes tight with what he took as ecstasy. He kept up his movements for a short time more, but in truth, his stamina was not what he had hoped, and he came quickly. As he gasped and panted on top of her, their bodies now still except for the movement of his lungs and the pounding of her heart, her eyes opened slowly. Just as he was about to tell her that she was perfect, her eyes blinked and then refocused on a point over his right shoulder. Todd smiled, turned his head slowly to follow her gaze. Standing at the edge of the bed, looming over Todd's naked body, was a severe-looking middle-aged Chinese woman in a matte gray pantsuit. In a voice like a knife being sharpened on a whetstone, she said, "Are you quite finished, Mr. Wicks?" "What the fuck?" As he leapt off the girl and spun from the bed, Todd saw other men and women in the suite. There had to have been half a dozen strangers who had somehow slipped in while Todd was lost in the throes of ecstasy. He fell on the floor, naked, and he scrambled on his hands and knees, looking for his pants. His clothes were gone. 10 minutes later, Todd Wicks was still naked, though the woman in the gray pantsuit had brought him a towel from the bathroom. He sat on the edge of the bed with the towel pinched around his waist. He had to hold it tight because it was not large enough to cover him properly. He had not seen Bao since she'd been hustled out the door in a robe, seconds after the intrusion. On the 52-inch flat-screen TV in the sitting area, well within Todd's view at the edge of the bed, a pair of men watched the playback of a recording they had obviously made from a surveillance camera. Todd grimaced as his very naked and white backside began gyrating at cartoonish speed. "Jesus," he muttered. One of the two men standing at the television turned to him. He was older than Todd, maybe 45, and he had sad hangdog eyes and narrow shoulders. He took off his raincoat as he walked closer, hung it over his forearm, and he pulled a chair from the desk up to the edge of the bed before sitting down directly in front of Wicks. The sad eyes stayed locked on Todd as the man's right hand came out and patted him on the shoulder gently. "I am sorry about all this, Mr. Wicks." Todd looked down at the floor. The man's English was good. He spoke with British English inflections slightly clipped in the Asian style. "I am Wu Fanjun, detective with the Shanghai Municipal Police." Todd kept his eyes lowered to the floor, the embarrassment and humiliation unbearable. "For the love of God, can I please put my pants back on?" "I'm sorry. We have to log them into evidence. We will have something brought down from your room. 1844, is it?" Wicks nodded. To his right in the sitting room, the 52-inch plasma kept going. Todd heard the sounds of his own grunting and groaning. "Can they turn that off, please?" Wu clapped his hands as if he himself had forgotten, then called out in Mandarin across the suite. Quickly, a man rushed to the television and fiddled with the remote for several seconds. Finally, mercifully, the screen went blank, and Todd's own moans of lust left the otherwise silent room. Wu said, "There we are. Okay. I don't need to tell you, sir, that we have a delicate situation here." Todd just nodded, eyes on the floor. "We have been investigating certain untoward activities here in the hotel for some time. Prostitution is not legal in China, as it is unhealthy toward women." Todd said nothing. "Do you have a family?" Wicks started to say no, a reflexive response to keep his family out of this, but he stopped himself. "I have fucking pictures of me and Sherry and the kids in my wallet, all over my fucking laptop." He nodded. "A wife and 2 kids. A lucky man. I myself have a wife and 1 son." Todd looked up at Wu now, into the hangdog eyes. "What's going to happen, sir?" "Mr. Wicks, I am sorry about the situation you find yourself in, but I did not put you here. You provide us with evidence that we need in our case against the hotel. Their promotion of prostitution is a cause of great concern here in the city. Just imagine if it was your young daughter who had turned to a life of—" "I'm really, really sorry. I don't ever do this sort of thing. I have no idea what came over me." "I see that you are not a bad man. If it were my decision to make, we would just record this as unfortunate, a tourist who got caught up in something unpleasant, and leave it at that. But you must understand, I will have to arrest you and charge you with engaging a prostitute." Wu smiled. How can I charge the hotel and the woman if I have no one else? No one to provide the third corner of the triangle that is this sad, sad crime." Todd Wicks nodded distantly, still not believing this was happening to him. Just then, Wu raised a finger into the air as if he just had a thought. "You know, Mr. Wicks, I like you. I see you are a man who has made a serious mistake by listening to his prurient desires and not the wisdom of his brain, yes?" Todd nodded vigorously. Was some sort of a lifeline coming? "I can talk to my superiors to see if there is another way out of this for you." "Look, whatever you need me to do, I'll do it." Wu nodded thoughtfully. "I think, for the benefit of your wife and your 2 small children, that would be best. I will make a phone call." Wu stepped out of the room, but he did not make a phone call because, in truth, he did not need to talk to anyone. He was not Shanghai police. He was not a family man, and he was not here investigating the hotel. He was MSS, the Ministry of State Security, and Todd Wicks had just been caught in his honey trap. Normally, Wu attempted to lure targets of opportunity into his traps, but Todd Wicks of Richmond, Virginia, was different. Wu received an order from his superiors with a list of names of technology employees. The Shanghai High-Tech Expo was one of the largest in the world, and it was no great surprise that 3 of the men on his superior's wish list were in attendance. Wu had struck out with the first man, but he'd hit a home run with the second. As Wu stood in the hallway, he knew that in the suite on the other side of the wall he leaned on was an American man who would jump at the chance to spy for China. Wu entered the room and Todd looked to him hopefully, but Wu just shook his head sorrowfully and then said something to one of the younger officers. Handcuffs appeared, and Todd was lifted off the bed. "I have spoken to my superiors, and they would like me to bring you in. I'm begging you, Mr. Wu, don't take me to jail. I know I fucked up, but I am begging you to let me go." Wu seemed to hesitate for a moment. After a tired shrug that conveyed non-commitment, he spoke softly to the 5 others in the room, and they quickly filed out, leaving Wu and Todd alone. "I may be able to prevent you spending time in jail, but it will require some help on your part. I swear to you, anything at all and I will do it." Wu still seemed to be vacillating, as if he could not decide. Finally, he stepped closer, then said softly, "Go back to your room. Tomorrow return to your normal routine here at the trade fair. Speak to no one about this." Of course. Oh my God, I can't thank you enough." "You will be contacted, but perhaps not until you return to your country." Todd stopped his proclamation of thanks. "Oh, okay, that's whatever you say." "Let me give you a warning as a friend, Todd. The people that will ask a favor of you will expect you to repay them. They will retain all the evidence against you about what happened here." "I understand," he said, and it was true. He did understand. No, Todd Wicks was not particularly worldly, but at this point he had the distinct impression that he'd been set up. But set up or not, they had him. He would do anything to keep that video from getting to his family. He would do whatever Chinese intelligence asked him to do. Jack Ryan Jr. got the senior staff meeting scheduled for 11 a.m. The meeting started a few minutes late. John was not in attendance. He had an appointment with his orthopedic surgeon in Baltimore, and he was not one for dramatic goodbyes, so he slipped out quietly as everyone was heading up to the 9th floor conference room. The early conversation was about John and John's decision to leave, but Henley very quickly brought everyone's attention back to the problem at hand. "Okay, Jack warns me he doesn't have much in the way of answers for us today, but we're going to get an update from him and Gavin about the forensic investigation of the drive." Both Ryan and Gavin spoke to the others for 15 minutes about everything they had learned from the hard drive as well as from CIA sources. They discussed the hacking of Imad Karatal's computer by Center, the work Center gave the Libyans in Istanbul, and the fact that Center seemed to be setting the Libyans up to penetrate a network in the future, though he apparently changed his mind. Jerry Henley finally asked the question that everyone in the room wanted answered. "But why? Why did this Center guy just sit there and watch you guys kill his entire cell of assets in Istanbul?" Ryan looked around the conference room for a moment. "I suspect Center knew for some time that we were on our way to kill the Libyan cell." Henley was gobsmacked, They knew about us before that night? How? I have no idea, and I could be wrong. Chavez asked, if you were right, if he knew we were coming to Turkey to kill the Libyans who were working for him, why the hell didn't he warn the Libyans? Jack said, again, just speculation, but maybe they were bait. Maybe he wanted to watch us in action. Maybe he wanted to see if we could do it. Rick Bell, Jack's boss on the analytical side, leaned into the table. You were taking some massive subjective leaps in your analysis, Jack. Ryan's hands came up in surrender. Yes, you are 100% right about that. Maybe it's just a feeling I have at this point. We're still trying to put this puzzle together. I'll keep at it. Chavez said, there is something I don't get, Gavin. What's that? Center. This guy who obviously had control of the machine. He wanted Ryan to know he was watching. Yeah, obviously. If he was able to delete all but the faintest trace of his malware, why did he not delete every email related to him and his operation? Gavin said, I've spent weeks racking my brain on that one, Domingo, and I think I've got it figured out. Center would have deleted the delivery malware as soon as he made a successful penetration on the computer. But he didn't scrub the rest of the drive, the emails and stuff, because he did not want to tip off Kartal that he had hacked his machine. Then, when Ryan got there and whacked Kartal, Center pushed those photos of the rest of the team to the computer so that Ryan would see them and email them to his own address, or grab a thumb drive or a DVD off the desk and load them on there. Ryan explained for the benefit of anyone in the room who wasn't following. He was trying to use me to plant a virus on our system. Henley asked Byrie, could Center have infected our network that way? If his malware was good enough, yes. My network has anti-intrusion measures that are better than any government network. Still, all it takes is one asshole with a thumb drive or a USB cable to bring all this down. Jerry Henley looked off into space for a moment before saying, Guys, everything you have told us today makes me more certain that someone knows a lot more about us than we want them to. I don't know who this potential bad actor is, but until we get more information, our operational stand-down will continue. Rick, Jack, and the rest of the analytical team will keep up the hard work of finding out Center's identity through all the traffic we have access to from Fort Meade and Langley. Henley turned to Gavin Byrie. Gavin, who is Center? Who does he work for? Why did he focus so hard on compromising us? Beats me. I'm not an analyst. Jerry Henley shook his head, unsatisfied with the non-answer. I'm asking for your best guess. Gavin Byrie took off his glasses and rubbed them with his handkerchief. If I had to guess, I'd say it was the best, most organized, and most ruthless cyber espionage and cyber warfare folks on the planet. I'd say it was the Chinese. The conference room erupted in low groans. Wei Zhenlin drank yellow peach juice from a tall glass as he stood in the sun. His toes were sunk into wet-pebbled sand, and water licked his bare feet and rose to his ankles, nearly touching the fabric of his slacks, which he'd pulled up to his shins to keep dry. A voice called from behind. Shang Shuqi? It was one of his titles, General Secretary, and though Wei was president as well, his staff put his role as General Secretary of the Communist Party well above his role as president of the country. The party was more important than the nation. Wei ignored the voice, and now he regarded two gray vessels in the water just a mile or so offshore. A pair of Type 062C coastal patrol boats sat motionless on the still water, their cannons and anti-aircraft guns pointed skyward. They looked powerful, impressive, and ominous. But to Wei, they looked inadequate. It was a big ocean, a big sky. Both were full of threats, and Wei knew that he had powerful enemies. And he feared that after the meeting he was about to have with his nation's top military official, his list of enemies would soon grow even larger. The pinnacle of power in China is the 9-member Politburo Standing Committee, the tiny body that sets policy for the nation's 1.4 billion citizens. Each year in July, the members of the PSC, as well as dozens if not hundreds of adjuncts and assistants, leave their offices in Beijing and travel 170 miles to the east to the secluded coastal resort of Badaiha. The Badaiha conference had closed the day before. The majority of the attendees had returned to the bustle and smog of Beijing, but Chairman Wei had delayed his trip west for a day to meet with his closest ally in the Politburo. He had things to discuss with General Su, the chairman of the Central Military Commission, and, he explained when he asked for the meeting. The government offices in Beijing were not a secure enough venue for this matter to be addressed. Wei had high hopes for this informal meeting because the conference itself had been a failure. Ever since the coup attempt, he had worked tirelessly, mostly in secret, on a new plan to right his nation's economic ship without destroying his government. He presented it at the retreat to the Standing Committee, and the Standing Committee had rejected it out of hand. They made it plain enough to Wei. They held him responsible for the economic crisis, and they would not attach their support to any portion of his domestic plan to cut spending, wages, benefits, and economic development. So Wei knew, at yesterday's close of the Beijing conference, that his preferred course of action was dead in the water. Today, he would lay the foundation for his secondary course of action. Wei Jinlin entered a small conference room adjacent to his quarters at the resort, and he found Chairman Su Keqiang waiting for him. After their perfunctory embrace, Su smiled and took his seat at a small table adorned with an ornate traditional Chinese tea service. The big general, Su stood over 6 feet tall, poured tea for both men while their 2 secretaries took seats against the wall. It was small talk at first, gossip about the other Standing Committee members, and light discussion about the events of the retreat. But soon, Wei's eyes hardened in seriousness. "Comrade, I have tried to make our colleagues see the calamity that is about to transpire if we do not take desperate measures. You know that you have the full support of the PLA and my own personal support as well." Wei smiled. He knew that Su's support was hardly unconditional. It depended on Wei falling into line, and Wei was about to do just that. "Tell me about the readiness of your forces." "The readiness?" "Yes. Are we strong? Are we prepared?" Su's eyebrows rose. "Prepared for what?" Wei sighed for a moment. "I tried to set in place difficult but necessary domestic austerity measures. I failed in this endeavor. But if we do nothing at all, by the end of the current 5-year plan, China will find itself pushed back a generation or more in its development. We will be thrown from power, and the new leaders will drive us further into the past. I now must accept my responsibility in adopting a new direction in improving China's strength." Su asked, "This new direction will require our military forces?" With a nod, Wei answered, "At the outset, there may be resistance to my plan." "Resistance from within or resistance from without?" Su asked before taking a sip of tea. "I am speaking, Chairman, of foreign resistance." Su put down his cup and asked, "What are you proposing?" "I am proposing we project our military power to reassert ourselves in the region." "What will we gain from this?" "Survival." "Survival?" "An economic disaster can only be avoided by expanding territory, creating new sources of raw materials, new products, and markets." "What territory are you talking about?" "Total dominance in the South China Sea is step 1. And it is necessary for us to enact steps 2 and 3. Wei paused, knowing that Su would not expect what he was about to say. After another moment's hesitation, he said, "Step 2 is returning Hong Kong to the mainland, abolishing the Hong Kong Basic Law, and keeping the territory as a special economic zone. My advisors tell me that if we can take Hong Kong and its dirty little cousin Macau and fold them as a single unit into the SEZ of Shenzhen, we will quadruple our gains over what we now receive from the territory. The money will support the CPC as well as the capitalists, who have been doing quite well for themselves there." Su said, "I see why we would need to control the South China Sea first. Many nations would find it in their national interest to fight to retain Hong Kong's current status." Wei all but waved this comment away. "Yes, but I plan on making it very clear to the international community that I am a businessman. I am pro-free market capitalism, and any change with how Hong Kong and Macau operate will be very minor and almost imperceptible to the outside world." Before Su could comment, Wei added, "And step 3 will be the long-standing stated goal of our nation, the absorption of Taiwan. Doing this in the right way, turning it into the largest special economic zone, will assure, my advisors project, a retention of the vast majority of its economic viability. Obviously, there will be resistance from the Republic of China and its allies, but I am not talking about invading Taiwan. I am talking about reabsorbing through diplomacy and economic pressure, controlling access to waterways, and through this showing them over time that the only viable option for their people is for them to accept their future as a proud member of our new China. Remember, Chairman Su, that China's SEZs, an economic model I refined and promoted throughout my career, are looked on around the world as a success, a show of détente with capitalism. I personally am looked at by the West as a force for positive change. I am not naive. I recognize that my personal reputation will suffer after it becomes clear what our objectives are, but that is of no importance to me. Once we have what we need, we will grow beyond any prognostications we could make at this time. I will make it my responsibility to repair any relationships damaged by these actions. Su did not hide his surprise at the audacity of the plan put forth by the mild-mannered president, a man who was, after all, a mathematician and economist, and no military leader. Wei saw this near shock on the general's face, and he smiled. I have studied the Americans. I understand them, their economy to be sure, but also their culture and their politics. They have a saying, only Nixon could go to China. Do you know this saying? Su nodded. Of course. Well, Chairman Su, I will see that they have a new saying. Only Wei could retake Taiwan. What is your time frame, Tongxi? I want your help in determining that, of course. But speaking from the perspective of someone with an eye toward our economy, I think within 2 years the South China Sea, territorial waters 500 miles to the south of our shores, should be under our control. We will void our agreement with Hong Kong 12 months after this. Then, Taiwan should be under our control by the end of the 5-year cycle. Su thought carefully before speaking. You started our conversation by asking me about the readiness of our forces. Sea denial operations, which is what you are asking for here, are among the capabilities of our Navy, but I would like to discuss this further with my admirals and intelligence staff. I would ask that you give me a few days to speak to my leadership and prepare a plan, based on what you have just told me lies before us. My intelligence staff can pinpoint our exact needs. Wei nodded. Thank you. Please prepare a preliminary report to hand-deliver to me in 1 week's time. We will speak of this in my personal quarters back in Beijing, and nowhere else. Wei knew that Su would be ecstatic to return to his offices and to brief his senior staff about the activities to come. Valentin Kovalenko awoke shortly before 5 a.m. In his room at the Blue Orange, a health club, vacation spa, and hotel in the northeastern Letňany district of Prague, Czech Republic. His orders had come, as the mafia man who'd helped him break out of prison had promised, via a secure instant messaging program called Cryptogram. Shortly after arriving at the safe house set up by the St. Petersburg Mafia, he'd been given a computer with the software, along with documents and money and instructions to locate himself in Western Europe. He had done as he was told, settling in the south of France and logging into his machine once a day to check for further orders. For 2 weeks, there was no contact. Then, one morning he opened Cryptogram and began his daily password and authentication process. Once that was completed, a single line of text appeared in the window of the instant messenger. Good morning. Who are you? Kovalenko typed. I am your handler, Mr. Kovalenko. What do I call you? Call me Center. Are you prepared to get started? Valentin fired back a quick response. I want to know who I am working for. I acknowledge your concern about your situation, but I do not have the time to assuage these concerns. Kovalenko asked, If you are an entity that serves to commit espionage via computer, what is my role? The reply appeared quickly. In-field human asset management, your specialty. Kovalenko typed, What are my instructions? Center answered this, which led Valentin to the job in Prague. He dressed in his running gear, a black tracksuit with just a thin gray racing stripe on one side, and he pushed his black knit cap over his dirty blonde hair. He slipped a black-bladed folding knife, a set of lockpicks, and small felt bag the size of his fist into his jacket pocket, and he zipped the pocket closed. In moments, he was outside the hotel, jogging to the south in a cool light rain. Just a few dozen meters after turning onto Berenovich, He looked both left and right, and then back over his shoulder. The street was clear, so he darted quickly to the right. He knelt down at a small iron gate in a whitewashed wall and quickly picked the simple lock. In seconds, he was in the front garden of a two-story home, and he ran forward, black clothing on a black morning, moving to the right of the house and then passing through a wooden gate that separated front yard from backyard. He ran past an above-ground swimming pool that was closed for the year, and he made his way between a potting shed and a storage shed to a back wall that ran along the eastern property line of the private home. In seconds, Valentin Kovalenko was over this wall, dropping down into wet grass, where he found himself exactly where his research on Google Maps told him he would be. He was now past the walls, exterior lights, and guard shacks surrounding the Science and Technology Park, VZLU. Kovalenko's new minder, the English speaker named Center, who communicated via secure instant messaging, had not told him the point of today's exercise, or even much about the target itself, other than the address and the marching orders of his mission there. But the Russian did his own research, and from it he learned that VZLU was an aerospace research and test facility, and the work here focused on aerodynamics, aircraft engines, and helicopter rotors. Under cover of darkness and rain, he knelt down in the first small parking lot he came to, and he took the bag out of his jacket pocket. From it, he pulled a matte gray computer thumb drive and, against his better judgment, he simply laid it down in a parking space. The device was labeled Test Results, but he was careful to leave it face down. Kovalenko was no fool. He was certain this thumb drive did not contain any test results, or no real test results anyway. It would contain a computer virus, and if Valentin's employer was any damn good, the virus would be disguised and built to execute as soon as it was attached via a USB port to any computer in the network here. The plan was, it was clear to Kovalenko, that someone would find the drive and put it into their computer to see what files it contained. As soon as anything was opened on the drive, some sort of a virus would infect the computer, and then the network itself. Valentin had been instructed to place only one drive outside of each building in the facility, so that the ruse would have a better chance of success. Just like a phishing email, Valentin Kovalenko himself was an attack vector. As he crawled on his hands and knees between two small utility trucks parked in the lot near the property's small grass-field airport, on his way to drop another thumb drive onto the wet concrete, he wondered just who the fuck these industrial spies thought they were, using him as their errand boy. He did have to admit, though, that this beat prison. The risk was low, and the pay was good. The second meeting between President and General Secretary Wei Jinlin and Chairman Su Keqiang took place in Zhongnanhai, the government compound in central Beijing. As they sat down for their meeting, Chairman Su held his report in his hand. A second copy was carried by Xia, Su's second-in-command, and Wei thought he would be given one of the reports to look over while they discussed it. But before he handed over the document, Chairman Su said, "Tongji, recently you were almost thrown from power because you spoke the truth to those around you. The truth was difficult to hear, and those around you would not listen to it." Wei agreed with a nod. "I now find myself in a position similar to the one you found yourself in. You have laid out a 5-year plan to bring the nation back to a strength and glory not enjoyed in generations. Reluctantly, however, I have to tell you about some aspects of our current military situation that will make your 5-year plan difficult, if not impossible." Wei cocked his head in surprise. "The objectives I seek are not going to be won through military power alone. I only need military support in controlling the area. Are we not as strong as the annual reports have led us to believe? I fear our strength is at its greatest point right now, right this moment. But our strength will soon wane relative to our adversaries." Wei did not understand. "Why will it wane? We can, beginning tomorrow morning, eliminate any opposition in our region, but that is not what we need. We must prepare to combat one adversary, and one adversary only. Once we neutralize this foe, the rest of our potential conflicts will be won before they are even fought." Wei said, "You think the United States will involve itself in our forays into the South China Sea?" "I am certain of it, comrade." "And our military capability? I will be frank with you. Our conventional capability is, overall, a shadow of that of the United States. We have a great advantage in one warfighting discipline. In any conflict with any adversary, it is a given fact that we will possess complete and utter information dominance. Chairman Mao's army, the army that your father and my father served in, has been replaced by something greater. Mechanized C4ISR. Command, control, computers, communications, intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance. We are well-resourced, well-connected, well-organized, and our forces are in place for an immediate attack. Attack? You are speaking of cyber warfare? Cyber warfare and cyber espionage, communications between systems and forces to optimize their effect. The complete informationization of the battle space. We are the betters of the Americans by a wide margin. Wei said, "You told me you had bad news. This sounds like good news." "The bad news, General Secretary, is that the timetable you asked me to support with my military is unrealistic. But we must do this within the close of the party conference, within 5 years. Any longer and our leadership roles will diminish, and we cannot be certain that—" "You misunderstand me," said the chairman. "I am saying there is no way we can take more than 1 year to achieve our objectives. You see, this new capability is our only real, true tactical advantage over the Americans. But it will wane. America is catching up. Bills are moving along in their Congress that will modernize their domestic computer infrastructure. President Ryan's administration is taking the matter seriously. If we slowly trickle out your program for expansion, we will disadvantage ourselves greatly. You want to begin immediately? We must begin immediately. We must reassert our belief that the South China Sea territory is a core interest of China, and we must push for control of the sea now. Within days, not weeks, we must strengthen our patrols down to the Strait of Malacca and begin moving naval and marine forces to the Spratlys and Huanyan Island. I can land forces on some of the uninhabited islands within the week. Then we must announce our new relationship with Hong Kong and begin the blockade with Taiwan, all in the next 6 months. In a year, with our aggressive and forward-thinking attitude apparent to all, we will have met all our goals, and the Americans will be too busy licking their own wounds to stop us. But if we initiate hostilities, Ryan will—" Sue said, "Comrade, we will initiate hostilities without Ryan knowing we are initiating hostilities. We can do this without revealing ourselves as the aggressors." Wei sipped tea. "Some sort of computer attack?" "Mr. President, there is a secret operation of which you are not aware." Wei raised a narrow eyebrow behind his teacup. "I should hope there are many secret operations of which I am not aware." Sue smiled. "Indeed. But this one, in particular, will be crucial to the realization of your goals. I only need to give one order, and we will begin, slowly at first, and with great care that no positive attribution will be made to China, to damage the United States' ability to defeat us. We will send them off against other enemies, have them concentrate on issues at home that will require their focus and resources, and we can push our endeavors here in our region to the back of their consciousness." Wei said, "That is a remarkable boast, Chairman Sue." Sue considered Wei's comment before saying, "I don't make it lightly. We will strike many small cuts against the body, barely scratches to a giant like America. But the scratches will bleed, I promise you that, and the giant will weaken. And they will not know it is we who are weakening them. We will be an invisible army. America will not know they have been taken out at the knees by the PLA. You have my blessing to initiate initial preparations. But I warn you now, Chairman, that if this plot of yours is uncovered, and this threatens our enterprise, then I will ask you to cease your operation immediately." "Thank you. The actions we begin now will soften the enemy's blows if hostilities ensue later. You can rest easy knowing that your decision tonight has helped our endeavor greatly." Wei Jinlin just nodded. Sue left the meeting knowing good and well that Wei Jinlin had no idea what he had just authorized. Chairman Sue was back in his office 20 minutes later. He'd asked Xia, his 2-star adjutant, to personally put a call through for him, and when Xia leaned in through the doorway and said, He's on the phone. The big chairman nodded curtly and waved his adjutant back out the door with his fingertips. When the door shut, Sue lifted the phone to his ear. Good evening, Doctor. Good evening, Comrade Chairman. I have important news. This call serves to initiate your sanction authorizing Operation Earth Shadow. Very well. When will you begin? Physical assets are in place as you requested, so action will begin immediately. Once these are completed, in a week, 2 weeks at most, we will begin cyberkinetic operations. Things will proceed very quickly after that. I understand. And how are the preparations for Operation Sunfire? Preparations will be complete as soon as we receive a shipment of hardware on the way from Shenzhen and bring it online. In 10 days, we will be ready. I await your orders. And I await mine. Comrade Chairman. Yes, Doctor. I feel it is my duty to remind you, once again, that key aspects of Earthshadow, once initialized, are beyond my capability to rescind. Chairman Su K. Chiang smiled into the phone. Doctor, I am relying on your inability to reverse course once Earthshadow begins. Civilian leadership has sanctioned us to tip the first domino in the row, as if we can simply stop the momentum before the second and third dominoes fall. The will of our president is strong at the moment, here before the onset of adversity. If he wavers under pressure, I will stress to him that the only way is forward. Yes, Comrade Chairman. You have your orders, Doctor. Do not expect to hear from me again until I contact you with sanction to initiate Sunfire. I will continue to report through channels. I wish you fortune, Sue said. Shishi. Thank you. The phone went dead in Chairman Su's hand, and he looked at it with a chuckle before placing it back in its cradle. Center was not one for small talk. Silicon Valley is home to Intel and Apple and Google and Oracle and dozens of other major technology companies. Menlo Park, California is in the valley, just north of Palo Alto, and its office buildings and business parks house hundreds of high-tech startups. In a mid-sized complex on Ravenswood Drive, just up the road from megatech research firm SRI, a sign on a glass door reads, Adaptive Data Security Consultants. Below this, the sign claimed the company shared the same daytime hours of operation as all the other small tech startups that shared the business park. But the night security officer who drove by the business in his golf cart at 4 a.m. was not surprised to find several cars in the lot that had been there since his shift started 6 hours earlier. The principals of ADSC, Lance Boulder and Ken Farmer, were well accustomed to working long hours. It came with the territory. Lance and Ken had grown up next door to each other in San Francisco, and they all but lived on their computers in the early days of the Internet. By the time they were 12, the boys were building machines and customizing software, and at age 15, the two friends had become accomplished hackers. Other than a few graffiti attacks on website homepages for their school, they did not cause any harm. But the local police didn't see it that way. Both boys were picked up for computer graffiti that was tracked back to them by their junior high computer teacher, and Lance and Ken immediately confessed. After a few weeks of community service, they decided to reform their ways before they became adults, when such brushes with the law would stay on their records and could seriously affect their future prospects. Instead, they focused their talents and their energies in the right direction and gained admittance to Caltech, majored in computer science, and then took jobs for computer software companies in Silicon Valley. They were model citizens, but they were still hackers at heart. So in their late 20s, they left the corporate world to start their own company, specializing in penetration testing, or pen testing, known in the computer networking world as ethical hacking. They hired themselves out to the IT departments of banks, retail chains, manufacturers, and others, and then endeavored to break into their clients' networks and hack their websites. They developed a reputation as some of the best white-hat hackers in Silicon Valley, and the big antivirus companies, McAfee and Symantec, tried to buy them out several times. But the two young men were determined to grow their company into a powerhouse of its own. Business grew along with their reputation, and soon they began pen-testing networks under government contract, attempting to break into so-called bulletproof systems run by top-secret government contractors, looking for ways in that the black hats, the malicious hackers, had not yet found. The two owners had come a long way in 5 years, but Lance and Ken still knew how to work 20 hours a day when a project demanded it, like tonight. They and 3 more of their staff were working overtime because they had found a new exploit in a Windows Server component that could be potentially calamitous for any secure government network. It had revealed itself during penetration testing on the network of a government contractor headquartered in nearby Sunnyvale, California. Lance and Ken had discovered the vulnerability in the software. Then they had built their own Trojan, a malware that leaches onto a legitimate process, and used it to climb into the secure network. From here, they were astonished to find they could execute an upstream attack, using the company's connection to the U.S. Department of Defense's secure network to make their way into the bowels of the U.S. military's most secure information databases. Lance and Ken had not alerted their customers, the DoD, or their colleagues at Microsoft's Digital Crimes Unit yet. They knew they had to be certain about their findings, so they tested through the night. And this critical project will be going at full steam, even now at 4 a.m, if not for one significant snag. The power had just gone out in the entire office park. "Well, that blows," Lance said as he looked around the dark office. The glow from the monitors in front of the 5 men working there was the only light in the room. The computers were still running. The backup battery power supply attached to each machine kept the men from losing their data, although the batteries would keep the devices juiced for only an hour, so the men would need to power down if the electricity did not come back on soon. Marcus, one of ADSC's lead data flow analysts, grabbed a pack of cigarettes and a lighter from the drawer in his desk and stood up. As he stretched his arms and shoulders over his head, he said, "Who forgot to pay PG&E?" Pacific Gas and Electric was the local utility, and none of the 5 young men in the room thought for a second the culprit was a missed payment. This was not the first time they'd tripped a breaker. Ken Farmer stood up, then took a quick swig of lukewarm Pepsi from a can. "I'm going to take a leak and then I'll go down and flip the breaker." Lance said, "I'm right behind you." Data flow analysts Tim and Rajesh stayed at their machines, but put their heads in their hands to rest. A resilient, powerful, and utterly secure computer network was a necessity for a company whose business plan consisted of tracking down computer hackers, and ADSC had the tools and the protocols in place to make sure that any cyber attacks targeting their company did not make it through. Lance and Ken focused great attention on making certain ADSC had all but bulletproofed its network. But they did not place the same attention on the physical security of their property. 120 yards from where Lance and Ken and their 3 employees stretched and smoked and pissed, a lone individual walked in the heavy mist hanging between trees alongside dark and quiet Ravenswood Drive, approaching the business park that housed ADSC. Some 30 yards behind him, a second man walked the same path, but his pace was faster and he closed on the man ahead of him. And 20 yards behind the second pedestrian, a third man jogged up the path, rapidly gaining on the 2 ahead of him. All 3 men formed together just a few yards in front of the parking lot of the complex. The jogger slowed to match the pace of the other 2, and here the 3 turned as one and stepped onto the property. All 3 reached under their jackets and pulled Belgian-made semi-automatic pistols, FN 5.7s. Long silencers protruded from the muzzles of their guns. A man with the call sign of Crane was in charge of the small unit. He had more men, 7 in total served under him, but he felt his ingress would not require his full squad, so he brought along only 2 of his assets for this phase of the mission. And he was correct. ADSC was not a hard target by any stretch of the imagination. A single security guard worked on the premises, patrolling the office complex in a golf cart at this time of the early morning. He was cocooned in a zippered plastic weather enclosure to keep the mist off him. When the lights had not come on after 30 seconds or so, the guard reached to his belt and pulled off his iPhone. He knew that of the 6 companies with offices here on the property, only a few guys at ADSC were actually on site early this morning. He decided he'd call them to see if they needed him to come over with a flashlight. As the guard scrolled through his contact list, movement in the dark outside his plastic shell caught his eye. Crane fired a single round through the clear plastic enclosure and into the forehead of the security guard at a range of 5 feet. Crane unzipped the plastic, felt around in the pockets of the dead security guard, and retrieved a set of keys. The 3 men then continued around the side of the building. It was dark back here, except for the single orange glow of a cigarette. "Hey," came an uncertain voice from behind the glow. Crane raised his 5.7 and fired 3 suppressed rounds into the darkness there. From the flashes of the muzzle blast, he saw a young man tumbling back through an open doorway that led to a small kitchen. Crane's two hooded assets ran forward and pulled the dead man back outside, and then they closed the door. Crane pulled a walkie-talkie from his coat. He clicked the push-to-talk button 3 times. Together, the 3 men waited at the side door for 30 seconds. Then a black Ford Explorer appeared in the parking lot, racing forward with its lights off. It slowed and parked, and 5 more assets, all dressed the same as those already at the door, but also wearing large backpacks, poured out of the Explorer. The unit members had designated call signs, each man named after a different type of bird: crane, grouse, quail, stint, snipe, gull, widgeon, and duck. Crane was trained to lead, and the others were trained to follow, but each and every man in the team was trained to kill. They left the kitchen, headed up a hallway, and entered the front lobby. Here they split into 2 forces. 4 men went to the stairwell, 4 more headed straight back past the elevators and toward the main lab. Lance Boulder had pulled a flashlight from a toolbox in a closet near the kitchen, and he used this to head up the hall toward the stairwell to check the UPS system, the uninterruptible power supply battery unit that would be keeping his servers running. He decided to check to see if power was out at the entire office park, so he took his BlackBerry from his belt and began typing a text message to Randy, the night security guard on the premises. When he looked up from the BlackBerry, he stopped dead in his tracks. There, just a few feet in front of him, his flashlight shone on a man dressed head to toe in black. Only a slight gasp passed his lips before Crane shot him twice in the chest. Ken Farmer was taking advantage of the power outage in his building. He had not left his desk or his computer for more than 6 hours, so now he was just finishing up in the bathroom. The emergency lights did not reach the hallway by the bathroom, so as he opened the door to return to his office, he literally had to feel his way for a few feet. He saw the silhouettes of the men ahead, and he immediately knew they were not his colleagues. The first man in the group walked up to him quickly, then placed the hot tip of a pistol silencer on his forehead. Ken raised his hand slowly. "We don't have any money." The silencer pushed him back, and he walked backward into the dark lab. As soon as he entered, he saw black forms move around him, past him, and he heard the shouts of Rajesh and Tim, and then he heard the loud thumps of suppressed gunfire and the tinkling sounds of spent casings bouncing on the tile floor. Farmer was led back to his desk, turned around, and placed in his chair by rough, gloved hands, and from the light of the monitors in the room, he saw Tim and Raj both lying on the floor. "Whatever you want, it's yours. Just please don't." Crane moved the silencer of his 5.7 to Ken Farmer's right temple, and then, at contact distance, he fired a single round. Within seconds, Stint called on the radio. In Mandarin, he said, "Building secure." Crane did not respond on the walkie-talkie, but instead he took a satellite phone out of his jacket. He pressed a single button, waited a few seconds, and then, speaking Mandarin himself, said, "Power on." Within 15 seconds, the electricity returned to the building. While 4 of Crane's assets stood guard at the entrances to ADSC, 3 more assets went downstairs to the basement. Crane sat at Ken's desk and opened Ken's personal email. He began a new message, then added everyone on Ken's contact list to the address line, which ensured more than 1,000 different addresses would receive the note. Crane then reached inside his jacket and pulled a small notepad, upon which a letter had been written in English. He transcribed this into the email, his gloved fingertips slowing his typing speed to a crawl. "Family, friends, and colleagues. I love you all, but I cannot go on. My life is a failure. Our company has been a lie. I am destroying everything. I am killing everyone. I have no other options. I am sorry. Peace. Ken." Crane did not hit send. Instead, he spoke into his walkie-talkie. Still in Mandarin, he said, 10 minutes. He stood and stepped over Farmer's body and headed to the basement, where the 3 others there had already begun the process of attaching a dozen homemade explosives in and around all of the servers. In 7 minutes, they were finished. Crane and Gull returned to the lab. Crane passed his pistol to Gull, and then he leaned back to Farmer's keyboard and clicked send with the mouse, distributing the disturbing mass email to 1,130 recipients. Crane pocketed the notebook with the original letter, and he looked at Ken Farmer's body. Gull had placed his 5.7 pistol in the dead man's right hand. A few extra pistol magazines went into Farmer's pocket, and within a minute, the four men were out of the lab. One of the team lit the fuses in the basement, and they headed back out the kitchen door and climbed into the waiting Explorer. They drove out of the parking lot calmly and slowly, just 13 minutes after entering the property. 4 minutes after they turned off Ravenswood onto the highway, a massive explosion lit the early morning sky behind them. Jack Ryan Jr. drove his black BMW 335i into D.C. for a morning run around the National Mall. Melanie was with him. She'd spent the night at his place. Ryan pulled into the parking lot just north of the Capitol reflecting pool, and they finished their coffee while listening to NPR's Weekend Edition. There was a brief report about a murder-suicide with 5 victims the previous morning at a software company in Menlo Park, California. When the news ended, they climbed out of Jack's Beamer and walked to the reflecting pool, where they spent a few minutes stretching, sipping water, and watching the sunrise over the Capitol building and the morning joggers moving in all directions. Soon, they set off to the west. Though both Melanie and Jack were in excellent condition, Melanie was the all-around better athlete. All in all, they covered just over 6 miles. They finished at the reflecting pool where they started, and as soon as they stopped, Jack doubled over, his hands on his knees. "You okay?" she said as she put her hand on his back. Yeah, he struggled to recover. "I might have a little cold coming on." She patted his back and pulled her water bottle from her fanny pack and offered it to him. "Have a sip. Let's go home. We can stop and get oranges on the way, and I'll make juice to go along with the omelet I'm going to make you." Jack rose back up, squeezed a long stream of water into his mouth, and then kissed Melanie softly. "I love you." "I love you too." Melanie took her bottle back and took a long gulp of water, and then, as she looked down the length of the bottle, her eyes narrowed. A man in a trench coat and sunglasses stood 100 feet farther along the Capitol reflecting pool, facing her. Jack was unaware of the man behind him. "Ready to head back to the car?" Melanie looked away from the man quickly. "Yes, let's go." They walked toward Pennsylvania Avenue, away from the direction of the man in the trench coat, but had gotten no more than 20 yards when Melanie reached out and took Jack by the shoulder. "You know what? I hate to do this, but I just remembered I need to get home this morning. I've got something I have to take care of for my landlord." "You need help? I'm handy with a screwdriver." No, thanks. I'll take care of it." She saw Jack's eyes flick around, as if he was looking for a clue as to what really caused her to change her mind. Before he could question her further about this sudden change of plans, she asked, "We're still having dinner tonight in Baltimore with your sister, aren't we?" Jack nodded slowly. "Yes." He paused. "Is something wrong?" "No, not at all. Other than the fact I forgot I had some things I needed to take care of around my place. I can give you a lift home," he said, clearly not buying the story, but playing along. "No need. I'll just jump on the metro at Archives. I'll be home in no time." "All right," said Jack, and he kissed her. "Have a good day. I'll pick you up around 5:30. "I can't wait." As he headed off to his car, she called out to him, "Pick up some OJ on the way home. Take care of that cold." "Thanks." Minutes later, Melanie walked north past the Capitol Grill toward the Archives metro station. As she turned the corner onto 6th Street, she found herself face to face with the man in the trench coat. "Miss Kraft?" the man said with a polite smile. Melanie stopped in her tracks, stared at him for several seconds, and then said, "What the hell is wrong with you?" Still smiling, the man asked, "What do you mean?" "You can't just appear like this." "I can, and I did. I need just a moment of your time." She began walking again up the hill toward the metro. "Jack saw you." He followed now, matching her brisk pace. "Do you know that, or do you just suspect that?" "I assume it. You caught me off guard. I had to give him an obvious brush-off because I didn't know if you were going to walk right up to us. He picked up on the fact that something was going on. He's not an idiot." "Intellect doesn't have anything to do with one's ability to detect surveillance measures. That comes from training, Melanie." Kraft did not respond. She only continued walking. "Where do you think you would have gotten that training?" Melanie stopped now. "If you needed to talk, why didn't you just call me?" "Because I wanted to talk in person." "About what?" Now the man affected a crooked smile. "Please, Melanie, this won't take any time at all. I parked up on Indiana. We can find someplace quiet." "Dressed like this?" she asked. She looked down at her skin-tight Lycra running shorts and a form-fitting Puma jacket. The man looked her up and down now. taking a little too long to do so. "Why not? I'd take you anywhere looking like that." Melanie groaned to herself. Darren Lipton was not the first lecherous asshole she had met while working in the federal government. He was, however, the first lecherous asshole Melanie had met who was also a senior special agent in the FBI, so she reluctantly followed him to his car. They walked together down the ramp of an underground parking garage that was nearly empty so early on a Saturday morning, and, at Lipton's direction, they climbed in the front seats of his Toyota Sienna minivan. "It's been a while," he said. "I haven't heard from you in months. I assumed you had moved on." "Moved on? You mean out of the FBI, out of the National Security Branch, or out of Counterintelligence Division?" "I mean away from your investigation." "Away from Jack Ryan, Jr.? No, ma'am. On the contrary, just like you, we are still very interested in him." "You obviously don't have a case." She said it with derision in her voice. Lipton drummed his fingers on the steering wheel. "The Justice Department's inquiry is just an intelligence-gathering operation at this point. Whether or not an indictment comes from this is yet to be determined." Melanie looked out the windshield at the concrete wall as she spoke. "When I first heard from you in January, after DDCIA Alden was arrested, you said exactly the same thing. The FBI's National Security Branch was looking into Alden's concerns about Jack Jr. and Henley Associates. Suspicions that Jack and his co-workers were getting classified intelligence about national security affairs to make illegal trades on world financial markets. But you said it was all speculation, and no determination had been made by CID that any crime had been committed. Are you telling me that here we are, 6 months later, and nothing has changed?" "Things have changed, Miss Kraft, but they are things you are not privy to." Melanie heaved a sigh. "I want to know what you have on him. If you want my help, you need to fill me in." The older man shook his head, but he retained his little smile. "You are CIA on loan to the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, and you are, for all intents and purposes, my confidential informant in this inquiry. You have a legal responsibility to cooperate with the FBI on this, not to mention a moral one. Let me remind you what you told us. When Charles Alden asked you for information tying John Clark to Jack Ryan Jr. and Henley Associates, you indicated your belief that they were, in fact, involved in something more than trading in currency arbitrage. You told me, in only our second conversation, that you believed Ryan was in Pakistan during the events that transpired there last winter." She hesitated for a moment. "I thought he was. He reacted very suspiciously when I mentioned it. There was other circumstantial evidence at the time that made me think he was lying to me, but nothing I could prove. But even if he was lying to me, even if he was in Pakistan, that does not prove anything." "Then you need to dig a little deeper. If there is a crime being committed by Henley Associates, we need to know." "I haven't talked to you for, 6 months? Why haven't you been doing anything for the past half a year?" "We have, Melanie, via other means. Again, you are just one tiny piece of the puzzle. That said, you are our inside man. I should say, woman." He said the last part with a grin and a quick glance down at Melanie's tight Puma jacket. She ignored his misogyny and said, "So what has changed? Why are you here today?" Darren gave her a little wink. "My superiors want movement on this. There has been talk of wiretaps, location tracking equipment, even a surveillance team put on Ryan and some of his co-workers." Melanie shook her head emphatically. "No." "But I told them that was not necessary, due to your intimate relationship with the subject. Any close surveillance would be an invasion of your privacy as well. My superiors were not moved by this. They don't think you have been that helpful to date. But in the end, I bought you a little time to get us some actionable intel on your own, before the FBI orders a full-court press." "What do you want?" "We need to know where he is, 24/7, or as close as you can get us to that. We need to know of any trips he takes, flight times and flight numbers, hotels he stays in, people he meets with." "When he travels for business, he doesn't take me with him." "Well, you will just have to get more out of him through subtle questions. Pillow talk," he said with a wink. She did not respond. Lipton continued. "Have him email you his itinerary when he travels. Tell him you miss him and want to know where he's going. Get him to send you his email confirmation from the airline when he books his travel. He doesn't fly commercial. His company has a plane." "A plane?" "Yes, a Gulfstream. It flies out of BWI, but that's all I know." "Why don't I know about this?" "I have no idea. I told Alden about it." "Well, you didn't tell me. I'm FBI, Alden was CIA, and Alden is under house arrest at the moment. He sure as hell isn't working with us anymore." Darren winked again. We're the good guys. Right, she replied. We need you to get intel on his co-workers as well, who he travels with primarily. How? Tell him you were jealous, suspicious he has other lovers, whatever it takes. Fuck you, Lipton. Lipton smiled wildly. She could see he enjoyed the repartee. I can arrange that, my dear. Let me just lower the seat here. Not the first time the Sienna suspension has gotten a workout, if you know what I mean. He was joking, but Melanie Kraft wanted to puke. Almost instinctively, she reached out and slapped the middle-aged FBI agent across the jaw. The hard contact between the palm of her hand and Lipton's fleshy face sounded like a rifle shot in the enclosed minivan. Lipton recoiled in pain and surprise, and his sly smile disappeared. Melanie shouted at him, I'm done with you. Tell your bosses that they can send another agent to talk to me if they want. I can't stop them, but I'm not saying one more word to you. Lipton touched his fingertips to his lip, looked down at a small spot of blood from Melanie's strike. Melanie glared at him. As she turned to reach for the door handle, Lipton spoke again. His tone was soft but grave. He sounded like a different person. Miss Kraft, I am going to ask you a question. I want you to answer me truthfully. I told you I'm not talking to you anymore. Answer this, and you can leave if you want, and I won't follow. Melanie slumped back in the seat, stared straight ahead out of the windshield. Fine. What? Have you, Miss Kraft, ever been employed as an agent for a foreign principal? What in God's name are you talking about? A foreign principal is a legal term that refers to the government of a country other than the United States of America. I know what a foreign principal is. I don't know why you're asking me that. Yes or no? Melanie shook her head. No, of course not. But if you were investigating me for something, I want a lawyer from the agency here to... Has any member of your family ever been employed as an agent for a foreign principal? Melanie Kraft stopped speaking. Her entire body stiffened. What are you... What is this? Answer the question. She did so, but more hesitantly than before. No, of course not. And I resent the accusation that... Lipton interrupted her. Are you familiar with Title 22 of the United States Code, specifically Subchapter 2, Section 611? Her voice cracked as she shook her head and softly replied, I am not. It's called the Foreign Agents Registration Act. If someone is working for another country, as a spy, for example, and does not register with the U.S. government as such, they are subject to a sentence of up to 5 years in prison for each act as a representative of the other country. A hesitant and confused, so? From Melanie Kraft. Next question. Are you familiar with Title 18 of the USC? Again, Agent Lipton, I do not know why. That one is awesome. It says, and this is paraphrased, of course, but I can quote it backward and forward, that you can get 5 years in a federal lockup for lying to a federal officer. Melanie's voice had none of the bluster and insolence it did 2 minutes ago. So, your father, Colonel Ronald Kraft, passed top-secret military information to the Palestinian Authority in 2004. This makes him an agent of a foreign principal, except he sure as hell never registered as such, and he was never arrested, never prosecuted, never even suspected by the U.S. government. Melanie was dumbfounded. Lipton's smile widened. You knew about it at the time, which means you just lied to a federal officer. Melanie Kraft reached for the door handle, but Darren Lipton took her by the shoulder and spun her back around violently. You also lied on your application to the CIA when you said you had neither knowledge of nor contact with agents of a foreign government. Your dear old dad was a treasonous motherfucking spy, and you knew it. She lurched again for the door handle, and again Lipton spun her back to him. Listen to me. We're a quarter mile from the Hoover Building. I can be at my desk in 10 minutes working up an affidavit, and I can have you arrested by lunch on Monday. There is no parole for federal crimes, so 5 years means 5 fucking years. Melanie Kraft was in shock. She felt the blood rushing from her head and leaving her hands. She tried to speak, but she had no words. Lipton's voice softened again. Honey, calm down. I don't care about your piece of shit dad. But I do care about Jack Ryan Jr., and it's my job to use every last tool in my toolbox to learn everything I need to know about him. Melanie looked up at him through puffy, tear-clouded eyes. He continued, I don't give two shits if Jack Ryan Jr. is the son of the President of the United States. If he and his fat cat financial management company up there in West Odenton are involved in using classified intelligence to make themselves rich, I will take them all down. Are you going to help me, Melanie? Melanie stared at the dashboard ahead of her, sniffed back tears, and gave a slight nod. There's no need for this to take long. You need to make a point of noting things, writing them down, getting them back to me. You are a CIA officer, for crying out loud. This should be child's play for you. It is estimated that nearly 500 million people tune in for China Central Television's 7 p.m. news hour. The fact that all local stations in China are ordered by government mandate to carry the program likely has much to do with this high number, but frequent announcements that the president would be making an important national address this evening ensured even higher ratings than normal. The female news anchor opened the show by introducing President Wei, and then, on televisions all across the country, the image switched to the handsome and cool Wei walking alone toward a lectern centered on a red carpet. Behind him was a large monitor displaying the Chinese flag. Wei wore a gray suit and a red and blue regimental tie. His wire-rimmed glasses were a little low on his nose, so that he could read a prepared statement from the teleprompter. But before he spoke, he greeted nearly half of his countrymen with a wide, toothy smile and a nod. Ladies, gentlemen, comrades, friends, I am speaking to you from Beijing with a message for everyone here in China, in our special administrative regions of Hong Kong and Macau, in Taiwan, to the Chinese abroad, and to all our friends around the globe. I am announcing with great joy our intentions regarding the South China Sea. Behind Wei, the image on the monitor changed from the Chinese flag to a map of the South China Sea. A line of dashes, 9 in all, descended south from China into the sea. On the east, it drooped just west of the Philippines, turned west at its southernmost point to run north of Malaysia and Brunei, then headed north, just off the shore of Vietnam. The line of dashes formed a deep bowl that contained virtually the entire sea. Behind me, you see a representation of Chinese territory. This has been Chinese territory for as long as the People's Republic of China has been in existence, and well before, though many of our friends and neighbors refuse to accept this fact. China has indisputable sovereignty of the South China Sea, and sufficient historical and legal backing underpinning claims for this territory. These important waterways are a core interest of China, and for too long we have allowed our neighbors to dictate their terms to us, the fair claimants of this property. Before he became chairman of the Central Military Commission, my colleague, comrade, and friend, Chairman Su Ke-chiang, had been an outspoken critic of our reluctance to press the issue of the South China Sea. As a 4-star general and an expert on military history, he was in a position to know how vulnerable we had become by allowing our neighbors to dictate to us our movements, fishing rights, and mining and drilling authorities in these waters that belong to us. Chairman Su has made rectifying this injustice a key component of his long-term military modernization. I applaud Chairman Su on his brilliant foresight and initiative. It is I addressing you today, and not Comrade Chairman Su, because I want to show that I agree with his assessment, and I personally authorize upcoming naval actions that will advance our territorial claims. I have a business and a political background. I am not a soldier or a sailor. But as a businessman, I understand the value of property and the legal exercise of proprietary rights. And as a politician, I represent the will of the people, and I, in whatever capacity I possess, claim the property of our ancestors for today's China. So, with our territorial claim established, now comes the question of what to do with those peoples who reside and make commerce illegally in our territory. If a man is living in your house uninvited, if you are a good person, you don't just throw him out. You tell him he must leave before taking further action. My predecessors have made such notifications for some 60 years. I see no reason I should do the same. As the people's leader, I see my role in this long-standing injustice as putting those nations in our territory on immediate notice that we will be reclaiming our rightful property in the South China Sea. Not at some vague time in the future, but immediately. Wei looked up directly at the camera and repeated himself. Immediately. At 10 a.m. on the Monday morning after President Wei's national address, there was a full house in the Oval Office. 12 men and women sat on the 2 sofas and 6 chairs, and President of the United States, Jack Ryan, had rolled his own chair around in front of his desk to be closer to the action. On the sofa in front of Ryan and to his right, Secretary of State Scott Adler sat next to the Director of National Intelligence, Mary Pat Foley. Next to them was Vice President Rich Paulin. Across the coffee table on the other sofa, the Director of the CIA, Jay Canfield, sat between Secretary of Defense Bob Burgess and Ryan's Chief of Staff, Arnie Van Dam. National Security Advisor Colleen Hurst sat on the wingback chair on the far side of the coffee table. On other chairs arrayed on either side of her were the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General David Obermeyer, the U.S. Ambassador to China, Kenneth Lee, and Attorney General Dan Murray. Also present was the Commander of U.S. Pacific Command, Admiral Mark Jorgensen. As everyone settled into their seats with soft greetings to one another, Ryan looked to Ambassador Kenneth Lee. The United States' first Chinese-American ambassador had been recalled the day before from Beijing, and his plane had only just landed at Andrews after a 17-hour flight. "Ken," said Ryan, "all I can offer you right now is an apology for rushing you back so quickly and free refills on the coffee." Kenneth Lee smiled a tired smile and replied, "No need for the apology. I'm glad to be here. I do truly appreciate the coffee, Mr. President." "Glad to have you." Ryan now addressed the room, looking over narrow glasses that were propped just above the tip of his nose. "Ladies and gentlemen, President Wei got my attention, and I sure as hell hope he got yours. I want to know what you know, and I want to know what you think. As always, be clear about which is which." The men and women around the Oval Office nodded, and Jack Ryan could see in their eyes that Wei's proclamation was ominous enough for everyone here to recognize its importance. The United States had officially recognized Taiwan, and the United States could easily be forced into war if fighting broke out between the two nations. Jack stood and began pacing around his desk. "What do we know about what is happening inside China?" For the next 20 minutes, the National Security Advisor and the head of the CIA, as well as the Director of National Intelligence, spoke about covert technical means of espionage. Aircrafts and ships that monitored the country flew and sailed just offshore. Satellites raced by overhead, and radio signal interception means were positioned to pick up much Chinese unsecure communication within the country. It all left Ryan comfortable that America's electronic eyes were turned toward the Middle Kingdom. But something was missing. Jack said, "What human intelligence assets do we have in the PRC?" The question was, naturally, posed to the head of the CIA. Director Canfield said, "Human is sadly lacking, sir. There have been quite a few arrests in the past year of our best assets." Ryan knew about this. After a ring of agents spying for the U.S. was rolled up in China in the spring, there was a rumor of a mole in the CIA working for the Chinese government. But an internal investigation revealed that to be unlikely. Ryan asked, "We don't have non-official cover assets in Beijing anymore?" "No, sir. We have a few knocks in China, but none in Beijing, and no agents I would classify as highly placed. We have been working tirelessly at getting more agents in the PRC, but our efforts have been met by surprisingly robust counterintelligence operations." Robust counterintelligence operations. Ryan said the term to himself. He knew it was a polite way of saying the fucking Chinese had been executing anyone they thought might be spying for the United States. "Let's finish up with talk about capability," Ryan said as he turned to his Secretary of Defense. "If they wish to exert themselves in the South China Sea, what exactly can they do?" "China's Navy has been growing by leaps and bounds. They have 30 destroyers, 50 frigates, 75 or so submarines. The Chinese have 290 ships in their Navy, but not much in the way of a blue water capability. Not yet, anyway." Chairman Obermeyer said, "They have also been focusing on fourth-generation aircraft. They get Su-27s and Su-30s from Russia, and they have their own J-10 fighter, which is made locally, although at this juncture, they are buying their engines from France. Additionally, they have about 15 Su-33s. Burgess said, "But it's not just their Navy and Air Force. They have expanded in all 5 warfighting domains: land, sea, air, space, and cyber. It could be argued, and I would agree with this assessment, that of the 5, land has gotten the least attention in the past 5 years or so." "What do we make of that?" Burgess said, "China does not see enemies attacking its turf, nor does it see large wars with its neighbors. It does see, however, small conflicts with neighbors and large conflicts with major world powers who are too far away to land armies on China's shores. Especially us, the president said. It was not a question. Exclusively us, the SecDef replied. What about their aircraft carrier? The chairman of the Joint Chiefs said, Mr. President, the Liaoning. China's carrier is a source of national pride, but that is all that it is. It is no exaggeration when I say we have 3 mothballed aircraft carriers, the Ranger, the Constellation, and the Kitty Hawk, that are still in better condition than that old piece of retrofitted junk they bought from Russia. Ryan said, Yes, but despite its bad condition, is that carrier giving them the impression that they have a blue water navy? Could that make them dangerous? Obermeyer answered, That might be their assumption, but it is an assumption that we can relieve them of quite easily if this should turn into a shooting war. I don't want to sound overly boastful, but we could put that carrier on the bottom of the sea on day 1. Ryan said, Short of sinking their aircraft carrier, what other options do we have to show that we take their threats seriously? PACCOM Admiral Jorgensen said, The North Carolina is in the SCS right now. She's a Virginia-class fast attack boat, one of our most stealthy. We could have her make an unscheduled port visit at Subic Bay. Ryan liked that. Just surface right there in the danger zone to show China we aren't going to lie down and play dead. Secretary of Defense Burgess liked it too. And show the Filipinos we support them. They will appreciate the gesture. Ryan sat on the edge of his desk and addressed all his guests now. We've said for some time that the South China Sea was the most likely place for bad stuff to happen. As you can imagine, I am going to want a lot of information from all of you on this one. If you have anything you need to discuss with me personally, just get with Arnie's office. Jack looked to Arnie Van Dam. This subject goes to the top of the batting order. If someone in this room wants a few minutes of my time, I don't want you sending me on a meet and greet with the Girl Scout who sold the most Thin Mints last year. The room laughed, as did Arnie, but he knew his boss was serious. The annual DEF CON conference in Las Vegas, Nevada, is among the largest underground computer hacking conventions in the world. The conference is held at the off-strip Rio Hotel and Casino, and most attendees stay there or at one of the many nearby hotels. But each year, a group of old friends pitch in together to rent a house a few miles to the east in Paradise. Just before 11 p.m., Charlie Levy pulled his rented Nissan Maxima into the driveway of the luxury vacation home at the end of South Hedgeford Court, in a neighborhood of quiet residential streets full of zero-lot vacation rentals. He stopped at the gate, rolled down his window, and pressed the intercom button. After a beep from the call box, a nasal voice said, "Darn God, what's the password, you fat bastard?" "Open says me, you piece of shit." Levy said it with a laugh, and seconds later, the driveway gates silently opened. Charlie Dark God Levy was not a founding member of the DEF CON conference, but he'd been coming since 1994, the year after it started, and as a member of the old guard, he was something of a legend. He hacked every device with a processor known to man, and each year he took his trip to Vegas to show his friends and competition what he had done. And after his presentation at this year's conference, he was sure the whole world will be talking about Charlie Levy. He climbed out of the Maxima and greeted 5 friends whom he hadn't seen since last year's meeting. Levy was only 38, but he looked a lot like Jerry Garcia, short and heavy, with a long gray beard and thinning gray hair. He wore a black T-shirt with the white silhouette of a busty woman and the phrase, "Hack Naked," written underneath it. He unpacked his suitcase in his room and then met his friends down at the beautiful backyard swimming pool. He took a Corona from a full ice chest, made a few minutes of small talk about what everyone else had been up to in the past 12 months, and then stood by himself near the rock waterfall so he would not have to answer questions about his own activities or what he had in store for tomorrow. Looking around him, Charlie Levy saw tech royalty. 2 men were Microsoft execs who flew in from Washington State this afternoon. Another guy was a technical director at Google. He was worth more than the Microsoft guys combined. The remaining 2 were just mere millionaires. One worked the hardware side at AT&T, and the other ran the IT department of a French bank. Charlie was a video game programmer, and it paid well. But he had turned down a decade's worth of promotions because he did not want to be rich. No, Charlie Levy wanted to be a legend. And this would be his year. Tomorrow, He would reveal during his presentation his discovery of a zero-day vulnerability he had exploited that allowed him to infiltrate JWICS, the Joint Worldwide Intelligence Communication System, known as JWICS, and through it Intelling TS, the top-secret secure intranet used by the U.S. intelligence community to transfer their most highly classified data. Charlie Dark God Levy had, and he planned to use this as a punchline during his opening comments, wormed his way inside the CIA's brain. This would be huge news in the amateur hacking world, that a garage hacker had infiltrated America's spy agency. But this was not the most interesting part of Levy's discussion, for the very simple reason that Levy would also announce that he had proof that he was not the first to do this. When Charlie entered Intellink TS and began poking around, he discovered that another entity had beat him to it and was, at that very moment, reading CIA message traffic via a rat, a remote access Trojan. Charlie had the screenshots of the intrusion, the code, a thumbnail sketch of the entire brilliant rat itself. This was an absolute bombshell, and in the 35 days since Levy had made this discovery, he'd told no one about it. There was one more chapter to Charlie Levy's story, and this he would also reveal at tomorrow's presentation. The mystery hacker on the CIA network had discovered Levy's intrusion. His rat had been so well built, it was able to recognize when someone pushed into the network by the same means as had he. How did Charlie know this? Because the hacker contacted him via instant messaging 2 weeks ago, offering Dark God money to work remotely for him on other projects involving JWICS and Intellink TS systems. When Levy declined the offer to work with the other entity, Levy did not want to be someone else's hired gun. His computer came under heavy, persistent attack from a wide variety of sophisticated cyber threats. The mystery hacker was doing his best to infiltrate Levy's computer. But Dark God was no mere mortal when it came to computer security, and he took up the challenge as if he was playing chess with the mystery hacker, and he had, for the last 2 weeks anyway, managed to keep all malware off his machine. Charlie Levy fully expected his new nemesis to be present at DEF CON, or else at the Black Hat Conference, a more corporate convention for security professionals that would take place the following week here in Vegas. Charlie hated to think that the son of a bitch might try to steal his thunder. While the party slowly died down at the South Hedgeford Court home, at another vacation rental 5 doors down on East Quail Avenue, the glass patio door slid silently open. The home was pitch black and appeared unoccupied, but out of the darkness, 8 men stepped into the moonlit backyard, walked around the covered swimming pool, and made their way to a wooden fence. Each man carried a black backpack on his back and a handgun equipped with a long suppressor in a holster on his hip. One at a time, they climbed the fence and dropped down into the next yard, their movements stealthy and quiet. AT&T looked up from his laptop while he floated on the pool chair.
Hey, Dark God, we've all talked about our presentations, but you haven't said shit about your topic.
One of the Microsoft guys blew out Cohiba smoke and said, "That means Charlie's talk is either really good or really bad."
"Wouldn't you like to know?"
replied Charlie slyly. French Bank shook his head. He paddled with his hand to turn himself toward the men on the deck.
"If it's anything like 2 years ago when you cracked into the Bellagio's physical plant and increased the pressure on the fountain pumps, I'll pass. Squirting a few dozen tourists is not my idea of—"
"Hi. Can we help you?" The rest of the men at the pool turned their heads, following the direction French Bank was looking. There, in the moonlight just out of the lights of the pool deck, several men stood in a row, facing the pool. Charlie sat up.
"Who the hell are you guys?"
The Corona in Charlie's hand exploded with a pop, and he looked down. His hack-naked shirt was ripped, and blood drained from his chest. A second hole next to the first appeared as he watched. A third round struck him in the forehead, and he flipped back on the chaise, dead. The 2 men in the deck chairs were sluggish from the alcohol, but they both managed to stand and turn. One made it a few feet up the deck toward the house, but both were cut down by suppressed handgun rounds to the back. One of them tumbled into the swimming pool. The other fell back over his chair into a small rock garden. The 2 men on the pool floats were helpless. They both screamed out, but they were gunned down where they lay, their dead bodies draining blood into the clear water, along with the blood from the Microsoft man floating face down nearby. When everyone at the pool was dead, Crane, the leader of the unit, turned to Stint. In Mandarin, he said, "There shall be one more.
Find him." Stint ran into the house with his pistol in front of him. The Google man had slept through it all, but Stint found him in his bed and put a single round through the back of his head. Out by the pool, 3 of the men used small flashlights to pick up the spent shell casings, while 3 more men went back inside, checking room by room to find Dark God's luggage. They went through it and took his laptop and all his peripherals, his papers, thumb drives, DVDs, mobile phone, and anything else other than clothing. In place of all this, they left a handful of DVDs and thumb drives of their own, and a mobile phone spoofed with Levy's number and data that they downloaded from his device. Soon, all 4 were back out on the pool deck. On Crane's command, Widgeon unzipped his backpack and took out 3 small bags of high-quality cocaine. He tossed these in the grass near the fence, with the intention that the drugs would be found with the bodies, and this entire event would appear to be a nefarious deal gone bad. Finally, Crane ordered everyone but Snipe back to the safe house, and the 6 men departed. After they gave them time to get clear, Crane and Snipe stood on the side of the beautiful pool and unscrewed the silencers from their FN-57s. Then they aimed their weapons high above the horizon to the south, just below the hazy half-moon, and then both men opened fire. As dogs barked in the neighborhood and lights flipped on up and down East Quail Avenue and South Hedgeford Court, Crane and Snipe walked calmly but quickly down the driveway. They used a pedestrian gate by the main drive gate and then walked out onto the street. In seconds, a gray panel truck pulled up and the 2 men climbed into the van. It rolled north, heading to I-15. While Grouse drove and the other men sat silently, Crane pulled out his phone and pressed a few buttons. After a long wait for a connection and an answer, he said, "All objectives achieved." Sitting alone, in front of a bank of glowing computer monitors, in a glass office that overlooked a massive floor of open cubicle workspaces, a 48-year-old Chinese man in a rumpled white shirt and a loose necktie nodded in satisfaction at Crane's news. "Begin uploading data as soon as you can." "Yes, sir," said Crane. "Shishi." "Thank you," the man in the office replied. Dr. Tong Kwok Kwan, codename Center, tapped the secure voice-over internet earpiece in his right ear to disconnect the call. He looked out past his monitors toward the open office floor and considered his next play. He decided to make the quick walk across the operations floor to the workspace of his best coder to let him know Dark God's data would be coming in shortly from America. Tong looked around his spotlessly clean office. Though there were no pictures of family or other personal items in view, a small, unframed cardstock sign hung from the glass door to the hallway. It was written in flowing Chinese calligraphy, the characters one above the other in a single vertical row. Taken from The Book of Qi, a history of China from AD 479 to 502, the line was one of the 36 stratagems, an essay about deception for politics, war, and human interaction. Tong read the words aloud. "Ji Dao Xiaoren." Kill with a borrowed knife. Although his unit of operatives in the United States had just killed on his behalf, Tong knew he himself was the borrowed knife. Tong Kwok Kwan was from Beijing originally, the only child of a union between 2 Soviet-trained mathematicians who worked in China's then-fledgling ballistic missile program. Because of his good grades, the state sent him to the best schools and then to the best universities. In 1995, while a 30-year-old doctoral candidate, he wrote a paper titled World War Under Conditions of Informationization. Almost immediately, the paper made its way from the world of Chinese academia to the People's Liberation Army and the Ministry of State Security. The Chinese government classified the document top secret, and immediately, MSS operatives fanned out into any institutions of higher learning where the paper had been distributed, picking up hard copies, retrieving floppy disks containing the work, and giving long, intense, and intimidating talks with any professor or student who had come into contact with it. Tong was immediately brought to Beijing, and within weeks he was lecturing the military and intelligence communities on how to leverage cyber operations against China's enemies. He was handed his doctorate and placed in charge of a small but powerful cyber warfare testing, training, and development group within the MSS, and he was also given responsibility over PLA and MSS computer defensive operations. But Tong was not content to run teams of government computer network operators. He saw more potential for power in the harnessing of the individual and independent Chinese computer hacker. He formed an organization of independent Chinese hackers in 1997 called the Green Army Alliance. Under his direction, they targeted websites and networks of China's enemies, achieving intrusions and registering some damage. Later, he started the Information Warfare Militia, a collection of civilians in the technology industry and academia who worked independently but under the direction of PLA's third department, Signals Intelligence. In addition to this unit, Tong formed the Red Hacker Alliance. By courting or threatening hundreds of China's most accomplished amateur computer coders via online bulletin boards frequented by the hackers, and then organizing them into a purpose-driven force, he used the men and women to penetrate industry and government networks around the globe to steal secrets for China. But Tong and his army developed the means to do more than steal digital data. During a public dispute between China's state-owned petroleum organization and an American oil company over a pipeline contract in Brazil, Tong came before the leadership of the MSS and asked them, quite simply, if they would like his Red Hacker Alliance to destroy the oil company. He was asked by the ministers if he intended to destroy the American oil company's dominance in the marketplace. "That is not what I mean. I mean physically ruin them. We have obtained command-level control of their pipelines and oil drilling capacity. We have kinetic capabilities at their locations. We can cause actual real-world destruction. Breaking things? Breaking things. Blowing things up." No physical action was taken on the oil company. The Chinese government recognized, instead, the importance of Tong and his capabilities. He was not just a valuable resource, he was a potent weapon, and they would not waste this capability on ruining a single firm. Instead, he and his team hacked into the oil company's website and read sensitive internal communications between the oil company's executives about the acquisition attempt of the Brazil pipeline. Tong passed this on to China's state-owned National Petroleum Corporation, which used the information to underbid the Americans and win the contract. Later, when KK Tong was tasked with stealing the plans for the U.S. Navy's quiet electric drive for its submarines, Tong and his hackers had the plans, representing $5 billion in research by the U.S. Navy, in less than 6 weeks. Dr. Tong next personally extracted more than 20 terabytes of data from the Department of Defense's unclassified database, handing over to the PLA the names of all American Special Forces operators and their home addresses, the refueling schedules for every ship in the Pacific, and the training and leave rotations of virtually all military units. He and his men also stole the plans for America's next-generation fighter, the F-35. Shortly before the end of the decade, Tong, along with the heads of the PLA's 3rd Department, Signals Intelligence, and 4th Department, Electronic Countermeasures and Radar, developed the Computer Network Operations component to the PLA policy of INEW, Integrated Network Electronic Warfare, the formal name of China's entire electronic warfare strategy. INEW would rely on electronic warfare to jam, deceive, and suppress America's ability to receive, process, and distribute information. And it was clear to all in the PLA by now that KK Tong and his civilian hacker army would be critical to INEW's success. He and his minions infected millions of computers around the world, creating a robot army, a botnet, that could then be directed to attack a website or a network, overloading it with requests and denying service to anyone who attempted to log on. He directed his botnets to attack China's adversaries with devastating results. And the owners of the nodes on the robot army never knew their hardware was working for the PRC. There was only one problem with Tong and his endeavors as far as the Chinese were concerned. He was too successful. He'd been given nearly free rein to go seek out access to U.S. networks, and eventually, the Americans began to notice. When the full scope of Tong's vulnerability became apparent to the PLA and the MSS, the decision was made that he needed to be protected at all costs, and his organization needed to be completely sequestered and distanced from the Chinese government. But Tong had become known in the United States as a key civilian computer operations official working for the PLA. The investigators in the FBI and NSA looking into China's cyber operations referred to his influence over cyber strategy as the Tong Dynasty, and when the Chinese realized Tong had been outed to such a degree, they knew they had to act. After much discussion, The decision was made by the head of the Ministry of State Security that KK Tong, whose official title of Director of Technological Training for the Chengdu Military Region 1st Technical Reconnaissance Bureau, belied his field marshal level of influence on one of warfighting's 5 domains, would be arrested on false charges of corruption, and then he would escape from custody. Then Tong would relocate to Hong Kong and go under the protection of the 14K Triads. Triad was something of a catch-all title referring to an organization with many unaffiliated branches, but the 14K was the largest and most powerful branch in Hong Kong. The MSS and the 14K had no operational relationship with each other. Triad activity had long been a thorn in the side of the Chinese government, but Tong would sell himself and his army of hackers to the Triads, and then repay them for their protection with money from any of the dozens of financial schemes his men and women ran around the globe. Tong was arrested, and a short notice of his charges was printed in the People's Daily, a newspaper in China that served as a mouthpiece for the government. He was charged with computer crimes, and the article described an effort by Tong to embezzle electronically from ICBC, the state-owned industrial and commercial bank of China. The article was written to show the West that the mysterious Dr. Tong was out of favor with Beijing, and it was written to show the Triads in Hong Kong that this mysterious Dr. Tong had skills that could make them a great deal of money. Tong was sentenced to the firing squad, but on the day of his scheduled execution, rumors came out of the prison that he had escaped with inside help. To enhance the ruse, prison officials ordered several guards shot the next day for their collaboration. The 14K Triads, the largest and most powerful underworld organization in Hong Kong, and the largest triad in the world, took KK Tong in weeks later. He rebooted the army of civilian hackers that he had cultivated, and he reacquired his botnet army. And within months, he was generating money for the Triads by using tens of thousands of nodes from his botnet to swindle credit card numbers with phishing emails. Tong then started a new endeavor. With the 14K's blessing, though without any understanding of what he was really up to, Tong purchased hundreds of computers and recruited top-level hackers from the mainland and Hong Kong to operate them, bringing them slowly into Hong Kong and into the fold of his new operation. KK Tong adopted the handle Center, and called the physical hub for his new worldwide operation, his nerve center, the Ghost Ship. It was housed on the 11th through the 16th floors of a Triad-owned office building in Mong Kok, a gritty, high-density, and lower-income portion of Kowloon, well to the north of Hong Kong's lights and glamour. Here, the Triads watched over Tong and his people night and day, although they remained oblivious of his true mission. The Ghost Ship now had nearly 300 employees working in the building itself, and thousands more working on its behalf around the world. Where language was a problem, they posted in English or used high-quality language translation software. Tong recruited foreign hackers into his network, not as Ghost Ship operators, but as proxy agents. None knowing they were working for the Chinese government, but many certainly recognizing that their new employers came from Asia. The physical agents came last. Underworld organizations were recruited to work on meat space ad hoc projects. The best of these received regular assignments from Center. Dr. KK Tong was in control of the entire operation, taking directives from the Chinese military and intelligence communities, and so directing his controllers, who then directed their field assets. It helped, perhaps more than anything else, that Dr. KK Tong was a sociopath. He moved his humans across the earth, much as he moved ones and zeros across the information superhighway. He had no more regard for one than the other, though the failings of human beings caused him to look with more respect at the malicious code he and his hackers developed. After 2 years of Ghost Ship activity, it became clear to Tong that his near-omnipotent control was not enough. Word was getting out about brilliant new viruses, worldwide networking of cybercrime, and successful penetrations of industry and government networks. To combat the spread of information, Tong told the PLA and MSS leadership that in order for his cyber operations to have maximum effect, he would need additional kinetic assets, a unit of soldier spies in America, not duped assets, but men dedicated to the Communist Party of China and completely beholden to Center. After argument, deliberation, and finally the involvement of senior military officials, the computer operations man Tong was given command authority over a team of PLA special operations officers. Crane and his team, 8 men in all, came from Divine Sword, a special operations unit of the Beijing military region. They were highly trained in reconnaissance, counterterrorism, and direct action. Those few highly placed individuals in the PLA and the MSS who knew about Center and his ghost ship were pleased. The Chinese had their weapon and their plausible deniability. They could steal secrets from American government, military, and industry, and they could prepare the battle space for any upcoming conflict. If Tong and his organization were ever discovered, well, he was an enemy of Beijing, working with the triads. How could anyone make the claim that he and his people were working for the Chinese communists? It was a short walk from Tong's office up a well-lit linoleum-floored hallway to a set of double doors, guarded on either side by hard local men with space-age-looking QCW-05 submachine guns hanging from their chests. Through the double doors, KK Tong walked down the middle of the open operations floor, passing dozens of men and women hard at work at their desks. At a workstation in the back corner of the room, next to a floor-to-ceiling window that, had it not been covered over with red velour drapes, would have given a southerly view over Kowloon, a young man with dramatically spiked hair sat in front of a bank of 4 monitors. The young Chinese punk stood and bowed when Tong appeared behind him. The older man said, "Kinetic operation complete. You should be receiving data shortly." "Side Xiangsheng?" "Yes, sir." With a bow, the man turned back to his desk and sat down. "Ja." He quickly stood back up and turned around. "Yes, sir?" "I want a report on what you find. I don't expect Dark God's code will reveal anything you can use to optimize your rat before we attack DOD, but keep an open mind. He did well to get as far as he did in the CIA Intelink network with his limited resources." The punk rocker said, "Of course, sir. I will look at Dark God's code and report to you." Tong turned and headed back through the operations room without another word. The young punk rocker's name was Jia Shuhai, but he was known in cyberspace as Fastbite 22. Jia was born in China, but his parents immigrated to the United States when he was a child, and he became a U.S. citizen. When Jia was 21 years old, he obtained a U.S. government security clearance and began working in the Research and Development Department of General Atomics, a high-tech defense contractor in San Diego, and the manufacturer of unmanned aerial vehicles for the military and intelligence industries. Jia was tasked with testing secure and encrypted networks to see if the systems could be hacked into. After 2 years of work, Jia reported back to General Atomics that such hacking was virtually impossible without specific knowledge of the networks, the communications gear that transmitted signals to the drones, and incredibly sophisticated equipment. And then the young Chinese American tried to make contact with the Chinese embassy in Washington, D.C., telling them that he would like to offer them his specific knowledge of all these things, and then help them build incredibly sophisticated equipment to help them exploit this knowledge. Unfortunately for Jia, a routine polygraph required to maintain his clearance picked up strong indications of deception, and a search of his computer picked up the correspondence with the Chinese embassy. The young General Atomics penetration tester was arrested and sent to prison. As soon as Tong started the ghost ship, however, he used his resources to help the young man make his way out of the United States so he could join Tong in his operation in Hong Kong. With Jia's knowledge of computer code and penetrating secure networks, he developed the ghost ship's powerful remote access Trojan, the malware that allowed Center to steal data covertly, as well as see through the cameras and listen through the microphones of every machine it infected. Once the computer had been taken over by the ghost ship, a subroutine designed by Fastbite 22 himself would go into the system's machine code and remove any vestige of the delivery system. Or so Jia thought. In truth, his subroutine missed a single strip of code, and this is what Gavin Byrie detected on the Istanbul drive. Jack Ryan Jr. woke next to Melanie Kraft and immediately realized his phone was ringing. He grabbed the ringing phone and looked at it. 2:05 a.m. He groaned. He checked the caller ID. Gavin Byrie. He groaned again. Really? Melanie stirred next to him. Work? Yeah. He did not want her to be suspicious, though, so he followed that with, the director of the IT department. Melanie laughed softly and said, You left your computer on. Jack chuckled too and started to put the phone back down. Must be important, though. You should take it. Jack knew she was right. He sat up and answered. "Hello, Gavin." "You have got to come in right now," said a breathless Gavin Byrie. "It's 2 a.m. "It's 2:06. Get here by 2:30. Byrie hung up. Jack put the phone back on the nightstand, fighting off a very strong urge to hurl it against the wall. "I've got to go in." "For the IT guy?" Melanie's tone was incredulous. "I've been helping him on a project." Melanie rolled over, away from Jack. "Have fun." Jack could tell she did not believe him. He sensed that a lot from her, even when he was telling her the truth. Jack found Gavin Byrie in his office. He fought his mild anger over Byrie's intrusion into his personal life and asked, "What's up?" "I know who put the virus on the Libyan's machine." This woke Jack up more than the drive from Columbia. "You know the identity of Center?" Byrie shrugged dramatically. "That I can't be sure of, but if it's not Center, it's somebody working for or with him." Jack looked over at Byrie's coffee maker, hoping to pour himself a cup, but the machine was off and the pot was empty. "You haven't been here all night?" "No, I was working from home. I did not want to expose the campus network to what I was doing, so I did it from one of my personal machines. I just got here." Jack sat down. "What have you been doing from home?" "I've been hanging out in the digital underground." Jack was still tired. "Can you just fill me in while I sit here quietly with my eyes closed?" Byrie had mercy on Ryan. "There are websites one can visit to conduct illegal business in cyberspace. You can go to these sort of online bazaars and buy fake IDs, recipes to build bombs, stolen credit card information, and even access to networks of previously hacked computers." "You mean botnets?" "Right. You can rent or buy access to infected machines around the world." "You can just put in your credit card number and rent a botnet?" Byrie shook his head. "Not your credit card number. Bitcoin. It's an online currency that is not traceable." "So are you telling me you rented a botnet?" "Several botnets." "Isn't that illegal?" "It's illegal if you do something illegal with them. I did not." "What did you do?" "I had this theory. You know how I told you the string of machine code left on the Istanbul drive could lead us to whoever the culprit was?" "Sure." "I decided I would reach out in the cyber underground, looking for other infected machines that also have the same lines of machine code that I found on the Libyan's machine." "That sounds like looking for a needle in a haystack." "No, Jack, because malware that good isn't going to just be used on a couple of machines. No, I figured there were thousands, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of nodes out there with this same remote access Trojan on them. And I narrowed it down further by only renting botnets of machines using the same operating system as the Libyan machines and high-quality processors and components, because I figured Center wouldn't fool around with any old machine. He'd want to break into the machines of important people, companies, networks, etc. So I just grabbed botnets of high-caliber players. Then I wrote a multi-threaded program that took a peek at that location in each machine to see if that line of code was present." "And you found a computer with the Istanbul drive code on it?" The IT man's smile widened. "Not a computer. 126 computers." Jack leaned forward. "Oh my God. All with the identical piece of malware you found on the Libyan's drive?" "Yes." "Where are these machines? What physical locations are we talking about?" "Center is, I don't want to sound too dramatic, but Center is everywhere. Europe, North and South America, Asia, Africa, Australia. All inhabited continents were represented in the infected machines." Jack asked, "So how did you find out who he is?" "One of the infected machines was being used as a relay to the command server. It was pushing traffic from the botnet to a network in Kharkov, Ukraine. I penetrated the network servers and saw that they hosted dozens of illegal or questionable websites, the sickest porn imaginable, online marketplaces for buying and selling fake passports, card skimmers, stuff like that. I hacked into each of these sites easily, but there was one location I could not get into. All I got was the name of the administrator." "What's the name of the administrator?" "Fastby 22. Jack Ryan deflated. "Gavin, that's not a name. It's his computer handle. No, it's not his social security number and home address, but we can use it to find him. Anybody can make up a handle. Trust me, Jack. There are people out there who know the identity of Fastby 22. You just have to find them." It might come as a surprise to many of the patrons of the Indian Springs Casino on Nevada's Route 95 to know that America's most distant and most secret wars are fought from a cluster of single-wide trailers a little more than a half-mile from the blackjack tables. In the Mojave Desert, northwest of Las Vegas, the runways, taxiways, hangars, and other structures of Creech Air Force Base serve as home to the 432nd Air Expeditionary Wing, the only wing dedicated to unmanned aircraft. From here, within sight of the Indian Springs Casino, pilots and sensor operators fly drones over denied territory in Afghanistan, Pakistan, and Africa. Major Bryce Reynolds was the pilot of Cyclops 04, and Captain Calvin Pratt served as the aircraft sensor operator. While Reynolds and Pratt sat comfortably at the far end of their ground control station, their drone, an MQ-9 Reaper, flew just inside the Pakistani border, 20,000 feet over Baluchistan. A few feet behind the pilot and sensor operator seats in the GCS was Master Control, a lieutenant colonel overseeing the Reaper's mission, coordinating with units in the Afghanistan theater, the UAV's physical base at Bagram in Afghanistan, and intelligence operatives monitoring the flight in both hemispheres. Though this evening's flight was designated reconnaissance and not a hunter-killer mission, the Reaper's wings carried a full weapons loadout, 4 Hellfire missiles and 2 500-pound laser-guided bombs. Reconnaissance flights often came upon targets of opportunity, and Cyclops 04 was ready to wreak destruction should the need arise. Reynolds and Pratt were 3 hours into their 6-hour mission, monitoring ground traffic on Pakistan's National Highway N50 near Muslim Bagh, when the flight's master controller voice came over their headsets. "Pilot, MC, proceed to the next waypoint." "MC, pilot, roger," Reynolds said, and he tilted the joystick to the left to give Cyclops 04 20 degrees of bank, then looked down to take a sip of his coffee. When he glanced back up, he expected to see his monitor displaying the downward-looking infrared camera indicating a bank to the west. But the monitor showed the vehicle was continuing its straight path. "MC, pilot, I've got a dead stick here. Not getting any positive reaction. I think we've got a lost link." "MC copies. Understood. Cyclops 04 has gone stupid." Gone stupid was a term UAV pilots used to indicate the platform was no longer responding to operator commands. Sensor operator Captain Pratt, seated on Reynolds' right, said, "Sensor confirms. I'm not getting any response from the UAV." "Roger," said Master Control. "Wait one, we'll troubleshoot." The Reaper software contained an important failsafe that the pilot in the GCS expected to see initiated in the next few moments if the technicians were unable to get the UAV back online. Once Cyclops 04 went a certain amount of time with a broken link to the GCS, it would execute an autopilot landing sequence that would send the vehicle to a predetermined rally point and put it safely on the ground. After a few more minutes of flying untethered to the GCS and unsuccessful attempts by technicians to find what was going on with the Linux-based software, Reynolds saw the attitude indicator move. But the emergency autopilot landing failsafe had not kicked in. The drone was making a course correction. Captain Pratt, the sensor operator, asked softly, "Bryce, is that you?" Negative. That is not my input. Pilot, MC, Cyclops 04 just altered course." Repeat last." Pilot, MC, Cyclops flight is doing its own thing here." A moment after this, Major Reynolds saw that the speed of Cyclops 04 was ticking up quickly. "Pilot, MC, ground speed just went up to 140, 150, 165 knots. The UAV made several more speed and course corrections as it neared the border with Afghanistan. Sensor operator Cal Pratt was the first man at Creech Air Force Base to say aloud what everyone aware of the situation was thinking. "This isn't a software glitch. Somebody's hacked the PSL." The primary satellite link was the satellite umbilical cord that sent messages from Creech to the Reaper. It was, theoretically at least, impossible to disrupt and take over. But there was no other explanation anyone on the ground could come up with for what was happening to the UAV 7,500 miles away. The GPS readout indicated that Cyclops 04 crossed the border into Afghanistan at 2:33 local time. Reynolds plotted the current course. "Pilot, at present heading in speed, in 14 minutes, Cyclops 04 will arrive over a populated area. It will pass 2 clicks east of Kalat, Afghanistan." "MC copies." "Sensor copies." After a few more seconds, MC, we are in contact with intelligence assets at Kandahar. They advise there is a forward operating base 2 kilometers east of Kalat, FOB Everett, U.S. and ANA forces on the ground there. We'll be passing directly overhead. It was quiet in the GCS for several seconds. Then Captain Pratt said, "Surely to God." He paused, not even wanting to say the rest aloud, but he did say it. "Surely to God it can't launch ordnance." "No," answered back Reynolds, but he did not sound so sure. "Pilot, MC, do we want to, ascertain whether or not we have any air assets in the area that can, shoot down the UAV?" "Copy, pilot. We are getting in contact with Bagram." Within moments, there was more activity in the GCS. The images on several displays changed, and the onboard cameras began switching through color mode to infrared black hot mode and then to infrared white hot mode. Reynolds looked over at Pratt. "That's a human hand making those inputs." "No doubt about it," confirmed the sensor operator. "MC, pilot, Bagram advises there is a flight of F-16s inbound, ETA 36 minutes. "Shit," said Pratt, but he wasn't transmitting. "We don't have 36 minutes. The camera lens display on the primary control console began adjusting, finally zooming in on a distant hilltop, upon which several square structures lay in a circular pattern. "MC, that's going to be Everett." A green square appeared on the primary control console around the largest building on the hilltop. "It's locked up," Pratt said. "Somebody has access to all capabilities of Cyclops." Seconds later, the Reaper let loose a missile. "Rifle!" Reynolds shouted. Rifle was the term used to indicate the pilot had fired a missile. But there was no term to use for a phantom launch, so he said it anyway. He then read aloud the targeting data on his PCC. "Time of flight, 13 seconds. His stomach tightened. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The impact of the hellfire whited out the center of the monitor. It was a massive detonation, with several secondary explosions, indicating that munitions or fuel had been hit by the missile. "Son of a bitch, Bryce," muttered Pratt from his seat on Major Bryce Reynolds' right. "Yeah." All 4 hellfires launched from the Air Force Reaper, striking 3 different prefabricated buildings in the FOB. The 2 bombs then dropped, detonating on an unoccupied rocky hillside. After the launching of all its weapons, Cyclops 04 made an abrupt turn, increased speed to 200 knots, virtually the UAV's top speed, and shot south toward the Pakistan border. MC gave updates on the location of the F-16s. They were 20 minutes out. They were 10 minutes out. They were just 5 minutes from having the drone in range of their AIM-120 AMRAAM air-to-air missiles. At this point, it was not about saving lives. At this point, it was about destroying the Reaper before it escaped into Pakistan, where it could end up in enemy hands. The drone made it over the border before they could bring it down, however. The pilots could tell that even the crash was a controlled setup. At the GCS at Creech Air Force Base, Major Reynolds and Captain Pratt, both men stunned and furious, pulled off their headsets, walked outside into a warm, breezy afternoon, and waited to hear casualty reports from FOB Everett. In the end, 8 American soldiers and 41 Afghanis were killed in the attack. An Air Force colonel at the Pentagon stood in front of the 72-inch monitor that had, up until the screen went black 2 minutes earlier, displayed the entire event. "Suggest we demo in place," he said. He was asking his higher-ups for permission to send a second UAV into the area to launch enough munitions onto the downed UAV to demolish it where it lay, destroying every shred of evidence that it was an American drone. Secretary of Defense Bob Burgess sat at the end of the long table. He tapped his pen on a legal pad in front of him while he thought. When the beating of the pen stopped, he asked, "Colonel, what assurances can you give me that the following UAV will not be hijacked and put down right alongside Cyclops 04, or, worse, fly over the border and attack Blue forces?" The colonel looked at SecDef, and then he shook his head. "Frankly, sir, until we know more about what just happened, I can't give you any assurances whatsoever." Burgess said, "Then let's save our drones while we still have some left." SecDef had been spending the past half hour conferring with admirals, generals, colonels, CIA execs, and the White House. But of all his communications since this rapid crisis had begun, His most informative conversation had been with a General Atomics technician who happened to be in the Pentagon at the time and had been rushed into a 5-minute meeting with SecDef before being put in a holding area, awaiting further consultations. When the scope of the crisis was explained to him, he declared, in terms forceful enough to get his point across, that however the hacking of the UAV had been accomplished, it would be dangerous to presume that there were any technological limitations to the geographical reach of the perpetrator. No one in the military or at General Atomics could say, at this early stage, that an operator who takes control of a drone in Pakistan could not also take control of a U.S. drone flying over the Mexican-American border, or a drone flying in Southeast Asia, or in Africa. Secretary of Defense Burgess used this information when he announced to the room, "We don't know where the attacker is, or what his access points are into our network. Therefore, I am ordering, at this moment, a full ground stop of all Reaper drones." A colonel involved with UAV operations raised his hand. "Sir, we do not know if the access point is limited to the Reaper system and fleet. It may well be that someone with the capability we just witnessed might have the ability to hack into the other UAV frames." SecDef had thought about this. He stood, grabbed his suit coat from the back of his chair and slipped it on. "For now, just the Reaper. There are a hell of a lot of soldiers, Border Patrol, and others who owe their safety to the situational awareness those UAVs provide. I'm heading over to the White House, and we'll talk it over with the President. I will give him both sides of the argument on this, and he'll make the call as to whether or not we shut down all UAVs worldwide until we figure out what the hell is going on." In the end, President of the United States Jack Ryan did not have time to decide whether or not it was necessary to shut down all of the UAVs in the U.S. military and intelligence. As the Secretary of Defense's black Suburban pulled through the White House gates 1 hour after the crash of the Reaper in Pakistan, a massive Global Hawk drone, the largest unmanned vehicle in the U.S. inventory, lost contact with its flight crew while flying at 60,000 feet off the coast of Ethiopia. It was another hijacking. This became clear as the Phantom pilot disengaged the autopilot and began making gentle adjustments to the pitch and roll of the aircraft, as if testing out his control of the big machine. The men and women watching the feed recognized quickly that either the Phantom pilot of this incident was not as experienced as the one who expertly operated the Reaper over eastern Afghanistan, or else it was the same pilot, but his familiarity with this larger and more complex airframe was not as good. It crashed in the Gulf of Aden like a piano falling from the sky. This was seen by virtually everyone cleared to know about it at all as a message from the hackers. Your entire unmanned fleet is compromised. Continue to operate your drones at your peril. The conference room of the White House Situation Room is smaller than most people imagine. The narrow oval table seats 10, which means for many sensitive meetings, the assistants of the principals are lined up standing along the walls. Half the seats were empty, but CIA Director Canfield and Secretary of Defense Burgess were in their places. The director of the NSA as well as the director of the FBI were present, but they stood and conferred with underlings, sharing details of anything new learned in the past 10 minutes. Time ran out on those trying to prepare for POTUS when Jack Ryan walked through the door. He came to the head of the table and looked around the room. "Where is Mary Pat?" Director of National Intelligence Foley stepped into the room behind the president. A slight breach of protocol, though everyone in Ryan's White House, from the housekeepers to the vice president, knew Ryan did not give a whit about ceremony. "Excuse me, Mr. President," she said as she took her place. "I've just found out there has been a third hijacking. A Homeland Security Predator drone working customs and enforcement on the Canadian border went rogue 20 minutes ago." "How the hell did this happen?" "I ordered a ground stop of UAVs. Homeland Security was notified." "Yes, sir." "This Predator was on the tarmac at Grand Forks Air Force Base in North Dakota. They were about to push it back into the hangar when the craft initiated its systems, rolled away from ground control, and took off from a taxiway. Presently, it's flying south at 20,000 feet over South Dakota." "Jesus, where's it going?" "Unknown at this time. FAA is tracking it, rerouting air traffic. We have a flight of 2 Air Force interceptors en route to take it down. There are no weapons on board, of course, but it could be used as a low-yield missile. They might try to impact another aircraft or a building, or even vehicles on the highway." Ryan said, I want every last UAV in the U.S. inventory, regardless of ownership, model, or manufacturer, at home or abroad, physically dismantled in whatever way necessary to where it cannot take off. SecDef Burgess said, "Yes, sir. That process is underway on our end." Jack looked to Scott Adler, Secretary of State. "We need your office telling all of our allies who possess UAVs that they need to follow our lead until we have more information." "Yes, sir." "Good. What do we know about this cyber attack so far?" Mary Pat said, "NSA is in the process of bringing in all of their people to look at how this was done. They suspect someone jammed the frequency of the drone's communications to its satellite, which caused the Reaper to revert to autopilot. Once the aircraft was not under our control, someone used their own equipment to impersonate the valid secure signal. In order for them to do this, they had to have access deep inside the Department of Defense's most secure network." "Who could have done this?" CIA Director Canfield said, "We're looking at Iran." At that moment, the phone beeped in the center of the conference table. President Ryan himself tapped it. "Yes?" "Sir, we just heard from Homeland Security. The Predator drone has been shot down over western Nebraska. No casualties reported." "Well, thank God for that," Ryan said. Computer Hardware Territory Sales Manager Todd Wicks sat in a pizzeria with a slice of cheese pizza greasing up a waxed paper plate in front of him. Todd thought he was going to puke, but it wasn't the pizza's fault. The phone call setting up the meeting had come at 8 o'clock that morning. The caller did not give a name, nor did he say what the meeting would be about. He just gave a time and a place, and then he asked Todd to recite back the time and the place. And that was it. The man who contacted him was Chinese. That much was clear from his voice over the phone, and that, along with the short and cryptic conversation, was enough reason for him to worry. At 5 minutes past the hour, an Asian man carrying a shopping bag walked into the pizza joint, bought a calzone and a can of Pepsi from the one man behind the counter, and then brought his late lunch toward the small seating area in the back. As soon as Todd realized the man was Asian, he tracked his every move. But when he neared Todd's table, the computer hardware salesman looked away, down at his greasy cheese pizza, assuming eye contact would be a definite no-no in a situation such as this. "Good afternoon." The man sat down at Todd's little bistro table, violating the protocol Wicks had just established. Todd looked up and shook the hand offered by the Chinese man. Wicks was surprised by the look of this spy. He was in his 20s, younger than Todd would have predicted, and he seemed almost nerdish in appearance. Thick glasses, a white button-down shirt, and slightly wrinkled black Sansa-belt slacks. "How is the pizza?" the man asked with a smile. "It's okay. Look, shouldn't we go somewhere private?" The young man in the thick glasses just shook his head with a little smile. He gulped Pepsi and then said, No, this is fine." Todd rubbed his fingers through his hair. "This shop has security cameras. What if someone goes back and—" "The camera is not working at the moment," the Chinese spy said with a smile. "We would like to ask a favor of you. It is very easy. One favor, and that's it." "What is it?" With his continued nonchalance, the Chinese spy said, "You are planning on making a delivery to one of your customers in the morning." Fuck, thought Wicks. He was due at Bowling Air Force Base at 8 a.m. to drop off a pair of motherboards at DIA. The Chinese man said, "Henley Associates, in Maryland." "Henley? You do have an appointment with them." Wicks did not even wonder how it was the Chinese knew about his dealings with this particular customer. He was elated that he was being asked to do something involving corporate espionage as opposed to something involving the U.S. government. "Right, 11 a.m., dropping off a new high-speed drive from a German manufacturer." The young Chinese man who had not given his name slid the shopping bag under the table. "What is that?" Todd asked. "It is your product. We want you to make that delivery, but substitute this drive. Do not worry. It is identical." Wicks shook his head. "Their IT director is kind of a security freak. He is going to run all sorts of diagnostics on your drive. He is going to find whatever you put on there." "There is nothing on there that any IT director can find. You don't know this guy or his company. They are top-notch." The Chinese man smiled as he bit into his calzone. "I know Gavin Byrie, and I know Henley Associates." Wicks just looked at him for a long moment. "I do this, and I am done." "You do this, and you are done." Todd picked up the bag and stood up. "Just this once." I promise. Wicks left the restaurant without another word. Jack Ryan Jr. dropped into the chair in his cubicle at 8:30 a.m., as he did each workday. Once in the office, normally he would start his day by picking through overnight traffic sent from the CIA down in Langley up to NSA in Fort Meade. But that had changed since the cyber hijacking of 3 American drones. Now he spent more time watching traffic flow in the opposite direction. The cyber sleuths at NSA were delivering daily updates to CIA about their investigation into the attack. There was a new development this morning. Hard evidence, as far as Ryan could tell from the data, that Iran was involved in the UAV attack. Jack spent much of the morning reading NSA to CIA traffic, but when he'd finished going through all the new data from Fort Meade, he quickly thumbed through CIA internal communication. He did not see much here regarding the UAV matter, but he noticed that one of his data mining targets had received a flag. Jack clicked on the program to launch it. Ryan used data mining software to hunt through CIA traffic for key terms, and daily he got anywhere from 10 to 100 hits on terms such as Libya JSO operatives, computer hacking, and assassination. And as he waited to see what flagged term had just appeared in CIA traffic, he hoped it was something that would help him get the operational stand-down lifted on the campus. When the software launched, he blinked his eyes several times in surprise. The flagged term was Fast by 22. I'll be damned, Jack said. The hacker of the Istanbul drive had shown up in a CIA cable. Quickly, Ryan read the cable. A CIA non-official cover operative named Adam Yao, based in Hong Kong, had found an American computer hacker of Chinese descent named Jia Shuhai living and working in a Hong Kong neighborhood. Jia, Yao explained, may also be using the computer handle Fast by 22 in cyberspace, and he is definitely a fugitive from American justice. Yao pointed out in his cable that the hacker had been a penetration tester for defense contractor General Atomics and had been imprisoned for offering to sell secrets about drone hacking and classified network penetration to the Chinese. Adam Yao suggested that CIA send a team to Hong Kong to follow Jia, to learn more about his actions, associations, and affiliations in HK, to determine if he may have been involved in the recent computer penetration of the Department of Defense's Secure Information Network. Langley declined Adam Yao's request for support and surveillance of Jia Shuhai. Jack reached into CIA records to look into this knock Adam Yao. While they were accessing, he looked down at his watch. The morning meeting would be starting in just a few minutes. "20 minutes later, Jack was on the 9th floor, addressing the rest of the operatives, Jerry Hendley, Sam Granger, and Rick Bell. NSA says they have a long way to go, but they have found a Trojan on their secure network at Creech Air Force Base in Nevada. One of the lines of code steals the software for flying the drones, and then orders the software to be sent to a server on the internet." Sam Granger asked, "Where was the data sent?" "The data was sent to a network server, a physical computer, at Coombe University of Technology." "Coombe?" Caruso did not recognize the name. Ding Chavez blew out a sigh. "Iran." Sam Granger said, "Looks like CIA suspicions are confirmed." Jack said, "That's not exactly true, Sam. This virus wasn't controlling the drone. This virus is a Trojan that recorded every bit of the control software and exfiltrated it back out. The Trojan points to a university in Iran, but in order to fly the Reaper, they would have had to spoof the signal. They would need a ton of equipment and some expertise, but that doesn't mean they couldn't do it." "So was it Iran?" "I don't know. The more I think about it, the more I am suspicious. This line of code makes it so obvious. It looks to me like whoever set this whole operation up wants Iran to be implicated. I'd like to bring Gavin into the meeting to get his take on it," Jack said. Jerry said, "Gavin knows his stuff. Let's bring him in and ask for his take on this. Jack, why don't you go down and talk to him when we're finished here?" "Sure. And there is more news from CIA this morning." Granger said, "What is it?" "There is a knock in Hong Kong who says Fast by 22, the guy who was involved with the Istanbul drive, is living there in Hong Kong. He says he's been watching him for several days." "What is he doing?" asked Henley. "That isn't really explained in the cable. The knock is trying to get some resources to expand surveillance because, he says, the hacker worked on the software for some of the UAV drones that were attacked. He thinks he might be involved with what's going on." "What does Langley say about that?"
They said, thanks, but no thanks. My guess is CIA is looking at Iran too hard to put much stock in this lead in Hong Kong. Sam Granger saw a look on Ryan's face. What's on your mind, Jack? I was thinking, Jerry, that maybe we could go over and help this Adam Yao out. Sam Granger shook his head. Jack, you know the campus is in operational stand-down. The campus is, but Henley Associates is not. Chavez said, What are you talking about, Jack? This knock, Adam Yao, runs a front company over there that is a business investigation firm. I was thinking we could go over there as representatives of Henley and say this Fastbite character has been trying to break into our network. Just play dumb, like we don't know Adam Yao is already tailing the guy in his clandestine duties for the CIA. That's a great idea, kid, admitted Chavez. Granger said, Okay, but let's keep it small. Ryan and Chavez can go to Hong Kong and meet with Yao. Jack nodded, but Ding said, Sam, I'm going to throw something out there, and I hope you'll consider it. Shoot. Ryan and I are going to be out of our element when it comes to this hacking stuff. I suggest we take Byrie with us. Granger almost spit his last sip of coffee out with that suggestion. Gavin? Out in the field? Chavez said, I know. I don't like thinking about it too much, but he's 100% reliable and has all the intel we need to sell our situation to the knock working this. I think he can help us with our cover for status as well. Explain. We go to this company like we're chasing a hacker, but only Gavin can represent the problem we face. Hey, I've got a master's and Jack is a freaking genius, but if the guy on the ground starts questioning us too much, we are going to show ourselves as out of our element. We're going to look like a couple of knuckle-draggers compared to the computer geeks. Sam nodded. Okay, Ding. Request granted. I need you guys to keep him safe, though. He will be a babe in the woods if things get dicey. Roger that. I will say that since the agency is going to notify the U.S. Marshals, there's a good chance that we don't have a lot of time to act. If they go over there and arrest Fastbite, and he enters the justice system, we may never know who he was working for. Chavez continued. And he might have loose lips about our operation here in order to bargain for a reduction in sentence. Henley said, Why don't you guys go over tonight? Sounds good, said Ryan. Chavez did not respond. Ding? Asked Granger. Something wrong? Patsy is out of town this week, in Pittsburgh for some training till tomorrow. I've got JP in school and then an after-school program, but I have to pick him up at 5. He thought for a moment. I can get a sitter, no problem. What's Byrie going to say about going to Hong Kong with the operatives? Caruso asked. Jack stood up. I guess the only way to know is to ask him. I'll go talk to him and ask him to come to our afternoon meeting, and we'll get his take on the Iran angle and let him know he's heading to Hong Kong. Todd Wicks was not sweating, and he felt like his pulse and blood pressure were low. In fact, he felt calmer than he had in years. 3 Valiums saw to this. He sat in his Lexus in the parking lot of Henley Associates, giving the pills every last second available before his appointment so they could have plenty of time to do their work. At 11 a.m., he determined himself to be as prepared as he was going to get, so he climbed out of his luxury car, popped the trunk, and pulled out a small plastic box that contained his delivery for Henley Associates. He carried the shopping bag containing the drive and entered the front door of Henley Associates right on time, stepped up to the reception desk, and told the security officers in blue blazers that he had an appointment with Gavin Byrie. He stood in the lobby while he waited, a little wobbly on his knees from the muscle relaxers, but he felt good. What the hell, Wicks? Todd jerked back into reality, spun around, and found himself face to face with an angry-looking Gavin Byrie. Behind him, the 2 security men stood at the reception desk. Shit. What's wrong? Byrie said. You know what's wrong. You always bring donuts. Where are my damn donuts? Todd sighed all the air out of his lungs, but he felt sweat forming on the back of his neck under his suit. It's almost lunchtime, Gavin. Usually I'm here a lot earlier. Byrie replied. Where is it written that donuts are just for breakfast? Before Todd could think of a funny reply, Gavin said, Come on up to IT and let's take a look at the new toy you brought me. Wicks and Byrie stepped out of the elevator on the 2nd floor and headed toward Byrie's office. They'd made it only a few yards when Todd saw a tall young man with dark hair heading toward them. Hey, Gav, I was looking for you. Byrie said, Jack, this is Todd Wicks, one of our hardware vendors. Todd, this is Jack Ryan. Todd Wicks extended his hand, had already begun greeting the young man,
when he realized he was face to face with the son of the President of the United States. Instantly, panic washed through his body. His knees locked and his back stiffened. "Nice to meet you," Ryan said. But Wicks was not listening. His mind was racing with the realization that he was doing a job for Chinese intelligence against the workplace of the son of a man who went to war with the Chinese in his first term and was now back in the White House. He stammered out a, "Nice to meet you," before Byrie told Ryan he would call him when he was free. Jack Ryan Jr. headed back to the elevator. As Gavin and Todd continued up the hall, Todd Wicks put his hand against the wall to steady himself. "Crap, Wicks. You okay?" "Yeah, fine." He recovered a little. "Just a little starstruck, I guess." They sat down in the office and Byrie poured coffee for them both. "You didn't tell me the president's son works with you." "Yeah, about 4 years or so. I don't make a point of saying anything about it. He doesn't like a lot of attention." Byrie opened the plastic box containing the hard drive and said, "There she is." Gavin took the board out of its protective sheath and looked it over. "What was the deal with the delay?" Todd shrugged. "It was on back order. You know me, buddy. I get it to you as fast as I can." Byrie just looked at the salesman. "Buddy? What, you trying to butter me up? Sell me a few mouse pads or something?" "No, just being friendly." "An ass-kissing is a poor substitute for a box of donuts." "I'll remember that. I hope your system wasn't inconvenienced by the back order." "No, but I will install the hard drive myself in the next day or two. We need the upgrade." "That's great. Really great." Byrie looked up, away from the component that Wicks knew could get him thrown in prison. He asked, "You feeling okay?" "Fine. Why?" Byrie cocked his head. "You seem a little out of it. I can't tell if you need a vacation or if you just got back from one." Todd smiled now. "Funny you say that. I'm taking the family down to St. Simon's Island for a few days." Gavin Byrie suspected his vendor had started his vacation a little early in his head. Byrie finished his meeting with Todd Wicks, and within 20 minutes found himself sitting in the conference room of Jerry Henley's office. Jack told Byrie about the NSA's discovery of the connection between Iran and the drone attacks, going into detail about how the pilfered data was exfiltrated to a command server at the Coombe University of Technology. Instantly, Byrie declared, "I'm not buying that for a minute." Rick Bell said, "You're not? Why not?" "Think about it. Whoever managed to break into the secure Air Force network and exfiltrate the data back out would most definitely hide the origin of the attack. There is no way in hell the Iranians would have put a line of code in the virus that sent data to a drop point in their own borders." "But," asked Ryan, "if it wasn't the Iranians who—" "It was the Chinese. They are the best, and something like this took the best." Chavez asked, "But why would the Chinese do this?" Byrie thought about this for a moment. "I don't know. The only thing that comes to mind is they want to distract us." "From what?" asked Ryan. Gavin said, "From whatever it is that they are really doing." He shrugged. "I don't know. I'm just a computer guy. You guys are the spooks and the analysts." Sam Granger leaned forward on the desk. "Well now, that is a good segue into the next order of business." Byrie looked around. Quickly, he noticed everyone smiling at him. "What's up, guys?" Chavez said, "Gavin, we need you to get on a plane with us tonight." "A plane to where?" "Hong Kong. We have located Fastby 22, and we need your help to go over there and learn a little more about him and who he's working for." Gavin's eyes widened. "You found Fastby 22? "The CIA did, actually." "And you want me in the field? With the operators?" Ryan said, "We think you could be a crucial part of this operation." "There is no question about that," Gavin said with immodesty. "Do I get to carry a heater?" Chavez cocked his head. "On what?" "A heater, you know, an iron apiece." Ryan started laughing. "He means a gun." Chavez groaned. "No, Gavin, sorry to disappoint you, but you don't get a heater." Byrie shrugged. "It was worth a shot." John Clark sat on his porch, looking out over his back pasture at the blustery autumn afternoon. In his left hand he held a paperback book that he'd been trying to read for the last few days, and in his right hand he held a racquetball. He closed his eyes slowly and concentrated on squeezing down. His 3 functional fingers exerted enough pressure to slightly deform the rubber ball, but his index finger just wiggled a little. He threw the ball into the backyard and returned his focus to the paperback. His mobile rang, and he found himself happy for a temporary diversion from his boring afternoon, even if it was probably some telemarketer. He read the name on the phone, and his mood perked up instantly. "Hey, Ding." "Hey, John. How's it going?" "Good. We got a lead on the Istanbul drive." "Excellent." "Yeah, but still a lot of work ahead. You know how it is." Clark knew how it was. He felt incredibly out of the loop at the moment. "Yeah. Anything I can do to help?" "John, this sucks, but I'm in a bind." "Say the word." "It's JP. Patsy is in Pittsburgh till tomorrow, and I'm heading up to BWI on my way to Hong Kong." A babysitter, Clark said to himself. Ding was calling him because he needed a babysitter. John recovered quickly and said, "I'll pick him up from school. He'll stay with us until Patsy gets back tomorrow." "I really appreciate it. We've got a lead, but there is no time." "Not a problem at all. Found a new fishing hole that I've been wanting JP to check out with me." "That's great, John." "You guys watch your back in HK, you hear me?" "Absolutely." President of the United States Jack Ryan opened his eyes, focused them quickly in the darkness, and found a man standing over him at his bedside. It was the night duty officer, a uniformed member of the Air Force in this case. He stood uncomfortably over Ryan, waiting for him to wake up. Presidents are rarely woken because something so wonderful has happened that the night officer just had to pass it on. So Jack knew this would be bad news. He sat up as quickly as he could and grabbed his eyeglasses from the bedside table, and then he followed the night duty officer out of the bedroom and into the West Sitting Hall. "What's up, Carson?" The Air Force officer spoke softly. "Mr. President, Secretary of Defense Burgess asked me to wake you and let you know that roughly 3 hours ago, Chinese PLA forces landed an engineering battalion as well as an element of combat troops in the Philippines' Scarborough Shoal." "Was there resistance?" "A Philippine coastal patrol boat, this according to the Chinese, fired on the landing craft. The vessel was sunk by a Chinese Luda-class destroyer. No word yet on casualties." Jack blew out a tired sigh. "All right. Tell SecDef to come on over. I'll be in the Situation Room in 30 minutes. "Yes, Mr. President." President Ryan sat at the conference table and took his first sip of what he knew would be many cups of coffee. Bob Burgess and several of his military minds from the Pentagon had just arrived. Mary Pat Foley was here as well. Arnie Van Dam was in the room, but the commander of the Pacific Fleet, the Vice President, and the Secretary of State were out of town and attending remotely, though men and women from their offices stood along the walls. "Bob," Ryan said, "what's the latest?" "The Philippines say there were 26 sailors on the boat that sank. There are other Philippine warships in the area, but they are heavily outgunned and probably won't engage the Chinese." "And Chinese troops are on Philippine soil?" "Yes, sir. We have satellites overhead and we're collecting images." "What do they want with the shoal?" Mary Pat Foley said, "It's simply to increase their footprint in the South China Sea and to gauge reaction, Mr. President." "My reaction?" "Indeed." President Ryan thought for a moment. He then said, "We need to send an immediate message. Let them know we aren't wringing our hands just watching their actions over there." Ryan looked to Burgess. "Suggestions, Bob?" Bob turned to Admiral Jorgensen on the monitor. "Admiral, what assets are we prepared to move quickly into the area?" "The Ronald Reagan is in the East China Sea, heading up Carrier Strike Group 9. We can move it and its elements west today, put it off the coast of Taiwan by the end of the week." "I recommend against that," said Adler. Arnie Van Dam seconded that motion. "I do too. You've been getting hammered in the press for antagonizing the people who own our foreign debt." Ryan reacted angrily. "If Americans want to subjugate themselves to the Chinese, then they need to put somebody else in here to oversee that." Jack ran his fingers through his gray hair as he calmed himself. He then said, "We aren't going to war over the Scarborough Shoal. The Chinese know that. They will expect us to move carriers closer to our allies. Do it, Admiral, and make sure the carrier group has everything they need." The Office of Sino-Shield Business Investigative Services Limited was located on the 33rd floor of IFC-2, International Finance Center, which, at 88 stories, was the second tallest building in Hong Kong and the 8th tallest office building in the world. Gavin, Jack, and Domingo were dressed in high-dollar business suits, and they carried briefcases and leather folios. They fit in perfectly with the thousands of office workers and clients moving through the hallways of IFC-2. The three Americans checked in with the receptionist for the floor, and she called Mr. Yao and spoke to him briefly in Cantonese. She then said, "He will be here right away. Won't you sit down?" They got the impression that several small companies shared the check-in desk, the receptionist, and all of the common areas here on the 33rd floor. After a few minutes, a young, handsome Asian man walked up the carpeted hallway into the common space. Unlike most Chinese businessmen, he was not wearing his suit coat. Instead, his lavender dress shirt was somewhat wrinkled, and his sleeves were rolled up to his elbows. As he closed on the three men in the waiting area, he ran his hands over his shirt and straightened his tie. "Good morning, gentlemen," the man said with a tired smile and an extended hand. He possessed no hint of any accent, save perhaps a touch of Southern California. "Adam Yao, at your service." Chavez shook his hand. "Domingo Chavez, Director of Corporate Security." "Mr. Chavez?" Yao replied politely. Both Jack and Ding recognized immediately that this kid was probably a great intelligence officer, and likely a hell of a poker player. Every last member of CIA's clandestine service would know the name Domingo Chavez in a heartbeat, and they would also know the man would be in his middle to late 40s. The fact that Yao did not bat an eyelash and let on that he recognized a CIA legend was a testament to his good tradecraft skills. "Jack Ryan, Associate Financial Analyst," Jack said as the two men shook hands. This time, Adam Yao did show genuine surprise. "Whoa," he said with a bright smile. "Jack Jr. All I knew about Henley Associates was that Senator Henley was running the show. I didn't know you were—" Jack interrupted. "Yeah, I try to stay pretty low-key. I'm just one of the grunts working a keyboard and a mouse." After Yao was introduced to Gavin Byrie, he led all three back toward his office. Chavez said, "I'm sorry about springing this meeting on you like this out of the blue, but we were in town with a problem and needed somebody who knew the lay of the land." Yao said, "I honestly wish I could offer you more than 20 minutes, but I am slammed. As I bet you can imagine, intellectual property investigations in HK and China keep a guy in my profession busy. I'm not complaining, even if I am reduced to catching catnaps on the love seat in my office instead of going home and having a life." He waved a hand over his slightly wrinkled shirt, making an excuse for his worn look. As they entered his small and Spartan office, Jack said, "We appreciate any time you have to talk to us at all, we really do. Well, gentlemen, what sort of mischief has China made for your financial management firm?" Gavin Byrie said, "It's cybercrime, essentially. My network has been getting hit with a series of very well thought out and organized hacking attempts. They managed to get in and to steal our client lists. I was able to trace the source of the intrusion back to a command server in the US, and I hacked into that server." Adam said, "Good for you. I like a company that's willing to fight back. What did you find on the server?" "I found the culprit. Not a real name, but his online handle. We also were able to establish that the attack originated here in Hong Kong." "That's interesting. I'm sure that was tough to trace them all the way back here. But there's something I don't get. Once these folks get the data they are looking for off your network, there is no point in getting it back. It's out there. They've used it, copied it, compromised you. What's your objective coming over here?" Chavez stepped in. "We want to catch the guy who did this so he can't do it again. Prosecute him." Yao gave the three men a look like they were hopelessly naive. "My professional opinion, gentlemen, is that is highly unlikely. Even if you could prove this crime, the criminals won't be prosecuted here, and if you're thinking about extradition, you can forget about it. Whoever this guy is, he is working here in HK because this is a damned convenient place to commit such crimes. I hate to be blunt, but better I tell you honestly before you burn a hell of a lot of money over here finding out the same thing." Jack said, "Maybe you could take us on as a client, just investigate a bit. If nothing comes from it, well, it's our money to burn, right?" Adam said, "The problem is, these cases are built very slowly and methodically. Right now I'm working on a case that's 4 years old. On top of all that, I'm much more versed with the intellectual property side of fraud over here. Cybersecurity is a growing problem, but it's not my specialty." Chavez asked, "Do you have any contacts or resources at all? As Mr. Byrie said, we've got a username for the perpetrator. We were hoping there might be someone over here with a database that could get us a little more information on this character's operation." Yao smiled, a little patronizing to the older man, though not intentionally. "Mr. Chavez, there are probably 10 million hackers across China involved with computer fraud to one degree or another. Any one of these guys probably has multiple usernames. There is not a database that I am aware of that keeps up with that rolling landscape. Jack said, "This guy is pretty good. Surely somebody knows about him." Yao sighed a little but kept a polite smile, then stood and went behind his desk. He pulled his keyboard to him. "I can send an instant message to a friend up in Guangzhou who's a bit more up to date on cyber financial crime. It's going to be a needle in a haystack, I promise you, but it won't hurt to ask him if he's ever heard of the guy." As Adam Yao typed, he asked, "What's the handle?" Gavin and Jack looked at each other. With a conspiratorial smile from Ryan that said, "Let's blow this guy's mind," he gave Gavin the go-ahead. Byrie said, "His handle is fast by 22. Yao stopped typing. Slowly, he turned back toward his three guests. "You've got to be kidding me." Chavez had joined the game with his two colleagues. He asked, "You know him?" Yao looked across his desk. Ryan could feel a mild suspicion on the part of the CIA covert operator, but above this, the thrill in the young man's eyes was obvious. He seemed to recover a bit before replying, "Yeah, I know him. He's a subject of interest in another case in which I am tangentially involved." "Well then, maybe we can work together to combine our efforts," Chavez said. "As Jack said, we are willing to put some money into this operation to see if we can track him down." Yao said, "The tracking down is free of charge. He's working out of offices in the Mongkok Computer Center up in Kowloon." "You've seen him, in person?" "I have, but it's a complicated situation." "How so?" asked Ding. Yao hesitated for several seconds. Finally, he said, "Where are you guys staying?" Jack answered, "We're right across the harbor at the peninsula." "Are you three free for drinks tonight? We can talk it over a bit more, maybe come up with a plan." Chavez spoke for the group. 8 o'clock? Melanie Kraft sat on the sofa in the living room of her carriage house apartment on Princess Street in Alexandria's Old Town. It was 7 in the evening, and normally she would be up at Jack's place or even working late. But tonight, Jack was out of town, and she just wanted to sit on her couch in the dark, watch TV, and think about something else other than her problems. Her mobile buzzed, moving across the coffee table in front of her. She looked down, hoping it would be Jack. It wasn't. She did not recognize the number, but saw the area code was DC. "Hello?" "Hey, girl, what you up to?" It was Darren Lipton. She cleared her throat, put on her business voice, and said, "What can I do for you, Special Agent Lipton?" "Listen, we need to get together for a quick powwow." She said, "What's this about?" "We'll discuss it tomorrow. How about we get a cup of coffee, 7:30 a.m., I'll come to you. Starbucks on King Street?" "Fine," she said, and she hung up the phone, her mind heavy with new worries. Melanie and Lipton sat at a table outside on a cool and windy fall morning. After a minute of one-sided small talk, Lipton got down to business. "My boss needs more from you. I tried to placate him, but you haven't given us anything since our last conversation." "I don't know any more now than I did then. It's like you want me to catch him passing nuclear secrets to the Russians or something." "Or something," Lipton said. He plucked his flop of gray-blonde hair out from under his shades and then reached into his jacket. He pulled out a sheaf of papers and held it up. "What's that?" "Court order to put a locator on Ryan's cell phone. FBI wants to track his day-to-day movements." "What?" She snatched it out of his hand and began reading the documents. "We have evidence he's been conducting some highly suspicious meetings with foreign nationals. We need to be there and see what's going on." Melanie was furious that the investigation was continuing. "What does this have to do with me?" "Because you, my fair lady, are going to put the beacon on his phone." "Oh, no, I'm not," Kraft said testily. "I'm afraid you are. I've got the card you need to use. There is no physical device that he might find. It's all done through the software. You just poke the little card in his phone, let it load, and then pop it back out. A 30-second operation." Melanie looked off into the street for a moment. "Don't you have assets for this?" "Yes. You are my asset. My asset with assets, if you know what I mean." He looked down at her chest. Melanie looked at him in disbelief. "Uh-oh," Lipton said with a barking laugh. "Am I about to get another right hook to the teeth?" Melanie picked up from his tone and his facial expressions that he had somehow enjoyed it when she hit him. She said, "Before I agree to do this, I want to talk to someone else at National Security Branch." Lipton shook his head. "I'm running you, Melanie. Deal with it." I'm not saying I need a new handler. I just want to confirm things with someone other than you. Someone above you. Now the special agent's nearly constantly leering smile wavered. That thing in your hand is a court order, signed by a judge. What more confirmation do you want? If I do this, I want some sort of assurances from the FBI that you won't keep using me. I do this, and I'm done. I can't make that promise. Then find me someone who can. It's not happening. Then I guess we're finished. She stood. He uncrossed his legs and bolted to his feet. You realize how much trouble I can make for you? I'm just asking for someone else to talk to. If you can't make that happen, then I hardly believe you have the clout to send me to prison. She stepped into the morning crowd, heading up King Street toward the metro. The Peninsula Hotel is on the southern tip of Kowloon, overlooking Victoria Harbor in a high-end retail district called Chim Sha Tsui. A five-star property, the Peninsula opened in 1928 and proudly wears its old-world colonial charm. Past the fleet of 14 green Rolls-Royce extended wheelbase Phantoms at the front of the building, past the huge ornate lobby and a short hallway, an elevator whisks patrons to the top of the hotel. Here, the ultra-modern and chic Philippe Starck-designed Felix restaurant serves modern European cuisine in front of floor-to-ceiling windows that look out over Victoria Harbor to Hong Kong Island. A small bar sits at the top of a spiral staircase overlooking the restaurant, and here 4 Americans sat together in a back corner, sipping bottled beer and looking out over the lights. Chavez said, You said this morning that the fast bite situation was complicated. What did you mean by that? Yao took a swig of his Qingtao. Fastbite 22's real name is Jia Shuhai. He's 24 years old. He's from the mainland, but he moved to the USA as a child and became an American citizen. He was a hacker when he was a kid, but he got a security clearance and was hired by a government contractor to do penetration testing of their systems. He figured how to break in, tried to give the information to China, and then was caught and sent to prison. When did they let him out? They didn't. He was doing time at a federal correctional institution, that's minimum security, in California. He was on work release teaching computer skills to senior citizens, and then one day, poof. He split? Asked Chavez. Yep. The U.S. Marshal Service came to the conclusion that the Chinese helped him get out of the U.S. and back to the mainland. Byrie was confused. This isn't the mainland. No, it's not. It's a surprise that he's turned up here, but there is one thing even more surprising than that. What's that? He's now with the 14K. Chavez cocked his head. 14K? The Triads? Exactly. Ryan was surprised Ding knew about this organization. He had never heard of 14K. A gang? Chavez said, Not like a gang in the States. Here, just admitting you are a member is against the law. There are over 2.5 million members of the Triads around the world. The actual name of the organization is San He Hui, the Three Harmony Society. The 14K are just one of many offshoots, but they are the most powerful around here these days. There are probably 20,000 members of 14K here in Hong Kong alone. Adam said, I'm impressed. Chavez waved the compliment away with a hand. In my business, it pays to know who the agitators are when you go into a new territory. So, Ryan asked, Fastbite 22 is a member? I don't think he's a member, but he definitely associates with them. If he isn't a member of the Triads, what is his relationship with them? Ryan asked. It might be some sort of a protector-protected relationship. The kid is worth his weight in gold as far as his ability to conduct cybercrime, so the 14K could be watching over him due to his value. Chavez said, How good are the 14K guys at protecting him? They keep a couple of enforcers around him 24/7. I've done my best to watch him to see who he moves with, but as you can see, I am a small operation here. I thought I was doing a good job keeping my distance, but just the other day, it became clear they burned me. Any idea how? Ding asked. None at all. One morning he just had more security and they were most definitely hunting for a specific threat. Ding said, It sounds to me like you need a couple new bodies in your operation to help you watch him. Yao raised his eyebrows. You volunteering? Absolutely. Yao asked, Have you done any surveillance work? Ding smiled. I've done a fair bit. Ryan's helped me out once or twice. He enjoys it. Jack nodded. It's in my blood, I guess. I imagine it would be. Ryan still detected a hint of suspicion from Adam Yao. He said, Just out of curiosity, what sort of surveillance, other than this situation here, does Henley Associates get itself involved with? Ding said, "Typical business intelligence stuff. I can't really go into it." Adam seemed to accept this, and then he looked at Gavin Byrie. "Mr. Byrie, will you be joining us?" Chavez answered for him. "Gavin will stay here at the peninsula and support us." Adam Yao reached into his pocket and pulled out his iPhone. He punched up a photo and then passed the phone around. "Jia Shu Hai," Yao said. His spiked hair, jewelry, and punk rock clothing surprised Ding and Jack. "Not exactly what I expected," said Ding. Ryan asked, "There's no way he could be working for the Chi-Coms, is there?" Yao shook his head. "Being here in HK and not on the mainland, and moving around under the protection of the Triads, those are two pretty big strikes against the theory that this kid is shilling for the PRC." With that settled, Yao finished his beer. "Okay, guys. We can pick Jia up when he leaves the Mongkok Computer Center tomorrow evening. With 3 of us, we might catch a break and get some pictures of his contacts." Everyone agreed. "First, though," said Adam, "we need to do some dry runs through the city, just to get a feel for how we will work together. Why don't we meet early to do some practice tails for an hour or 2? "Good idea," said Ding. Then he drained his beer and called for the check. As the men headed out through the restaurant, a young American dining with an attractive female stood and quickly rushed over toward Jack. The diner said a little too loudly, "Junior?" "Yeah." "Big fan of your dad's. Great to see you. Man, you've grown up." "Thanks," Jack smiled politely. He did not know the man, but Jack's dad was famous, meaning Jack himself was recognized from time to time. Yao, Ryan, Chavez, and Byrie headed back down to the lobby. Adam said to Jack, "I bet that gets old." Ryan chuckled. "Getting recognized? It's not a big problem. I don't get noticed 1/10 as much as I used to." The campus team wished Adam a good evening, and Adam headed out into the night to catch a ferry across Victoria Harbor, back to his apartment. Melanie Kraft sat at a fast food restaurant in McLean, just a couple blocks from her office at Liberty Crossing, picking at her salad. Her phone rang and she answered it without looking. "Hello?" "Hey, hun." It was Lipton. "Okay, you get what you want. Come on over and you can meet with my boss, Special Agent in Charge Packard." Come over? Come over where?" "To J. Edgar, where else?" The J. Edgar Hoover building on Pennsylvania Avenue was the headquarters of the FBI. Melanie balked. She did not want to be seen walking into the Hoover building. "Can we meet someplace else?" "Sugar, do you think SAIC Packard's got nothing better to do than to drive out to McLean this afternoon?" "I'll take the afternoon off and come to D.C. You tell me where, any place but the Hoover building." Lipton blew out a long sigh and said, "Let me call you back." An hour later, Melanie entered the same underground garage where she had met with Lipton previously. She found 2 men standing next to a black Chevy Suburban with government plates. Packard was younger than Lipton by a few years, though his hair was fully gray. He passed Melanie his credentials, which she looked at briefly to confirm his name and title, and then he handed her all the paperwork Lipton had shown her that morning. Packard said, "What we are asking of you, Miss Kraft, is very simple. Place a software location tracker on Mr. Ryan's phone without his knowledge, and then stand down." Melanie said, "I have not gotten a straight answer from Special Agent Lipton. Maybe you can provide me with one. Just what evidence do you have that he has committed any crimes?" Packard took a moment. "It's an ongoing investigation of which Mr. Ryan is a subject of interest. That's really all I can tell you." Melanie was not satisfied. "I can't just indefinitely spy on my boyfriend." Packard turned to Lipton now. "Darren, can you give us a minute?" Lipton looked like he was going to argue. Packard raised a single bushy eyebrow, and Lipton shuffled off through the parking garage, headed up the ramp to street level. Packard leaned back against his Suburban. "I'm sorry about this entire situation. Hell, to tell you the truth, Jack Ryan Sr. is my hero. The last thing in the world I want to do is expose his son in some sort of illegality. That said, I swore an oath, and I go where the law points me. I know Lipton has, essentially, threatened to expose your father's involvement with that Palestinian thing in Egypt if you don't play ball with us. Sometimes our job gets a little dirty like that." Melanie looked down to her hands. "I'll be honest with you. I approved him making that threat. But we only did that because we know there is no way we can conduct this investigation without your help. I mean, of course, we can put a 12-man surveillance team on him, get federal wiretaps, and a search warrant for his home and office. But you and I know that is going to make a lot of news in this town, and we want to avoid that."
If nothing comes out of this, we don't want to do anything to harm his reputation or the reputation of his father. You get that, right?"
After a moment, Melanie said, "Yes, sir."
"Great. If you can plant the tracking software that the judge has allowed us to use, then we can be aware of his movements without doing the dog and pony show that's going to make the front page of the Washington Post."
"And my situation?" she asked.
"Nobody needs to know about that." He smiled. "Help us, and we'll help you. It's a win-win, Miss Kraft."
Adam Yao, Ding Chavez, and Jack Ryan Jr. met at the peninsula in the early afternoon. Yao had traded vehicles with a neighbor, allowing the neighbor to drive his Mercedes in exchange for using the man's maroon Mitsubishi Grandis, a 7-seat minivan common in Asia. He had no idea if his own car had been spotted by the triads, but he did not want to take any chances. And he liked the idea of having a little extra room in his vehicle for lugging around the men from Henley Associates. They drove up Nathan Road a few blocks, and Yao parked in an hourly lot. "I thought we could get our operation set up for this evening, maybe work out any kinks in our surveillance process."
Chavez said to Yao,
"You are in charge here. Just let us know what you want us to do." "First thing first, everybody put on your Bluetooth headsets and dial into this number."
Ding asked,
"What number is this?"
"This will set all three of us up on a conference call." Then Adam reached into his glove compartment and pulled out 2 small devices, each not much larger than a matchbox. He handed one to each of the 2 Henley Associates men.
"What are these?"
Jack asked.
"It's called a slap-on. It's a magnetic GPS beacon. I use them to track vehicles mostly, but I can track you with them just as easily. Just stick it in a pocket, and I can monitor you on the map on my iPad. I will stay way behind you guys in the car while you do the foot follow, and I'll navigate for you."
"Cool," admitted Jack.
Ding and Jack exited the Mitsubishi and headed off to the south. Yao stayed in communication with them as they headed up opposite sides of a busy pedestrian street. Chavez picked a passerby at random to begin following, and he stayed well behind her as she window shopped along Nathan Road. They continued their coverage for an hour. The unsuspecting woman shopped, stopped for coffee, talked on her phone, and finally returned to her hotel room on the 5th floor of the Holiday Inn, all completely oblivious to the 3-man team that kept her under constant surveillance. They all rallied back at the car, which was now parked in an underground lot near the Jordan Road MTR station. Yao went over his observations and talked about how things would be that night. "The triads are running counter-surveillance measures, so we'll have to back off a little from what we got away with today." Chavez and Jack agreed, but Yao could tell Ryan did not seem satisfied. "Jack, something bothering you?"
"My only problem was that I was recognized a couple of times. Add that to the guy in the peninsula last night, and that's 3 times in about 18 hours. I almost never get recognized at home." Adam chuckled.
"HK is incredibly crowded, and it's one of the hubs of world finance. On top of that, there is a lot of connection with the West here. Everybody knows who your dad is. A few know who you are."
"Not much I can do about it."
Adam said, "That's not exactly true. You want people to stop noticing you, the solution is easy enough."
"I'm in your hands."
Yao reached into his backpack and pulled out a paper air mask that attached to the face with rubber bands that went behind the ears. Jack had seen hundreds of people walking the streets of Kowloon wearing these paper masks. Both avian flu and SARS had hit Hong Kong hard, which was no surprise considering the dense population. Adam placed the blue paper mask over Ryan's face. Then the Chinese-American dug in the pack again and retrieved a black baseball cap. This he positioned on Ryan's head. "This will help with the Westerners, but to most people around here, even with the mask, you're still Abuelo."
"Abuelo?"
"Sorry, a foreign devil."
"That's harsh."
Adam nodded. "Yeah, it would serve you to remember that the Chinese are a prideful people. They think, in general, that they are superior to foreign races. They aren't an inclusive society overall."
"I'm not planning on buying a condo here, just tailing Jia."
Adam chuckled. "Let's get back to the Mongkok Computer Center. Jia will be leaving work in about an hour." At 8:30 p.m., Jia Shuhai left the side exit of the Mongkok Computer Center with a security detail of 4. Chavez had the eye. He was up the street in the 7-Eleven, heating up some frozen dumplings in the microwave. He started to turn away to announce to Ryan and Yao that the bird had left the nest, but he saw Jia stop suddenly and turn on his heels, as if someone had called out to him. He moved with his entourage back to the entrance of the building, and there he all but snapped to attention like a lance corporal. Chavez caught a glimpse of a man just inside the light from the street lamps. Jia was talking to him with obvious deference. Ding knew this could be important, so he risked blowing his cover for action in the convenience store, pulled his big Nikon camera with a 300mm lens from his backpack, and took a picture of the man 50 yards up the street. Quickly, he looked away from them, walked to the back of the 7-Eleven, and checked the digital image in the viewing pane of the camera. He could sort of make out Jia, and he could make out the one triad sentry who was facing the 7-Eleven, but he could not see many features of the man in the dark. Quickly, he used the email function on the camera, sent the image to Gavin Byrie back in the suite in the peninsula, and then took himself off the eye. "Ryan, move in. I need to back off for a bit." "Roger that." He headed up the street and called Gavin.
"What's up, Domingo?"
"I just sent you an image."
"Looking at it right now."
"Anything you can do to make that clearer?"
"No big deal. I'll send it to all of your phones in a few minutes."
"Great. From the way our boy Fastbite leapt to attention when this guy called him, we may be looking at the MFIC."
MFIC? I don't know that acronym. Is that from the Chinese military or something?
Chavez said. "Just work on the pic and send it back to us."
"You got it."
5 minutes later, the three Americans were back in the Mitsubishi Grandis, following the white SUV carrying Jia, Fastbite 22, shoe high, and his 614K Minders as it left the gritty streets of Mongkok and headed south through late rush-hour Kowloon into Chim Sha Tsui. The SUV stopped at a corner in a chic retail area. 5 of Jia's security men climbed out, and then Jia himself appeared. He wore black jeans with silver studs running up the side, a bright pink tank top, and a black studded leather jacket. His detail, on the other hand, all wore the same blue jeans and drab t-shirts under denim jackets. Jia and his entourage entered a clothing store as a group. A steady rain had begun to fall. This did nothing for the oppressive heat, but only added uncomfortable moisture to the mix. As the 2 Henley Associates men climbed out of the Mitsubishi, Adam called to them. "Remember, for some reason Jia's security has been alerted that he's under surveillance. Don't push it. Stay back. If we lose them tonight, we'll pick them up tomorrow night." Jack and Ding split up immediately and took turns passing the shop every few minutes. Jia and the others left without making a purchase a few minutes later, but they did not climb back into the SUV. Instead, the 5 guards popped umbrellas. One covered Jia with his, and they headed south, stepping into and out of several stores along the way. He bought some cables and a new laptop battery in a small store on Kowloon Park Drive, and then he and his goons ducked into an internet cafe on Salisbury Road, near the entrance to the Star Ferry port. Ryan had the eye at the time. He transmitted to Yao. "Should I go in?" "Negative," said Yao. "I've been in that place. It's a small, narrow space. He might be meeting someone, but we can't risk compromise by sending you in." Ryan understood. "I'll hang back at the Star Ferry entrance with visual on the front." Yao said, "Ding, that place has a back door. If he takes it, he'll end up on Canton Road. Hustle over there in case they are trying to shake a tail." "Copy that." Just as Yao suspected, Jia and his entourage appeared on Canton Road a few minutes later. "Chavez has the eye, headed south on Canton." Just minutes after Ding announced he had the eye, Jack saw Jia and the others moving under a tight pack of umbrellas, approaching his position near the ferry entrance. Jack said, "Looks like they are getting on the ferry." "Excellent," said Yao. "He's probably going to Wan Chai. That's where the bars are. He's done that several times in the last week, hitting the girly bars around Lockhart Road. I don't think he gives a shit about naked girls, but the 14K run most of those clubs, so it's probably where his guards feel comfortable taking him." "Can we go in without being compromised?" Jack asked. "Yeah, you'll just have to watch yourselves. There will be other triads in the crowd. Jack, you go ahead and get in line for the next ferry across." "Roger." "Ding, I'm en route to pick you up. We'll take the tunnel to the other side and be there waiting when they get off the boat." The old Star Ferry boat bobbed and swayed in the choppy Victoria Harbor as it crossed between thick harbor traffic on its 8-minute journey to Hong Kong Island. Jack sat well behind the 14K men and the computer hacker as they rode at the front of the covered deck. He was confident he had not been spotted by the opposition, and he was also confident they were not meeting anyone on the boat as no one had approached. But something else caught Jack's eye about midway through the crossing. 2 men entered the passenger cabin and walked right past Jack's position. They sat down several rows behind Jia. They were fit men in their late 20s or early 30s. One had a red polo and jeans, and on his right forearm was a tattoo that said, "Cowboy Up." The other wore an untucked button-down and cargo shorts. They looked, to Jack anyway, like Americans, and both men had their eyes trained on the back of Jia's head. "We may have a problem," Ryan said softly as he looked out the window in the opposite direction of the triad group. "What's up?" asked Chavez. "I think there are two more guys, two American guys who are watching the target." "Shit," said Yao. "Who are they, Adam?" asked Chavez. "I don't know. They could be U.S. Marshals. Jia is a wanted man in the USA." The ferry docked on Hong Kong Island a few minutes later, and Ryan was the first off, well ahead of Jia and his crew. He walked down a long ramp into the central neighborhood, then disappeared down an elevator to the MTR without ever regarding his targets. He did not need to. Chavez was positioned at the exit to the ferry, and he followed Jia and company as they climbed into a taxi van. They headed off to the south. Adam had seen this from the Mitsubishi minivan. He announced over the conference call, "I'll tail them. Ding, get down in the MTR with Jack and take a train to Wan Chai Station. I'd bet money that's where they are going. You can be there ahead of them if you hustle, and I'll guide you to wherever they are." "En route," said Ding, and he disconnected from the conference call and ran down to the MTR entrance to meet Jack. The two campus operatives exited the MTR at Wan Chai Station, and by then, Adam had tracked the taxi carrying the five men to a strip club called Club Stylish on Jaffe Road, just a few blocks away. Jack and Ding found the entrance to Club Stylish to be just a narrow, dark doorway at the street level of a high-rise ramshackle apartment building on a two-lane street 1 block over from Lockhart Road, the nicer and more touristy section of Wan Chai. Ryan pulled off his paper mask and entered first, passing a bored-looking bouncer, then descended a little staircase lit only by Christmas lights strung along the ceiling. The staircase seemed to go down at least 2 stories, and at the bottom he found a large basement nightclub with a high ceiling. Jack saw Jia and his group of 4 triads sitting in a large booth in the corner on the far wall, to the right of the stage on the other side of the entrance to a darkened hallway that led out the back of the club. Jack assumed there would be restrooms back there, but he did not want to pass so close to Jia to get a better lay of the land. Instead, he saw a spiral staircase off to his left, and he climbed to find a little mezzanine over the back bar area. Here, a few businessmen sat in groups and looked out over the paltry action. Ryan liked it up here. He could watch Jia while keeping a low profile with the dark and deep booths. He sat alone, and he ordered a beer from a passing cocktail waitress a few minutes later. Within moments, 2 young Filipino exotic dancers took the stage and went through the well-practiced motions of dancing seductively to loud, thumping, Asian-influenced techno music. Jia and his security detail remained in their booth stage left of the strippers. Jack saw that the young man remained more interested in his handheld computer than he was in the semi-naked women 20 feet away from him, and he barely glanced up at them as he typed furiously with his thumbs. Domingo Chavez entered the club a few minutes later, and he sat back by the downstairs bar near the entrance. Yao was sitting out in the borrowed Mitsubishi, positioned in a back alley that ran between the rear of the high-rises on Jaffe and the high-rises on Gloucester, just blocks from the northern shore of Hong Kong Island. The 2 mysterious Americans who had been on the ferry entered the club a few minutes later, confirming Jack's suspicions that they were, in fact, tailing Jia. As Chavez turned and scanned the stairwell, 2 more Western men, both in blue blazers and ties, entered together. The 2 men sat down just a few tables from the triad entourage, positioning themselves awkwardly so that they had a better view of Fast by 22 than they did of the stage. "Looks like a damn weatherman convention in here," Chavez said softly, hiding his moving lips behind his beer bottle before taking a swig. Adam Yao's voice came over the headset. "More Americans?" "2 suits. Could be DOJ guys from the consulate here trying to confirm Jia's presence." Yao said, "Okay, maybe we should think about backing off. By my count, there are now 6 Guelos in there with eyes on Jia. That's too many." Chavez said, "I hear you, Adam, but I've got another idea. Wait one." He reached into his jacket and pulled out his mobile phone, then opened a video camera feature. He put the conference call with Ryan and Adam on hold and called Gavin Byrie at the Peninsula. Gavin answered on the first ring. "Byrie?" "Hey, Gavin. I'm sending you video transmission from my phone. Will you get on your laptop and check that you are receiving?" "I'm already on. I'm picking it up."
A few seconds later, he said, "How about you zoom in on that stage for me?" Ding placed the phone on the table, propped it against a small glass candle holder, and turned it toward Zha's table. Ding said, "I need you to focus on the target, not the dancing girls." "Oh, all right. Zoom in a bit." Chavez did so, and then recentered the image. "Got it. What am I looking for?" "Just keep tabs on them. You've got the eye. I'm pulling Ryan out, and I'm turning away from them. There is too much surveillance in this room already." "Got it." He laughed. "I'm on a mission. Well, a virtual mission anyway. Hey, by the way, I'm sending you that cleaned-up image of the guy you photographed back at the Mongkok Computer Center. You should be able to see the man in the dark now with no problems." Domingo brought Gavin into the conference call with the other two and then explained to Jack and Adam what he'd done. Jack left the club and went out front, crossed Jaffe, and sat at a tiny noodle bar open to the street. From here, he could see the stairway entrance to Club Stylish. Yao, Chavez, and Ryan simultaneously received emails on their phones. They opened them to see a good picture of a quarter shot of Zha's face and three-quarters of the back of his head as he spoke to an older Chinese man in a white shirt and a light blue or gray tie. The older man's face was clear enough, but none of the three recognized him. Yao said, "He's not familiar to me, but you think he looked important, Ding?" "Yes, I'd say you might be looking at the MFIC there." Yao responded. "The what?" "The motherfucker in charge." Gavin Byree's voice came back over the headsets of the team a minute later. "Domingo, pan the camera to your left." Chavez reached out and did so as he kept his eyes in the opposite direction toward the bartenders. "What do you see?" "I noticed that the tough guys around Zha were all looking at something or somebody. I think it's those two white guys in blue blazers. One of the triads just pulled out his phone and made a call." "Shit," said Ding. "I'd be willing to wager that the consulate guys made it obvious they aren't here to watch the dancers. Adam, what do you think 14K is going to do?" "My guess is they will bring in a few reinforcements. Ryan, what's going on at the front?" Jack noticed a group of 3 Chinese men entering the club. 2 were young, early 20s or so, and the third was perhaps 60. "Just regular traffic out here." "Okay," said Yao. "Be on the lookout for more 14K, though. If those guys just called in a potential threat, things might get tight in there." "Our boy has visitors," Byree said a minute later, when the 3 newest patrons to the bar, the older Chinese man and his 2 friends, slid around Zha into the booth. "I'm sending a screenshot to your phone so you can see." Adam waited for the picture to arrive and looked at it closely. "Okay. The older guy is Mr. Han. He's a known smuggler of high-end computer equipment. Not sure who the other 2 are, but they aren't 14K. Gavin came over the call. "I'm running their faces through facial recognition software against a database of known Chinese hackers." At the noodle shop, Ryan cursed to himself, and at the bar in the strip club, Chavez groaned inwardly. It was going to be a hard sell to Adam Yao that this database, which the campus had pulled from a classified CIA database, would be something a financial management firm, even one hunting for a Chinese hacker, could just call up on a laptop. Ryan and Chavez waited to hear what Yao said next. "That's pretty handy, Gavin. Let us know." His voice was overtly sarcastic. Gavin was clueless about what he had done, and it was clear he did not pick up on Yao's sarcasm. "I'll let you know. And by the way, I ran the other guy, the MFIC too. No match at all," he said with a tinge of frustration in his voice. Yao said, "Hey, Domingo, any chance you could meet me around back of the club for a quick chat?" Chavez said, "I'll be right out, Adam. Ryan, why don't you come on back in and take the eye up on the mezzanine?" "Got it," said Jack. It took a few minutes to get Jack into position and Chavez back out the front, up the block, and back around into the small street behind the nightclub and high-rise apartment buildings. But finally, Ding climbed into the passenger door of the Mitsubishi. He just looked at Adam and said, "You wanted to talk?" Yao said, "I know you are ex-agency and I checked you out. You retain your TS security clearance." Chavez smiled. "You've done your homework." Yao was not smiling. "You have friends at the agency, friends all over, and I am going to go out on a limb here and say that you know good and damn well that I am agency too." Ding nodded slowly. "I'm not going to lie to you, kid. I am aware that you wear 2 hats. Are you going to tell me the real reason you guys are here?" "We're here to find out who the hell Zha is. He is trying to get into our network." "Trying to? He has not succeeded?" "Not that we know of." They had lied to Yao about that. "Sorry, kid.
We needed your help and we wanted to help you. I fed you a little bullshit along the way." "Fed me a little bullshit? So you came all the way to Hong Kong to tail a hacker who was trying to hack your network?" Chavez sighed. "That's part of the reason. We are also aware he is a person of interest in the UAV attack. We see our interests and America's interests dovetailing nicely here, and we wanted to support you in your investigation." The agency is not buying into the fact that Jia is part of the UAV attack. They think it was a state actor of some sort, maybe China, maybe Iran. And since Jia clearly isn't working for either of them over here, they figure he's not involved. We figure differently, and apparently so do you. I do. Just then, Gavin Byrie called Chavez, and Ding turned on his speakerphone so Yao could hear. "Bingo. We have a match on one of the young men, the guy in the black shirt. His name is Chen Ma Long. It says he lives in Shaoxing on the mainland. He was a known member of an organization called the Tong Dynasty." "The Tong Dynasty?" Yao said with surprise. "What's that?" asked Chavez. "That's an unofficial name the NSA gave to an organization that was around from about 2005 to 2010. It was run by Dr. K.K. Tong, sort of the father of China's offensive cyber war systems. He used tens of thousands of civilian hackers, developed them into a kind of army. This kid must have been part of that group." "Where is Tong now?" "He was thrown in prison in China for corruption but escaped. No one has heard from him in a couple of years. Word is the Chi-Coms want him dead." "Interesting. Thanks, Gavin," said Chavez. He ended the call with Byrie and then turned his attention back to Yao. "We aren't going to learn anything more than what we already know about whatever the hell is going on over here, because it's not going to take any time at all for the triads to pick up on the fact that Jia has grown a really long tail. Once they see these guys following Jia is going to disappear." "I know. You need to check with Langley one more time. If they want him, they better take him right fucking now, because he will either run to the mainland, in which case you'll never find him, or else the Marshal Service is going to arrest him, in which case he'll enter the justice system. If he does that, he'll get a lawyer, a pat on the ass, and 3 hots in a cot. The agency won't learn a damn thing about who he's working with." "I already talked to Langley. They said they didn't think Jean was involved, but they would kick it over to the Pentagon since it was their system that got hacked," said Adam. "And what did the Pentagon say?" "I have no idea. I try and communicate with Langley as little as possible." "Why is that?" "Pretty much everybody knows that there is a leak at Beijing Station. The Pentagon is aware CIA is compromised in its affairs in China too, so I doubt they would let us know if they were interested in Jia." "A leak?" "Too many agency initiatives involving China have foundered in ways that we can only figure were due to inside information about our activities. I try to keep most of my activity very low profile. I don't like letting Langley know what I'm up to, in case the Chi-Coms do something to stop me. Even though HK isn't the mainland per se, there are Chinese spies all over." Chavez said, "Maybe that leak is the reason 14K doubled their guard on Jia and started doing SDRs every couple of hours." Yao said, "That only makes sense if the 14K are working with the Chi-Coms, and that just does not track with everything I've seen or heard about the triads." Ding's phone beeped. It was Ryan, and Ding put the call on speaker. "What's up, Jack?" "The 2 younger Americans, the guys I saw on the ferry, just paid their tab and hit the road." "Good. And the 2 suits?" "Still in the same place. Still glancing over at John Company every 30 seconds like clockwork." "Okay," said Ding. "I'm heading back in. Wait for me to take the eye and then you can go back out front." "Roger that," said Jack. Chavez entered the club through the back door. It led to a long, narrow staircase that descended to a hallway. Chavez passed doors to bathrooms and a kitchen area, and then he stepped back into the club, walked past Jia and his entourage in the corner, and returned to the bar. Ryan left through the front entrance and went back to the noodle shop on Jaffe and ordered a Qingtao beer. A minute after Ryan returned to his post, he announced, "Here come the 14K. I've got close to a dozen goons who just got out of a pair of silver SUVs. They're all wearing jackets and it's 80 degrees, so I'm going to guess they are packing. They are heading through Club Stylish's door." After a few moments, the triad presence increased all around Club Stylish. A dozen obvious gunmen fanned out and took up positions in the corners and around the bar. Ding spoke softly behind his beer. "Yep. The new goons are eyeballing the 2 guys in the suits. This might get ugly, Adam. Let me stick around for a minute in case someone needs to call in the cavalry." Adam Yao did not respond. "Ding for Adam. Do you read?" "Nothing." "Yao, you receiving?" After a long moment, Adam Yao responded in a whisper. Guys, things are about to get really ugly. Adam Yao had lowered the backrest of his driver's seat in the Mitsubishi minivan all the way back, and he lay flat, his body out of the sightline of the windows. Just 30 seconds earlier, a large 12-passenger van had rolled up with its lights off, 40 feet away in the alley, not far from Yao's position in the parking lot. "Adam, what's going on?" It was Ding's voice in his earpiece, but Adam did not answer. Instead, he reached for his backpack in the front passenger seat. He pulled out a rectangular hand mirror and carefully raised it above the driver's side window. Through it, he could see the 12-passenger van. It had stopped near the exit to the strip club, and the side door had opened up. 7 men slipped out silently. They all held black rifles close to their bodies, and they wore small backpacks, sidearms, and body armor. As he lay silent and still, Ding's voice came over his earpiece yet again. "What is it, Adam?" Yao replied. "There's a fucking A-team back here. These guys are probably JSOC." JSOC, Joint Special Operations Command, and pronounced JSOC by those aware of the organization, was the Department of Defense's Direct Action Special Mission Units, SEAL Team 6, or Delta Force. Yao knew that the Pentagon would not send anyone else to do this job but JSOC. "I think they are about to come in through the back door, and it sure doesn't look like they're heading in to watch boobs jiggle." "Shit," Ding said. "How many?" "I count 7 operators," Adam said. Jack said, "There are probably 4 or 5 times that number of armed triads in there. You need to stop them before they get slaughtered." "Right," Adam said, and he quickly opened his door and slid out of the Mitsubishi. Yao decided to call out to them, but he'd taken no more than 1 step when he was knocked to the ground from behind. His earpiece flew from his ear, and he crashed face first onto the wet alleyway, his breath knocked from his lungs. He did not see the man who took him down, but he felt the weight of a knee on his back. He felt the burn in his shoulders as his arms were yanked roughly behind him, and the sting in his wrists as his hands were secured with flexi-cuffs. Before he could speak, he heard someone tearing electrical tape from a roll, and the tape was wrapped tightly around his head several times at the mouth, gagging him roughly. He was dragged by his feet in the parking lot. He fought to keep his face from rubbing against the asphalt. In seconds, he found himself on the other side of the Mitsubishi van, shoved into a sitting position, the back of his head slammed against the side of the minivan. Only then did he see that a single person had done all this to him. A blonde-haired man with a beard and tactical pants, a combat vest of body armor and ammo mags and an automatic pistol, and a short-barreled rifle that hung over his shoulder. Adam tried to speak through the tape, but the American just patted him on the head and slipped a hood over him. The last image Yao had was of the man's forearm and his cowboy up tattoo. Adam heard the man run off around the van, obviously to join his mates near the door. Chavez had spent 10 of the past 20 seconds trying to raise Adam Yao on the conference call, 2 more seconds cussing violently to himself, and finally, the last 8 seconds barking soft but authoritative orders into his headset as he walked through the strip club toward the restroom in the back. "Gavin, listen up. I need you in a cab on your way over to our position. Wave every scrap of money on your person to get the cabbie to haul ass." "Me? You want me out there with—" "Do it. I'll update you when you get close." "Oh, okay. I'm on the way." "Ryan, I want you to hot-foot it around back to see what happened to Adam. Put your mask on." "Understood." This was a clusterfuck in the making, Chavez knew, and the only way he could stop it was to get to the back door before it started. From the darkness of the hall that led to the stairs at the back of the club, a group of armed men appeared in a tight, neat row, their weapons laser targeting devices causing red pinpricks of light to move around ahead of them, dancing through the dim amber lighting of the club like the twinkling sparkles of the disco ball hanging from the ceiling. Chavez spoke into his mic, and he made a solemn announcement. "It's on." Chief Petty Officer Michael Meyer, team leader of this DevGru, SEAL Team 6, JSOC element, was second in line in the tactical train, his HK MP7 personal defense weapon aimed just over the left shoulder of the special warfare operator in front of him. They broke into teams as they left the hallway and entered the nightclub, with Meyer and the first man breaking right, shining their lasers on the dance floor and the patrons in front of it. Just to his left, 2 operators covered the club toward the rear bar, and directly behind him now, 3 of his men were taking down Jia and holding their guns on his protection detail. Meyer then heard a shout from one of his men on the right, and it was the last thing he hoped to hear tonight from his men scanning the crowd. "Contact front." Things went bad quickly. A single 14K soldier back by the bar near the entrance was partially shielded by a group of businessmen standing there, and he took the opportunity to yank a .45 pistol from his waistband. With the protection of the cover provided by the civilians, he raised his weapon and squeezed off 2 rounds at the first armed gunman through the door, grazing the man once on the left arm and once squarely on the ceramic body armor plate on his chest. The Navy SEAL closest to the wounded operator dispatched the Chinese shooter with a 3-round burst of tiny but hard-hitting 4.6 by 30 millimeter bullets to the forehead, blowing the top of the man's head off and over the crowd of men around him. Within the next 2 seconds, throughout the strip club, some 20 14K triads went for their guns, and all hell broke loose. Jack Ryan found Adam Yao tagged and bagged, still struggling against his bindings next to his vehicle. The Mitsubishi's passenger door was unlocked, so Jack reached in and grabbed a folding knife from Yao's backpack, and he cut the CIA officer's wrist bindings free in seconds. Popping handgun fire and short, disciplined bursts from automatic weapons came from the nightclub. Ryan pulled the hood off Yao and then yanked the smaller man to his feet. Jack shouted, "Any guns in the van?" Adam pulled the tape off his mouth with a wince. "I'm not issued a weapon, and if I got caught with—" Ryan turned and ran unarmed toward the back door of the club. Chavez had found fair cover from the crossfire, flat on his face, pressed up against the side of the stage. He shouted into his earpiece between bursts of fire in the room. "Ryan, if you were out back, get your ass to cover. This shit looks like it's about to spill out into the alley." "Roger that," Ryan said. Just then, a triad armed with a stainless steel Beretta 9mm pistol crawled up beside Chavez, using the stage to remain hidden from the American commandos. The 14K goon rose to a crouch, his tennis shoes just inches from Chavez's face, and he started moving closer to the commandos. But Ding reached out and grabbed the man's gun hand, pulled him off balance and then down onto the floor. Ding yanked him back behind an overturned table, fought for the handgun from the surprisingly strong Chinese man, and finally rolled on top of him, twisted the Beretta back, broke 2 of the triad's fingers in his right hand, and peeled the gun free. Ding headbutted the man twice, breaking his nose the first time and knocking him senseless the second. Now, Domingo Chavez had a gun. Chief Petty Officer Meyer's problems were compounding by the second, but he'd been in this line of work for too long to allow fear, confusion, or mission overload to take control of his faculties. Jia had been flexi-cuffed and dragged back into the hall, part of the way by his shirt and the rest of the way by his spiked hair. As soon as he was at the foot of the stairs up to the rear exit, Meyer's team began collapsing back, covering for one another as they reloaded. 2 of the SEALs had taken rounds to their body armor, but it was Special Warfare Operator Kyle Weldon who caught the first serious injury. A 9mm round hit him square in the kneecap, sending him face-planting in the hall. He dropped his HKPDW, but it remained attached to his body by the sling, and he quickly fought off the pain enough to spin around so that one of his mates could grab him by the pull straps on his body armor. Seconds later, his mate was himself shot. Petty Officer Umberto Reynosa took a ricocheted round through his left calf as he dragged Weldon, and he fell down in a heap next to his buddy. As Chief Petty Officer Michael Meyer provided cover up the hallway and out into the club, 2 more SEALs scrambled back to grab both operators and pull them closer to safety. SWO Joe Bannerman, nearest to the back door up the stairs and farthest from the fight, somehow managed to take a bullet in the back shoulder from a triad who leapt out of the restroom with his gun spraying lead. The bullet pitched Bannerman forward, but he stayed on his feet and kept going, and Petty Officer Bryce Poteet blasted the triad with a 12-round spray of jacketed lead. Ryan had done as instructed by Chavez and sought cover. He just crossed the alleyway and dived between several reeking garbage cans when headlights from the mouth of the alley approached. It was the black 12-passenger van that dropped off the SEALs just a few minutes earlier. No doubt it had gotten the call to come back around and pick them up. No sooner had the van slammed on its brakes at the exit to the club when the door flew open. Jack watched from between 2 plastic bins as a bearded American with a bloody right shoulder raced out into the alley and began scanning for targets in the opposite direction. A second man came out and scanned with his rifle high back toward Jack and beyond. Moments later, Jack saw Fastby 22, or at least someone wearing the same clothes as Fastby 22. He was hooded and his wrists were tied, and he was being shoved forward by an American operator. Meyer was the last out of the door. He spun toward the van in time to see Jia thrown into the open side door of the vehicle. Then men jumped, limped, or were helped in after him. Meyer kept his weapon trained down the staircase until the door closed, then followed his mates into the van. The back door to the club burst open, and 2 men in black leather jackets stepped out. One wielded a black pistol and the other a 12-gauge shotgun with a pistol grip. CPO Meyer dumped a half magazine into each man, sending them and their weapons tumbling into the alley as the door closed again behind them. "Go!" Meyer shouted, and the van accelerated up the alley to the east. As soon as the van moved past him, Jack emerged from between the garbage cans and rushed toward the back door, desperate to check on Chavez. "Ding! Ding!" he said into his headset. When he was still 25 feet from the door, a white SUV turned into the alley from the west on squealing tires. It raced closer, accelerated after the panel van holding Jia and the Americans. Jack had no doubt this SUV would be full of 14K reinforcements. He made it to the shotgun lying by the dead triad, picked it up off the ground, and then stepped into the center of the alleyway. He raised the weapon and fired a single shell into the street just in front of the approaching vehicle. Buckshot ricocheted off the asphalt and shredded both of the front tires, sending the SUV veering off to the left and crashing through the glass windows of an all-night market. Jack heard a noise close on his right, turned, and saw Adam Yao running toward him. He continued on past Jack to the back door of Club Stylish. As he ran, he said, "There will be more where they came from. We have to go through the club to get out of here. Throw down the gun and follow me. Keep that mask on." Jack did as he was told and followed Adam. Down in the strip club, Adam and Jack were met by a scene of carnage. 7 14K triads lay dead or dying, with 3 more less gravely wounded. 6 club patrons were dead or injured as well. Adam and Jack found Chavez, who himself was heading toward the stairs up the hallway. When he saw them, he held up a small handheld computer. Jack recognized it as belonging to Jia Shuhai. Ding slid it into the inside pocket of his sport coat. Adam said, "We need to keep moving. Go out the front like everyone else." The CIA officer led the way, and Ding and Jack followed him. The shrill wail of sirens got louder and louder out on Jaffe Road. As they headed up the stairs, Jack said, "Whoever those guys were, I can't believe they pulled it off." Just then, the sound of gunfire erupted once again. This time it came from the east. Ding looked at Jack. Softly, he said, "They haven't pulled it off yet. Go back down and grab a gun off one of those bodies." Jack nodded, turned, and rushed down the stairs. Yao asked Chavez, "What are we going to do?" "Whatever we can." Adam then said, "The van, my keys are in it, and it's unlocked. Maybe Byrie can pick it up." Chavez nodded and called Gavin, who was in a cab on the way to the scene. "I need you to get Adam's maroon Mitsubishi Grandis out of the alley behind Club Stylish. When you get it, give me a call. I'm sure we'll need a pickup." "Okay." Meyer and his team of shot-up SEAL Team 6 operators managed to make it 6 blocks before the 14K closed in on them. They had driven east up the alley until it ended at Canal Road, then took that south until they could go east again on Jaffe. As they passed shuttered businesses and high-rise office and apartment buildings, the driver of the van, Special Warfare Operator Terry Howley, veered left and right to avoid slow-moving and oncoming traffic. In the back of the van, Jia was face down and still tied and hooded. The injured men were busy wrapping quick bandages around their gunshot wounds, and Meyer was in comms with the extraction team, telling them his element was minutes away. But things went south as soon as Meyer finished the transmission. They rolled into the intersection of Jaffe and Percival, less than a half-mile from the shootout and into the ultra-ritzy Causeway Bay area, when an automatic rifle was fired by a plain-clothed man in the backseat of a Ford Mustang convertible. Special Warfare Operator Howley was hit in both arms and the chest, and he slumped forward over the steering wheel. The 12-passenger van swerved in the rain, skidded perpendicular to the road, and then flipped onto its side, sliding 30 yards until it crashed into the front of a light bus, a 16-passenger vehicle used for public transportation. Howley was killed by rifle fire, and another Special Warfare operator broke his shoulder in the crash. Meyer was dazed, and broken glass had cut his chin, cheeks, and lips, but he kicked open the back door of the van and rallied his men. The dead and the wounded were either carried or helped along, and the prisoner was held onto, and the men shuffled into an alleyway that led toward the water, some 400 yards to the north. It seemed to Jack Ryan as if every damn siren in Hong Kong was now in operation in or around Wan Chai. Chavez tapped his earpiece as he jogged. A moment later, Gavin answered. "Where are you?" Chavez asked. "I'm approaching the rear of the club, but there are a lot of people back there. Some of them are going to be 14K. Gavin, we need those wheels." "Okay, but no promises. I'm not even sure This is life and death. Do what you have to do. But there are police and figure it out and call me back." Chavez hung up. Suddenly, all three men stopped running. Just up ahead, they heard a weapon firing cyclic. It was a suppressed HK MP7. Both Ding and Jack were familiar with the sound. The JSOC operators were close. Jack stepped into a small concrete courtyard between four identical buildings. The only light illuminating the scene was from red Chinese lamps strung across the courtyard over metal picnic tables and a small fenced-in playground. Just on the other side of the courtyard, Jack watched the group of men he saw back at the girly bar emerge from a breezeway that passed under one of the buildings. The men looked like they'd just hit Omaha Beach. Every man Ryan could see was either seriously wounded or assisting someone who was. Two men carried what appeared to be a dead body. Ding looked out quickly and then pulled himself and Ryan back around the corner to cover. Keeping himself shielded, Chavez whistled loudly, then shouted, "Listen up. You've got friendlies over here, a 3-man OGA unit. We're ready to help if you can use us." OGA was how CIA personnel often referred to themselves in the field. It stood for Other Governmental Agency, and it was safer than saying agency or company, common nicknames for CIA. Chavez knew whether these guys were JSOC or CIA or any other U.S. paramilitary unit, they would understand this term. Meyer looked down to Reynosa to make sure he had actually heard what he thought he heard. The wounded operator nodded distantly, then propped himself against the wall of the courtyard and raised his gun to cover the area in case it was a trap. Meyer shouted back, "Step out, one at a time, hands high and empty." "Coming out," shouted Chavez, and he raised his hands and stepped into the dim light under the paper lanterns. Jack Ryan and Adam Yao did the same, and within 30 seconds, the SEALs had help from 3 able-bodied men. Chavez lifted the dead SEAL off the ground in a fireman's carry, so the 2 men carrying his body could once again wield their HKs. Together, the 10 surviving Americans and the flexi-cuffed and hooded Jia Shuhai started again for the north. 5 minutes later, they had found refuge hiding in the trees and darkness in Tung Lo Hua Garden. All around them on the street, police cars raced by in all directions, and several cars full of young, tough-looking men passed by, often slowing to shine flashlights in the park. Chavez called Byrie and was pleasantly surprised to learn that the IT director had managed to pass his first challenge in the field. He'd argued his way past a police barrier to get his minivan out of the parking lot, and Ding directed him to their position. CPO Michael Meyer checked on his wounded men and then crawled over to the 3 new guys in his group. Meyer motioned to Yao. "We saw you behind the target location. I had Poteet bag you. Didn't know you were OGA, sorry about that." Yao shook his head. "No problem." Chavez asked, "Who are you guys?" "DevGru." Chavez knew that U.S. Special Warfare Development Group, or DevGru, was the organization formerly known as SEAL Team 6. The Navy team leader reloaded his HK. "With all our injuries and all the helos in the air, our exfil is going to be a bitch. You boys know the area better than we do. You got any bright ideas about extricating ourselves from this bullshit?" Now Chavez leaned over. "I've got a guy on the way in a minivan. If we squeeze, we can fit everyone. Where is your rally point for the exfil?" The SEAL said, "North Point Ferry Pier. We've got RIBs coming to pick us up." Just then, the headlights of a vehicle entered the road that ran through the little park. The vehicle slowed down to a crawl, but continued closer. Ding called to Gavin. "Where are you?" "I'm heading east. I am really turned around. I don't know where the hell I am." "Stop right where you are." The vehicle on the road stopped. "Flash your lights." The lights flashed. "Good. We've got you. Pull up about 200 yards on the double, then scoot into the back. Make room. We've got to fit a dozen bodies in there." "A dozen?" Chavez was behind the wheel now and heading northeast, following Yao's instructions from the front passenger seat. Ding kept his speed down and his lane switching to a minimum, but at a red light on Gloucester Road, a 14K spotter walked into the street and looked right at him. The man pulled a mobile phone out of his pocket and brought it to his ear. Chavez looked straight ahead. He said, "Damn, this isn't over yet." As the light turned green, he accelerated forward, doing his best to not just haul ass, hoping against hope that the spotter would make the decision that the maroon minivan was not, in fact, full of armed guelos escaping the scene. But his hopes were in vain. As they moved east through the rain on a side street running parallel to King's Road, a small two-door car rolled into the intersection with its headlights off. Chavez was forced to swerve to avoid being sideswiped. As the car drove alongside Chavez's side of the minivan, a man rose out of the passenger side window, sat on the door, and then swung an AK-47 rifle over the roof of the car, pointing it toward Chavez. Ding drew the Beretta pistol in his waistband and fired through his window across his body while he held the wheel with his left hand. Several AK rounds tore into the minivan before Chavez struck the driver of the two-door with a bullet into the side of the neck. The car swerved violently and slammed into the wall of an office building. "Who's hit? Who's hit?" Chavez yelled, certain that, with this many men in this small vehicle, multiple men would have been struck by the powerful 7.62 millimeter rounds. Everyone checked in. The wounded men proclaimed they were in no more pain than before, and even Fastbite 22 answered Adam that he was okay when he asked him if he'd been shot. Chavez raced to the east faster than before, but still he was careful to not draw any more attention than was necessary. After consulting with Adam Yao about the best place to be picked up by boat that was far enough away from the site of the hit, Myers struggled to get his radio mic to his mouth under the crushing weight of the other bodies on top of him. Finally, he established comms with his extraction and told them they would do the pickup several miles to the east in Wan Chai. Chavez made it to the location just after 3 a.m., found a secluded rocky beach, and everyone struggled to get out of the tight minivan. Suddenly, 3 Zodiac boats materialized in the black water at the shoreline. Chief Petty Officer Michael Meyer got his men together, both the living and the dead, and quickly shook Yao's hand. "Wish we worked with you from the beginning." Adam said, "You'd have had more problems that way. We are leaking like a sieve. Glad we were able to help. Sure as hell wish we could have done more." Meyer nodded, thanked Ryan and Chavez, and then joined his men as they loaded into the RIBs. The Zodiacs turned away from the beach and disappeared in the night. Dr. K.K. Tong, codename Center, sat at his desk and watched the recorded feeds from dozens of security cameras, both municipal and privately held. It was a video montage created by his ghost ship security staff showing the events of the previous evening. Standing over his shoulder and watching the violent montage was the leader of the ghost ship's own security staff. He said, 29 members of 14K were killed or wounded. As you can see from the feeds here, members of the opposition force suffered casualties as well, but none of them turned up in any local hospitals. Tong did not comment on this. He only said, CIA. Yes, sir. Their local man, Adam Yao, the one we have been aware of for the past week, is clearly captured here on the video. We are reading CIA communications. We know Yao is present in HK and operating surveillance on our operation. Why did you not prevent this? If the CIA used CIA paramilitary forces or coordinated this kidnapping directly, we would have been aware of it and we would have been prepared. But the Pentagon used American military forces, apparently members of their Joint Special Operations Command. We do not have deep, persistent access into JSOC communications. Why did CIA use JSOC? Do they suspect a leak in their cable traffic? Negative. From what we've determined monitoring CIA cable traffic after this hit, this element of commandos happened to be training in South Korea and was able to move over here very quickly yesterday when an in extremis opportunity arose to kidnap Jia. No one at JSOC told the CIA they were coming. And yet the local CIA operative was present. I have not determined how that occurred. Tong said, I am very dissatisfied that this happened. The security manager said, I understand, sir. Have you reported this to our colleagues in Beijing? Tong asked. Yes, sir. They ask you to contact them as soon as you can. Tong nodded. Our time in Hong Kong is over. He watched the violent movie on his main monitor a second time. Quickly, he reached out and pressed a button, stopping as the driver of the minivan fired a handgun out the driver's side window. Tong pulled a frame capture, and in seconds, he had sharpened it up greatly with software on his machine. This man was in Club Stylish at the beginning of the sequence, before the attack. He was not part of the attacking force. Yes, I think you are correct. Together, Tong and the security manager went through raw feed of Club Stylish, both before and after the kidnapping. They saw the unknown man sitting at the bar before the attack. He was all alone. But after the kidnapping, he was met by 2 other men. Together, the 3 left through the front entrance. One was tall with a common paper mask on his face, and the other man was Adam Yao. Tong found a good image of the short, slightly dark man as he entered the club for the first time, passing directly in front of a security camera at the entrance. He cleaned the image up even more and zoomed in on the man's face. "I know who this man is," said KK Tong. He pressed buttons on his computer and brought up a video conference. A woman with a headset on was sitting at her desk somewhere on the operations floor of the ghost ship. She was surprised to find herself on camera. She sat up straighter and bowed in her seat. "Desk 41? Come in my office." "Yes, Senta." A few moments later, the controller entered Tong's dark office, stood next to the security manager, and gave a quick bow before standing at attention with her eyes straight ahead. "Look at this image capture." She peered past Center at the screen for several seconds, and then returned to standing erectly once again. She said, "That appears to be Subject Domingo Chavez of the Maryland America Company Henley Associates. Wife Patsy Chavez. 1 son, John Patrick Chavez. Domingo Chavez served in the U.S. Army and then in the CIA Special Activities Division. After leaving—" "I know who it is," Tong interrupted. "Henley Associates is a target of interest, is it not?" "Yes, Senta." "Did you also know Mr. Chavez and at least 1 colleague of his were here in Hong Kong last night, helping the CIA and the U.S. military capture Jia Shuhai, chief of our coders department, and killing a large number of our 14K hosts in the process?" Softly she said, "No, Senta." "Do we have deep, persistent access into the Henley Associates network yet?" "No, Senta. I ordered this months ago." The woman said, "With help from MSS assets in Shanghai and in Washington, we have placed a rat on a drive that was delivered to Henley Associates last week. The Trojan has not reported in as of yet." "Perhaps the Henley Associates people discovered the rat and did not install the device." The woman blinked hard. "It is possible, sir." With the tip of his pen, Tong flipped to a different photograph. It was Adam Yao, Domingo Chavez, and a tall man with dark hair wearing a paper mask. "Is this Jack Ryan, son of the President of the United States? He works at Henley, you know." The woman looked at the image. I do not know, Senta. I cannot see his face." "If we had access into their network, we would know exactly who that was. Wouldn't you agree?" "Yes, Senta." Tong thought for a few moments. Finally, he said, "You will be reassigned. You are dismissed." The woman bowed and left the room. Tong initiated another video conference before she was out the door, this time with the director of the ghost ship's controller department. "Replace Desk 41 with your best English-speaking controller, and instruct them to immediately take control of your best English-speaking field operative, whoever that is and wherever in the world they are working, and send him or her to Washington, D.C. Come to my office in 30 minutes with this done, and I will give you further instructions." Without waiting for a response, he disconnected the video conference and then swiveled in his chair to the director of his security staff. "Where has the U.S. military taken Jia?" The man looked down at a notebook in his hand. "We are working on getting this information." Tong nodded. "I want an address." "I will get it for you." The life of a CIA officer in the field had its moments of raw adrenaline and pure excitement, but there existed many more moments like this. Adam Yao had spent the night in the small waiting room of an auto body shop in Saiwan on Hong Kong Island, just a few kilometers from his flat. He'd brought his neighbor's Mitsubishi minivan here the previous evening, and he'd paid the shop owner and his assistant handsomely to work through the night to clean blood off the upholstery, to fill in and buff out the bullet holes, to repaint the vehicle, and to replace the broken windows. It was 7 a.m. now, and they were wrapping up, which meant Adam would, he hoped, just be able to get the minivan back in time to park it in its place in the parking garage before his neighbor came down from his flat to head for work. His neighbor, a man Adam's age named Robert Cam, had 3 kids and owned the minivan out of necessity. He had been driving Adam's Mercedes for the past 2 days, and he had not complained one bit. The body shop owner tossed Yao the keys, and they inspected it together. Adam was impressed. He could see no evidence of the damage to the car's body, and they had replaced the side windows with tint that perfectly matched the tint on the windshield and back glass. Adam made it back to his building and pulled up the ramp into his parking garage just after 7:30 a.m., and he made the turn to go find the Mitsubishi's numbered parking space. Up ahead of him, at the end of the lane of cars, Adam saw Robert stepping up to Yao's black Mercedes with his briefcase in his hand and his suit coat over his arm. He saw Robert open the door of the Mercedes, then sit down, just as Adam pulled Robert's Mitsubishi into its parking space facing him across the lane. The CIA officer put the minivan in park as Robert looked up and noticed him. Adam smiled and waved sheepishly, an apologetic grimace for not having the minivan back until now. Robert smiled, and then Robert Cam disappeared in a flash of light. The Mercedes exploded right in front of Adam Yao's eyes. Fire and shrapnel and a shockwave visible as a wall of dust rocked the parking garage. The new windows of the Mitsubishi shattered, and Adam's head was slammed back against the headrest with the violent blast. Somehow, he forced his way out of the damaged Mitsubishi and stumbled toward his Mercedes. "Robert!" he screamed, and he tripped over an I-beam that had fallen from the ceiling. He climbed on the hood of the Mercedes, looked into the burning interior, and he saw the charred remains of Robert Cam in the driver's seat. Adam was on the street a moment later. He walked away from his building, down a steep decline. He wiped blood from his face as emergency vehicles raced past him, up the winding roads toward the black smoke now 2 blocks behind him. Who did this? The Triads? How the fuck would the Triads know who he was, where he lived, what car he drove? The only people who knew his identity and who knew he was CIA, other than CIA, were the Henley Associates men and whoever was managing to compromise cable traffic out of Hong Kong and China. No way in hell the Triads were getting intel directly from the CIA. If it wasn't the Triads, then it had to be the PRC. Somehow, for some reason, the PRC wanted him dead. Had Fastbite been here in China working with the Triads for the PRC? As confused as Adam was about what had just happened and what he'd stumbled onto, there was one matter on which the bruised and bloodied CIA operator was crystal fucking clear. He wasn't calling in to CIA. He wasn't saying one damn thing to anybody about anything. Adam was a one-man band, and he was getting the fuck out of here on his own. Brandon Trash White checked the seal of his oxygen mask over his mouth, saluted the catapult officer on the deck to his right, then placed his gloved left hand on the throttle of his FA-18 Hornet. With some reluctance, he wrapped his right hand around the towel rack, a metal bar hand grip high on the canopy in front of his head. He was just seconds from being airborne, and it was his natural inclination to keep his hand on the controls of his aircraft, but carrier rules were different. The catapult shot would shove Trash's body back hard against his seat, and if his hand was holding onto his stick, there was a high probability his hand would fly back with the high G-forces, pulling the stick along with it and pitching the airplane up and out of control on takeoff. So Trash held on to the towel rack and waited to be shot off the boat like a marble from a slingshot. To his immediate right, the FA-18 of Major Scott Cheese Stilton, call sign Magic 21, sprang forward toward the bow, ahead of the steaming catapult track and flame-red engines. He was flying an instant later, banking to the right and climbing into a beautiful blue sky. And then Trash was moving. Really moving. He went from 0 to 165 miles an hour in 2 seconds, along a 300-foot-long cat track toward the end of the boat. His helmet pressed into the headrest, and his raised right arm pulled back to him, but he held on, waiting to feel the thump of his nose wheel popping up at the end of the deck. The thump came, and he was over water, hurled screaming from the deck with no control over his aircraft. He quickly reached down for the stick, pulled his nose up slightly, and banked gently to the left for a clearing turn. "Trash is airborne. Hoorah," he said coolly into his interflight comm radio, letting Cheese know he was in the air and flying, and he climbed into the sky on his way to the strait 100 miles to the northwest. The FA-18s of the Ronald Reagan had been patrolling the Taiwan Strait for 4 days now, and Trash and Cheese had flown 2 sorties each of those days. Trash and Cheese were sent to their patrol area by a naval flight officer in the Reagan's Combat Information Center, known as the Civic. And they also received updates on other aircraft in their area of operations, from a combat air controller flying in the back of an E-2C Hawkeye airborne early warning aircraft, patrolling far to the east of the strait, with visualization of the area via their powerful radar and computers. As the distant eyes and ears for the pilots in the strait, the Hawkeye could track aircraft, missiles, and even surface vessels for hundreds of miles in all directions. Trash had just turned to follow Cheese back to the south, trailing his flight leader in an echelon formation, when his headset came alive with a transmission from the Hawkeye. Contact Bullseye 040, 45 miles heading southwest. Single group, 2 bogies, southeast of Putian. Heading 210. They appear to be heading toward the strait. Cheese's voice came into Trash's headset. Coming our way, brother. Hoorah, aren't we popular? Trash responded, a tinge of sarcasm in his voice. The 2 Marines had heard similar notifications multiple times over the past 4 days of patrols out here. Each time Trash and Cheese found themselves in the sector where a potential incursion might occur, the Chinese fighters raced toward the center line only to bank back around to the northwest and then return to the coast. Cheese acknowledged the Hawkeye's transmission and then immediately listened to a report of a contact just south of the Marine sector. 2 more bogies were headed into the strait. This area was patrolled by 2 ROC F-16s who were getting their information from the U.S. Hawkeye as well. Cheese and Trash widened their formation and pulled out of their descent at 15,000 feet. The Hawkeye divided its time between sending them updates on the 2 unknown bogies heading toward them and passing on information to the ROC Air Force F-16s 40 miles to the south of the Marine sector over the strait. Just after the Hawkeye announced that the 2 bogies heading toward Magic 2-1 and Magic 2-2 were 20 miles away, the ACO added, "They are still heading toward the center line of the strait. At current speed and heading, they will breach in 2 minutes." "Roger," said Cheese. "Magic 2-1, Hawkeye. New contact. 4 bogies taking off at Fuzhou and approaching the strait. Climbing rapidly and turning south. Angels 3 and climbing." The ACO announced he had a flight of 4 Navy FA-18 Super Hornets finishing up air refueling over the east of Taiwan Island, and he would expedite moving them to the Marine sector in support just as soon as he could. Cheese said, "Trash, I've got the bogies on radar. They are just off my nose. Are you tally?" Trash clicked a button and removed most of the digital data projected on his heads-up display and his helmet-mounted cueing system, then squinted as he peered ahead out past the HUD into the sky. "No joy," he said, but he kept looking. Cheese said, 60 seconds to intercept. Let's fly heading 030, a 20-degree offset so they can see we aren't threatening them." "Roger that," replied Trash, and he tipped his wing to the right, following Cheese's turn so that the bogies were no longer directly on their nose. Within a few seconds, Cheese said, "Bogies are jinking left to come back on an intercept course. Descending, let's speed it up." "Sons of bitches," said Trash, and he felt a new level of tension instantly. The Chinese pilots were screaming toward the center line and overtly pointing their noses, which meant their radars and their weapons, directly at the 2 Marine aircraft. "Spike," said Cheese now, indicating that one of the bogies had locked on Cheese's plane with his radar. Trash heard the spike warning for his own jet just a moment later. "I'm spiked too. These guys aren't fucking around, Cheese." Cheese gave the next order with a tone of seriousness that Trash seldom heard from the Major. "Magic 2-2, master arm on." "Roger," said Trash. He flipped his master arm into the armed position, ensuring all his weapons were hot, and he had the launch of his air-to-air missiles at his fingertips. The ACO announced almost simultaneously that the Taiwanese had reported a spike. Trash followed Cheese's turn, away from the center line and away from the approaching aircraft. He looked out the side of his canopy now, using his JMAX, his joint helmet-mounted cueing system, a smart visor on his helmet that gave him much of his heads-up information even when he looked left, right, and above his HUD. Through it, he saw 2 black specks streaking in their direction over a backdrop of puffy white cloud. He spoke quickly and energetically, but he was a pro. There was no unnecessary excitement in his voice. "Magic 2-2, tally 2 bandits. 10 o'clock, just slightly low. Possible Super 10s. No American had ever come up against China's most advanced operational frontline fighter, the Chengdu J-10B Super 10, a newer version of the J-10 Annihilator. "Roger that," said Cheese. "They are turning back hot, 30 seconds from the center line and displaying hostile intent." Trash expected to hear the Hawkeye ACO acknowledge Cheese's transmission. But instead, he spoke in a loud voice. "Magic flight, be advised. ROC flight south of you is under attack and defensive. Missiles in the air." Trash spoke with astonishment into his radio. "Holy fucking shit, Scott." Cheese saw the J-10s in front of him now and reported that he had visual. "Tally 2 on my nose, confirmed Super 10s. Hawkeye, are we cleared hot?" Before the Hawkeye answered, Trash said, "Roger, 2 on your nose. Tell me which one to take." "I've got the one on the left." "Roger, I've got the guy on the right." Now Trash's HUD and his missile warning system announced that a missile launch had been detected. One of the J-10s had just fired at him. Missile in the air, braking right, Magic 2-2 defensive." Trash banked his aircraft away from Cheese and went inverted. He pulled back on his stick and, with his canopy showing nothing but blue water, he increased his speed and descent. The Hawkeye announced belatedly, "Magic flight, you are cleared to engage." At this stage of the game, Trash didn't give a rat's ass if someone safe over the horizon line gave him the authorization to shoot back. This was life and death, and Trash had no intention of doing peaceful lazy eights out here until he was blown out of the sky. Just coming out of the dive was a challenge for the 28-year-old captain. It was a 7G turn. Trash knew this from his training. And to keep enough blood in his head for the high G turn, he used a hook maneuver. As he tightened every muscle in his core, he barked out a high-pitched "hook" that tightened his core even more. In his intercom, he heard his own voice. "Hook! Hook! Hook!" Bitching Betty, the audio warning announcements delivered by a woman's voice, too calm considering the news she delivered, came through Trash's headset. "Altitude. Altitude." Trash leveled out now, and he saw in his radar warning receiver that the threat was still locked on. He deployed chaff, a cloud of aluminum-coated glass fibers that dispersed via a pyrotechnic charge into a wide pattern around and behind the aircraft, hopefully decoying the radar of the incoming missile. Simultaneous with his deployment of chaff, Trash banked right, pulled back on the stick, and rocketed sideways, only 2,300 feet above the water. He deployed more chaff as he raced away, his right wing pointing to the water, his left wing pointing to the sun. The PL-12 missile took the bait. It fired into the floating aluminum and glass fiber, losing its lock on the radar signature of the F-18, and it slammed into the water moments later. Trash had beat the medium-range missile, but his maneuvers and his concentration on this threat had allowed the J-10 to get in behind him now. The Marine leveled his wings at 1,800 feet, looked around the sky on all sides of his cockpit, and he realized he'd lost sight of his enemy. "Where's he at, Cheese?" "Unknown, Magic 2-2, I'm defending." So Cheese was in a fight for his life himself, Trash now realized. He looked as far back over his left shoulder as he could, and now he saw the black silhouette of an aircraft bearing down on him at his 7 o'clock high, some 2 miles distant. The J-10 turned in on Trash's 6 o'clock, and Trash banked hard to the left, shoved his throttle forward, and dove toward the deck to pick up more speed, all to keep the enemy pilot from getting behind him. But the J-10 anticipated Trash's move and worked his way to the Marine's 6 and closed to within 1.5 miles. The Chinese pilot fired his twin-barreled 23mm cannon. Glowing tracer rounds passed within a few feet of Trash's canopy as he reversed his turn to the right and dropped down even lower. After another burst of cannon rounds went high, the Marine saw in the small mirror on the canopy next to the towel rack that the Super 10 had closed to under 1 mile, and he was perfectly lined up to take Trash out with his next volley. Trash did not hesitate. He had to act. He got skinny by turning his aircraft to show the smallest dimension, the side, and as the J-10 closed range, Trash pulled his nose up. The J-10B had been concentrating on his cannon, and he had not reacted to the maneuver in time. He shot past, just 100 feet above Trash's Hornet. As soon as the shadow of the Chinese fighter passed over Trash's aircraft, the American tried to pull into the control zone behind his enemy for a gun solution. But his enemy was good, and he knew better than to make himself an easy target. The J-10 got its nose up and its engine generating thrust once again, and he came off his speed brakes and went vertical. Trash overshot his target low and instantly found himself in danger. To avoid having the J-10 get behind him, Trash shoved the throttle forward, past the detent and into afterburners, and his FA-18 reared back like a Mustang and launched toward the sun on 2 pillars of fire. Trash accelerated upward, gradually getting his nose up to 70 degrees, passing 3,000 feet, 4,000, 5,000. Trash reached 90 degrees of pitch, pure vertical, and shot upward at a speed of 45,000 feet a minute. At 10,000 feet, Captain White brought the throttle out of afterburner and tipped the nose of his jet over. He could tell that the enemy pilot still did not see him, a few thousand feet below and behind. The Chinese pilot rolled inverted and turned back toward the water. Like a loop on a roller coaster, Trash rocketed in the direction of his enemy. In seconds, he saw the Super 10 passing through a cloud below him. Trash thumbed a small trackball-like input on his flight stick and switched to his cannon. As soon as the aiming pipper appeared on his HUD, the J-10 descended right into it, just 800 yards away. Trash fired one long and then two short bursts from his six-barreled Vulcan 20mm cannon. His long burst passed well in front of the Super 10. His second spray of cannon fire was closer, but still ahead of the jet. His last short burst, just a fraction of a second, nailed the enemy jet on the starboard wing. Bits of smoking aircraft broke free. The Chinese pilot broke hard to the right. Trash mimicked the maneuver just 600 feet away, rolling toward dark smoke. The Chinese plane dove for the water, and Trash fought to line up the pipper for another gunshot. Hooked with the hard-jerking G-forces he put on the plane to position himself behind. In front of him, a flash moved his focus from the pipper to his target. Flame poured from the wing and the engine, and almost instantly he knew the plane in front of him was about to die. The rear of the J-10B exploded, and the doomed aircraft spun hard to the right, corkscrewing toward the sea below. Trash broke off the attack, banked hard to the left to avoid the fireball, and then struggled to level his wings up above the water. "That's a kill. Splash one. Pause, Cheese?" Pause was a request for the other jet's position. Before his flight leader responded, Trash looked down at his DDI and saw he was heading toward Cheese. Cheese's voice came over the radio. "Defensive. He's on my 6, about 2 miles back. He's got me locked. Get him off me, Trash." Trash's eyes tracked quickly back to the north and saw the surviving Super 10 just as he launched a missile at Cheese's jet exhaust. "Break right, 2-1. Missile in the air." Trash did not watch the missile, nor did he look. He switched his weapons to select a Sidewinder short-range heat-seeking missile. Trash had a tally on the Chinese Super 10, meaning that he could see him through his helmet-mounted sight. Inside his headset, he heard a loud electronic buzz, indicating that his Sidewinder was searching for a suitable heat signature. The buzz changed to the high-pitched lock tone as the J-10 passed by just 3 miles off Trash's nose, indicating the AIM-9's infrared homing system had found the hot engine of the Chinese aircraft and was tracking it. Trash pressed the air-to-air launch button on his stick and fired the AIM-9 Sidewinder. It streaked away on a trail of smoke and homed in on the Super 10. The missile was fire and forget, so Trash turned to the left to position himself behind the enemy fighter if the Sidewinder missed. Quickly, he found Cheese in the sky. Trash's flight leader was banking hard to the south. Behind him, his automatic flares deployed out of both sides of his aircraft and arced to the earth. The Chinese missile dove into the hot flares and exploded. Trash looked back to his target and saw the J-10 launch his own flares as he banked hard to the left. "Get him, get him, get him," Trash said aloud, urging his missile toward the flaming engine of the Chinese aircraft. But the Sidewinder was duped by the flares fired by the Super 10. Shit. Trash switched back to guns, but before he could get his pipper on his target, the enemy jet dove for the deck. Trash followed him down, hoping to get behind him for another kill. In his headset, he heard, "Magic 2-1 is engaging bandits approaching from the north, Fox 3. Trash had not even had time to check what happened to the 4 other approaching aircraft, but clearly, Cheese was firing radar-guided missiles at them from a distance. "Cheese, I'm engaged, pushing this guy to the deck." "Roger, Trash. Navy Super Hornets 2 minutes out." Trash nodded, then focused intently on his enemy, the Chinese pilot and his aircraft. "Fox 3, said Cheese as he fired another AIM-120 AMRAAM at the bandits approaching from the north. Trash and the Super 10 he had engaged spent the next 60 seconds in a tight, wild chase, each pilot jockeying to get in position to fire on the other while, at the same time, doing everything in his power to prevent his enemy from getting position on him. A minute into the dogfight, White slammed the stick to the right, following the enemy's high G turn above the water. Trash got his nose inside of the turn slightly, but the PLA Air Force man reversed course suddenly and removed Trash's advantage. Cheese had fired a third missile at the inbound fighters, which he had determined to be Russian-built Su-33s. One of the 3 AMRAAMs hit its target, and Cheese announced, "Splash 2." The PLA Air Force fighter banked left and right, spun upside down, and performed a high reverse G maneuver that Trash replicated, causing his eyes to bulge and his head to fill with blood. The two planes were corkscrewing down through the sky. 7,000 feet, 6,000, 5,000. At just 3,000 feet, Trash reversed direction quickly, pulled himself into an 8G turn, and switched to guns. Trash saw the Super 10 at 1 mile, and he used his rudders to line up for a gunshot. There. At 2,000 feet separation and a closing speed of more than 1,000 miles per hour, Trash slammed his right index finger down on the trigger on his stick. A long burst of tracers from his Vulcan cannon reached out from the nose of his aircraft. He used the laser-like light to guide him toward the enemy. At 500 feet, the Super 10 burst into a fireball. When they were back on the carrier, when their aircraft were chocked and chained, and their parking brakes were set, when both men had climbed out of their cockpits, climbed down the stepping platforms on the side of the fuselage, returned to their ready room, and shed the survival gear off to reveal flight suits soaking wet from sweat, only then did the two men shake hands and hug. Trash's knees shook now, but he felt good. Happy to be alive, mostly. They learned only when they got back to the ready room that up and down the Taiwan Strait there had been several air-to-air encounters. 9 ROC aircraft had been shot down, versus 5 PLA Air Force fighters. Dr. Tong Kwok Kwan stood in his new glass-enclosed office, looking out over the massive floor of low cubicles, and he decided that he was satisfied with his reconstituted, if temporary, ghost ship. He left his office, walked down a short hallway, and exited a locked door that opened to a 12th-floor balcony. Here, breathing smoggy air that was not nearly as humid as the air he had left behind in Hong Kong, he looked out over a sprawling city, flat and wide around a river that snaked from the southeast to the northwest. Below him in the parking lot were armored personnel carriers, machine gun emplacements, and troops patrolling on foot and in jeeps. Dr. Tong and his entire operation had moved from Hong Kong's Mong Kok neighborhood to Guangzhou's Huadu district, some 100 miles to the northwest. They were within the borders of mainland China now, safe from the CIA, and it was clear to Tong that the PLA had spared no expense to protect them and provide them with whatever they needed. Tong stepped back through the doors and off the balcony. In his office, he sat at his new desk and opened a file sent to him by one of the controllers he had monitoring CIA cable traffic. Tong scrolled through the transcript of a CIA cable and found what he was looking for. He tapped out a pre-programmed number to a voice-over internet phone currently in the United States. "This is Crane." "Crane, Center." "Go ahead." "Prosper Street, number 3333, Washington, D.C." A pause. Then, "Do you have any more information on the location and disposition of forces there?" "I will have the local controller tasked to obtain and provide more intelligence in advance of your arrival. That will take a day, so prepare to act within 2 days. Time is of the essence." "Very well. What is the target at that location?" Center replied instantly. "Your target is every living thing at that location." "Understood. We'll comply." Shishi. The speech by Chairman of the Central Military Commission, Su Kei-chiang, was delivered to students and faculty of the Chinese Naval University of Engineering in Wuhan. But the men and women in the audience were just props. The message was clearly intended for international consumption. His opening remarks extolled the plan, the People's Liberation Army Navy, and he promised the students he was doing everything in his power to make sure they had all the equipment, technology, and training they would need to meet China's future threats head-on. Reading from a printed page and not a teleprompter, he discussed the recent air-to-air encounters over the Taiwan Strait, framing them as inevitable results of America's sending warplanes into a crowded but peaceful part of the world. He then said, "In light of the new danger, China is hereby excluding all international warships from the Strait of Taiwan and the South China Sea, other than those in national border waters or those with permission to transverse Chinese territory. All nations other than those with national boundaries in the SCS will be required to apply to China for permission to pass through its territory. Any warship entering this exclusion zone will be considered an attacking vessel, and it will be treated as such. For the good of peace and stability, we encourage the world community to oblige. This is China's sovereign territory I am speaking about. We will not steam our ships up the Thames River into London or up the Hudson River to New York City. We only ask that other nations offer us the same courtesy." The students and faculty present at the Naval University of Engineering cheered, and this led to an extremely rare event. Chairman Su looked up from his speech and smiled. Excluding non-indigenous warships from the South China Sea created immediate difficulties for a few nations, but none more so than India. India was 2 years into a contract with Vietnam to conduct exploration for oil and natural gas in a part of Vietnam's exclusive economic zone in international waters off their coast. To date, the exploration had not been particularly fruitful, but India had 2 corvettes, the Kora and the Kulish, as well as the Satpura, a larger frigate, protecting more than 12 exploration vehicles in the South China Sea, only 130 miles from the Chinese coast. PLA Air Force aircraft, flown from Hainan Island on the southern tip of China, began flying low and threatening over the Indians' ships the day after Chairman Su's speech. And 3 days after the speech, a Chinese diesel sub bumped the Kulish, injuring several Indian sailors. India did not take this provocation lying down. New Delhi announced publicly that one of their aircraft carriers had been invited by the Vietnamese to make a port call at Da Nang, Vietnam's 3rd largest city. The carrier, already off the western coast of Malaysia, would enter through the Strait of Malacca along with a few support vessels, and then head up the coast of Vietnam. The infuriated Chinese immediately demanded the Indians keep their carrier out of the SCS, and a second bump of an Indian corvette by a Chinese sub indicated that the plan meant business. In Washington, President Ryan saw nothing good coming out of India's carrier cruise of the South China Sea, and he sent his Secretary of State, Scott Adler, to New Delhi to implore the Prime Minister of India to cancel the action and to move their other naval vessels in the SCS into Vietnamese territorial waters until a diplomatic solution to the situation could be found. But the Indians would not back down. Melanie Kraft and Jack Ryan Jr. had enjoyed their first night out together in more than a week. She had been working late into the evening at ODNI, and he had been out of town. He'd told her he was in Tokyo, he'd been there on business before, and it seemed like it would explain his slight jet lag upon his return. Tonight they'd eaten at one of Jack's favorite restaurants, the Old Ebbitt Grill, right next door to the White House. After dinner, Jack invited Melanie back to Columbia, and she'd readily agreed. They watched TV for a while, which for them meant making out through 50% of the programs and 100% of the commercials. Around 11, Melanie excused herself to go to the bathroom. She took her purse with her, and when she was alone, she reached in and removed the small drive with the iPhone connector on the end. The device was no larger than a matchbook, and Lipton had explained that she needed not do anything but attach Jack's phone to the device, and then the upload would happen automatically in about 30 seconds. Her hands were perspiring with nerves, and her mind was nearly overtaken with guilt. "Get yourself together," she whispered to herself, then slipped the tiny device into the pocket of her slacks and flushed the toilet. She was out on the couch with Jack a few minutes later. She wanted to add the tracker before they retired to the bedroom, because Jack was a very light sleeper, and she did not think for a second she could get around to his side of the bed and attach the device without him stirring. Right now, his iPhone was under the lamp on the end table by him. She just needed him to go to the bathroom or the kitchen or back to the bedroom to change into his warm-ups. As if on cue, Jack stood. "I'm going to make a nightcap. Can I get you something?" Her mind raced. What could she request that would keep him busy for a minute? "What are you having?" "Maker's Mark." She thought it over. "Do you have any Bailey's Irish Cream?" "Sure do." "On ice, please." Jack disappeared through the open kitchen door, and Melanie decided this was her moment. She vaulted over to the other side of the couch, glanced down to pull the phone off the end table, and then took the FBI tracker from her pocket. With one hand on each device, she attached them together, all the while keeping her eyes on the door to the kitchen. 30 seconds. She counted in her head, even though Lipton had explained to her that the device would vibrate gently when the upload was complete. In the kitchen, she heard the opening and closing of cabinets, and the sound of a bottle being placed on the counter. Come on. She willed the damn transfer to go faster. 15, 16, 17. Jack cleared his throat, and it sounded like he was at the kitchen sink. 24, 25, 26. The 11 o'clock news came on. The first story was about U.S. Navy jets engaging Chinese fighter planes over the Strait of Taiwan. Melanie looked toward the opening to the kitchen, worried Jack might run out to catch the news if he heard about it. The device in her left hand buzzed, and instantly she separated the two gadgets, slipped the FBI tracking drive into her pocket, and reached to put the phone back on the table. As she was placing it there, she stopped herself suddenly. Had it been up or down? She could not remember. Shit. After no more than a second, she flipped it upside down, then placed it back on the table. Done. What are you doing with my phone? Melanie jumped as she looked back to the kitchen. Jack stood there with a glass of Bailey's in his hand. What? She asked, her voice croaking a little. What were you doing to my phone? Oh, just checking the time. Jack stood there, looking at her. What? She asked, perhaps too defensively, she realized. Your phone is right there. He nodded to the side of the couch where she had been sitting. Seriously, what's going on? Going on? Yeah, why were you looking at my phone? The two just stared at each other for several seconds, while the news report discussed the air war over Taiwan. Finally, Melanie said, Because I want to know if there's someone else. Someone else? Yes. Come on, Jack. You go away on trips all the time. We don't talk while you're out of town. You can never say when you are coming back. You can tell me I'm a big girl. Do you have someone else? Jack shook his head slowly. Of course not. My job takes me places suddenly from time to time. Before last week, I hadn't traveled anywhere in a couple of months. Melanie nodded. I know. It's stupid. It's just that this last time, I would have liked to have heard from you. Jack sighed. I'm sorry. I should have made time to call. Melanie stood and walked across the room to him, embraced him tightly. I'm just stressed out right now. Hormones. I'm sorry. Nothing to be sorry for. I really didn't know it bothered you. Melanie Kraft reached for the glass in his hand and took it. She smiled. Did you forget the ice? Jack looked at the glass. The bottle was in the freezer. It's basically a milkshake as is. Thought that would work. Melanie sipped it. Oh, yeah, that's great. She turned with her drink to go back to the couch, but Jack stood there for a moment, his eyes on his phone. He'd known she was suspicious of him, and he'd given her much to be suspicious about. He didn't like the fact that he'd just caught her checking up on him, but he could not say he didn't understand it. He let it go, told himself he needed to be careful to keep her happy, and put the matter out of his mind. Valentin Kovalenko sat at the little desk in the furnished rental flat he'd acquired in Washington, D.C. He had just logged into Cryptogram to let Center know he was in place and ready for instructions, and he was waiting for a reply. Green text appeared on the black screen. You are in position? Yes, he typed. We have an operation for you that is most urgent. Okay. But first, we need to discuss your movements today. Kovalenko felt a twitch of pain in his heart. I did exactly as you asked. You went to the Russian embassy. The pain in his heart increased. It was just panic, but he fought it. It would be easy for them to guess he would try to make contact with SVR associates as soon as he got to Washington. He had been a good 100 yards from the embassy. You are guessing, he wrote, and you guessed wrong. A photograph appeared on his cryptogram window without warning. It was Kovalenko, surveillance quality, and he was sitting in a small park across from the Russian embassy on Wisconsin Street. Clearly it was taken this afternoon, perhaps from a traffic camera. Valentin closed his eyes for a moment. They were everywhere. He stormed into his kitchen and took the bottle of Kettle One out of the freezer. Quickly, he grabbed a water glass from his cabinet and poured 2 fingers of the chilled vodka. He polished off the glass in a few gulps and then filled it again. A minute later, he sat back down at the desk. What the fuck do you want from me? I want you to obey your directives. And what will you do if I don't? Send the St. Petersburg mob after me? Here in America? I don't think so. You can hack a security camera, but you can't touch me here. There was no response for a long moment. Valentin looked at his computer while he drained the second glass of vodka. Just as he put the glass back on the tiny desk, there was a knock on the door behind him. Kovalenko bolted upright and spun around. He looked down at the cryptogram window. There was still no response. and then open the door. Kovalenko had no weapons. He was not that kind of intelligence officer. He ran into the little kitchen off the living room, and he pulled a long kitchen knife out of a butcher's block. He returned to the living room, his eyes on the door. He rushed over to the computer, typed with shaking hands. What's going on? You have a visitor. Open the door, or he will break it down. Kovalenko peered through the small window next to the door, and he saw nothing but the steps up to street level. He unlocked the door and opened it, his knife low to his side. He saw the figure now in the darkness, standing next to the garbage can under the stairs up to the brownstone. Kovalenko backed into his living room, and the figure moved toward him, came near the doorway, but did not enter the apartment. From the light of the living room, Kovalenko saw a man, perhaps in his late 20s. He looked to the Russian like some sort of cross between an Asian and an American Indian warrior. You are not Center, Valentin said it as a statement. I am Crane, was the response, and Kovalenko instantly could tell the man was Chinese. Crane unzipped his jacket and opened it. A black automatic pistol was tucked in his waistband. Put down the knife. If I kill you without sanction, Senta will be angry with me. I do not want Senta angry. Valentin took another half-step back and bumped into the desk. He placed the knife on the desk. Crane did not reach for his gun, but he clearly wanted it displayed. He spoke in heavily accented English. We are here, close to you. If Senta tells me to kill you, you are dead. Do you understand? Kovalenko just nodded. Crane motioned to the laptop computer on the desk behind the Russian. Valentin turned and looked at it. At that moment, a new paragraph appeared on cryptogram. Crane and his men are force multipliers for our operation. If I could realize all my schemes from a computer keyboard, I would do that. But sometimes other measures must be taken. People like you are used, and people like Crane are used. Kovalenko looked away from the computer toward Crane, but he was gone. Quickly, Kovalenko shut the door and locked it. He returned to the desk and typed, Assassins? Crane and his men have their tasks. Making sure you follow directives is one of their tasks. Valentin wondered if, all this time, he'd been working for Chinese intelligence. When he thought it over, some of the pieces fit, but others did not. He typed, his hands still shaking. It is one thing to work with the mob in Russia. It is very different to control teams of assassins in the United States. This has nothing to do with industrial espionage. It is all business. Bullshit, shouted Kovalenko to his apartment, but he did not type this. When he did not respond, a new line popped up on cryptogram. Are you ready to hear your next assignment? Yes, Kovalenko typed out. Good. He who conquers the sea is all-powerful. It was the motto of the INS Virat, the Indian aircraft carrier that docked in Da Nang 1 week to the day after Chairman Su Kei-chiang ordered all foreign warships out of the South China Sea. On the second day after the carrier arrived in Da Nang, one of its Sea King helicopters was patrolling in India's oil exploration zone when it spotted a Chinese Song-class submarine moving to within ramming range of an Indian oil exploration vessel. The sub struck and damaged the ship minutes later, sending the 35 civilian crew members of the exploration ship into lifeboats. The Sea King began ferrying the crew to other vessels nearby, but not before calling in the anti-submarine warfare-capable INS Kamorta, a corvette that had moved into the SCS along with the Virat. The Kamorta raced to the area and got a radar fix on the Song-class sub. The Kamorta fired one 213mm rocket from its deck-mounted RBU-6000, a Soviet-designed anti-submarine rocket launcher. The rocket sailed from the horseshoe-shaped launcher, flew through the air for 5 kilometers, and then dove into the water. It sank to a depth of 250 meters, but exploded prematurely, inflicting no damage on the sub, which had dived to a depth of 320 meters. A second missile also failed to find its target. The Song-class sub escaped the encounter. But this was the excuse the Chinese were waiting for. 3 hours after the attack on the Chinese submarine, just after dark, the Ningbo, a Chinese guided missile destroyer on station between Hainan and the Vietnamese coast, went to battle stations. It launched 4 SS-N-22 missiles, NATO classification Sunburn, a Russian-developed anti-ship missile. The sunburns streaked over the water at Mach 2.2, 3 times faster than the American Harpoon anti-ship missile. The radar and guidance systems in the nose of the weapons kept them on target as they closed on the biggest ship within range, the Virat. As the lightning-fast flying 300-kilogram armor-piercing warheads neared their target, anti-missile defensive SAMs on board the Virat fired in a desperate attempt to shoot down the sunburns before impact. Miraculously, the first SAM out of its launch tube struck the first incoming missile just 4 kilometers from impact. But within moments, all 3 of the remaining SS-N-22s slammed into the starboard side hull of the big ship, with the second missile striking high enough to send 3 Sea King helos into the air in a fireball, and to destroy 2 of the Harriers on the deck from the resulting shrapnel. The carrier did not sink. 3 300-kilogram warheads were not enough ordnance to put the 30,000-ton ship on the ocean floor, but the missiles succeeded in effecting a mission kill, a naval term for rendering a vessel useless as a warfighting instrument. 246 sailors and airmen were killed as well, and the Virat's support ships all raced to the aid of the carrier to help put out fires and to pull crew members from the black water. 2 Harrier pilots in the air at the time of the accident found themselves with nowhere to land, as they were too low on fuel to make it to their divert airfields in Vietnam. Both pilots ejected into the ocean and survived, though their aircraft were lost to the waves. While the plan immediately declared the attack a defensive response to India's attack on the submarine earlier in the day, it became abundantly clear to the world that China had determined that the South China Sea was worth killing for. Valentin Kovalenko rented a white Nissan Maxima from a rental lot near Ronald Reagan Airport and drove it north over the Francis Scott Key Bridge and into Georgetown. He was on yet another milk run for Center, or so he deduced from the instructions the Center gave him the evening before, shortly after his face-to-face introduction to Crane. Kovalenko did not imagine today's work would be as dramatic as last night's events. He was to pick up a car and then conduct surveillance on a location just 2 miles from his flat. He drove through Georgetown for a few minutes before he went to his target location, just to make certain he had not acquired a tail. He turned off Wisconsin and onto Prosper Street, a quiet 2-lane row of big Federal and early Victorian homes with tiny front yards, as well as an elementary school and some small retail shops. Kovalenko kept just slightly below the speed limit as he scanned for the address he was looking for. 3333. He found it on the right. It was a 2-centuries-old 2-story home on a small piece of hilly land hemmed in tight on both sides by a red brick school and a 2-story duplex. A black wrought iron fence surrounded it, and the front of the house was covered in leafy trees and bushes. It looked like a 0-lot haunted mansion. There was a garage down at street level, and winding stone steps led from the gate at the sidewalk in the front of the property to the home above. Valentin drove around the corner, pulled into the small parking lot of a dry cleaner's, and here he used a digital audio recorder to help him remember as many details about the property as possible. When he finished, he drove around back and looked at the street to the north of 3333 Prosper. Here he found that a back alley went behind the property between the 2 streets. For his third pass, he went by on foot, parking his car on Wisconsin and doing a full circle of the block, taking time to look over many different properties, not just his target location. He walked down the back alleyway, past the school grounds, and he found there was a small gate that provided access to the target location. While he could not see inside the garage, and he had no idea if there was direct access to the house from inside the garage, it was his best estimate that the property was not occupied at the moment. He returned to his car on Wisconsin and headed back to the airport to return the rental. He'd go home, report his findings to Center via cryptogram, and then get good and drunk. President Ryan felt like he was spending as much time in the Situation Room as he was in the Oval Office. The usual suspects were there: Mary Pat Foley and Scott Adler on his right, Bob Burgess and Colleen Hurst on his left. Filling the rest of the table were Arnie Van Dam, Vice President Paulin, Ambassador Ken Lee, and various high-ranking generals and admirals from the Pentagon. On the monitor at the far end of the room, Admiral Mark Jorgensen, commander of the Pacific Fleet, sat at a conference table with a laptop open in front of him. Ambassador Lee's visit to Washington was the main reason for the meeting. The day before, he had been summoned by China's foreign minister and given a message to be hand-delivered to the President of the United States. The message had been succinct. China was directly warning the United States to move its Ronald Reagan carrier group 300 nautical miles from the coast of China, or risk accidental and regrettable incidents. At present, the Reagan was 90 nautical miles northeast of Taipei, meaning it could easily send its aircraft into the strait on patrols. Pushing it back to 300 miles meant the strait would be out of range for most regular flight operations. Ryan did not want to do it. He wanted to show support to Taiwan, but he also recognized the Reagan was in the line of fire of virtually hundreds of missiles as powerful or more powerful than those that hit the Virat in the South China Sea. Secretary of Defense Burgess started the meeting by first updating everyone on Chinese aggression in the South China Sea in the days since the attack on the INS Virat. Planned warships had been seen as far south as Indonesian waters, and small landing parties had come ashore on several unoccupied islands in the Philippines. China's one aircraft carrier, the Liaoning, set sail from Hainan into the South China Sea, surrounded by a full complement of missile frigates, destroyers, refuelers, and other support ships. Ryan looked to Admiral Jorgensen on the monitor. "Admiral, what do you think about the message from the Chinese? Do we move the Reagan back to 300 miles? Mr. President, the Chinese have been acting irrationally for the past month. I think it would be suicide for them to attack the Reagan or any of its support ships, but I am not going to say that I don't think they will do it. Do they have the capability, technology-wise, to hit the Ronald Reagan?" Without an instant's hesitation, Jorgensen said, "Oh, yes, sir. It can be done. If the Chinese really want to sink the Reagan, I am not going to tell you we can prevent it." President Ryan discussed the matter a few minutes more, and then he sat quietly at the end of the table for a moment. Finally, he looked up at Jorgensen. "Push the Reagan back to 300 miles exactly, but also bring the Nimitz battle group closer. Move her into the East China Sea. Send a message that we aren't going to play into whatever the hell they're trying to goad us into doing at the same time, but we are not running away." Burgess said, "If we pull the Reagan out to 300 miles, Mr. President, we won't be able to patrol the Taiwan Strait. The ROC will be on its own." Ryan's eyes settled on Bob Burgess. "Is there any way we can covertly move air support to Taiwan?" Burgess said, "There are contingency plans worked up. We have a plan to put in limited numbers of Marine fighter pilots, outfitting them in ROC aircraft. We aren't talking about large numbers, but it would be a show of support for the ROC government." President Ryan nodded. "Do it, but do it right. Don't just throw a couple of guys out there without cover or support. If they are detected by the PRC, it just might be the provocation they need to attack Taiwan." "Yes, Mr. President, I understand the stakes." Jack Ryan stood and ended the meeting by saying, "Send in the Marines." The 5 men working at the CIA safe house at 3333 Prosper Street in Georgetown were enjoying a mid-morning break, but they were not enjoying it as much as the young man locked in the soundproof room on the second floor. 3 of the 5 were armed security. One kept his eyes out the kitchen window toward Prosper Street, and a second stayed on a chair moved to a second-floor bedroom that looked through a magnolia tree and down to the old carriage lane converted into an alley that ran behind the property. The third security officer stayed downstairs. He was positioned at a kitchen table with a bank of monitors, and here he monitored the radio and the home's robust security system. The other 2 men stayed upstairs, either with their subject or in a small office where they met to plan the next interview with their subject. Jia Shuhai had not been tortured in any physical sense, but he'd been kept awake through the night and subjected to dozens of rounds of interrogations at all hours. He felt certain, however, that he'd said nothing at all about Tong, the ghost ship, the UAV hacking, or his breaking into the classified government networks. He knew he could not hold out indefinitely, but he felt confident he would not have to. One of the interrogators came back into the room and beckoned Jia to the table. As he climbed off his sleeping mat and reached for the plastic chair, all the lights in the room flickered and then went dark. "Shit," said the interrogator as he stepped backward to the door, keeping his eyes on his subject in the dim. He pounded on the door with his fist. Jia Shuhai's heart began beating with excitement. He sat down at the chair, placed his hands flat on the table. Despite himself, he smiled brightly. "What's so funny?" asked the interrogator. Jia had not spoken yet that day, but now he could not hold his tongue. You will see what is so funny." The man did not understand, but he banged again on the locked door to the soundproof room. He knew the locks were mechanical, not electrical, so there was no reason why his partner wouldn't let him right out. After a third time banging against the door, the interrogator went to the one-way observation window. He could not see out, of course, but his partner should have been looking in. He waved back and forth, and then he heard the bolt lock of the door disengage. The door opened. The interrogator began walking out. "Did we blow a fuse, or is the whole neighborhood—" An Asian man in a black jacket stood in the doorway. A suppressed handgun was extended out in front of him. "What the—" Crane shot the CIA interrogator through the forehead. Jia was careful to keep his hands on the table. He bowed quickly. "Crane, I have not spoken. I have not said a—" "Santa's orders," Crane said, and he shot Jia Shuhai through the forehead as well. Fastbite 22's body tumbled out of the plastic chair and onto the floor. He came to rest, face down, next to his interrogator. Valentin Kovalenko was walking back to his apartment from the liquor store when he realized that multiple sirens were blaring to the southwest. Almost immediately, he had a sinking feeling in the pit of his stomach. He kept a leisurely pace up Swan Street to his basement apartment, but once inside the door, he shot across the living room to the television, dropped his bottle and the takeout food on the sofa, and turned the TV on to a local station. He sat down on the couch, his eyes riveted to the screen, waiting for the noon news, which was coming up in 5 minutes. While he waited, he listened to the distant siren's wail, and he poured 2 fingers of lukewarm Kettle One into a glass he'd left on the coffee table the night before. He chugged it down and poured another. He almost made himself believe his fears had been unfounded, until the news began, and they opened with a live helicopter shot over Georgetown. Valentin saw the smoke pouring out of the home on the wooded lot on Prosper Street. The news anchor knew little, except there were fatalities, and neighbors reported the sound of gunshots from inside the house and a mysterious van. Kovalenko's first inclination was to drink, and he did so, straight from the bottle this time. His second inclination was to run. But he fought this urge, stood, and went to his laptop. His hands were shaking as he typed into cryptogram. "What have you done?" He was surprised by how fast the green letters appeared on the black window in front of him. "Explain your question." Kovalenko's hands hovered over the keys. Finally, he typed 3333. The delay was only a few seconds. Then, "You and your work have not been compromised." The 36-year-old Russian looked to the ceiling in his room and shouted, "Fuck!" He typed, "Who did you kill?" "That is not connected to you. Stay focused on your daily instructions." Kovalenko typed furiously, "Fuck you. You had me go over there. I could have been seen. I could have been filmed. Who was in the house? Why? Why?" He grabbed the Kettle One bottle and hugged it close to his body as he waited for an answer. Now, there was a long pause for the response. Finally, "I am monitoring police and other official traffic. There has been no mention of you. I assure you, there were no CCTV recordings of you or your rented vehicle anywhere around Prosper Street. You do not have anything to worry about, and I do not have time to placate every one of my agents." Kovalenko wrote, "I live less than 2 miles away. I will have to relocate." "Negative. Stay where you are. I need you near DuPont Circle." Kovalenko wanted to ask why, but he knew he needn't bother. Instead, he drank for a minute, felt the effects of the vodka calming him somewhat, and then asked, "The people at 3333, who were they?" One was a problem. That told Valentin nothing. He started to type a line of question marks when a new line of green type flashed on the screen. The other 5 were employees of the Central Intelligence Agency. Kovalenko just stared at the screen blankly, his mouth slightly open. He whispered, "Nihuya shebe. Oh fuck," and held the vodka bottle tight against his heart. Jack Ryan learned directly from CIA's Intelling TS network that the biggest news story of the month in D.C., the murder of 6 men that morning in Georgetown, would have been an even bigger news story if the truth got out. Traffic between CIA and NSA revealed 3333 Prosper Street to be a CIA safe house, and communications confirmed that 5 of the dead were CIA employees, and the 6th was the main suspect in the UAV attack. Fastbite 22, the guy Jack Ryan and his colleagues helped identify and capture. Needless to say, Ryan had the entire campus operational and managerial staff convene in the conference room so he could disseminate the news. Chavez could not believe the audacity of the crime. So the Chinese really have the balls to send a wet team into Georgetown to kill CIA officers? I don't know that it was actually the Chinese who did it, Director of Analysis Rick Bell said as he walked into the conference room. We just intercepted a CIA message to U.S. Cyber Command at Fort Meade. In one of Fastbite's interrogations, apparently one where he was severely sleep-deprived, he mentioned the name Tong Kwok Kwan as the true identity of Center. Maybe Center did it as punishment for giving up his real name. What do we know about this Tong guy? Granger asked. Ryan said, That's Dr. K.K. Tong. Adam Yao said he was the father of China's cyber warfare community. Granger couldn't believe it. What the hell was he doing in HK working with Fastbite and the hackers? He should be in Beijing or in a military installation somewhere. Ryan shook his head. He had a falling out with him. He's a wanted man in China. Chavez said, Maybe they kissed and made up and he's working with the Chinese again, the PLA. This act today sounds like it has state sponsorship, just like the UAV hack. Jerry said, Whoever they are, they had to kill Zha to silence him. Jack said, But they did not silence him. Gavin has Zha's computer, and you can bet we'll hear a lot from Zha when Gavin reveals what's inside. As elite Marine fighter pilots, Major Scott Cheese Stilton and Captain Brandon Trash White had experienced much more in their lives than average 31 and 28-year-olds. But neither man could say they had ever experienced anything like what they had been up to for the past 24 hours. Just over one day earlier, both men were awakened in the middle of the night by naval intelligence officers, and then led, bleary-eyed, into the squadron room with the rest of their squadron, as well as another squadron of Marines on the Reagan. The 24 pilots stood at attention when a lieutenant commander entered from the Office of Naval Intelligence. He asked them to sit back down, then told them they would all be flying to Japan at first light, air refueling along the way. The squadron would land at Marine Air Corps Station Iwakuni, and there they would receive further instructions. They landed in Iwakuni before lunch, and as soon as they climbed out of their flight gear, they were handed civilian clothing and led into a briefing room. Here, Trash, Cheese, and the rest of the two squadrons found themselves in front of a Defense Intelligence Agency civilian who did not offer his name. Trash was floored when the man told them they would all be issued packed luggage and false passports, and they would climb in a helicopter and be flown to the international airport in Osaka. There they would board a commercial flight to Taipei, Taiwan. Trash and his squadron were going to sneak into Taiwan, an island with no U.S. military presence. The Taiwanese Air Force had recently taken delivery of 24 FA-18 Hornets. The Marines would be sent to Taiwan, placed in the airplanes, and they would then run combat air patrols in the Taiwan Strait. Gavin Byrie had spent the past week since returning from Hong Kong locked in his laboratory, picking apart the secrets of Fastbite 22's handheld computer. The device had been difficult to crack. On the first day of working on it, he realized Fastbite 22 had booby-trapped the machine with a virus that would launch against any computer, Bluetooth receiving device, or other peripheral that was attached to it in any way. The virus would then deliver a rat payload into the infected device that would take a snapshot of the user on the other side. It was an ingenious piece of code, and it took Gavin 2 full days to circumvent it. Once inside the drive and through the encryption, he found a treasure trove of information. Almost all of the notes he found were in Chinese characters, of course, and Zha was a note-taker. Byrie was terrified about the possibility that the machine had other virus booby traps installed, so he had a Mandarin-speaking translator from the 3rd floor come into the room after submitting to a pat-down, and this poor young man then had to hand-transcribe hundreds of pages of document files onto a legal pad for translation back at his desk. While the documents were being transcribed, Byrie looked through the executable files and discovered other secrets. A complicated custom-coded file uploading system on the device was at first a mystery to Byrie. Looking through the source code of the program, he could not for the life of him discern what made it different from all the commercial file uploading applications available for free. It seemed to be an overly complicated Rube Goldberg piece of software. He was certain there was something to it. Fastbite 22 was not the kind of hacker to build something so bloated just to pass the time, but he put it aside and kept hunting through the device. In the end, the Chinese translator unlocked the secret of Fastbyte 22's computer. Many of Zha's notes revealed to Gavin that the dead Chinese hacker had possessed a brilliant mind with a fertile imagination. But many more of the notes contained important pieces of intelligence value. Discuss with Center the discovery regarding the hydroelectric dam failsafe measures, and Ukrainian command servers are only as stable as the local power grid. Kharkov equals better than Kiev. Discuss with Center the need for data logistics to reroute traffic away from Kiev before adopting next phase. Most of the notes posed more questions than they provided answers to Byrie, but he did find the explanation for the large, complicated file uploading application. From a note Zha had made just 1 week before his capture by Navy SEALs, Gavin learned the software was a handmade piece of malware Zha created that would allow a hacker to upload a virus via cryptogram, the instant messaging system Center used that was thought to be virtually hack-proof. Gavin had studied cryptogram when it came out, but he'd not delved deeply enough into the software to where he could easily recognize the code Zha wrote. Once he had the simple explanation from the Mandarin text document, he went back into the code and saw there was nothing at all simple about the uploader itself. It was brilliant and intricate, and Byrie saw in the different way the code was written that a large team of coders had been involved in constructing it. The second big revelation from Fastbyte's handwritten notes was even more of a bombshell. The young Chinese hacker used code words to signify people and general names to signify places, and Gavin realized quickly that he would not be able to break the code without being inside Jia Shuhai's head. But Jia slipped up in one of his documents. He had mentioned the Miami command server 4 times earlier in a long note to himself about exfiltrating data from an unnamed U.S. defense contractor. But the 5th time, he referred to the location as the Brightweb command server. Gavin immediately left his sterile lab, rushed to his office, went online, and searched for Brightweb in Miami. He got an instant match. It was a web design and data hosting outfit located in Coral Gables. A little more digging showed him the business was owned by a holding company on Grand Cayman. Gavin picked up his phone, called in one of his employees, and told him to drop everything and dig into the holding company. An hour later, Gavin was back on the phone, this time calling Sam Granger, Director of Operations. "Morning, Gavin. How soon can you get everybody into a conference room?" Granger replied. "You've got something?" "I do. Come up in 20 minutes. 25 minutes later, Gavin Byrie stood at the end of the conference table. In front of him was the entire complement of campus operators, along with Jerry Henley and Sam Granger. "What do you have for us?" Henley asked as soon as everyone was settled. "I've got a long way to go before I've unlocked all the secrets on the device, but in the meantime, I've located one of Center's command servers." "Where is it?" asked Chavez. "Miami, Coral Gables, Southwest 62nd Place." "Miami?" Granger was clearly surprised. "So this is the command and control location of the hacking operation? Miami?" "No. This is one of the places a botnet run by Jia and Tong sends data that it steals from hacked machines. It's an underground economy server, definitely run by shady bastards. They have a drop point nearby so they can pick up cash and goods." "We are talking about criminal acts?" "Yes," Gavin said. "There is no doubt. They are hiding the identities of the owners of the server behind front companies and bogus registry information. The owner of the company is Russian. His name is Dmitry Oransky. He incorporated in the Caymans and he lives in the U.S. "Shit," said Granger. "I was expecting it to be somewhere out of the country." Gavin replied. "There will be other command servers in a botnet this large. Some will likely be in the U.S., others will be overseas. But this one is definitely part of the operation, and the guys running it definitely aren't playing by the rules." Dom Caruso said, "Even if Miami isn't the nerve center of the entire operation, it's clear this Coral Gables address is a piece of the puzzle, and we need to check it out." Sam Granger put up a hand. "Not so fast. I'm leery about sending you guys on an op on U.S. soil. Not like we haven't done it before." "True. The Nevada op, for example. But that was a different situation. We know Tong and his people, whoever the hell they are, have targeted us directly, and they have evidence that could close us down easily. This isn't the time to be running and gunning against Americans in America. None of Jack's dad's pardons will do us any good if you get ID'd and picked up on a local or state rap. Look, Jack Ryan said, our enemy is foreign, that much is clear. Just some of their resources are here. I say we just go down and take a look. Granger shook his head. I wish we could, but that's a slippery slope. Your dad did not set up this operation so that we could spy on Americans. Jack said, assholes are assholes, Sam. It doesn't matter what color their passport is. Sam smiled at this, but it was clear his mind was made up. We tip off the FBI about the command server. We'll figure out the details of how we are going to go about notifying them. But in the meantime, the campus stays out of it. Dom and Jack both nodded. Neither man really got it, but Sam was their boss. So that was that. The meeting broke up soon after, but Gavin Byrie asked Ryan to follow him back down to his office. Once there, Byrie said, I didn't want to discuss this in the meeting because at this point all I have is a theory, but I wanted to tell you about it because it may necessitate some work on the operations side of the campus. Jack said, lay it on me. Since we can't go to Miami and investigate, I'd appreciate some work. Gavin held up a hand. This is nothing for you to do now. This may take days and days, but with a lot of work, I might be able to reverse engineer 2 pieces of malware I found on Jaw's computer and, with it, make a pretty powerful weapon. What kind of weapon? Jia built a covert delivery system that allows someone to sneak malware through cryptogram, and he booby-trapped his device with a virus that infects any device that connects to it with a version of his rat software. The thing that makes it where he can see through the camera. Right. Jack slowly understood. So, you were saying you might be able to construct a new virus that could be delivered through cryptogram to infect the computer on the other side, and then take a picture of what's on the other side? Byrie nodded. Again, this is theoretical. And on top of that, you would have to find a computer that someone uses to connect with Center. Not Jaw's handheld, because Center will know that device is burned, and he would never establish communications. And not the Istanbul drive for just exactly the same reason. But a new device used by someone Center trusts. If Center opened up a cryptogram conversation, accepted the digital handshake of the other party, then accepted a file that was uploaded by another party, then we might be able to get a look at Center. I'll work on the code. You work on finding one of Center's people stupid enough to play along. 2 hours later, Ryan was at his desk. He felt a presence, then looked up to find Dom standing behind him with a smile on his face. Hey, cuz, any big plans for the weekend? Ryan shook his head. None. Melanie says she'll be working Saturday. Figured I'd come in here and mess around. Why, what's up? How long has it been since the 2 of us have gone on vacation together? Jack looked up from his monitor. Have we ever gone on vacation together? I mean, other than when we were kids. Tony Wills, Jack's cubicle mate, was away to lunch, so Caruso slid his empty chair over and sat down in it. In a conspiratorial tone, he said, Too long, then. Jack sensed trouble. What's on your mind, dude? We've been working hard. I was just thinking we might push off early this afternoon, do a quick weekend to somewhere. Just 2 guys blowing off a little steam. Jack Ryan cocked his head. Where were you thinking about blowing off this steam? Dom Caruso did not reply. He just smiled. Jack answered his own question. Miami. Dominic and Jack arrived in Miami late on Friday afternoon. They rented a nondescript Toyota 4-door and drove it to Miami Beach, where they found a cheap 1.5-star motel. Within 30 minutes of checking in, they were walking down Collins Avenue on foot, making their way through the throngs of beachgoers and weekend tourists. They headed 2 blocks over to Ocean Drive and sat down at the first bar they saw, which, like most night spots on a Friday night in Miami, had an impressive amount of beautiful women. When each man had drained a mojito and ordered a second, they talked about their plan for the weekend. First thing in the morning we head down to Coral Gables, Dom said. A daylight drive-by? Asked Jack. Sure, just a soft recon. We're not going to get away with much else on this trip. Sure you don't want to go by there right now? Dominic looked around the bar at the beautiful women. Cuz, you may not be single anymore, but I am. Have a heart. Ryan laughed. I'm still single. I'm just not looking at the moment. Right. I see how you melt when she calls. Hell, dude, your voice goes up half an octave when you talk to her. Jack groaned. No, please tell me it doesn't. Sorry, she's got you whipped. Jack was still reacting to the possibility that guys in the office could tell when he was talking to Melanie on the phone. But he sighed, then said, "I got lucky with this one." "It's not luck. You're a good guy. You deserve her." They sat in silence for a few minutes while they sipped their drinks. Ryan was bored. He checked his phone for any text from Melanie, while Dom eyed a Colombian beauty at the bar. She smiled back, but a few seconds later her boyfriend appeared, kissed her, and sat down at the bar stool next to her. Caruso shook his head with a chuckle, then finished his mojito with a slurp. "Fuck it, cuz. Let's go check out the command server." It was almost midnight by the time they found the address. They drove past the building slowly, both men eyeing the parking lot and the entrance. The sign said Brightweb was a data hosting company for individuals as well as small businesses. There were a few lights on inside the two-story building and a few cars in the small lot. They turned the corner and looked into a small lighted breezeway that went through the middle of the building. Instantly, Jack felt the hair stand up on the back of his neck. Dominic just whistled. He said, "Those don't look like computer nerds." Two young men stood by the door in the breezeway smoking cigarettes. Both men wore tight-fitting T-shirts and khaki cargo pants. They were well over 6 feet tall and muscular. They had dirty blonde hair, square jaws, and wide Slavic noses. "Did those guys look Russian to you?" "Yeah," said Jack. "But I doubt either one of those guys is Dmitry Oransky, the owner of the place. They looked like security." Dom said, "Might be the Russian mob. They are all over South Florida. Whoever they are going to see us if we keep rolling by here at this time of night. Let's come back in the AM." "Good call." 9,000 miles away, in a 14-story building in Guangzhou, a 23-year-old woman leaned forward to check an image on her monitor. 5 seconds later, she tapped a button on her keyboard, and she heard a short, low beep in her headset. She sat quietly, watching the real-time image from Miami while she waited for Center to accept her video conference. The image of Dr. Tong appeared on her computer monitor next to the image in Coral Gables. "Center, desk 34? "Yes." "Target Henley Associates, Maryland, United States. Personality Jack Ryan Jr. and personality Dominic Caruso." "Have they arrived in Florida?" "Affirmative. They are conducting surveillance on the command server at the location there. I have them in real time in a rented vehicle just a block from the Brightweb location. Alert local assets. Notify them that an unknown force has compromised the command server. Give them their hotel information, vehicle identification, and descriptions. Do not reveal identities of personalities to local assets. Instruct local assets to terminate the targets." "Understood." "Then tell Data Logistics to divert data flow from the Miami command server. That operation is closed as of now." "Yes, Center." Jack and Dom made it back to the Fleabag Motel and drank a beer together on the tiny back patio adjacent to Ryan's room. At about 1:30, they finished their beers, and Dom started to head to his room, but decided he'd go buy a bottled water from the vending machine in the breezeway first. He opened the door to head out into the breezeway and found himself staring down the barrel of a long black automatic pistol. Ryan was still out on the patio. He looked up in time to see two men come over the low fence. They both carried pistols that they waved in Ryan's face. "Back inside," said a man with a pronounced Russian accent. Jack raised his hands. Two aluminum patio chairs were brought in from the patio by one of the Russians, and Ryan and Caruso were forced down into them. The smallest of the three goons had a canvas gym bag with him, and from it he pulled out a huge roll of wide duct tape. While both of the other men stood on the far side of the room, the Russian taped first Jack's and then Dom's legs to the legs of the chairs, and then their hands behind the backs of the chairs. Dom tried to talk to the men. "What's this all about?" The obvious leader of the trio said, "We know you are spying on us." "I don't know what the hell you were talking about. We just came down to the beach for the weekend. We don't even know who—" "Shut up." Every fiber of Ryan's being was focused on readying himself to act. He knew once his feet were tied together, it would be over. He'd have no way to move or fight. The two men holding the pistols on them were on the other side of the bed, easily 10 feet away. Jack knew there was no way in hell he could get to those guns before the men fired them. Jack said, "Look, we don't want any trouble. We were just following orders." The man in charge said, "Yeah? Well, your boss is going to have to get a new crew, because you two pretty boys are about to die." The smaller man with the gym bag pulled out a length of black wire and handed it across to his boss. It took Ryan only a moment to see the loops at each end and to understand what he was looking at. It was a garrote, an assassination device designed to be placed around the neck and then pulled tight from behind to strangle the victim. Ryan continued speaking more quickly. "You don't understand. Our boss is the same as your boss." "What are you talking about?" "Center sent us. He says Dmitri is stealing from the wire transfer that is supposed to be split evenly among you. That's why we're here." "What are you talking about?" Caruso followed Jack's lead. "Center hacked your boss's computer and his phone, and you boys are getting ripped off." One of the men on the other side of the bed said, "They are just making up some shit so we don't kill them." Jack said, "I've got proof on my laptop. A cryptogram conversation where Center tells Dmitri how much to pay you guys. I can show you." The lead Russian against the wall said, "Dmitri told me Center wanted you guys taken care of." Jack and Dom looked at each other. Center knew they were here in Miami? How? But Jack recovered quickly. "That's what Dmitri told you? I can prove that's bullshit." "How?" "Let me log on to cryptogram. I can be talking to Center inside of 2 minutes. You can confirm with him." The three goons started speaking in rapid-fire Russian. One asked, "How will we know if it's really him?" Jack shrugged in his bindings. "Dude, it's Center. Ask him anything. Ask him about your organization. Ask him what ops you've done for him. Hell, ask him what your birthday is. He'll know." After another conversation between them, one of the three holstered his pistol and walked over to the desk. "Give me your password. I'll check with Center on your computer." Ryan shook his head. "That won't work. He can see through the webcam. He'll see it's not me and he won't authenticate the conversation. He'll lock out the machine and, knowing Center, he'll probably send another crew down to Miami to kill everybody down here working for him, starting with the idiot that logged onto my machine." "You are exaggerating," the Russian at the desk said. "Trust me," said Jack. "The Chinese take their security seriously." "Chinese?" Jack just looked back at the man. "Center is Chinese?" one of the other Russians asked. "Are you serious?" Jack said, then looked at Dom. Dom just shook his head like he was in the presence of idiots. With a barking order from the man by the desk, one of the other two pulled a butterfly knife from his jacket and whipped it open with a flourish. He cut the tape from Ryan's ankles and wrists, and Jack got up from the metal chair. He knelt in front of his laptop, painfully aware of 3 sets of eyes on him right now. The closest man was just 2 steps away on his right. Another was still on the other side of the bed with his weapon low by his side. And the third, the man who had just cut Ryan free, stood next to Caruso with his butterfly knife in his hand. Jack had a plan, but it was an incomplete plan. He needed a gun, and the closest gun was in the holster under the shirt of the man next to him. Jack looked up at him from his kneeling position in front of the computer. "Well," said the Russian. "Maybe I won't check with Center," Jack said, his tone a lot sharper than when he was taped to the chair. "Why not?" asked the Russian. "You guys aren't going to do anything to us. You're just bluffing." "Bluffing?" The man was confused. "I am not bluffing." "What, are you going to have your little buddies beat me up?" The leader shook his head and smiled. "No, they will shoot you." "Oh, I see. You have these guys with you to do the shit you were too scared to do yourself." Jack shook his head. Typical Russian pussy. "Draw your gun," Jack's inner voice screamed it. The man's face reddened with fury, and he reached under his red silk shirt to his appendix area. Bingo, thought Jack, and he launched up from his knees, both of his hands going for the weapon that was just now coming out from under the silk. The man tried to take a step back and away, but Ryan had spent many hours working on weapon takeaways, and he knew what he was doing. As he used his body to slam into the Russian, knocking him back, he pushed the pistol's muzzle down and to his left to get out of the line of fire in case the Russian got a shot off. With the same motion, he both pulled on the Russian's gun and twisted it against his trigger finger, snapping the appendage. As the man screamed, Jack got his own finger in the trigger guard and twisted the gun back nearly 180 degrees, with the Russian's hand still holding it. Jack pressed the Russian's broken finger against the trigger. Both rounds slammed into the armed Russian on the far side of the bed. The man spun on his heel and fell to the floor. As the closest Russian fell back toward the bed, Jack pulled the gun all the way free, found a combat grip on it, and shot the man twice in the stomach at a distance of less than 3 feet. The Russian mob goon was dead before he hit the bed. He spun toward the man standing near Dom on his right, but before he could line the gun up for a snap shot, he knew he was in trouble. As he came out of his turn, he saw the man's hand arcing over his head, and Jack realized the guy was throwing his knife right at him. Jack dropped to the floor without firing. He did not want to risk shooting his bound cousin by squeezing off indiscriminate rounds while dodging a knife. The spinning steel whirled over his head and buried itself into the wall. The Russian drew his handgun from his pants as Jack looked up. The man was fast, a faster draw than Jack. But Ryan already had his Glock in his hand. He fired 2 rounds into the man's chest, and the Russian slammed back against the wall, then fell onto the floor between Dom's chair and the bed. Jack cut Dom free quickly. "We need to be out the door in 60 seconds. "Got it," Dom said, and he leapt across the bed, grabbing his carry-on and slinging personal items into it. Ryan pulled mobile phones and wallets from the dead men, then grabbed his own bag, stuffed his laptop into it, and ran into the bathroom, where he grabbed a towel. He took 10 seconds to wipe down any surfaces he may have touched, and then another 10 seconds to check the room for anything left behind. As they hustled through the dark parking lot, Jack said, "Security cam?" "Yep. The box is behind the counter. I've got it." "I've got the car." Caruso entered the lobby. There was just one man on duty, and he looked up from the telephone as Dom approached the counter with purpose. The man hung up the phone. Nervously, he said, "I just called the cops. They are on the way." "I am the cops," replied Caruso. Then he vaulted over the counter, pushed by the clerk, and punched the eject button for the hotel security camera recording equipment. "And I'm going to need to take this into evidence." Jack pulled the Toyota up to the front door of the lobby, and Dom climbed in quickly. They headed out of the parking lot well in advance of the police. "What now?" asked Ryan. Caruso slammed his head back against the headrest in frustration. "We call Granger, tell him what happened, and then we go home and get yelled at." Jack Ryan and Dominic Caruso sat in Jerry Henley's office and faced the ex-senator and the director of operations for the campus, Sam Granger. Henley leaned forward with his elbows on his desk, and Granger sat with his legs crossed while Dom explained everything that happened the evening before. When Dom's story was finished, when it became clear to Jerry and Sam that 3 men were left dead in a motel room in Miami Beach a few hours earlier, and neither of their 2 operatives could either explain how Center knew they were down in Miami or promise that there was not a single fingerprint, camera phone image, or CCTV recording that would tie Caruso and Ryan to the event, then Jerry Henley just sat back in his chair. He said, "I am glad you 2 are alive." He looked to Sam. "Your thoughts?" Sam said, "With operators ignoring direct orders, the campus will not be around for much longer. And when the campus falls, America will suffer. Our country has enemies, in case you didn't know, and we all, you guys included, have done a fine job in fighting America's enemies." "Thank you," said Jack. "But I can't have you guys doing stuff like this. I need to know I can count on you." "You can," said Ryan. "We screwed up. It will not happen again." Sam said, "Well, it won't happen this week because you guys are both on suspension for the week. Why don't you both go home and spend a few days thinking about how close you came to compromising our very important mission?" Dom started to protest, but Jack reached out and grabbed his arm. He spoke for both of them when he said, "We understand totally, Sam, Jerry. I don't know how they found out about us being there, but somehow they did. Still, no excuses. We fucked up, and we're sorry." Jack stood and headed out of the office, and Dominic followed. "We deserved that," Ryan said as they walked out to their cars. Caruso nodded. "We did. Hell, we got off light." Ryan opened the door to his BMW. Caruso said, "You want to hang out later?" Jack shook his head. "Not today. I'm going to call Melanie and see if she can meet for lunch." Caruso nodded, then turned to walk away. "Dom." "Yeah." "How did Center know we were in Miami?" Caruso shrugged. "I don't have a clue, cuz." "You figure it out, then let me know." He walked to his car. Jack sat down in his BMW, started the engine, and then reached for his phone. He started to dial Melanie's number, but then he stopped. After a long moment, he dialed a number, but it was not Melanie Crafts. "Byrie." "Hey, Gavin, where are you?" "I'm in the office on a Saturday morning. Been working all night on the little trinket we brought back from HK. Can you come out in the parking lot?" "Why?" "Because I've got to talk to you."
I can't do it over the phone, and I've been suspended, so I can't do it in your office. Suspended? Long story. Come out in the parking lot and I'll take you to breakfast. Gavin and Jack went to a Waffle House in North Laurel and managed to get a booth in the back corner. As soon as they sat down and ordered, Gavin tried to get Jack to tell him what he did to earn a week's suspension, since Jack had refused to speak during the 10-minute drive. But Jack interrupted him. Gavin, what I'm about to say stays between you and me, okay? Byrie took a swig of coffee. Sure. If someone took my phone, could they upload a virus to it that could track my movements in real time? Gavin did not hesitate. That's not a virus. It's just an application. Sure, someone could put that on your phone if they had control of it. Ryan thought for a moment. And could they make it to where it recorded everything I say and do? Easily. If such an app was on my phone, could you find it? Yes, I think so. Let me see your phone. It's still in the car. I didn't want to bring it in. Let's eat, then I'll take it back to the lab and check it out. Thanks. Gavin cocked his head. You said someone took your phone. Who? I'd rather not say, Jack answered, but he was pretty sure his worried face gave away the answer. Gavin Byrie sat up straight. Oh, shit. Not your girl. I don't know for sure, but you obviously suspect something. Let's skip breakfast. I'll take it back right now. Jack Ryan sat in his car in the parking lot of Henley Associates for 45 minutes. His eyes were closed when Byrie came back out to the car. Gavin had to tap on the window of Jack's black BMW. Ryan climbed out of the car and shut the door. Gavin just looked at him for a long time. I'm sorry, Jack. It was bugged. Location software and a rat. I left it in the air-gapped lab so I can study it more. Jack mumbled out a few words of thanks, then got back in his car and headed toward his apartment, but changed his mind, drove to Baltimore, and got a new cell phone. As soon as the clerk set it up to accept calls from his phone number, he saw he had a voicemail. As he walked through the mall, he listened to the message. It was Melanie. Hey, Jack, just wondering if you were around tonight. It's Saturday and I'll probably only work till 4 or so. Anyway, give me a call. I hope I get to see you. I love you. Jack disconnected the call and then sat down on a bench in the mall. His head was spinning. Valentin Kovalenko had been hitting the bottle more and more in the days since the Georgetown murders. Later and later into the night, he was up with his Kettle One and his American television. This morning, he did not roll out of bed until 9:30, a near cardinal sin for a health nut and gym rat like Kovalenko. He checked Cryptogram for this morning's instructions and found that Center had sent him a message at 5:12 a.m., ordering him to wait outside the Brookings Institution this afternoon and to take covert pictures of the attendees of a symposium on cybersecurity. He decided that since he had his morning free, he might as well go for a run. He finished his coffee and breakfast, changed into his running attire, and then finally stepped outside his rented apartment at 5 minutes until 10 and turned to lock his door, only to find a small envelope taped on the knob. He pulled the envelope off the knob and stepped back inside his apartment to open it. The first thing he noticed as he opened it was the Cyrillic script. DuPont Circle Fountain, 10 a.m. It was signed, an old friend from Beirut. At 10 o'clock on the nose, Kovalenko crossed the street into DuPont Circle and walked slowly toward the fountain. The walkway around the fountain was ringed with benches, which were full of people either alone or in small groups, and the park around the benches had many people sitting around even on this chilly morning. Valentin did not know whom he was looking for, so he just wandered in a large circle, tried to recognize any faces from his past. It took a few minutes, but he saw a man in a beige trench coat standing under a tree on the southern side of the circular park. Kovalenko walked toward him warily. As he got closer, he recognized the face. Dima? Dima Epilogue was SVR. He'd worked with Valentin in Beirut many years ago, and then he'd been posted under Valentin in London more recently. How are you, sir? Asked Dima. I'm okay. How did you know I was here? People know. Influential people. I've been sent with a message. From who? Can't say. Sorry. But friends. Men at the top in Moscow, who want you to know that they are working to extricate you from your situation. My situation? Meaning? I mean your legal troubles at home. What you are doing here in Washington, it is supported. It is considered an SVR op. Kovalenko did not understand. Dima Epilogue clearly saw this and said, Center. We know about Center.
We know how he's using you. I'm told to tell you that you have SVR sanction to continue, to see it to the end. This could be very helpful for Russia." Kovalenko cleared his throat and looked around. "Censor is Chinese intelligence." Dima Epilogue nodded at this. "He's MSS, yes. He's also working for their Military Cyber Warfare Directorate, Third Branch." This made instant and perfect sense to Valentine, and he was elated that the SVR knew all about Center. "So, my orders are to keep working for Center until I get pulled out?" "Yes. Keep your head down, but carry out all orders to the best of your ability. I am allowed to tell you that while you may not go back to PR Directorate when you come back to work with us, due to the risk of exposure having you traveling abroad, you will have your pick of high-level postings in Directorate R." PR Directorate was political intelligence, Kovalenko's old posting and career track. Directorate R was operational planning and analysis. If he could get away from Chinese intelligence and back to SVR, he would not complain about Directorate R one damn bit. On the third morning of his week-long suspension, Jack left Columbia and drove with rush-hour traffic toward Alexandria. He wasn't sure what he was doing, but he wanted to spend some time outside Melanie's apartment while she was at work. He wasn't thinking about breaking in. At least, he wasn't seriously thinking about breaking in. But he was considering peeking through the windows and checking through her garbage can. As he passed through Arlington at 9:30 a.m., however, his plans changed. His phone rang. "This is Ryan." "Hi, Jack. Mary Pat." "Director Foley, how are you?" "Jack, we've talked about this. It's still Mary Pat to you." Jack smiled, despite himself. "Okay, Mary Pat, but don't think that means I'm going to let you call me Junior." She chuckled at the joke, but immediately Jack got the impression that things were about to get serious. She said, "I was wondering if we could meet." "Of course, when?" "How does right this minute suit you?" "Oh, okay. Sure, I'm in Arlington. I can run right over to McLean." Next, she said, "Actually, I need to keep this low-key. How about we meet someplace quiet? Can you come over to the house? I can be there in a half hour." Mary Pat and Ed Foley lived in the Adams-Morgan neighborhood of D.C. "I'll head that way. Ed can keep me company until you get there." Jack knew Ed was retired. "Actually, Ed is out of town. I'll be there as quick as I can." Jack and Mary Pat sat at a patio table on the deck out in back of her Adams-Morgan Colonial. As soon as they sat down, she pulled her chair close to him and spoke softly. "I called John Clark this morning. I was surprised to learn he wasn't working at Henley anymore." "His own choosing," said Jack. "Am I to assume there is something you wanted to share with us?" She nodded. "Everything I am about to say is classified." "Understood." "Jack, it is time the U.S. intelligence community faces up to the reality that we have a serious compromise with respect to assets in China. You have a leak. You don't seem surprised." Jack hesitated. Finally, he said, "We've had our suspicions." Foley regarded his comment and then continued. "We've had a number of opportunities to liaise with people in China, local dissidents, protest groups, disaffected government and military employees, and others well positioned in the CPC. Every last one of these opportunities has been discovered by Chinese intelligence. Men and women over there have been arrested, chased into hiding, or killed. How can we help you?" he asked. "A new opportunity has popped up." Ryan raised an eyebrow. "Popped up from your leaky CIA?" She smiled. "No. The only people I trust with this information are outsiders. Outsiders with an incentive to keep quiet about it." Jack said, "The campus." "Exactly. Go on." Mary Pat scooted her chair even closer. "Several years ago, when Ed was in charge at CIA, back during your father's last run-in with the Chinese, I ran a CIA officer over in Beijing who proved instrumental in resolving that conflict. But there were other options presented to us at that time. Options that we decided against pursuing because they were, what's the word? I suppose the word is unseemly. But now it's all you've got." "Right. There is organized crime inside China. I'm not talking about triads, which are active outside of mainland China, but organizations that exist in secret within the communist state. Being arrested as a member of one of these gangs in China will earn you a perfunctory trial and then a bullet in the back of the neck, so only the most desperate or most evil join these groups." Jack could not imagine being in an organized criminal gang in a police state, which essentially meant the government was a gang of organized criminals itself. In China's case, a gang with an army of millions of soldiers and trillions in military equipment. Mary Pat continued. One of the most heinous organizations over there is called Red Hand. They make their money in kidnapping, extortion, robbery, human trafficking. These are some real sons of bitches, Jack. Sounds like it. When it became clear to me that our human in China was compromised, I talked to Ed about Red Hand, a group we considered using during the last war as additional intelligence assets in China. Ed remembered that Red Hand had a representative in New York City living in Chinatown. Jack knew Ed Foley, former director of the CIA, was out of town. He said, "You sent Ed to see him?" "No, Jack. Ed sent himself. He drove to New York yesterday and spent last evening with Mr. Liu, the Red Hand emissary. Liu made contact with his people on the mainland, and they have agreed to help us. They can put us in touch with the dissident organization in the city who claims to have contacts in the local police and government. This group is committing armed acts of rebellion in Beijing, and the only reason they haven't been rolled up like so many others is the CIA hasn't reached out to them. We need someone on the ground there, in the city, to meet with these people, far from any American or Chi-Com eyes, and get a feel for who they are. If they are anything more than a group of well-intentioned but inept fools, we will support them to get intelligence about what's going on over there in the city." Before Jack could speak, she defended herself from what she expected him to say. "This is undeclared war, Jack. The Chinese are killing Americans. I am very comfortable supporting locals fighting back against that evil regime over there." She handed Ryan a piece of paper she pulled from her purse. "This is the Red Hand contact in New York. His name is not in any computer. He has not met with anyone from the government. You commit the name and the number to memory, and then destroy this." "Of course." "Good. And understand this. You, Jack, are not going to China. I want you to talk to Jerry Henley, and if he thinks this is something your organization can help us with, quietly, then he can send Domingo Chavez or one of the other operators. Having the president's son captured in Beijing working with rebels there will make all of our problems exponentially worse." "I get it," Jack said. "Not to mention it would give my dad a coronary. I will talk to Jerry about it as soon as I leave." Mary Pat gave Jack a hug and started to get up. Ryan said, "There is one more thing. I don't know if I'm stepping out of my lane on this, but—" Mary Pat sat back down. "Speak up." "Okay. The campus was involved with the Jia arrest in Hong Kong a couple of weeks ago." Mary Pat looked genuinely surprised. "Involved?" "Yes, we were over there, working with Adam Yao, CIA's knock who identified him in Hong Kong." "Okay." "Yao did not know us as the campus. We sold ourselves as a business trying to track Jia down because he hacked our network. His white-side cover is as a business intelligence investigator. I have read CIA's reports about Adam Yao and the Jia incident in Hong Kong. The SEALs said they had CIA support. We suspected Yao had 2 local assets helping him. Anyway, I just wanted to say this. I suppose you know hundreds of great officers in the U.S. intelligence community, but Adam seemed very well dialed in over there. He knew about the CIA leak, and he was working his ass off, staying low profile to avoid getting caught up in the leak while still getting the job done at the same time. It's not my place to say, but I really think he is the type of guy who needs your full support, especially at a time like this." "Jack, Adam Yao disappeared 2 weeks ago after someone tried to blow him up in his car but instead killed his next-door neighbor." Ryan reeled with this news. "Oh my God." Foley said, "It's possible he just took himself off-grid for his own persec, but our people over there at the consulate in HK think the 14K triads got him." She stood up to leave. "Their best guess is that he's at the bottom of Victoria Harbor." She went back inside the house, while Jack sat there in the cold, sitting on the patio chair with his head in his hands. Valentin Kovalenko was up early this morning. He took the metro from D.C. across the river to Arlington, did a brief surveillance detection run, and then entered the Ballston public parking garage at 7:15 a.m. Today's instructions were clear, though unusual. For the first time since he'd arrived in D.C., he would be running an agent himself. This would be, it had been explained to him by Center, his priority assignment here in the United States, so he should take it seriously and see it through. A Toyota minivan pulled into the lot and parked next to Kovalenko, and he heard the snap of the doors being unlocked. He climbed into the passenger seat and found himself sitting next to a large man with a ridiculous flop of gray-blonde hair dangling into his eyes. The man reached out a hand. "Darren Lipton, FBI, how the hell are you?" Kovalenko shook the man's hand, but he did not identify himself. He only said, "Center has asked me to work with you directly, to help you find access to resources you may need in the furtherance of your objective." The American just stared at him for a long time without speaking. Kovalenko cleared his throat. "That said, we expect results immediately. Your objective is crucial to the—" The big man interrupted with a booming shout. "Are you fucking kidding me?" Kovalenko recoiled in surprise. "I beg your pardon. Really? I mean, really? Mr. Lipton, I do not know what— The goddamned Russians? I've been working for the goddamned motherfucking Russians?" Kovalenko recovered from his shock. Actually, he empathized with his agent. He knew what it felt like to have no idea whose flag it was you risked your life and liberty for. "Things are not as they appear, Special Agent Lipton." "Is that right?" Lipton said, and then he slammed his hand on the steering wheel. "I sure as hell hope not, because you appear to be a fucking Russian." Kovalenko just looked down at his fingernails for a moment. "Be that as it may, I know your agent has planted a bug on the mobile phone of the target, but we are not getting further GPS updates. We assume he has discarded the phone. We will be going forward with physical surveillance if we don't see immediate results. That will involve you, me, and perhaps others. I don't have to tell you that this would entail long hours of uncomfortable work." "I can't do that. I have a job and a family to come home to." "Obviously, we won't do anything to cause suspicion with the FBI. You will not have to conduct surveillance at times you need to be at your office. Your family, on the other hand, is your problem, not ours." Lipton stared at Kovalenko for a long moment. "I could snap your scrawny little fucking neck." Now Kovalenko smiled. He may not have known anything about Lipton's agent or Lipton's agent's target, but he did know a thing or two about Darren Lipton. Center had sent him everything. "If you try to break my fucking neck, Special Agent Lipton, you will fail. But whether or not you fail or you succeed, your past will come back to haunt you very quickly, because Center will be angry with you, and we both know what Center will do." Lipton turned away and looked out the windshield of the minivan. Kovalenko said, "Child pornography, Mr. Lipton, on one's computer, certainly of the quantity and variety that was found on your personal computer, is something that will put you behind bars very quickly. And I do not know how things are in your country, but I would imagine an incarcerated former federal agent would have a difficult time in prison. Add to that," he leaned forward toward Lipton menacingly, "and trust me, we will add to that, the knowledge of your specific crimes, and I should think prison life for you would be especially brutal." Lipton bit his lip while he looked out the windshield. "I get it," he said softly, a tone much different than his tone earlier in the conversation. Again he said, "I get it." "Excellent. Now it's time to put all pressure possible on your agent." Lipton nodded, still not looking at the Russian in his passenger seat. "I'll be checking in on you." Another nod. Then, "Is that it?" Kovalenko opened the door and climbed out of the minivan. Lipton started the engine, then regarded Kovalenko before he closed the car door. With a shake of his head, he muttered, "The goddamned Russians." Kovalenko closed the door and the Toyota backed out, then drove toward the exit ramp of the parking garage. "You fucking wish," Valentin Kovalenko said softly as he watched the car's taillights disappear. Darren Lipton met Melanie Kraft at the Starbucks at King Street in St. Asaph. "He dumped his phone," Lipton said as soon as they sat down. This made Melanie nervous. Had Jack found the bug? "Really? He didn't say anything to me." "Did you tip him off? Did you say anything about the FBI locator?" "Are you kidding? Of course not." "Well, something made him get rid of it." "Maybe he suspects," Melanie said, her voice trailing off as she thought about how distant he had been to her all weekend. She'd called him to do something Saturday night, but he had not called her back. When she called the next morning, he said he had not been feeling well and had planned on taking a couple days off work. She offered to come over and take care of him, but he told her he just wanted to sleep it off. And now Lipton was telling her it was possible, likely even, that Ryan had discovered the bug. Melanie stood up. "I did exactly what I was told to do. No one said anything about me getting burned in the bargain. You can tell Packard, or I will tell him, I'm done with you guys." Melanie turned away and stormed up King Street without another word. Gavin Byrie sat at his desk rubbing his tired eyes. He looked like a beaten man, which he was, and the feeling of loss and hopelessness manifested itself in his slumped shoulders and his hung head. How? How can this be? He blew out a long hiss of air and picked up his phone, pressed a button, and shut his eyes as he waited for it to be answered. Granger. Sam, it's Byrie. Got a second? You sound like someone died. Can I get a quick meeting with you, Jerry, and the campus operators? Come up. I'll get them together. Gavin hung up, stood slowly, and left the office, flipping the light off as he left. Byrie addressed the assembled group with solemnity. This morning, one of my engineers came to tell me that after a random security check, he detected an uptick in outbound network traffic. It began immediately after I returned from Hong Kong, and it did not follow a strict pattern, though each incident of increased activity lasted exactly 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Unfortunately, this uptick in outbound transfer activity means there is something inside our network. Something has been set up to send out data, our secure data. Granger asked, "What does that tell us?" They are inside. We have been compromised. We have been hacked. The network has a virus. I dug into a couple of locations, and I regret to say I have found the FastBy22 fingerprint on our network. Henley asked, "How did they do it?" Byrie looked off into space. There are 4 threat vectors, 4 ways for a network to be compromised. What are the 4? A remote threat, like a network attack over the web, but that didn't happen. I'm firewalled here, meaning there is no direct line to the internet that someone can use to access the network. Granger said, "Okay, what else?" A proximate threat, like someone hacking into a wireless network from close range. Again, we're as bulletproofed as we can be against that. "Okay," said Chavez, urging Byrie on. The 3rd threat vector is the insider threat. That would be someone here in the building, working for the enemy, compromising our system. Henley waved away the thought. "No, I don't believe this was an inside job. What's the 4th threat vector?" Byrie said, "Supply chain." Meaning? Compromising hardware or software that then makes its way onto the network. But again, I have safeguards against that. We monitor everything that comes in, every peripheral connected to the system, every... He stopped talking mid-sentence. "What is it?" asked Chavez. Byrie stood quickly. "The German hard drive." "What?" Todd Wicks at Advantage Technology Solutions delivered a drive I ordered. I checked it out myself. It was legit, clear of known viruses. But maybe there is something new, something hidden in the master boot record that no one knows how to detect. I did not install it till I got back from HK, and that's exactly when the virus began reporting back. "What do you want to do?" Byrie sat back down. "Step 1, shoot the hostage." "What?" Henley exclaimed. "We call it shooting the hostage. They have my network. That is the advantage they hold on us. But I can shut it all down, the entire network. Just go dark. That removes their advantage. Kill everything." Granger nodded. "Okay, do it. Step 2? Step 2, you send me down to Richmond." "What's in Richmond?" "Todd Wicks. If his board had been compromised, he would know about it." Chavez stood up quickly. "I'll drive." Todd Wicks watched his kids play on the swing set in the backyard. Even though it was only 45 degrees, they were enjoying the last of the daylight outside, and he knew they would enjoy the hamburgers he was grilling up even more. Sherry was out here on the deck with him, talking on her phone with a client while she reclined on the chaise lounge, bundled up in a polar fleece and ski pants, but looking beautiful nonetheless. Through the constant din of the playing children, Wicks heard a new noise, and he looked up, away from the grilling burgers, and saw a black Ford Explorer pull up in his driveway. He flipped the 4 burgers on the grill quickly and called out to his wife. "Honey, are you expecting anybody?" She could not see the driveway from where she lay back on the chaise. "No? Is someone here?" He did not answer, because now he saw Gavin Byrie climbing out of the passenger side of the Explorer, and he did not know what to do. His knees went weak for a moment, but he fought his panic, put the spatula down, and took off his apron. "Couple of guys from work, babe. I'll talk to them inside." He rushed off the deck and down to the driveway, catching Gavin and the Hispanic-looking man before they made it into the backyard. "Play cool," he told himself over and over. He smiled widely. "Gavin, hey buddy, how's it going?" Gavin Byrie did not return the smile. The Hispanic guy stood stone-faced next to him.
Can we go inside and talk for a minute?
Sure. A minute later, they were in Wicks's living room. Todd asked his guest to sit down, but neither man complied. So Todd just stood there nervously, looking hot and uncomfortable while telling himself over and over to be cool. "What's this about?" he asked, and he thought he hit the right tone. Byrie said,
"You know what this is about. We found the virus on the drive."
"The what?"
"The what? That's the best you can do? Come on, Todd. I know the hard drive was infected with malware in the master boot record."
"What are you talking?" Chavez spoke now. "Best you don't lie. We can see right through you, and if you lie, I will hurt you." Wicks's face went even paler, and his hands began to shake. "I didn't know it was on there." "How did you know anything was on there?" asked Chavez. "It was the Chinese intelligence."
Gavin asked, "They gave you the drive?"
"Yes."
Todd started to cry.
The Hispanic man rolled his eyes. "Are you fucking kidding?" Between sobs, Wicks asked, "Can we please sit down?" Over the next 10 minutes, Todd told the two men everything. The girl in Shanghai, the entourage of cops, the detective who said he could help Todd stay out of jail, the agent in the pizza parlor in Richmond, and the hard drive. "What are you going to do to me?" Wicks asked. Chavez looked to the broken man. "Don't ever say another word about this to anyone as long as you live. I doubt the Chinese will contact you again, but if they do, it might just be to kill you, so you might want to think about grabbing the family and running like hell." "Kill me?" Ding nodded. "You saw what happened in Georgetown." Wick's eyes widened. "Yeah? Same guys that you've been working for, Todd. What happened in Georgetown is just an example of how they go about tying up loose ends." "Oh my God." Chavez looked out the window at Wicks's wife. "You don't deserve her, Wicks. Maybe you want to spend the rest of your life trying to rectify that obvious fact." Chavez and Byrie left through the garage door without another word. Gavin Byrie and Domingo Chavez arrived at Jack Ryan Jr.'s apartment just after 10 o'clock in the evening. Chavez was surprised when Ryan said he did not want to talk in his house. Jack handed each man a Corona, then led them back downstairs to the parking lot, and then across the street to a golf course. The three of them sat in the dark at a picnic table and sipped beer along a fairway shrouded in mist. After Byrie told Ryan about the visit to Wicks's house and the revelation that Chinese intelligence agents had a hand in putting the virus on the Henley Associates computer network, Jack searched for some explanation. Is there any way at all that these guys weren't working for the MSS? Could they have been foot soldiers for Tong that slipped into mainland China to compromise this computer guy? Ding shook his head. This happened in Shanghai. Center couldn't bug a hotel room, bring a big crew of cops, uniformed and plainclothed, and pull this off without the knowledge of the MSS.
But the virus is Xia's rat. The only explanation is that Xia and Tong were working for China in Hong Kong when they were under the protection of the Triads.
Chavez nodded. And this also means that the Chinese government knows about Henley Associates. Just think about what's on our network that they infiltrated. Names and home addresses of our employees, data that we've pulled from CIA and NSA and ODNI chatter, obvious linkages to anyone with half a brain that we are an off-the-books spy shop. Jack said, "The good news, on the other hand, is what is not on the network." "Explain," said Chavez. "We don't record our activities. There's nothing on there that talks about any of the hits we've done, the operations we've been engaged in." Ding gulped his Corona and shivered. "Still, anybody in China picks up a phone and calls the Washington Post, and we're toast."
"Why hasn't that already happened?" Jack asked.
"No idea. I don't get it." Ryan gave up trying to figure that one out. He asked, "Has there been any more talk about sending operatives over to Beijing to meet with Red Hand?" Chavez said, "Granger is working on getting us into the country. As soon as we have a way in, me and Driscoll are wheels up." Gavin Byrie had been silent this whole time, but suddenly he stood up from the picnic table and said, "I see it." "You see what?" asked Ding.
"I can see the big picture now, and it's not pretty."
"What are you talking about?"
Gavin said, "Tong's organization is a group that works in the interest of its host nation, uses the assets of its host nation to some degree, but it is a sub-rosa outfit that is self-directing. I'd also bet they are self-funding, since they can generate so much cash from cybercrime. Moreover, Center's organization has the incredible technological means that he uses to get intelligence to fulfill his mission." Jack saw it now, too. Holy shit.
They are us. They are almost the same as the campus. A deniable proxy operation. The Chinese could not let the cyber attacks lead back to them. They set Center up with his own operation, like my dad did with the campus, to free them up to be more aggressive. Chavez added, and they have been watching us since Istanbul. No, Ding, Jack said, his voice suddenly grave. Not since Istanbul. Before Istanbul. Way before. What does that mean? Jack put his head in his hands. Melanie Kraft is a Center asset. Chavez looked at Byrie and saw that he already knew. What the hell are you talking about? She bugged my phone. That's how Center knew Dom and I were in Miami investigating the command server. That's why we were sitting out here in the cold? Jack shrugged. I've got to figure she's planted bugs all over my house. I don't know. I haven't swept for them yet. Have you talked to her? Confronted her? No. Ding said, she's CIA, Ryan. She passed a hell of a lot more background checks than you have. I don't believe she's working for the fucking Chi-Coms. Ryan slammed his hand on the table. Did you hear what I just said? She bugged my phone. And not just some off-the-shelf spy shit. Gavin found Zha's rat, or a version of it, on the device, along with a GPS tracker. But how do you know she wasn't duped somehow, tricked into planting it? Ding, she's been acting suspiciously for a long time, ever since I got back from Pakistan in January. There have been signs. I was just too whipped to see them. Mano, there are reasons to be suspicious of you. A girl as smart as her has a bullshit meter cranked up to 11. As for the bug on your phone, Chavez shook his head. She's being played. I find it hard to believe she's a spy for China. Byrie said, I agree. Jack said, I don't know why she did it. I only know that she did it. And I know I am the one who compromised our entire operation letting her do it. Ding said, everybody at the campus has got loved ones on the outside who don't know what we do. We're at risk every time we let someone new into our life. The question is, what are you going to do about it? Jack turned his hands up on the table. I'm open to suggestions. Good. You're on suspension, which you can use to your advantage. You've got some time. Use it to find out who the hell is pulling her strings. Ding's phone chirped on his belt and he grabbed it. Yeah? Hey, Sam. Okay, I'm in the neighborhood, actually. I'll be right there. Chavez got up from the table quickly, draining his beer while he stood. I'm going into the office. Granger thinks he has a way to get me and Driscoll into China. Good luck, Ryan said. Ding looked at the younger man, then put his hand on his shoulder. Good luck to you, kid. Keep an open mind with Miss Kraft. Don't let your emotions convict her before you figure out what's going on. That said, even if she is not wittingly working for Center, she is another piece of the puzzle. You have to exploit that, Mano. If you do this right, we can find out from her more about Center than we already know. I'll get it done. Chavez nodded to Byrie, then turned and disappeared in the mist. Dr. K.K. Tong stood at desk 34, looking over the shoulder of the controller as she typed into cryptogram. He had been making his rounds through the ghost ship when she called him on his VoIP headset and asked him to come over. When the woman at desk 34 finished what she was working on, she turned around to face him, began to stand, but he stopped her. Remain seated, he said. You wanted to see me? Yes, Center. What is happening at Henley Associates? We lost tracking and remote access to Jack Ryan's phone on Saturday. This afternoon, our deep, persistent access into the company network ceased. It appears as if they detected the intrusion and took the entire network offline. Interesting. My field asset, Valentin Kovalenko, is very good. I can have him meet again with his agent, Darren Lipton, and force him to apply pressure to his agent, Melanie Kraft, to find out how the intrusion was detected. Tong shook his head. No, I do not have time to devote to unraveling the mystery of Henley Associates. If they have detected our presence on their network, then they might have more information about us than we know. It is time for larger measures. I will call in Crane. Yes, Center. Shall I end our relationship with Lipton? No. He is FBI. He might still be useful. His agent, though, the girlfriend of the president's son? Melanie Kraft. Yes. She has proved worthless, and she can compromise our asset Lipton. Send her details to Crane. I will have him remove that compromise. Yes, Center. Domingo Chavez and Sam Driscoll sat in Jerry Henley's office with Jerry and Sam Granger. Granger said, We found a way to get you into Beijing, and I talked to the Red Hand representative and let him know we might be requesting their help. Driscoll asked, "What's our access?" The propaganda department of the PRC is conducting a major charm offensive with other nations around the world, trying to rally support for China and pull support away from the United States. They are inviting foreign media outlets to come to Beijing to learn about China from a Chinese perspective, not what Hollywood says about it. Chavez said, "I've used media credentials as cover for status on more than one occasion in my career." Yeah, the propaganda department is pledging free movement of the press in China throughout this conflict. Chavez said, "Yeah, I've heard other dictatorships say the same shit." Granger conceded the point. "You can figure that every step you take will be with a government minder on your arm, and clandestine surveillance will be monitoring your every move." Driscoll said, "That sounds like it might interfere with our plans to work with a group of cutthroat criminals to link up with a group of armed rebels." Chavez chuckled. Granger laughed too, then said, "Red Hand has a plan to get you away from the minders." He looked down at his notepad. "In Beijing, the Ministry of Culture will offer you the opportunity to go on a number of media excursions. One of the excursions will be to the Great Wall. There is a main location where they visit and a secondary, less traveled location. The name of it is listed here. You are to ask to see that portion of the wall." Driscoll asked, "And then what?" "Somehow they will get you away from the minders, at which point they will take you to the rebels." Chavez said, "We'll need to bring Caruso back for this. He can play Italian, at least in front of the Chinese." Henley nodded, looked to Granger. Sam did not seem happy about it, but he said, "Do it, but not Ryan. Not there." Chavez said, "Okay, we get Caruso and I'll go. What about you, Sam?" He sighed. "What the hell, I'm in." Henley nodded appreciatively, then said, "Damn lot of unknowns on this, guys. I am not prepared to greenlight you for any action, but I will let you three go over there and sniff around. You meet with the rebels, send me your best impressions of what is going on, and together we'll decide if this is something that we can pursue." "Mr. President?" Jack Ryan woke to see the night watch officer standing over his bed. He followed the Air Force officer out into the hall before Kathy woke. The NWO said, "The Secretary of State wanted me to wake you. It's all over television, sir. The Chinese are saying American pilots are flying covert missions in Taiwanese aircraft." "Shit," said Ryan. It was his idea, it was secret, and now it was on the news. "Okay, get the gang together. I'll be down in a few minutes." "How did they find out?" Ryan asked the table full of his best military and intelligence advisors. Mary Pat Foley said, "Taiwan is full of Chinese spies. Word leaked somehow. A Marine pilot was shot down and then rescued by a fishing trawler. That one event probably doubled the number of people who knew about the covert operation." Jack knew the real world had a habit of intruding on his best schemes. He thought it over for a moment. "I'm reading the daily reports on our pilots' activities. They are providing a real benefit to the ROC. Taiwan would have suffered tremendous losses to the Chinese if not for our operation." Burgess agreed. "Taiwan is there for the taking. A couple dozen American pilots can't change that. But if the PLA Air Force had racked up another 25 air-to-air kills, the morale in the ROC would have already hit rock bottom, and there would be a groundswell of Taiwanese ready to throw in the towel. I'm very glad we've got our well-trained jet jocks over there giving it back to the Chinese." Burgess continued. "We neither confirm nor deny the story. We just refuse to comment on China's allegations, and we keep our guys over there." Everyone agreed. Valentin Kovalenko climbed into the passenger seat of Darren Lipton's Toyota Sienna at 6 in the morning. The Russian had instructions from center. He said, "You ought to make an appointment with your agent immediately." Lipton responded with his usual anger. "She's not a trained pet. She doesn't come the moment I call. She will be at work. She won't meet with me until after she gets off." "Do it now. Have her come before work. Be persuasive. Tell her to take a taxi to this address and you will meet her there. You'll have to convince her it is crucial." Lipton took the printed address and looked at it while he drove. "What's there?" "I don't know." Lipton looked at Kovalenko for a moment, then put his eyes back on the road. "What do I tell her when she gets there?" "Nothing. You will not be waiting for her. Someone else will." "Who?" "I don't know." "What's this all about, Ivan?" "Just get the woman to the location." The Chinese government's state security law compels China's citizens to comply and cooperate with all government security employees, mandating that hotels and other businesses give unrestricted access to all operations. This meant, in short, that most business-class hotels in China were bugged with audiovisual equipment that was piped to Ministry of State Security employees who monitored it for intelligence value. Chavez, Caruso, and Driscoll knew their Beijing hotel would be bugged, and they agreed on their game plan while still in the States. During their time in their suites, they would stay in character. Their cover for status would remain in place. Ding had just settled into bed to catch a few hours' sleep when his satellite phone rang. It was encrypted, so he wasn't worried about anyone listening in electronically, although there were no doubt microphones in the room. He turned on the TV, walked out to the balcony, and then closed the glass door behind him. Bueno. Ding? Adam? Chavez said, his voice barely more than a whisper. Yeah. I'm glad you called. People are wondering what happened to you. Yeah, I just went off grid for a while. I get it. Yao said, I found where center is operating from. Where? It's in Guangzhou, about 2 hours north of Hong Kong. I don't have an address, but I've narrowed it down. It's near the TRB, the Technical Recon Bureau. He's in mainland China, Ding. He was working for the Chi-Coms the entire time. Yes, we put that together ourselves. You have to find a way to let your employer know. Look, Ding, I'm done sending cables back to Langley. They've got a leak, and that leak is getting back to the PRC. What are you going to do? I'm going to work without a net, Chavez said. I like your style, Adam, but that's not going to be good for your career. Getting killed isn't good for my career either. Can't argue with that. I could use some help. Chavez thought it over. I'm in the middle of something I can't leave right now, but I can get Ryan on the way to help you. Ryan? Yao said, no attempt to hide his disappointment. What's wrong with Jack? I've got too much to do to have to watch out for the junior prez. Jack's an asset, Yao. Take my word for it. I don't know. Take it or leave it. Yao sighed. I'll take him. At least he knows people who can make things happen. Have him go to HK and I can meet him at the airport and get him over the border. Okay, call me back in 90 minutes and I'll put the two of you together. Jack Ryan Jr. drove across the Francis Scott Key Bridge, his eyes fixed on a taxi in the traffic 100 yards ahead. It was just after 7 in the morning, and Jack had tailed the cab since it left Melanie's Alexandria Carriage House apartment 20 minutes earlier. Today was the third day in a row he had shown up at her place before dawn, parking his car several blocks over from Princess Street, and then finding a secluded spot in a tiny garden across the street. Each day, he watched her windows with his binoculars as soon as there was enough light in the sky to do so, and he stayed there until she left for work, walking up the street to catch the metro. Then, for the past 2 days anyhow, he'd checked her mailbox and her trash, but he'd not found anything of value. Today his plan had been to break into her flat once she left. He knew he could pick her door lock with ease, but his plan had been derailed when a cab pulled up to her door at 6:40 and she'd rushed out, already dressed for work. Jack hurried back to his car and then caught up to the taxi on the Jefferson Davis Memorial Highway. He'd recognized early on that she wasn't going to her job in McLean, but instead was heading into D.C. His phone chirped in the console. He touched the hands-free button on the steering wheel. Ryan. Jack, it's Ding. Hey, are you in Beijing? Yes. Sorry, no time to talk. I just called the Gulfstream. You need to be at BWI in an hour. Shit. He was almost an hour away from Baltimore as it was. He'd have to break off his tail of Melanie's car and haul ass. But then something else occurred to him. I'm on suspension, remember? Granger rescinded it. Okay, roger that. I'm in D.C. en route to BWI. Where am I heading? Hong Kong. Okay, he said, and he hung up. He was thick in the streets of Georgetown now, and the best way north to Baltimore was up ahead, so he continued following Melanie's cab until he could turn off. He could not see the taxi at the moment because a dry cleaning van had pulled out of a drive on P Street directly behind it. As they crossed over the Rock Creek Parkway, Jack resigned himself to the fact that he would get no answers. But then he saw the taxi turn onto the on-ramp for the parkway. Jack realized she would be heading north too, which was odd, because he could not imagine why she had the cab run her into Georgetown just to leave D.C. He accelerated as he crossed the overpass to make the turn on the ramp. But ahead of him, he saw the dry cleaning van pull up alongside Melanie's cab, as if it was trying to pass her on the steeply graded one-lane looping on-ramp. "Idiot," he said as he watched from some 75 yards back. Just then, as the van pulled directly next to the taxi, its side door opened. It was such an odd sight that Ryan did not know what was happening at first, and he was slow to recognize danger, until he saw the barrel of a submachine gun appear from the dark interior of the van. Before his eyes, the gun fired a long automatic burst. Flame and smoke blew from the barrel, and the front passenger side window of the cab exploded in a cloud of glass dust. Jack screamed inside his BMW as Melanie's cab veered hard to the left, drove off the ramp on the inside of the turn, and then flipped and rolled down the hill, coming to rest on its roof. The dry cleaning van stopped lower on the ramp, and two armed men leapt out of the back. Jack was armed with his Glock 23, but he was too far back to stop his car here and engage the men at the bottom of the ramp. Instead, acting more on impulse than anything else, he drove the BMW 335i off the ramp at speed, launched through the air, hit the grassy hill, and then skidded sideways as he lost control, careening down to the bottom of the hill toward the upside-down taxi. Jack's airbag deployed and slammed him in the face. His arms flew through the air helter-skelter as the BMW bottomed out and then bounced back into the air. He sideswiped a tree on the hill, skidded through grass and mud, and then slammed down again at the bottom of the hill and came to rest. The windshield was badly cracked, but through it, Ryan realized he was facing the two gunmen, 15 yards ahead and approaching the taxi. Jack was dazed, and his field of view was obstructed by dust and the cracked windshield, but the gunmen were slowed as well, and they looked directly at him. They apparently did not recognize the BMW as a threat. They assumed, obviously, that another motorist had crashed his car behind all the commotion on the on-ramp from the overpass. Jack Ryan fought through the fog of his daze. Just as the gunmen refocused their attention on the crashed cab, kneeling down to look inside the inverted vehicle with their submachine guns at the ready, Jack drew his Glock, raised it with unsteady hands, and then fired through the smashed windshield. Over and over and over, he dumped rounds at the two men in front of him. One flipped back into the grass, his weapon tumbling away from his crumpled body. The other man fired back, and the windshield just to Ryan's right blew in, spitting bits of safety glass into Jack's face. Ryan emptied his pistol at the two threats, firing 13 rounds in total. When his gun locked open, he executed an emergency reload, pulling a spare magazine from inside his waistband on his left and slamming it into the butt of the gun. As he got his weapon back into battery and aimed it, he saw the surviving gunman retreating back to the van, falling twice on the way, obviously wounded. And then the van screeched out into high-speed traffic on the Rock Creek Parkway. It sideswiped an SUV, sending the other vehicle crashing into the center divider. The dry-cleaning van then raced off to the north. Jack climbed out of his BMW, stumbled in a daze, and then raced over to the taxi. He knelt down. "Melanie!" He saw the cab driver, a young Middle Eastern man still strapped in his seatbelt, and he was obviously dead. "Melanie!" "Jack?" Ryan turned around. Melanie Kraft stood behind him. Her right eye was dark and puffy, and there were cuts on her forehead. She had climbed out of the other side of the cab, and Jack was relieved to see her on her feet with only minor scrapes. But looking in her eyes, he saw complete shock, a dazed look that told him she was lost, confused. Jack grabbed her by the wrist and pulled her to his BMW, pushed her into the back seat, and then leapt into the front. The luxury sedan fired up, and Jack slammed it into gear and then sped off to the north, pieces of the smashed vehicle tumbling around the passenger seat, and small pieces of safety glass blowing off the broken windshield, hitting Ryan in the face as he raced away. Melanie Kraft woke up to find herself lying on her side in the back of Jack's car. She sat up slowly. "What's happening?" she asked. Ryan had pulled off the parkway, and now he turned onto a series of back roads, using his in-car GPS to keep his journey off the main roads to avoid being noticed by law enforcement. "Are you okay?" "Yes. Who were those men?" Ryan just shook his head. He pulled his phone out of his pocket and made a call. Melanie listened to his side of the conversation. "Hey, I need your help. It's serious." A short pause. "I need to meet you somewhere between D.C. and Baltimore. I need a car, and I need you to watch over someone for a while." Another brief pause. "It's a fucking mess. Come armed." "I knew I could count on you, John. Call me back." Ryan put the phone back in his pocket. "Please, Jack, who were they?" "Who were they? They were Center's people. Who the hell else would it be?" Who is Center? Melanie asked. Don't lie to me. You have been working with Center, I know it. I found the bug on the phone. Melanie shook her head slowly. I don't. Is Center Lipton? Lipton? Who the hell is Lipton? Melanie was so confused. Lipton is FBI, National Security. He's with the Chinese? The Chinese? What's wrong with you, Jack? Those men back there, Melanie. They work for Dr. K.K. Tong, codenamed Center. He's a proxy agent for Chinese Ministry of State Security, or at least I think he is. What does that have to... The bug you put on my phone, it came from Center. It told Center where I was, and it listened in on my calls. He tried to kill me and Dom in Miami. They knew we were there because of the bug. What? The same group killed the 5 CIA operatives in Georgetown, and today they tried to kill you. The FBI? The FBI, my ass, Jack said. I don't know who Lipton is, but you have not been dealing with the FBI. Yes, I have. FBI, not the Chinese. Who the hell do you think I am? I don't fucking know, Melanie. Well, I don't know who you are. What just happened back there? Did you just kill 2 men? Why were they after me? I was doing what I was ordered to do. Yes, by the Chinese. No, the FBI. I mean, at first, Charles Alden with the CIA told me you were working for a foreign intelligence agency. He just asked me to find out what I could. But when he was arrested, Lipton called me. They showed me the court order. He introduced me to Packard. I had no choice. Jack shook his head. He did not understand what was going on, but he believed Melanie. He believed she was working for the FBI. Who are you? She said it again. This time, however, it was softer, less panicked, more imploring. Who do you work for? And don't tell me you were in fucking finance. Jack shrugged. I haven't exactly been honest with you. She looked at him in the rear view for a long moment before saying, No shit, Jack. Jack met John Clark in a parking lot behind a furniture store that was not yet open for business for the day. Melanie said little. Jack had talked her into giving him the benefit of the doubt for a short while, so he could get her somewhere safe, and then they could talk. But after a several minutes-long consultation with Clark, out of Melanie's earshot, Jack returned to the damaged BMW. Melanie sat in the back, looking straight ahead, still dazed by what she had gone through. Jack opened her door and knelt down. When she did not look his way, he said, Melanie? Yes? I need you to trust me. I'm going to ask you to go with John Clark. He'll take you back to his farm in Maryland just for the day. I need to know that you are somewhere safe, somewhere where those guys can't get you. Please go with John and let him take care of you. I need to talk to Mary Pat. John and Mary Pat had been friends since before you were born. We need to lie low for right now. We don't want to get MP involved just yet. But trust me, Melanie, just for a couple of days. She did not seem happy about it at all, but after a moment, she just nodded. Clark drove Melanie away in the BMW. He knew a lake he could dump it in, and he already had Sandy heading there in her car to pick them both up. Jack climbed in John's Ford truck and headed to BWI to meet the Henley Associates Gulfstream that would take him to Hong Kong. Dom, Sam, and Ding met their minder in the lobby of their hotel at 7 a.m. for what the government media office termed a cultural excursion. The minder introduced himself as George. He was a jovial man, as well as, all 3 Americans knew, also a trained informant for Chinese intelligence. George would be taking these journalists on the day's tour. They were heading to the Mutianyu section of the wall, some 50 miles north of Beijing. Even before the minder ushered the men out to the covered drive of the hotel and into the van waiting to take them there, he explained in his halting English that they were wise to choose this portion of the wall to see, as the rest of the media contingent had opted for a closer site that had, unfortunately, changed much in the last years because of renovation. Chavez nodded and smiled as he climbed into the van, and in a Spanish accent that he thought was neither Argentine-sounding nor terribly necessary, he told his minder he was glad his producers had been so wise as to suggest this portion of the Great Wall for their feature story. In truth, Chavez did not give a shit about the Great Wall of China. Not the Mutianyu section, not any section. The red hand contact had directed him to request a trip to this location. Ding assumed Red Hand had some plan to get himself and his 2 colleagues away from their minder and the driver. Sam Driscoll nudged Ding on the knee while they rode in the back of the van. Ding looked over at Sam and then followed his eyes to a point on the vehicle's dashboard near the windscreen. He had to squint to make it out, but there he saw a tiny microphone positioned. There was likely a camera somewhere in the van as well. The Chinese would be watching them. If not now, then they would be able to view a recording of whatever incident Red Hand had in store. Ding nudged Caruso and leaned into his ear. He whispered, "Cams and mics, Mono. Whatever goes down, stay in character." While their chatty government minder from the propaganda department droned on and on about everything from the quality of the highway upon which the van drove, to the bumper crop of wheat harvested from the fields they passed, to the amazing feat of engineering that was the Great Wall's construction, Chavez looked back over his shoulder nonchalantly. Behind the van, some 50 yards, he saw a black two-door following them. In the front seats were two men who were dressed similarly to the government minder. These would be armed guys from the ministry, here to make sure the foreign media were not harassed by protests or highway thieves or any other local difficulties. They surely thought they were in for a boring day. Chavez was pretty sure that they were wrong in that assumption. About 40 minutes outside of Beijing's city limits, they came to the first traffic light they had seen in some time. The van's driver stopped his vehicle at the red light, and a black truck that had pulled onto the road from a gas station a block back pulled up alongside the government van. With no warning, the driver's side door of the van opened, just next to where the minder was sitting in the passenger seat, continuing to proclaim to the foreign journalists in the back that China was the worldwide leading supplier of wheat and cotton. Ding saw the barrel of a rifle an instant before it fired. He yelled to Dom and Sam, "Get down!" The window next to George's head shattered, and then his head slumped down, his seatbelt holding his body in place. The driver next to him slumped over dead as well. All three men did their best to get their heads as low as possible, shoving their faces between their knees and their hands over their heads, just as another burst of automatic fire shattered glass in the front of the vehicle. "Shit!" yelled Dominic. None of the three were going to find it necessary to put on much of an act to appear terrified and helpless. Unknown assholes firing automatic rifles into their minivan helped them stay in character. Ding heard shouting outside the broken windows now, the frenzy of barking Chinese, rushed footfalls of men running around in the street, more cyclic rifle fire close to the van. Someone tried to open the sliding back door, but it was locked. A rifle butt shattered the rest of the window glass of the door. Ding imagined someone reaching in to unlock the door, but he did not look up to confirm this. When the door slid open a moment later, he did look up quickly, and he caught a glimpse of 3 or 4 masked men in the street, their weapons held high and their movements fast and nervous. Ding saw one man place a white cotton bag over Caruso's head and then jerk him out of the van. A second hood was shoved over Chavez's head, and now he was pulled into the street. Crazed-sounding shouts of Mandarin came from all around him. Instructions from the Red Hand team leader to his men, or barking arguments between them. Domingo could not tell, but he felt a hand shove him forward, and a second hand grabbed his jacket and pulled him up and into the back of the black truck. The truck lurched forward on squealing tires. Domingo fell over with the momentum, and only then did he feel 2 men sitting next to him. "Who's that?" "Sam. And Dom." 15 minutes after they left the scene of the fake kidnapping, the truck stopped. Dom, Ding, and Sam were let out the back, their hoods still in place, and they immediately found themselves pushed into the back of what seemed to be a small 4-door sedan. They were moving again in seconds, pressed tightly against one another as they took tight turns and went up and down steep roads. It was a long, nausea-inducing drive. The blacktop underneath them turned to gravel, and the sedan slowed and then stopped. The 3 Americans were led out the back and inside a building. Ding smelled the unmistakable scent of livestock, and he felt the cold damp of a barn. There were a few minutes of conversation around him as he stood there with his teammates. Several men were in conversation, and then Ding was surprised by a woman's voice. Finally, the barn door shut behind him. His hood was removed, and he looked around. Dom and Sam were with him. They had also just had their hoods removed. Together, the 3 of them looked across the dark barn interior at about 24 men and women. They were all armed with rifles. A young woman walked up to the 3 Americans. "I am Yin Yin. I will be your translator." Chavez was confused. The people in front of him looked like college kids. "You are Red Hand?" he asked. She made an expression of distaste and shook her head vigorously. "No, we are not Red Hand. We are pathway of liberty." Ding, Sam, and Dom looked at one another. Sam said what was on the other men's minds. "This is our rebel force?" Dom just shook his head in disgust. "We do any direct action with this gang, and we are condemning the entire movement to slaughter. Look at them. These folks couldn't fight their way out of a paper bag." Yin Yin heard this, and she stormed over to the three Americans. "We have been training." "On Xbox?" asked Driscoll coolly. "No. We have a farm where we have practice with our rifles." "Awesome," muttered Dom. Chavez smiled at the woman, doing his best to be the diplomat in the room. He excused himself and his colleagues, took Dom and Sam to a corner of the barn, and said, "Looks like Red Hand sold CIA a bill of goods. They passed us off to some coffee shop student movement." "Son of a bitch," said Caruso. "These guys aren't ready for prime time." Chavez sighed. "I don't really see how we can just walk out of here at this point. They may be just a gaggle of kids, but they sure as shit are brave to be standing up to the Chi-Com government in Beijing. We owe them some respect, guys." "Roger that," said Dom, and Driscoll just nodded. Valentin Kovalenko watched the news reports of another wild shooting on the streets of Washington, D.C. This time, there were 2 fatalities: a Syrian cab driver and an unidentified Asian man in his 30s. Witnesses said 2 vehicles fled the scene, and dozens of shots rang out during the gunfight. Valentin did not waste a moment wondering if this had something to do with the Center organization. He knew. And while it was apparent Center's assassins had failed to eliminate their target, it was also obvious that their target was Darren Lipton's agent. Valentin understood the larger meaning of the news story. Center kills his own agents when he has no further use for them, which was why Kovalenko turned off the television, went into the bedroom, and began throwing his clothes in a suitcase. He came out a few minutes later and went into the kitchen. He poured a double shot of cold Kettle One into a glass and then drained it as he began packing items in the living room. He reached to turn off his computer, and he saw Cryptogram was open and a new message was blinking. He figured Center was watching him right now, so he opened it and sat down. The message read, "We need to talk." "So talk," he typed. "On the phone. I will call." Kovalenko's eyebrows rose. He had not spoken to Center before. A new cryptogram window opened on his computer, and on it was the icon of a telephone. Kovalenko plugged a set of headphones into his laptop and then double-clicked the icon. "Yes?" "Mr. Kovalenko." The voice was a male in his 40s or 50s, and he was most definitely Chinese. "I need you to remain in Washington. So you can send your people to kill me?" "I do not want to send my people to kill you. You just tried to kill Lipton's girl." "That is true, and Crane's men failed. But that was because she stopped working for us without permission. I suggest you do not follow her path, because we will find her, and the next time we will not fail." Kovalenko needed some leverage, so he played the only card he had. "SVR knows all about you. They sanctioned me to continue helping you, but I am pulling the plug on this right now and getting out of here. You can try to send your Chinese wrecking crew to find me, but I will return to my former employers, and they will—" "Your former employers in SVR will shoot you on sight, Mr. Kovalenko." "You aren't listening to me, Center. I met with them, and they said—" "You met with Dima Epilogue on October 21st in DuPont Circle." Kovalenko abruptly stopped talking. Center knew. Center always knew. Kovalenko said, "That's right. And if you think about touching Epilogue, you will have the entire illegals department after you." "Touch Epilogue? Mr. Kovalenko, I own Dima Epilogue. He has been working for me, providing details of SVR communications technology for over 2.5 years. I sent him to you. I could see that you were losing your vigor for the operation after the Georgetown action. I knew that the only way to bring you back into the program, to the extent that you would follow orders, was if you thought your efforts would earn you a glorious return to SVR. Kovalenko slid off his chair, sat on the floor of his apartment, and cradled his head between his knees. Listen to me very, very carefully, Mr. Kovalenko. I have wired 4 million euros into a bank account in Crete. and the money is yours. You won't be able to return to SVR, but with 4 million euros, you can do much with what is left of your life.
Give me the access code to the account.
I will give it to you tomorrow morning. Kovalenko just stared at the floor. He didn't really care about the money, but he did want to be free of Center.
Why not give it to me now?
Because you have one more task. One more very important task. The Russian on the floor of the basement apartment in DuPont Circle heaved a long sigh. What a fucking surprise. President Ryan was running on fumes at 5 in the afternoon, after having been up and hard at work since 3 a.m. The day had been full of diplomatic and military crises. Often success in one arena was offset by setbacks in another. In the South China Sea, a pair of Chinese Z-10 attack helicopters flying off China's aircraft carrier shot down 2 Vietnamese Air Force aircraft monitoring activity in Vietnam's exclusive economic zone. Just an hour and a half later, several companies of PLA paratroopers dropped in Calayan, a tiny Philippine island with a permanent population of only 350, but also an island with a mile-long airstrip. They took the airfield, killing 7, and within a few hours, more Chinese troops began landing in transport aircraft. American satellites had detected Chinese attack aircraft landing on the island as well. The Taiwanese destroyer that had been hit by the Silkworm missiles sank in Chinese waters, but the PLA had allowed the Taiwanese to enter China's side of the strait for recovery of survivors. China very publicly claimed it had acted in self-defense, and Jack Ryan had gone before cameras at the White House to express outrage about China's actions. He announced he would be sending the Nimitz-class carrier Dwight D. Eisenhower, currently with the 6th Fleet in the Indian Ocean, farther to the east, to the mouth of the Strait of Malacca, the narrow waterway through which some 80% of Chinese oil passes. His rationale, delivered in measured tones to convey strength yet composure, was that America wanted to ensure the safe passage of world commerce through the strait, as if the Ike would go simply to ensure that the spigot of world trade continued to flow nicely. What he did not say, but which was clear to all with understanding of ocean commerce, was that the Ike could shut off the flow of Chinese oil much more easily than it could ensure the safe passage of container ships up the entire length of the South China Sea. The Chinese, quite predictably, went ballistic. Their foreign minister, ostensibly the most diplomatic person in a nation of 1.4 billion, blew a gasket on Chinese national television and called the USA a world power run by criminals. The chairman of the Central Military Commission, Su Kei-chiang, released a statement saying America's persistent interference with the Chinese internal security matter would cause an immediate and unwelcome response. The unwelcome response came at 5 minutes after 5 in the afternoon, when the NIPRANET, the Department of Defense's unsecure network, went down under the weight of a massive denial-of-service attack. The entire U.S. military global supply chain, and a vast amount of its ability to communicate between bases, departments, forces, and systems, simply ceased to function. At 5:25, the secure DoD network began having drop-offs in bandwidth and problems with communications. Public military and U.S. government websites went down completely, or were replaced with pictures and videos of American forces being killed in Afghanistan and Iraq, a sick and violent loop of images of exploding Humvees, sniper victims, and jihadi propaganda. At 5:58, a series of cyberkinetic attacks on critical infrastructure in the United States began. The FAA's network went down, as did the metro systems in most major cities along the eastern seaboard. Mobile phone service in California and Seattle became spotty or non-existent. Almost simultaneously, in Russellville, Arkansas, the light water pumps at Arkansas Nuclear 1, a pressurized water reactor nuclear power plant, suddenly shut down. A backup system failed as well, and the core temperature at the plant quickly began to rise as the fuel rods radiated more heat than the steam turbines could handle. As the system neared a potential meltdown, however, the emergency core cooling system did function properly, and a crisis was averted. Jack Ryan walked the length of the Situation Room conference room, manifesting his anger in his movements instead of his tone.
Someone explain to me how the hell the Chinese are able to turn off equipment at our nuclear facilities.
The head of Cyber Command, General Henry Bloom, answered on video link from his crisis center in Fort Meade. Many nuclear facilities, for purposes of efficiency, have linked their secure plant computer systems to their less secure corporate networks. A chain is only as strong as the weakest link, and many of our links are weakening instead of strengthening as technology improves, because there is actually more integration instead of more security. We have managed to keep the news of the attack at the plant secret for now, have we not? For now, yes, sir. Tell me we saw this coming, Ryan said. The head of Cyber Command said simply, I've seen it coming for a long time. I've been putting out papers for a decade describing just exactly what we are all witnessing today. America's cyber threatscape, the spectrum of possible threats, is vast. What can we expect next? Bloom said, I would be stunned if Wall Street's systems operated normally tomorrow morning. Banking and telecom are ripe targets for an attack of this magnitude. So far, the electrical grid has not been attacked like it easily could be. I suspect large power outages across the country sooner rather than later. And we can't stop it? We can fight back with whatever electronic resources they don't rob from us. Something this large and well-coordinated will take some time to combat. And there's something else you should know. What's that? The networks that are not down, and I'm speaking of Intelink TS, the CIA network, for example, are suspect. Suspect? Yes, Mr. President. I see their capability by what they have accomplished this evening. Anything left standing is only left standing because they are using it to spy on us. So they are inside the CIA's digital brain? Bloom nodded. We have to operate under the assumption that they have deep, persistent access to all our secrets. Ryan then asked, Why the hell are we so far behind the Chinese on cybersecurity? General Bloom shook his head. The simple fact is that China has millions of very smart people, many of whom were trained here in the U.S., and then went home to essentially do the modern equivalent of taking up arms against us. Why don't those smart people work for us? A key reason is the average hacker we need on our side in order to even the playing field is a 20-something born in Russia or China or India. He's gone to the right schools, has the language and the math background. Ryan understood the problem before Bloom said it. But there is no way in hell the foreign kid can obtain a top-secret, sensitive, compartmented information full-scope polygraph clearance. Bloom said, No way in hell, sir. General Bloom, what would be the quickest, best way we can help you right now? The Air Force general thought it over for a second. He said, A kinetic response to the command and control centers in China that are affecting this cyber attack. A kinetic response? Yes, Mr. President. Combat their cyber war with a shooting war? General Bloom did not blink. You can, and I believe you should, look at what happened in Russellville, Arkansas, as a nuclear attack on the United States of America. The Chinese have changed the method of attack, but they did not change the type of ordnance. Ryan thought for a moment. Scott? Secretary of State Adler responded. Yes, Mr. President. Bloom is right. We are a hair's breadth away from a full-on shooting war with the Chinese. I want you to help me come up with every last diplomatic card we can use to avoid this. Yes, sir. Jack thought about how powerless he had become, the president of a country under threat of being demolished by its dependence on computer networks. Suddenly, he had another idea. Scott. Secretary of State Scott Adler looked up from his notepad. Sir? What does your communication situation look like? Can you talk with your embassy in Beijing? Not via secure comms, sir, but I can pick up a phone to make a long-distance call. Who knows, at this point it might have to be collect. There were a few stressed chuckles in the room. Mary Pat Foley said, Scott, I can guarantee it will be a party line. That garnered some more stressed laughs. The president continued. Make a call to Ambassador Lee. Have him arrange a phone call between Wei and me. Do it as soon as possible. I'm sure just your making the call will pass the message directly to the Chi-Coms. President Wei Jin-Lin received word from his Ministry of State Security that the American ambassador to China, Kenneth Lee, would be requesting an urgent phone conversation between Wei and President Jack Ryan. Lee had not yet made the request. Clearly the MSS was listening in to his phone conversations, and Wei was glad for this, because it bought him a little time. To say Wei was furious did not properly express his mood. Wei saw very well what Chairman Su was doing, and he also knew that Su would know good and well that he would be angry. Clearly, Sue just did not care. The phone on Wei's desk beeped, and he touched the speaker. "General Secretary, Chairman Sue is on the phone for you." "On the phone? He was supposed to come to my office." "I'm sorry, sir. He said that he could not get away." Wei stifled his rage. "Very well. Connect him." Su Ke-Chiang said, "Good morning, Tongji. I apologize that I could not be in Beijing at the moment. I was called to Baoding today, and I will remain here until our standing committee meeting on Thursday morning." Baoding was a city to the southwest of Beijing, as well as home of a large PLA base. Wei did not acknowledge the lack of respect that he felt Sue was expressing. Instead, he said, "This has been a most difficult day." "How so? I see nothing but success. The Americans are moving a carrier from the Western Indian Ocean to the Eastern Indian Ocean. This is their response to our sinking of the Taiwanese warship? You do see, don't you, that they are afraid?" Wei said, "But there is more to the story, is there not? I am learning of the cyber attacks in the United States from my advisors who are watching American television. Do you still maintain these will not be attributed to the People's Republic of China?" "I do." The line was silent for a moment as both men raged internally. Eventually, Wei spoke. His words were clipped and tight as he tried to keep from shouting. "I am an economist, and I see that we are doing more damage to our relationships than the business environment can sustain. What you are doing, the speed and intensity with which you are pushing the aggression, will force war, and it will destroy our economy." "And backing down now won't?" Sue shouted at Wei, having no filter of charm with which to blunt the expression of his anger. "You have pushed us across a bridge and burned it down. There is no turning back now. We have to see this through." "I have done that? I have?" "Of course. You sanctioned my operation, and you are afraid to sit quietly and wait for Ryan to run away." Wei said, "President Ryan will not run from a fight." Sue said, "He will run, because if he does not, then he will witness a nuclear detonation in Taipei and the threat of further strikes in Seoul, Tokyo, and Hawaii. Trust me, if it comes to it, America will have no choice but to back off." "You are mad." "You are mad to think that you could blow navies out of the water while offering free trade agreements to offset the damage. You only see the world as an economist. I promise you, Wei, that the world is not about business. The world is about struggle and force." Wei said nothing. "We will discuss this in person when I come on Thursday. But understand this, I will address the Standing Committee, and they will back me. You should stay aligned with me, Wei. Our good relationship has served you in the recent past, and you would do well to remember that." The call ended, and President Wei took several minutes to compose himself. Finally, he pushed the button on his phone that connected him to his secretary. "Yes, General Secretary?" "Connect me with the President of the United States." President Jack Ryan held the phone to his ear and listened to the translator quickly and effortlessly convert the Mandarin into English. The conversation had already been going for several minutes, and Jack had endured a lecture in economics and history from the Chinese president. Wei said, "You made Thailand and the Philippines non-NATO major allies. That was very threatening. Moreover, the U.S. has worked tirelessly to expand intelligence and defensive contacts with India and to bring them into the nuclear non-proliferation regime. America is doing its best to make India a global power. Why on earth would it be in one global power's interest to promote the emergence of another global power? I can answer that question, Mr. President. America wants India's help in keeping China under threat at all times. How can we not feel endangered by this hostile act?" Wei waited quietly for a response to his question, but Jack Ryan would not be giving ground to Wei tonight. He was on the phone to talk about the cyber attacks and the escalation of Chairman Su. He said, "Your nation's attacks on our critical infrastructure are an act of war, Mr. President." Wei replied, "The allegation by the Americans that China participated in any sort of a computer attack against them is groundless and exhibits yet another display of racism as your administration attempts to denigrate the good people of China. I hold you personally responsible for the lives of Americans that are lost due to damage to our transportation infrastructure, our communication systems, our nuclear power facilities." "What nuclear power facilities?" Wei asked.
Do you not know what happened this afternoon in our state of Arkansas?
Wei listened to the translator. After a time, he said, "My country is not responsible for any computer attacks against your country."
You don't know, do you? Your cyber militia, acting in your name, President Wei Zhenlin, forced an emergency shutdown of a nuclear reactor in the middle of the United States. If this attack had been successful, thousands of Americans would have died.
Wei hesitated before responding. "As I said before, China had nothing to do with this."
I think you did, Mr. President, and at the end of the day, that is what matters.
Wei hesitated again, and then he changed the subject. "President Ryan, you do realize, don't you, the leverage we have over you in the economic and commercial sectors?"
That is not important to me right now. There is nothing you can do to us economically that we will not recover from. America has many friends and great natural resources. You have neither.
Perhaps not, but we have a strong economy and a strong military.
Your actions are destroying the first. Don't force me to destroy the second.
Wei had no response to this.
Recognize, Mr. President, that you are inexorably linked to Chairman Su's war. My country will make no distinction whatsoever between the two of you.
Still nothing from Wei. Jack asked,
"Are you there, President Wei?"
"I do not lead the military," he responded.
"You lead the nation."
"Nevertheless, my control it is not the same as in your country."
"Your control over Su is the only chance to save your country from a war you cannot win."
There was another long pause. This time, it was nearly a minute long. Ryan's national security team sat on the sofas in front of him, but they were not listening in to the conversation. It was being recorded, and they could listen after. Jack looked at them and they back at him, clearly wondering what was going on. Finally, Wei responded. "Please understand, Mr. President. I will have to discuss your concerns directly with Chairman Su. I would prefer to do this in person, but I will not see him again until he comes to the Politburo meeting Thursday morning, traveling with his entourage from the PLA base in Beijing. He will speak to the Standing Committee, and I will talk to him afterward about this conversation and other matters." Ryan did not answer for several seconds. Finally, he said,
"I do understand, Mr. President. We will speak again."
"Thank you." Ryan hung up the phone, then looked at the group in front of him.
"Can I have a moment alone with Director Foley, Secretary Burgess, and Director Canfield?"
Everyone else filed out of the room. Ryan stood, but he did not step around his desk. There was an unmistakable look of astonishment on his face. As soon as the door shut, he said,
"That was something I can't say I expected."
"What's that?" Canfield asked. Ryan shook his head. He was still in a state of shock.
"I am reasonably certain that President Wei just purposefully fed me intelligence."
"What kind of intelligence?"
"The kind that he wants me to use to assassinate Chairman Su."
The two men and one woman standing in front of the president adopted the same bewildered expression that the president wore. President Jack Ryan sighed.
"It's a damn shame we don't have any assets to exploit this opportunity."
Jerry Henley, Sam Granger, and Rick Bell sat in Jerry's office on the 9th floor of Henley Associates just after 11 o'clock in the evening. The three men had been here all evening, waiting for updates from Ding Chavez and the others in Beijing. Ding had checked in just a few minutes earlier to say his first impression of the rebels was that they were not ready for prime time, but he would reserve judgment for a couple of days while he, Dom, and Sam evaluated their capabilities. The three senior executives were about to call it a night when Jerry Henley's mobile phone rang.
"Henley."
"Hi, Jerry. Mary Pat Foley here."
"Hello, Mary Pat, or should I say Mrs. Director?"
"You got it right the first time. I'm sorry to call you so late. Did I wake you?"
"No, actually, I'm at the office."
"Good. There has been a new development I wanted to talk to you about." The home phone rang at the Emmitsburg, Maryland home of John Clark. Clark and his wife Sandy were in bed, and Melanie Kraft was in a guest bedroom, sitting wide awake. Within 5 minutes of the ringing phone, Clark tapped on her door. "I'm awake," she said.
John stepped in. "I have to go to Henley Associates. Something critical has come up. I hate to do this to you, but Jack made me promise to stay with you at all times till he gets back.
You want me to go with you?
We've got a couple of beds there for data guys who work the night shift. It's not the Ritz, but neither is this.
Melanie slid out of the bed. I finally get to see the mysterious Henley associates? Trust me, I don't plan on sleeping.
Clark smiled. Not so fast, young lady. You'll get to see the lobby, an elevator, and a hallway or two. You'll have to wait for Jack to come back to get the VIP tour.
Melanie sighed while putting on her shoes. Yeah, like that will happen. Okay, Mr. Clark. If you promise to not treat me like a prisoner, I promise to not snoop around your office.
Clark held the door open for her as she passed. It's a deal.
Gavin sat in his office at 1 a.m. On his desk in front of him was a technical manual from Microsoft that he'd been reading on and off for the entire day. It was not uncommon for him to work this late, and he imagined he'd be pulling a long string of all-nighters over the next few days while he rebuilt his system. He'd sent most of his staff home, but a couple of programmers were still somewhere on the floor. He'd heard them talking a few minutes earlier. Since the campus had men in the field, he also knew there would be several guys up in analysis, although there wasn't a hell of a lot they could do but doodle on notepads without a computer network to assist them. The phone rang on Byerly's desk.
Hey, Gav, it's Granger. Jerry and I are up here in his office waiting for word from Chavez. We figured you might be down there. Yeah, lots to do. Understood. Listen, John Clark is coming into the office in just a few minutes. He's going to back up Chavez and the others on a new operation that is brewing in Beijing. Good. Nice to know he's back with us, even if it's just temporary. I was wondering if you could come up when he gets here and give him a 10-minute review of what happened in Hong Kong. I'd be glad to. I'll be here all night, all day tomorrow. I can spare a little time. Don't burn yourself out, Gavin. Nothing that happened with that virus was your fault. I don't need you to fall on your sword over this. Gavin snorted a little. Should have caught it, Sam. Simple as that.
Granger said,
Look, all we can tell you is that we support you. Jerry and I both think you're doing a hell of a job. Thanks, Sam. Try and get some sleep tonight. You're no good to anyone if you can't function. Okay, I'll catch some Z's on my sofa as soon as I give Clark his briefing. Good deal. I'll call you when he gets here.
Gavin hung up the phone, reached for his coffee, and then, without warning, all the power in his office went off. Sitting in the black, he looked out into the hallway.
Damn it,
he shouted. The lights seemed to be out over the entire building.
Son of a bitch.
In the lobby of Henley Associates, night security manager Wayne Reese looked out the glass doorway to the parking lot and saw the Baltimore Gas and Electric truck pull up to the door. Reese reached down to the Beretta pistol on his hip, and he thumbed the leather strap that secured it in the holster. This did not feel right. One man walked up to the front door and held his ID badge up. Reese stepped up to the door, shone his flashlight on the badge, and determined that it looked legitimate. He turned the bolt lock and opened the door slightly.
You guys sure are on the ball tonight. The power hasn't been off 3...
Reese saw the black handgun appear from the man's tool belt, and he knew he'd made a grave error. With all the speed he could muster, he slammed the glass door, but a single round barked from the suppressed 5.7 pistol, shot through the narrow opening, and hit him in the solar plexus, knocking him back onto the floor. As Reese lay on his back, he tried to lift his head to see his murderer. The Asian man pushed through the unlocked door and stepped up to him. Behind him, several more men appeared out of the back of the van. The shooter stood over Reese, raised his pistol to the wounded man's forehead, and then Wayne Reese's world went black. Crane entered the building just as Quayle shot the security officer a second time. Crane and 5 of his men shouldered their Steyr TMP machine pistols and took the stairs, leaving Grouse on the ground floor to watch the parking lot. Crane knew tonight would be taxing on his small force. He had lost Widgeon this morning during the attempted assassination of Melanie Kraft on the Rock Creek Parkway. Additionally, Grouse had been shot in the left thigh. He should have been out of action with this injury, but Crane had ordered him to come on this operation tonight, principally because the Henley Associates building was quite large, and therefore Crane needed all the men he could muster. The building was 9 stories tall, impossible to clear and search with this force, but Crane knew from Ryan's phone intercepts and Center's research on the Henley Associates network before it went dark the previous day that the 2nd floor was IT, the 3rd floor was the intelligence analyst staff, and the 9th floor was the location of the executive offices. At the 2nd floor exit, 3 men peeled off of the 6-man tactical train. They would search here and then on the third floor, while Crane and 2 others rushed directly up to the top floor. Quayle, Snipe, and Stint moved up the darkened second-floor hallway with their silenced machine pistols at the high ready. A security officer walking with a flashlight in his hand came out of a room backward, locking the door behind him, and then he turned to head back to the stairwell. Stint shot the man 4 times, killing him instantly. In a large office toward the back of the IT department, the 3 Chinese operators found a heavy-set white man in his 50s at his desk. His office door said he was Gavin Byrie, the Director of Information Technology. The men had been ordered to take everyone who did not offer resistance alive, and keep them alive until the network system could be rebooted and the drives reformatted. There were references to Center, Tong, Jia, and several of the operations that linked Center to the Chinese PLA and MSS, and these needed to be scrubbed from the hard drives of the servers before the company became front-page news after a mass murder there. The data storage of Henley Associates, it had been determined, was too large and well dispersed to simply blow up. Instead, they needed to wipe the memory of the entire operation clean, and for that, they would need employees of the company so they could find out passwords and the location of any off-site data storage. After Byrie was tied up, they found 2 more IT men on the second floor, and then they headed up to the analysis department on the third floor. Crane, Gull, and Duck left the stairway on the 9th floor, and they too encountered a security officer in the hallway. This man recognized the threat immediately, however, and he moved laterally while drawing his Beretta pistol. Crane and Duck both got shots off, but missed. Then the guard fired 2 rounds up the hall, missing just high both times. A second burst from Crane's Steyr TMP caught the guard in the lower torso, sending him spinning to the ground, dead. Without a word between them, the 3 Chinese men began sprinting up the hall.
"What in God's name was that?" exclaimed Jerry Henley.
He and Sam Granger were in the conference room, trying to work under dim emergency lights and lighting from a sliver of moon through the large windows. Granger leapt to his feet and rushed to a small broom closet in the corner. "Gunfire," he said gravely. He opened the broom closet and retrieved a Colt M16 Select Fire rifle. Granger had not fired a rifle in many years, but he deftly pulled back the charging handle, motioned for Henley to stay right where he was, and then swung out into the hall with the gun raised in front of him. Crane saw the man appear at the end of the hall some 50 feet away. The American saw Crane and his 2 operators at the same time, and he fired a short burst from his rifle. Crane dove for cover behind a planter by the elevator, but then immediately rolled back out on the floor and fired an entire magazine from his machine pistol. Sam Granger's knees buckled as the rounds tore into his chest. An involuntary muscle spasm in his arm and hand caused him to squeeze off another 3-round burst as he fell backward into the conference room. Crane looked back over his shoulder. Duck had been shot through the forehead by the suited man's M16 rifle. Gull and Crane rushed forward, leapt over the dead American, and entered the conference room. There, an older man in a tie and shirt sleeves stood near a table. Crane recognized him from a picture he'd been sent by Center. He was Jerry Henley, director of Henley Associates.
"Put your hands up,"
Crane said, and Gull rushed in, knocked the old man onto his desk, and secured his hands behind his back. Crane had his men bring everyone into the conference room on the second floor. There were 9 individuals, other than the 3 security officers and 1 executive they killed during the initial attack, and they were all bound at the wrists behind their backs and seated in chairs by the wall. Crane called his controller and had the power restored to the building, and then he addressed the group in a monotone and heavily accented voice. "We will bring your computer network back online. I will require your passwords to the network and a description of each of your duties and access levels. There are many of you here. I do not need you all." With the same monotone voice, he said, "If you refuse to help, you will be shot." Jerry Henley spoke up.
"If you let everyone else go, I will give you whatever you want."
Crane had been facing away, but he turned back to Henley.
"No talking."
He lifted his machine pistol, pointed it at Henley's forehead. He held it there for a moment. His earpiece chirped. He put his hand to his ear and turned away. "Ni swa shonma." "What did you say?" In the lobby, Grouse knelt down behind the reception desk and repeated himself softly.
"I said an old man and a girl are coming to the front of the building." Crane replied, "Don't let them in." "He has a key. I see it in his hand." "Okay, let them in then and take them. Hold them down there until we have what we need here, in case they have passwords we require. Understood.
John Clark and Melanie Kraft entered Henley Associates' lobby, and immediately Grouse stood up behind the reception desk and pointed his Steyr machine pistol at them. He had them put their hands on their heads and turn back to the wall. Then he limped over to them and frisked them with one hand while keeping the weapon trained on their heads. He found a Sig Sauer pistol on the old man, which was a surprise. He pulled it out of a shoulder holster and stuck it in his waistband. On the woman, he found no weapons, but he relieved her of her purse. He then had them stand against the wall in the elevator lobby with their hands on their heads. Melanie Kraft fought waves of panic as she stood there, her fingers laced together on top of her brunette hair. She looked over at Mr. Clark. He was doing the same, but his eyes were a flurry of activity. She whispered, "What should we do?" Clark looked over to her. Before he said anything, the Chinese man said, "No talking." Melanie regarded the gunman now, and she saw no feeling, no emotion. He spoke into his headset once or twice, but other than that, he looked and acted almost like a robot. Except his limp. It was clear that he was having trouble with one of his legs. Now, Melanie's terrified eyes darted back to John, hoping to see some sign that he had a plan. But she saw instead that he looked different. He had changed in the past few seconds. His face had reddened, and his eyes seemed to bulge in their sockets. "John?" "No talking," the man said again, but Melanie was not paying attention to him. All her focus was on John Clark, because it was apparent that something was wrong. His hands came off his head, and his face grimaced in pain, and he clutched his chest. "Hand on head! Hand on head!" Clark slowly lowered to his knees. His face was beet red now. She could see purple veins in his forehead. "Oh my God," she said. "John, what's wrong?" Grouse called on his radio in Chinese. "Crane, this is Grouse. I think the old man is having a heart attack." "Then let him die. I'll send someone down to get the girl and bring her up here. Crane out." The white man was on his side on the tile floor. He was shaking and convulsing. His left arm was stuck out ramrod straight, and his right hand was pressed tightly against his heart. Grouse pointed his gun at the girl. "You move. Get up. Get back." He knelt down slowly, the pain in his leg wound forcing him to adjust as he did so, and he grabbed her by her hair with his free hand. He yanked her away, shoved her against the wall by the elevators, and then started to turn back to the man. As he did so, however, he felt an impact on his ankles. His feet flew out from under him, and he flipped backward. He crashed on his back on the tile floor right next to the white man, who no longer appeared to be dying. The American's eyes were locked on him and intense with hate and purpose. The old man had used his legs to sweep Grouse off his feet, and now he had taken surprisingly strong hold of the Steyr's nylon sling, and he pulled it hard, and Grouse found himself pinned on his back on the cold tile floor. His finger had slipped out of the trigger guard of the weapon as his hand tried to break his fall, and as he scrambled on the tile, trying to free the sling from around his throat, he fought with the American for the grip of his gun. John Clark could not get his right hand inside the trigger of the gun because of his injury and limited mobility, but he had the sling perfectly positioned on the Chinese man's windpipe, so he cinched it tighter and tighter, strangling him to death. When it was all over, some 45 seconds after his feigned heart attack gave him the opening to fight back, he lay on his back, panting next to the dead man for a few seconds. But he knew he had no time to spare, so he sat up and went to work. He felt quickly through the man's pockets and retrieved his SIG .45 caliber pistol and a mobile phone, and he pulled the headset off the man. He did not speak Mandarin, but he put the headset on, making certain the mute button was depressed so that his voice could not be heard. Melanie just looked at him from across the floor. "We have to call the police," she said. "No time," said Clark. Clark did not trust Melanie Kraft, but he decided Melanie Kraft was the very least of his problems. He held up his SIG pistol. "Do you know how to use this?" She nodded slowly while she looked at it. He handed it to her, and she took it, then adopted a two-handed combat grip, holding the weapon at the low, ready in front of her at the waist. "Listen carefully," Clark instructed. "I need you to stay behind me." "Okay," she said. "What are we going to do?" "We're going upstairs." John Clark kicked off his shoes and entered the darkened stairwell. As he did so, he heard a door opening just one floor above. Crane had ordered Snipe to go downstairs to retrieve the woman, and then he had his three other men, Quayle, Stint, and Gull, wait with the prisoners in the conference room while he brought IT Director Gavin Byrie over to a node in the server room. The American had told them he would start up and then log into the system, allowing the Chinese men administrator-level access to do whatever they wanted. John Clark stood over the limp body of a young, muscular Chinese man. The 65-year-old American had heard the man descending the stairs, then hidden under the first-floor landing, waiting for him to come down. As he passed, Clark cracked him from behind with a vicious downward thrust of the butt of the Steyr TMP. The man fell forward onto the concrete, and 3 more heavy blows to the head knocked him out cold. Melanie came out of her hiding place below the stairs, and she pulled off the man's belt, then used it to tie his hands behind his back. She pulled his jacket down to his elbows to make it even harder for him to get free. She took his machine pistol, but she did not know how to use it, so she just slung it around her neck and followed John upstairs with the pistol in her hand. John slowly opened the door to the second floor and looked down a hallway, past a row of elevators, past the dead body of a security guard John recognized as an old friend named Joe Fisher, and toward the open door to the IT conference room at the end of the hall. As he did so, he heard a transmission in Chinese in his borrowed headset. Of course he could not understand the words, but he had put the device on his head so he could get a heads up when it became apparent to this crew of killers that members of their unit were not checking in. And that time was now. The transmission came a second time, and then a third. Each repetition was more alert and alarmed sounding than the one before. Clark quickly began walking up the hall with the TMP out in front of him in his left hand, his eye looking through the small glass sight. He'd passed the elevators and was only 15 feet from the entrance to the conference room when a man quickly stepped out, his gun rising but not yet fully raised. He saw John, tried vainly to yank his weapon up to a firing position, but Clark shot the man 5 times with a burst of automatic fire. Now Clark was running. He entered the conference room as fast as he could, with no idea what he would find when he got there. Before his eyes could take in the complete scene, an Asian man in black clothing fired a burst of bullets at him. John moved quickly to the side, lined up his gun on the threat, and saw that the man stood in front of a row of Henley employees, all seated and tied. Clark did not hesitate. He fired a single round from the machine pistol. His left trigger finger pressed off another single round, and the man fell back on a campus analyst, Tony Wills. There was one more threat in the room. He had been facing in the other direction when John came through the door, but now he was facing the old American with the Steyr. As he aimed to fire, Melanie Kraft came through the door, a pistol clutched in both hands in a firing grip, and she lined up her sights on the man. She fired a single round that missed high, but the Chinese assassin spun his machine pistol away from Clark and toward the girl, giving John the half-second he needed to refocus on this threat and drop the man dead with a long blast to the upper torso. As soon as the Chinese operator dropped to the floor, Jerry Henley said, "There's one more. He's got Byrie in the server room." Clark left Melanie with the 8 campus employees, and he rushed out of the conference room, heading up a side hall that ended in the room where the servers were kept. All the gunfire had been suppressed, except for the single shot Melanie fired from John Clark's .45 SIG, but that noise got the attention of Crane. He called his men over and over on his headset, but while he did so, he also grabbed Byrie by the neck and pulled him out of his chair. With the Steyr to Gavin's right temple and his arm around his neck, Crane yanked him into the hall, only to come face to face with an old man with gray hair and eyeglasses. The man had one of Crane's men's weapons held up in front of him, pointed directly at Crane's head. "Put it down or I kill him," Crane said. The old man did not respond. "I will do it. I will shoot him." The American with the machine pistol narrowed his eyes slightly. Crane looked into the eyes. He saw nothing but focus, nothing but purpose, mission, intent. Crane knew the look. Crane knew the mindset. This old man was a warrior. Crane said, "Don't shoot. I surrender." And he dropped the Steyr on the floor. Back in the conference room, Melanie had freed the Henley Associates staff. She did not know what the hell was going on, but by now she had long since come to the obvious conclusion that her boyfriend, the president's son, did not work exclusively in the financial management field. Clearly this was some sort of super-secret government intelligence or security contractor, and clearly they had run seriously afoul of the Chinese. Clark and 3 other men brought the 2 surviving Chinese men into the hallway by the elevators and tied them together, back to back. Crane, the leader of the group, spoke loudly, announced that he was a member of Divine Sword, a PLA Special Missions unit, and he and his men demanded to be treated as prisoners of war. Clark responded to this by pistol-whipping the man behind the ear with a cig, which shut him up quickly. Other Henley men began searching floor to floor for more victims and more killers. Everyone was armed with pistols and machine pistols while doing so. Clark had just searched Crane, pulling an odd-looking mobile phone from him when the phone vibrated. He looked down at the device. Of course, he did not recognize the number, but he got an idea. "Jerry," he called over to Henley, "are there any Mandarin speakers here in the group?" The ex-senator was shaken up, especially after the death of his friend, Sam Granger, but Clark was glad to see the man retained his wits. "Afraid not, but these two speak English. I'm talking about whoever might be calling." The phone buzzed again, and John looked down and saw the same number calling back. Jerry said, "If you need a Mandarin speaker, I think I know where we can get one quickly." Jack Ryan Jr. rode in the passenger seat of a two-door Acura Compact driven by Adam Yao. They had left Hong Kong and were now driving through the new territories, heading north toward the border with China. They had been on the road only a few minutes when Jack's mobile chirped. "Ryan." "Jack, it's John Clark." "Hey, John." "Listen carefully, kid, I'm in a rush." In the next 30 seconds, Clark told Ryan what had happened that night at Henley. Before Jack could even respond, he explained someone was calling the leader of the assassins, and he wanted to patch Yao through to the man's phone, call the number back, and then see if Yao could fake the caller into believing he was one of the Chinese killers. Ryan quickly relayed the situation to Yao, and then put the earpiece in Yao's ear for him while he drove. John said, "You ready?" Adam knew who John Clark was, but there was no time for a formal introduction. He just said, "You don't know who will be on the other end?" "No idea. You'll just have to wing it." "Okay." Winging it was what a knock did for a living. "Dial the number." It rang several times before it was picked up on the other end. Adam Yao did not know what he would hear, but he did not expect to hear someone speaking English. "Why did you not answer when I called?" Adam was ready to answer in Mandarin. He switched to English but affected a strong Mandarin accent. "Busy." "Are you clear?" "We're at Henley." A slight pause. "Of course you are at Henley. Is all the opposition dealt with?" "Yes. No problems." "Before you erase data, I've been instructed to upload any encrypted files on the workstation of Gavin Byrie, and then to send them to center." Yao remained in character. "Understood." There was a short pause. Then, "I'm out front. I'll come through the front door. Alert your men." Holy shit, Adam thought. "Yes." Quickly, he hung up and turned to Ryan. "Some guy is there in the parking lot, apparently. He's coming through the front door." Jack had Clark on speakerphone. Before Jack could relay the message, John said, "Got it. We'll take care of it. Clark out." A minute later, Clark was still on the second floor, standing over the two prisoners, when Tony Wills came through the stairwell door, holding a .45 to the head of a bearded Caucasian man in a suit and tie. The man's hands were cuffed behind him, and his raincoat had been pulled down behind him to his elbows. John made certain Byrie had the Steyr machine pistol pointed at the ground in front of the two Chinese prisoners, and his finger outside of the trigger guard. And then he started up the hall to see what the new guy in the mix had to do with all this. He had closed to within 20 feet when the bearded man's eyes widened in shock. "You." Clark stopped, looked harder at the man. It took him a few seconds to recognize Valentin Kovalenko. "You." The Russian tried to back up, away from Clark, but he just pressed the back of his skull into Will's .45. Clark thought Valentin was going to faint. He directed Tony to take him into the IT conference room nearby, and then he sent Tony out to guard the prisoners with Byrie. When Clark and Kovalenko were alone in the room, John pushed the man roughly down into a chair and then sat down in front of him. Since the previous January, not a day had passed without Clark thinking about snapping the neck of the little twerp sitting inches from him now. The man who had kidnapped him, tortured him, stolen from him his last few good years in the field by severely damaging his hand. But John had other, more pressing objectives now. He said, "I'm not going to pretend like I know what the fuck you were doing here. As far as I knew, you were dead or else eating snow soup in a gulag somewhere in Siberia." John had been striking fear into the hearts of his enemies for 40 years, but he doubted he'd ever seen anyone this terrified in his life. When Valentin still did not speak, John said,
I just lost some good friends, and I intend to find out why. You have the answers.
I did not know.
I don't give a shit what you didn't know. I want to know what you do know. I'm not going to threaten to torture you. You and I both know there is no reason for me to threaten you. I will either break you apart limb by limb, or not break you apart limb by limb, regardless of how helpful you are to me now. I owe you a lot of misery.
Please, John, I can help you.
Yeah? Then help me.
I can tell you everything I know.
Start talking.
Chinese intelligence is involved.
No shit. I've got dead and hog-tied Chinese soldiers all over the building. What is your involvement?
I thought it was industrial espionage. They blackmailed me, sprung me from prison, but made me an accomplice. The jobs started easy, but they got harder and harder. They tricked me, they threatened to kill me. I could not get away.
Who do you report to?
He calls himself Center.
Is he waiting to hear from you?
Yes. A Crane, that is one of the men still alive out there on the floor, was letting me come in to get some data, and I was to upload it, send it to Center. I had no idea anyone was going to be hurt or...
I don't believe you.
Kovalenko looked to the floor for a moment. Then he nodded. Da, you are right. Yes, of course I knew what was going on. The first people they killed the other day in Georgetown? No, I did not know they would do that. And then again when they killed the cab driver and tried to kill the woman today. I did not know that was the plan. But by now, I am no fool. I thought I would come into this building and find a stack of dead bodies. He shrugged. I just want to go home, John. I want no part of this.
Clark looked him over. Cry me a fucking river. He got up and left the room.
Back in the hallway, Clark found Gavin Byrie talking to Jerry Handley. When Byrie saw the older man, he rushed up to him.
That guy in there, does he work for Center?
Yeah, says he does anyway.
Gavin said, we can use him. He will have a program on his computer that he uses to communicate with Center. It's called cryptogram. I've created a virus that can go through cryptogram and photograph the person on the other end.
Clark said,
but we have to get him to agree to help us, right?
Byrie said,
yes. You've got to convince him to log into cryptogram and get Center to accept an upload.
Clark thought it over for a moment.
Okay, come with me.
Byrie and Clark returned to the conference room. Kovalenko had been sitting alone, his hands tied behind his back, his body positioned so that the two dead Chinese assassins were on the floor near his feet. This was by design. Clark wanted Valentine to sit there with dead men, to think about his own predicament. Byrie and Clark sat down at the table. Before he could speak, Kovalenko said, I had no choice. They forced me to work for them.
You did have a choice.
Sure, I could have shot myself in the head.
You sound like a guy who wouldn't mind living through this.
Of course I do. But don't fuck with me, Clark. You of all people want to see me dead.
I'd get a few chuckles out of that, yeah. But what's more important is defeating Center before this conflict gets any bigger. There are millions of lives at stake. It's not just about you and me and a grudge.
What do you want?
Clark looked at Gavin Byrie. Can we use him?
Gavin was still in a mild state of shock, but he nodded and looked at Kovalenko.
Do you have cryptogram on your computer?
Kovalenko just nodded in reply.
Clark said, I am sure you have some security check you use to establish that it is actually you communicating with Center.
I do, but it's actually more complicated than that.
How so?
I am pretty sure that while we are talking on cryptogram, he's also watching me through my camera.
Clark's eyebrows rose, and he turned to Byrie. Is that possible?
Gavin said,
Mr. Clark, you have no idea what we've been dealing with since you left. If this guy told me Center had microchipped his brain, I wouldn't bat an eyelash.
Clark turned back to Kovalenko.
We want to take you to your place and get you to connect with Center. Will you do that for us?
Why should I help you? You are going to kill me anyway.
John Clark did not disagree. Instead, he just said, think back to a time before you were spying for a living. I don't mean for Center. I mean before the SVR. There must have been some reason you went into this line of work. Did you, just maybe, think that someday you just might do some good?
Of course, I was not one of the corrupt ones.
Well, Valentine, you give us about 1 hour of your help right now, and you very likely might just stop a regional war from going global. Not too many spooks can say that.
Center is smarter than you, Kovalenko said flatly.
Clark smiled. We're not going to challenge him to a game of chess.
Valentine said, "If you do not kill him, I don't mean his virus, his network, his operation. I mean him. If you do not put a bullet in Center's head, he will be back."
Gavin Byrie said, "You can be that bullet. I want to upload something into his system that will give us his exact location."
Kovalenko smiled slightly. "Let's give it a shot."
As Clark and Byrie prepared to rush with Kovalenko to his apartment in D.C., Jerry Henley came out of Gavin's office.
"John, I have Chavez on the phone from Beijing. He wants to talk to you."
Clark took the satellite phone from Henley.
"Hey, Ding."
"You okay, John?"
"I'm fine. It's a nightmare, though. You heard about Granger?"
"Yeah. Shit."
"Yeah. Did he talk to you about Chairman Sue's motorcade Thursday morning?"
"Yeah. He said Mary Pat Foley got the intel directly from the PRC government. Sounds like somebody's not happy with what's going on in the South China Sea."
Clark said, "What do you think about your chances to pull it off?"
Chavez hesitated, then said, "It's possible. I think we need to try anyway, since there are no more American agency operatives in China in position."
"So you guys are going to go ahead?"
Chavez said, "There's one problem."
"What's that?"
"We do this op, then we leave. Good for us. But you and I have both been around dictatorships long enough to know that some poor group of SOBs, some dissident group or other group of the citizenry, is going to take the fall for our actions. Not just these kids we're working with. We'll kill Sue, and then the PLA will find a fall guy, and the fall guy is going to fall hard."
"They'll execute everyone with means and motive. There are hundreds of groups of dissenters around China. The PLA will make an example of them all so the country never rises up again."
"Damn right they will. That doesn't sit well with me," Chavez said. Clark stood in the hallway, holding the phone to his ear with his right hand, thinking about the problem.
"You need to leave some evidence that proves it wasn't a group of local dissenters who did it."
Ding answered back immediately. "Thought of that. But any evidence will just tie the U.S. to the hit, and we can't let that happen. It's fine and dandy that the world will wonder if the Ryan Doctrine was in play, but if we left evidence the Chi-Coms could use to prove to the world that the U.S. was—"
Clark interrupted. "What if you left evidence proving someone else did it? Someone who we wouldn't mind taking the fall for this?"
"What kind of evidence are you talking about?" John looked down at the two Chinese assassins.
"What about a couple of dead Chinese Special Forces guys left at the scene of the hit, like they were part of the hit team?"
After a pause, Chavez said, "Nice, Mano. That would kill two birds with one stone. You wouldn't happen to know where I could get any volunteers for that job, would you?"
"No volunteers. A couple of conscripts, though."
Ding said, "Just as good."
Clark said, "I'll be there in 30 hours with these two surviving Divine Sword assholes. We'll waste them at the scene."
"You? You're coming to Beijing? How?"
"I still have a few friends in low places."
"Russians? You have some Russian buddies that can get you in?"
"You know me too well, Domingo."
An hour later, Clark, Byrie, Kraft, and Kovalenko arrived at the Russian spy's DuPont Circle apartment. It was almost 4 a.m., nearly an hour after Kovalenko had been ordered to report in by Center. They entered the apartment. It was dark, but Valentine did not turn on any lights. The laptop was closed, and John, Melanie, and Gavin stood to the side of the desk, so that when the camera came on, they would be out of the field of view. Byrie had given the Russian a flash drive loaded with the malware he built from FastBy22's file uploader and his rat. Valentine slipped it into the USB port of the laptop and then opened the machine. In seconds, he was logging into Cryptogram, initiating a conversation with Center. Kovalenko typed SC Lavender. This was his authentication code. A green line of text on the black background. What happened? There were men at Henley Associates that Crane did not detect. After we entered and took the data from the server, they attacked. They are all dead, Crane and his men. How did you survive? Crane ordered me out of the building while they fought. I hid in the trees. Your instructions were to provide assistance if needed. If I had carried out my instructions, you would have lost all your assets. If your assassins could not kill the Americans there, I surely could not do it either. A new cryptogram window opened, and Valentine saw the phone icon, just like earlier in the day. He put on the headset and clicked the icon. Da? This is Center. It was definitely the same man as earlier in the day. Were you injured? Not badly, no. Were you followed? Kovalenko News Center was listening to his voice, trying to detect signs of deception. He was also certainly watching him right then via the camera. No, of course not. How do you know? I am a professional. Who can follow me at 4 in the morning? There was a long pause. Finally, the man said, "Send upload," and he hung up. Kovalenko uploaded Gavin Byerly's file from the flash drive. A minute later, Center typed, "Received." Valentine's hands were shaking now. He typed, "Instructions." Soft and barely moving his lips, he whispered to Byrie, "Is that it?" Byrie responded, "Yes, it should work almost immediately." A line of cryptogram text appeared. "What is this?" Kovalenko did not respond. "This is an application? This is not what was requested." Kovalenko looked at the camera. Slowly, he lifted his hand in front of his face in a fist and extended his middle finger. Clark, Kraft, and Byrie all stood to the side, mouths agape. It took only seconds for a new line of text to appear on cryptogram. "You are dead." The connection terminated instantly. "He's off," Kovalenko said. Byrie smiled. "Wait for it?" "Wait for what?" asked Valentine. "Wait for it," he repeated very slowly. Melanie said, "He's logged off. He can't send any—" A file popped up in the cryptogram window. Kovalenko, still sitting in front of the machine, looked up to Gavin Byrie. "Should I?" "Please do." Kovalenko clicked on the file, and a single picture expanded on the monitor. All 4 people in the dark apartment leaned forward to get a better look at it. A young woman with Asian features, eyeglasses, and short black hair sat in front of the camera, her fingers resting on a computer keyboard. Over her left shoulder, an older Asian man in a white shirt and loose necktie leaned close, peering to a point just below the camera. Valentine was confused. "Who is—" Gavin Byrie touched the girl with his fingertip. "I don't know who that is, but that guy, ladies and gentlemen, is the MFIC." Melanie and Valentine just looked at him. Byrie said, "Dr. Tong Kwok Kwan, codename Center." John Clark smiled and said, "The motherfucker in charge." Adam Yao had documents to get him into mainland China, so he could come and go on the train or through the automobile border crossing. Jack Jr., on the other hand, was not nearly so fortunate. Adam had a way across the border for him, but it necessitated some risk and discomfort. Adam went first, driving through the crossing at Lok Ma Chau at 5 p.m. local time. Ryan took a cab to San Tin and then walked a few blocks to a hardware store parking lot, where he met the men who would take him across. They were friends of Adam's, meaning he had run across them working in his Whiteside job with Sino Shield. They were smugglers, which made Ryan nervous when he was told they would be his access to China, but when he met them, he relaxed. The smugglers were 3 small young men who seemed a hell of a lot more harmless than Ryan had spent the last 16 hours imagining them to be. None of the men spoke a word of English, and this made things confusing for Jack as they stood next to their motorbikes and gestured toward his legs and feet. He thought they were admiring his Cole Haan loafers, but he could not be sure. The matter passed soon enough with a few chuckles from the men. They had Ryan climb on the back of one of the bikes, which was not a great plan, considering Jack was 6'2", and he found himself riding tandem with a chubby young man who might have been 5'4". After 20 minutes on the road, Jack saw why the Chinese men were concerned about his leather shoes. They were surrounded by rice paddies that went all the way to a river, across which was the mainland. They would have to slosh in knee-deep water for a half-mile before even getting to the levee by the river. There was no way in hell his loafers would stay on his feet. They sloshed through the rice paddies as the sun set and the moon rose. Jack lost his shoes almost immediately. At 8 p.m., they arrived on the levee, and one of the men pulled a raft made of milk cartons and particle board out of tall grasses. Ryan and the smuggler climbed aboard, and the other 2 pushed them off. It was only 5 minutes across the cold water to China. They landed in a warehouse district of Shenzhen, and they hid the raft in rocks and river grasses. The smuggler went with Ryan up to the street in the dark. They sprinted across just after a bus passed, and then Jack was told to wait in a tin storage shed. The smuggler disappeared, and Jack dialed Yao again. Adam answered quickly. "I'll be there in under a minute." Yao picked Jack up and immediately headed north. He said, We go through Shenzhen and then hit Guangzhou in about an hour. Center's building is in the northern part of the city, out in the suburbs near the airport.
How did you find it?
I tracked him from the movements of their supercomputers in Hong Kong. The servers travel by ship, and I found the ship, the port, then the trucking company that brought them to the China Telecom building. I wasn't sure at first, but then I chatted up a girl at the new China Telecom office who said she came into work one morning and found out her entire building had been vacated overnight because the PLA needed the space. At that point, I was pretty sure, so I got an apartment on a high-rise across a drainage culvert from the CT building. I can see the army guarding the place, and I can see the civilians coming and going.
What's the next step?
Yao shrugged. The next step is you tell me who you really work for. I didn't ask you over here because I needed a friend. I need someone on the inside in the US, away from CIA. Someone who can make something happen.
Make what happen exactly?
Yao shook his head. I want you to be able to contact someone in the government, high up in the government, not at CIA, and tell them what's going on. We will be able to prove it beyond a shadow of a doubt. And then, when you do that, I want someone to come over here and blow it up.
You want me to call my dad?
Yao shrugged. He could make it happen. Ryan shook his head. He had to keep his dad insulated to some degree from his operations. He said,
"There's someone else I can call. She'll get the message through."
President Jack Ryan decided he would travel to the Pentagon to hear their plan to attack China's computer networking infrastructure and computer network operations capability. Most of America's top warfighting strategists had been working on nothing else there in the building, doing their best to ad-lib parts of the tactical plan because the cyber attack on America had hamstrung their capabilities to get information, advice, and a good picture of the battle space. And in the 2 days since his directive to draw up the plan, the situation had gotten worse. In addition to increased cyber attacks on the United States, attacks that had shut down 2 days of trading on Wall Street, the Chinese had exploited other attack vectors against the military. Many American military and spy satellites had been hacked and their signals corrupted, so critical data were not getting from the theater to the Pentagon. Those satellites still online were sending back data sluggishly or sporadically corrupted, meaning the picture of the situation over there was spotty at best. The United States had lost visibility of the Chinese carrier in the South China Sea, and only received clues of its location again when an Indonesian Navy frigate, Yos Sudarso, was sunk 80 miles north of Bungaran Timur, reportedly by 4 missiles fired from a Chinese attack helicopter. Of the 170 sailors on board, only 39 had been recovered alive as of 12 hours after the incident. More air-to-air contests over the Taiwan Strait had resulted in the shooting down of 5 more ROC fighters and a Marine Hornet, compared with the loss of 8 PLA Air Force aircraft. Ryan sat quietly as colonels, generals, captains, and admirals briefed him on the options for a military strike, or, more precisely, on the seeming lack of options for a military strike. After an entire morning of back and forth, a Navy admiral, a former F-14 Tomcat pilot who'd led carrier wings and was now one of the Pentagon's top naval tacticians, took the president through the plan of attack on China. It involved nuclear subs in the East China Sea, launching barrages of conventional missiles at PLA command and control centers and technical bureaus, as well as targeting electrical infrastructure that powered these locations. Simultaneously, subs in the Taiwan Strait and off the coast of the Chinese city of Fuzhou would launch cruise missiles against PLA Air Force air bases, known fixed missile batteries, and command and control facilities. American strike aircraft would fly from the Reagan and the Nimitz, refuel while still far out to sea, and then strike up and down the Chinese coast near the Taiwan Strait, taking out SAM sites, warships in port and at sea, and a huge target list of anti-access area denial capabilities, including anti-ship ballistic missile sites that the Chinese maintained in the south of the country. The admiral admitted that hundreds, if not thousands, of the PLA's best missiles were fired from mobile launchers, and the poor overhead picture of the area meant those missiles would survive any attack the Americans could mount. Ryan was floored by the scope and obvious difficulties the Navy would face in this seemingly impossible task. He knew he had to ask the next question, but he feared the answer.
What are your predictions as to losses to U.S. forces?
All totaled, Ryan was told he could expect to lose between 1,000 and 10,000 lives in the attack on China. The president asked, "Do we think this will short-circuit the cyber attacks against America?" Bob Burgess spoke up now. "The best minds at Fort Meade's NSA and Cyber Command cannot answer that, Mr. President. We only hope to temporarily deteriorate their cyber attack capabilities and disrupt their conventional attack capabilities near Taiwan. Deteriorate and disrupt temporarily at the cost of upward of 10,000 lives." The Navy Admiral spoke now, though this was not exactly his area of expertise. "Mr. President, with respect, the cyber attacks on America will kill more than 10,000 people this winter." Ryan's Chief of Staff, Arnie Van Dam, stepped into the conference room and spoke in the president's ear. "Jack, Mary Pat Foley is here. At the Pentagon? Why?" "She needs to see you. She apologizes but says it's urgent." Jack knew she would not be here if she didn't have a good reason. He addressed the room. "Ladies and gentlemen, let's break for 15 minutes and pick back up where we left off." Ryan and Foley were shown to the anteroom of the Secretary of the Navy's office and then left alone. "I'm sorry for barging in like this, but—" "Not at all. What's so important?" CIA has had a non-official cover operative who had been working in Hong Kong, on his own initiative and without CIA support. He is the one who located the Chinese hacker involved in the UAV attacks. Ryan nodded. "The kid who was killed in Georgetown with the agency guys." "Exactly. Well, we thought we lost him. He disappeared a few weeks ago. But he just emerged and got a message to us from inside China. He has located the nerve center of much of the cyber attack on the United States." "What does that mean?" "I just spent all morning listening to a room full of generals tell me China's cyber network operations were in bureaus and CIC centers all over the country," Mary Pat said. "While that might be true, the architect of the overall strategy and the man in charge of the operation against us right now is located in a building in the suburbs of Guangzhou. He, a staff of a couple hundred hackers and engineers, and several mainframe computers are all in one place. We are nearly certain that the vast majority of China's cyber war is being fought out of that building." "If this is in fact the case, Mary Pat, we could limit the scope of the planned naval attack considerably. We could save thousands of American lives. Hell, we could save thousands of innocent Chinese lives." "I agree." "This knock, if he's inside China, how do we know they don't have him? How do we know this isn't some disinformation operation by the Chinese?" "He is operational and not compromised." "How do you know this? And how did this guy manage to communicate with Langley without getting compromised if Langley has a breach?" Foley cleared her throat. "The knock did not communicate with Langley. He communicated this information to me." "Directly?" "Well," she hesitated, "through an asset." "Okay, so the knock is not alone in the field." "No, sir." Another clearing of the throat. "Damn it, Mary Pat, what aren't you telling me?" "Jack Jr. is with him." The President of the United States went white. He said nothing, so Mary Pat continued. "They both went on their own initiative. It was Junior who called me, who convinced me. He assures me they are both safe and absolutely not in harm's way." "You were telling me that right now my son is in fucking China?" "Yes." "Mary Pat," he said, but no more words would come. "I talked to Junior. He confirmed that KK Tong and his entire operation are working out of a China telecom building in Guangzhou. He has sent photos and geo-coordinates. Communication with him is spotty, as you can imagine, but we have everything we need to target the location." Ryan just looked to a point against the wall. "I think I can trust the source." He smiled. There was no happiness, just resolve. He pointed to the entrance to the conference room. "Get everything you have to those men and women. We can limit the attack, focus it on this nerve center." "Yes, Mr. President." The two hugged. She said into his ear, "We're going to get them back. We're going to get Junior home." John Clark flew on a private jet hired from the same fixed operating base where Henley Associates kept its Gulfstream at BWI. While Clark flew in the chartered Lear, he spoke via sat phone with Stanislav Biryukov, head of the FSB, Russian State Security. Clark had done one hell of a big favor for Biryukov and Russian intelligence the year before, more or less single-handedly saving Moscow from nuclear annihilation. Director Biryukov had told Clark his door was always open to him, and a good Russian always remembers his friends. John Clark put this to the test when he said, "I need to get into China from Russia with 2 others, and I need to do it within 24 hours. Oh, and by the way,
The 2 others are Chinese nationals who will be bound and gagged." There was a long moment of silence, and then a low, almost evil chuckle on the other end. "Such interesting vacations you American pensioners take. In my country, we prefer to go to the dacha to sunbathe after retirement." Clark just asked, "Will you be able to help me?" Instead of a direct reply, Biryakov said, "And when you are there, John Timofeyevich, will you need assistance in the form of equipment?" Now John smiled. "Well, as long as you are offering." John told Biryakov what items he would like to take with him into China, and the FSB director wrote them down. He told Clark to fly on to Moscow, and he would have the gear and the military transport waiting for him, and that he would take care of all other details while John enjoyed his flight over. "Thank you, Stanislav. I suppose you will also need a way home afterward?" John said, "I sure hope so." Biryakov chuckled once again, understanding what Clark meant. If he did not need a way home, that would mean he was dead. Biryakov hung up, called his top operations people, and told them their careers would be over if they could not make all this happen. Clark and his 2 bound and hooded prisoners arrived in Moscow, and then flew on a Tupolev transport to Astana, Kazakhstan. Here they were put on an aircraft loaded with munitions that were being delivered to China. The transporter, Russia's state-owned defense exporter Rosoboronexport, often flew covert missions into China, and they knew to do what FSB ordered and ask no questions. The IL-76 transport flight landed in Beijing exactly 30 hours after Clark left Baltimore, and FSB agents at the airport collected the 3 men and the crates and drove them to a safe house north of town. Within an hour, Sam Driscoll and 4 men from Pathway of Liberty, the fledgling rebel force, arrived and drove them back to their barn hideout. Domingo Chavez met John Clark at the door. The men embraced. John took some green tea offered to him by Yin Yin and a plate of noodles in a salty ground soybean sauce, and then he was shown to a cot in an upstairs loft. The 2 prisoners were placed in a locked stall in a basement, and 2 armed guards were set outside. Chavez looked over the equipment Clark had brought in from Russia. In the first crate, he found a Dragunov sniper rifle with an 8-power scope and a silencer. Next, he opened 2 identical crates, each containing a single RPG-26 shoulder-fired anti-tank disposable grenade launcher. There was also a large container with 2 RPG-9 rocket-propelled grenade launchers and 8 finned grenades. Other crates contained radios with high-tech digital encryption modules, ammunition, and smoke and fragmentation grenades. Ding knew better than to hand over a grenade launcher or an anti-tank weapon to the Pathway of Liberty. He had quizzed them on their knowledge of their weapons and the tactics they would need to employ in order to use them effectively in an attack, and he decided that the 20 or so young Chinese would best be used either providing security for the escape route after the attack or else making a lot of noise with their guns during the attack. Chavez discussed the feasibility of the operation to come with Dom and Sam. Driscoll asked, "We're using them, aren't we? The Pathway of Liberty kids." Chavez did not disagree. "We're using them to stop a war. I can sleep easy knowing that. I'm going to do what I can to keep them as safe as possible, but make no mistake, if they can get us close to Chairman Su, we take the shot and then deal with the consequences." They brought the Chinese into the conversation, and when Chavez told Yin Yin that they wanted to try to attack Chairman Su's motorcade as it came into the city from Baoding, she said she could help with advance information about the route. They set up a large city map on a table in the barn, and the 3 Americans and the young rebel girl looked it over. Yin Yin said, "We have a Confederate at the Beijing Police Department. He is reliable. He has given us information before when we want to target a procession." "Information to help you attack?" "No, we have never attacked a government motorcade, but we sometimes hold signs off the overpass when they come by." "How does your guy at the police department know?" "The Ministry of Public Security is tasked with sending motorcycle police officers to the overpasses, on-ramps and off-ramps, to hold the traffic along the routes. Our man at the police station will be on the detail, along with dozens of other police. They are only told at the very last moment, and there is a rolling system they use, where they only are given their next blocking point at the time they are to go there." "There must be dozens of options the motorcade could take to Zhongnanhai." "Yes, this is true. But that is when they are already in the city. The police traffic blocks start when they hit the 6th Ring Road and continue on into the city. We cannot attack them before the 6th Ring Road because we won't know when he is coming.
We can't wait too long after 6th Ring Road because then there are too many options. Even if we did know which road he was on, we would not have time to prepare an attack.
Dom said, "So it sounds like the 6th Ring Road is where we need to set up the hit."
Yin shook her head. No, they will have much security there. There are only 2 rational options for the motorcade to take right after passing the 6th Ring Road. The Jingzhou Road or the G4. Once we know which one of these 2 motorways will be protected by the police, we can have time to intercept them before they hit the city road network.
On Wednesday evening, the 3 Americans, Yin, and 2 young Chinese men went to both locations in a small van with tinted windows. They would have loved to have been able to see the lay of the land in the daylight, but they didn't find a suitable location on the G4 until nearly 10 p.m., and it was after midnight when they came across a fair ambush point on the Jingzhou Road. The G4 location was the more ideal of the 2. There was good cover from a tree line to the north, and a quick egress route via a road that led into open farmland and then hit a major intersection on the other side, meaning very quickly after the ambush, Chavez and company and the Pathway of Liberty rebels could disperse into the city. On Jingzhou Road, however, it was more open. Yes, there was a grassy hill that ran along the north side of the straight 8-lane thoroughfare, but the southern side was lower, just above the level of the street, and a congested mass of apartment blocks and streets behind it meant it would be difficult to race away during morning traffic. Chavez looked over the layout of this potential ambush site and announced, "We can hit it from both sides and put a gun way over on the pedestrian overpass to the north. Someone will need to be on the highway at the rear of the convoy to keep them from backing out through traffic." Driscoll turned all the way around to face Ding in the darkness. "I've seen my fair share of L-shaped ambushes. Never heard of an O-shaped ambush. No offense, Ding, but I think there is a reason nobody's ever done that. It's so everybody doesn't shoot each other." Chavez said, "I know, but hear me out. We'll be attacking from all sides, but if we watch our fire, we should be okay. The guy on the overpass will be shooting down. The guy to the south on the highway will be firing from a vehicle, shooting below the level of the overpass. The Pathway of Liberty will be on the hill, shooting down into the motorcade, and I'll be on the other side with the scoped and suppressed sniper rifle, picking off people from the window of one of these apartments." "How are you going to get in an apartment?" Ding shrugged. "Details, mano." 14 Marine FA-18C pilots took to the skies over Taiwan at midnight. They climbed into heavy cloud cover over the island and adopted flight paths to appear on PLA radars as if they were heading out for regular cap stations in the strait, just as they had done dozens of times before. The ROC F-16s on station began leaving their sectors, as if the approaching flights would be relieving them, again to give the appearance to the Chinese that these radar signatures were just fighter planes on fighter missions, protecting the island from centerline incursions. But not all the jets were flying as fighter planes tonight. Many of them, trashes and cheeses included, were equipped for a strike mission, and their destination was not a space of coal-black sky over international waters. No, their destination was the Huadu district of Guangzhou. Trash and the 13 other planes dove out of 30,000 feet, down toward the deck, on a heading that took them to the west. Their speed increased, and they tightened up as much as they could in the dark night, and they adopted a heading that took them out into the South China Sea. Trash and Cheese were 2 of the 6 jets on this mission, tasked with dropping ordnance on the China Telecom building in Guangzhou, a target that neither of the men understood really, although they had been too busy in the past 8 hours since their initial briefing to worry about the larger context of their roles. 4 other Hornets each carried 2 2,000-pound JDAMs, Joint Direct Attack Munitions. These were Mark 84 iron bombs with tail kits that increased the weapon's accuracy and the distance from the target the pilot could release his payload. The weapons were incredibly accurate, but no one on the flight knew if they would even be employed, as the GPS satellites that flew overhead were flicking on and off like table lamps with shorts in their wiring. The decision was made to outfit the fighters with the JDAMs for the simple reason that the survivability potential of aircraft dropping JDAMs at altitude from distance was better than the other option. Dumb bombs dropped from low altitude. That role went to the B team on this mission, Trash and Cheese. If the first 4 Hornets could not get a GPS signal to allow them to drop their weapons, then the B team would dive in. Both FA-18s carried the Mark 84, 2,000-pound iron bombs, 2 on each plane.
In addition to the 6 planes designated for ground attack, 6 more had a strictly air-to-air role this evening. They were fully loaded with AIM-9s and AIM-120s, and they would fly out to meet any aggressors that approached the squadron. The last 2 planes in the mission were loaded with HARMs, high-speed anti-radiation missiles, to take out enemy SAM sites along the route. All the pilots wore NVGs, night vision goggles, which gave them the ability to see both their HUDs and the terrain outside, although they all knew the NVGs brought an additional hazard to their already dangerous operation. If any of the men had to eject, they needed to remember to pull off their NVGs before punching out, as the weight of the device on the front of the helmet would snap their necks during the ejection. At 1:30 a.m., the Hornets flew fast and low, screaming over the waves as they headed southwest. By now, they all knew the Chinese had scrambled fighters and alerted their coastal defenses, but for a few moments more at least, the PLA had no idea what the group of planes' intentions were. After a heading change announced by the strike leader, the aircraft turned due north as one, directly toward Hong Kong. Several flights of Chinese fighters took off from bases near the Taiwan Strait and headed out to meet the flight of Hornets racing over the South China Sea toward land. ROC Air Force planes flying combat patrols over Taiwan raced out to intercept them, launching AIM-120s from just south of the center line, and then crossed it, heading into China's side of the strait. This broke up the attack on the Marine jets, but it created a massive air-to-air battle that lasted more than an hour in the strait. More PLA Air Force planes from bases in Shenzhen and Hainan flew out to meet the approaching aircraft, thinking them to be flown by ROC pilots, not by U.S. Marines. 4 of the Marine jets with air-to-air munitions left the formation to engage the Chinese, launching medium-range missiles from distance and shooting down 3 J-5s before the Chinese even fired back. An FA-18 was blown out of the sky just 12 miles off the coast of Hong Kong, the victim of a J-5's radar-guided missile, but 2 more J-5s were shot down by American missiles seconds later. The remaining strike force flew on, low and fast, shooting over container ships at 500 knots. Four U.S. nuclear submarines had moved south of Hong Kong in the past 48 hours from their patrol areas in the Taiwan Strait. As the American aircraft approached Hong Kong, Tomahawk cruise missiles launched from all 4 subs sprang from the black water, arced into the sky, and flew toward sand batteries along the coast. The Tomahawks were successful, knocking out several AA launchers along the path into Victoria Harbor and beyond. At 2:04 a.m., there were 10 strike aircraft still together in a tight trail formation as they shot through Victoria Harbor in the center of Hong Kong. At an altitude of only 320 feet, they passed the Peninsula Hotel at 500 miles an hour, and the roar of their 20 jet engines broke windows and woke virtually everyone asleep within a mile of the channel. But more frontline PLA Air Force fighters appeared on radar, sending the last 2 air-to-air fighters peeling off from the trail and heading to the northeast. A flight of 6 Su-27s engaged them over Shenzhen. Both Marine pilots scored air-to-air kills, and within 90 seconds of the fight starting, the 2 surviving FA-18s that had been battling J-5s over the South China Sea joined the fray. SAMs destroyed 2 Hornets over Shenzhen, but both pilots ejected safely. 2 more Hornets were destroyed by air-to-air missiles. 1 Marine ejected, but the other pilot crashed into the side of Wutong Mountain and died. The 4 Marine aircraft shot down 6 Chinese planes and slowed the others, putting them precious minutes behind the strike force. The strike force of 10 crossed the border to mainland China, and 8 of the 10 jets climbed off the deck into 10,000 feet. Only Cheese and Trash stayed low, flying through the dark, focusing virtually all their attention on the green-hued terrain through their NVGs as it raced by below them. Adam and Jack sat in their rented apartment in northern Guangzhou. They had been doing exactly the same thing, virtually non-stop, for the past 2 days, watching the China Telecom building. They had long-distance photos of KK Tong on his 12th floor balcony, as well as dozens of other personalities, many that Ryan had been able to identify on the database on his laptop from photo recognition software. Ryan had no expectations whatsoever of what was about to happen. He was only half awake, propped in a chair by the window, with the camera on a tripod in front of him and a wool blanket around him, when something caused his heavy eyelids to open. Off to the north, way beyond the China Telecom building by a mile or two, a flash of light came from rooftop level. Jack thought at first it was lightning. There had been rain on and off for days. But a second and a third flash appeared near the same area. A low rumble made its way to him, and he sat up straighter. More flashes, now to the northeast, and more noise, louder now. "Yao," he said, calling to Adam, who slept on a mat on the floor just a few feet away. The CIA man did not move at first, so Jack knelt down and shook him. "What's up?" "Something's happening. Wake up." Jack went back to the window, and now he saw the unmistakable sight of tracer fire, anti-aircraft cannons shooting into the sky. Another flash to his north and an explosion now, and then a clear missile launch from the ground to the north. "Oh my God," Jack said. "You don't think we're attacking, do you?" asked Yao. Before Jack could answer, a sound like the sky being ripped apart came from behind their apartment building. It was a jet engine, or more likely, a lot of jet engines, and the sky now was alive with more streaks of light. Jack knew Mary Pat would have tried to warn him before an attack came, but he also knew that sat phone communications were seriously degraded. He had also told her he was about a mile away from the building, which was an exaggeration, but he knew Mary Pat had a near direct line of communication with his father, and he knew his dad had more important things to worry about than his son getting arrested in China near the nerve center of the Chinese cyber attacks. Now, it seemed America was attacking a building less than a half mile from where Jack Ryan Jr. was staying. While Ryan was still trying to process the images and sound around him, Adam Yao grabbed the camera and the tripod and said, "Let's go." They were prepared to bug out quickly in the event of a compromise. They had most everything in the apartment packed up in a pair of duffel bags, and Adam's car downstairs was gassed and ready to go. Together, they threw the rest of their belongings in their bags and flipped out the lights, then began rushing to the stairs. Trash and Cheese were as low as they could possibly fly, below and behind the 8 other jets. They raced up the Pearl River, which went right through the center of downtown Guangzhou. They passed skyscrapers on either side of them, their wingtips sometimes not more than 100 yards from the wall of a building. Then they broke north, turned over the city, and anti-aircraft guns began firing in their flight path. The 4 strike fighters with the JDAMs came over the radio now one at a time, and announced they had no GPS signal, which was critical to guide their smart bombs all the way to impact. After just a few more moments, Trash heard over the radio the plaintive calls of one of these Hornet pilots. He'd been hit by a SAM and was ejecting. An anti-SAM Hornet launched on the missile battery, but more SAMs raced into the air. Another strike pilot went defensive against a missile launch. He broke out of what remained of the group as he began jinking and diving and firing chaff. Another pilot carrying JDAMs was forced defensive, and he dropped his weapons store so he could maneuver. This pilot's wingman stayed in the flight, and he was the first to line up for a bomb run on the target. He still could not get the GPS signal in his aircraft, and this told him his JDAM would be flying blind, but he could still drop it dumb and hope for the best. 4 miles south of the China Telecom building, the Hornet was hit by anti-aircraft fire. Trash watched from his position over the river 5 miles to the south, as the aircraft erupted in a flash of light and then fell off to the side. Its left wing tipped down toward the city and then nosedived toward the buildings below. Trash heard a clipped "ejecting" and saw the canopy fire off and then the pilot shoot into the air. The tracer rounds only increased ahead with the success of the shoot-down. Another strike fighter had to dump his stores and escape back to the south. Now Trash realized it was down to him and Cheese. Just as Trash knew that he and his flight lead were up, Cheese's voice came over the radio. "Magic Flight, commence attack run." "Magic 2-2, roger." Trash and Cheese rose together to 1,000 feet, switched to their bomb loadouts, and selected the mode to drop their Mark 84s nearly simultaneously. Cheese said, 10 seconds. A burst of flak right in front of Trash's canopy caused him to jack his head back reflexively. The wings of his aircraft wiggled and he lost a few feet of altitude, but he pulled back up and leveled off just as Cheese spoke. "Bombs away." Cheese dropped, and a second later, both of Trash's Mark 84s separated with a clunk, and the aircraft immediately felt lighter. Trash raced away from the impending frag pattern. He saw ahead of him the glowing jet engines of Cheese's Hornet bank hard to the left and head for the deck, trying to put distance between himself and the explosion to come. A flash to the north caught his attention. "Missile launch," he said. Cheese said, "Magic 2-1 is defensive, missile tracking." From the parking lot of the apartment building, Jack Ryan watched the dark planes race overhead. Ryan had seen no bombs drop, but almost instantly, the China Telecom building a half-mile away exploded in a rolling ball of flame and smoke and debris. A roar shook the ground under his feet, and a rolling mushroom cloud of fire and gray-black smoke rose into the air. "Holy shit," Jack said. Yao screamed at him, "Get in the car, Jack." As he fired the engine, both men looked up in the sky at the soft boom of an explosion miles to the north. In the distance, a burning fighter plane tumbled toward the city. "Magic 2-1 is hit," Cheese said just moments after Trash dove his aircraft to the deck. "Flight control's not responding. I've got nothing." "Punch out, Scott," Trash shouted. Trash saw Cheese's aircraft roll to the right and flip upside down, and then the nose tipped down just 80 feet above the city. He did not eject. The aircraft slammed into the street, nose first, at more than 400 miles an hour, and it broke apart in a cartwheel of disintegrating metal, glass, and composite material. An explosion of jet fuel arced behind it, swirled along with the cartwheel, and only died out when the plane rolled into a drainage culvert and foamy black water engulfed the wreckage. "No!" Trash screamed. Magic 2-1 is down at my coordinates. I don't see a chute." The callback from the CIC was succinct. "Roger 2-2, understood. Magic 2-1 down at your location." There was nothing Trash could do now for Cheese. He had to get the hell out of there. He shoved the throttle forward, past the full-power detent, all the way to the max. Afterburners kicked in instantly, nearly standing the aircraft on end, and he felt his helmet pressed hard back against the headrest as his thrust increased and the 25-ton jet rocketed into the night sky. The young Marine's eyes darted around the displays in front of him. Altitude 3,000, 4,000, 5,000. The HUD spun like a slot machine. At this moment, all of Trash's focus was inside the aircraft. A beep in his headset brought his attention to his HUD. He glanced down and saw that he had been lit up by a SAM radar to the southeast. Within 2 seconds, another radar painted him from directly below his aircraft. "Missile launch." He pulled hard to the left and then the right. He went inverted over downtown Guangzhou, pulled 5 Gs as he leveled out and banked to the right, firing flares and chaff in a long, wide arc. It did not work. A surface-to-air missile exploded 22 feet from his left side wing, sending shrapnel through the wing and fuselage. "Magic 2-2 is hit. Magic 2-2 hit." His left engine firelight flicked on. It was followed instantly by an audio warning. "Master caution," and then an instant later, "Engine fire left. Engine fire right." The dead FA-18 lost all lift. The nose pitched forward, and the aircraft rolled to port. Trash looked out through the blank HUD, past the canopy glass, and he saw his entire field of view filled with the twinkling lights of a city. As the plane tumbled down through the sky, however, his view out the canopy went dark. The lights were replaced by impenetrable blackness. Somehow, in the terror of the moment and the fight to keep his head together and do what he had to do, Trash realized his plane was corkscrewing down to earth, to the south of the city, where the Pearl River Delta splayed out toward the sea. "Magic 2-2 is ejecting." Adam Yao and Jack Ryan had been racing south through the city when they saw the Hornet hit by a SAM. They watched the plane fly on to the south, leaving the electric glowing haze over Guangzhou and entering the darkness over the Pearl River Delta. Then it pitched down, and then they just barely caught a glimpse of the ejection at a distance of 1 mile before the pilot disappeared below the buildings between them and the aircraft. Adam increased speed on Nanshagang, desperate to get to the downed flyer before the police or military, who would certainly be on their way. Big transport helicopters passed them, raced on to the south, and disappeared in the night. "They're going the same place we're going," Jack said. "Guarantee it," agreed Yao. 20 minutes after the jet crashed and the pilot ejected, Yao and Ryan rolled past the location of the crash, a field that ran along a tributary of the Pearl River. The helicopters had landed there, and troops had fanned out into a large copse of trees to the east. Ryan saw flashlight beams all through the trees. Adam drove on by the crash site, He said, "If the pilot is in those trees, they've got him. If he made it to the river, though, he would have floated downstream. We can check it out, at least." After 10 minutes of driving very slowly along the water, the men noticed flashlights shining from a bridge just a few hundred meters on. Jack pulled Adam's binoculars out of his pack and looked at the scene, and saw there were 4 civilian cars on the bridge, and a group of men in civilian clothing were scanning intently into the water. "Those guys had the same idea we did," Jack said. "If the pilot is in the river, he's going to pass right under them." Adam stayed on the gravel road until he made it to a parking lot next to a warehouse near the bridge. Then he pulled in and parked. "This place is going to be crawling with PLA or local cops. I want you to stay right here low in the back of the car. I'm going to head up to the bridge to see if I can see anything." Jack said, "Okay, but call me if you do." Yao left the car, and he left Jack there in the pitch blackness. Yao found himself in a group of a dozen civilians and 2 PLA soldiers on the bridge. They were cursing the damn pilot. They peered into the water, certain that the parachute was seen landing in the river, but Adam could not find anyone in the group who either saw the chute himself or spoke firsthand to a person who did. One of the men in the group with a light had gone to the downstream side of the bridge, and there he scanned the water. With everyone else focusing upriver, thinking they could see a man in the water for 100 yards before he passed, no one else adopted the downriver tactic. But to Yao's astonishment, the man called out, said he saw something. Yao and the other men ran across the road to the railing, peered down into the light illuminating the brown river, and there was a man. All arms and legs were out, away from his body. He wore a green flight suit and a few other pieces of gear, but no helmet. Adam thought the man looked dead, but he was face up, so he could just be unconscious. Yao pressed a button on his mobile to redial the last number he'd called, which he knew was Jack's phone. As Yao stepped back away from the railing, one of the soldiers fired his rifle at the form as he floated downstream, leaving the light of the flashlight beam. A dozen other flashlights chased the pilot off into the darkness. Everyone on the bridge began running to the bank or climbing into their cars, wild with the chase and desperate to be among the first to pull the devil out of the water. Jack answered the phone and Yao said, "Get behind the wheel and head south now. I'm on the way." Jack picked Adam up, and they raced down the gravel road along the riverbank. They quickly passed all the men on foot, but 3 cars were well ahead of them. They'd gone no more than a quarter mile when they saw the cars parked by the side of the road. The riverbank was another 40 yards off on their right, and flashlight beams moved along the river grasses there. "They've got him," Yao said. "Damn it." "The hell they do," said Jack, and he pulled the car over next to the others. He reached into Adam's work bag and pulled out a folding knife, climbed out of the car quickly, and told Yao to follow him. But he did not immediately run down to the shouting commotion at the riverbank. Instead, he ran to each of the 3 cars and jabbed the knife into 2 tires on each vehicle. High-pitched hisses filled the air as the 2 men then rushed through the dark toward the flashlight beams dancing at the water's edge. 28-year-old Brandon White was 5 feet 9 inches tall and 153 pounds. He was not a fearsome sight, unless he was seated in the cockpit of his FA-18 with his helmet on and his weapons at his fingertips. And at this moment, as he lay on the rocky, grassy riverbank, surrounded by men who kicked and hit him, with a broken arm, pre-hypothermia, and pre-exhaustion, he looked like little more than a rag doll. He felt a floating rib in his lower back crack, and then he felt a sharp, jabbing pain in his thigh. He'd been stabbed with a pitchfork, and he cried out, and he was jabbed again, and he kicked at the source of the pain, only striking the iron tool with the top of his boot, breaking a toe. He then heard grunts of pain from someone else, which was odd, because he had been the only one around here taking a beating. And he opened his eyes in confusion to see a flashlight fall to the ground. One of his attackers fell down next to him, and then men shouted in Chinese and yelled in shock and surprise. Now, the long burst of a fully automatic rifle pierced the air, and he felt and heard the men around him scrambling, falling, then getting back up and running away. After another burst of automatic fire, Brandon opened his eyes and saw flashlights lying all around the riverbank. In the light of one of these beams, he saw an armed man. He was taller and broader than any of his attackers, and also, unlike them, he wore a paper mask over his face. The man knelt over a PLA soldier whose lifeless form lay in the grass, and he took a magazine of rifle cartridges from his chest and reloaded the gun. Then the man turned away and shouted to someone higher up on the bank, "Get behind the wheel. I'll carry him up there." Was that English? The man knelt over White now.
Let's get you home. Jack Ryan Jr. helped the wounded pilot into the back of the car, then climbed in behind him. Adam slammed his foot down on the gas, and the little vehicle sped to the south, passing several civilians by the road, whom Ryan had just chased away from the pilot, with the rifle taken from the hapless soldier whose throat Ryan had slit on the riverbank a minute earlier. Adam did not know these roads, but he did know there was no way in hell they would make it long in a car that would be reported by a dozen men to the Army within moments. "We've got to get another car," he announced to Ryan. Jack said, "Okay, try and find a van, something where we can lay this guy out flat. He's hurt pretty bad." "Right." Jack looked into the eyes of the pilot. He could see the pain and shock and confusion, but he also saw that the guy was very much alive. His flight suit said "White" on the chest. "White," Jack said. "Here's some water." Jack opened a Nalgene bottle he pulled from Adam's bag and offered to pour it into the Marine captain's mouth. The pilot took the bottle himself with his good hand and took a swig. "Call me Trash. I'm Jack. Another aircraft went down, before mine." "Yeah, we saw it." "The pilot?" Ryan shook his head slowly. "I have no idea. I didn't see what happened." Trash closed his eyes for a long time. Jack thought he'd passed out, but then he said, "Geez." Trash's eyes opened now. "Who are you guys?" Jack said, "We're friends, Trash. We'll get you someplace safe." "Tell me whatever the hell we hit was worth it." "Whatever you hit?" Jack asked. "You don't know what you bombed?" "Some building," Trash said. "All I know is that me and Cheese nailed the fuck out of it." The car hit a pothole, sloshing the two men in the back, and the Marine winced in pain. Adam then pulled onto a larger road, heading to the southeast for Shenzhen. Jack fell to the side, but he sat back up and said, "Captain, with what you did back there, you may have prevented a war." Trash closed his eyes again. "Bullshit," he said it softly. Moments later, Jack was sure he was asleep. The morning started out typically Beijing gray, with a heavy mist and cloudy, polluted skies that gave little hint of the sun's rise above them. The force of 25 Chinese and Americans moved to their staging position in 4 vehicles: a sedan, a work truck, and 2 commercial minibuses. Driscoll drove the heavy work truck. In the back seat were the 2 bound Divine Sword men, Crane and Snipe. Once the morning rush hour traffic began rumbling on the roads, rain started to fall, and Clark and Chavez positioned the force on Gongchen North Street, a north-south 4-lane blacktop that ran between the 2 potential ambush points. A long row of municipal buses was parked on a quiet road that ran off to the north, toward a concrete ditch high with rainwater that continued under the main highway. 8 o'clock came and went, and then 8:30. The rain had picked up under dark gray clouds, and occasional lightning flashes to the north of the city preceded claps of thunder. Twice Chavez ordered the 2 buses to relocate to other parts of the neighborhood. This would slow down their deployment at the ambush sites, but Ding was more concerned with being compromised before they even got the chance to hit the motorcade. At 8:45, Caruso stood by the rebel translator on the sidewalk next to the van. He said, "Yin Yin, we really need to hear from your motorcycle cop friend." "Yes, I know. 1 if by land, 2 if by sea," Dom added. Yin Yin cocked her head. "It is land. It is definitely land. There is no sea here in Beijing." "Never mind." She held a radio, and he heard near-constant transmissions, but he'd given up on trying to pick even a single comprehensible word out of all the chatter. A short, barking call from a male voice came through, and Yin Yin turned so quickly she startled Dom. "Jingzhou Road," she shouted. Dom was on his radio within 1 second. "Jingzhou, everybody move out." Chavez drove in one of the minibuses with 3 rebels, none of whom spoke a word of English. Still, they had their instructions from Yin Yin, even if no ability to communicate with the American. They parked in front of a 6-story apartment building and ran inside. 2 men stayed downstairs to guard the entrance, while Ding and the last man carried long plastic bags and headed for the stairs. They made it up the stairs to the 4th floor of the building and arrived at an apartment door on the northwest corner. The young Chinese man knocked on the door, and he pulled a small Makarov pistol from his jacket as he waited for it to be answered. After 30 seconds, he knocked again. Chavez listened to the radio on his chest and shifted his weight nervously from foot to foot.
The rest of his ambush force was rushing to get into place before the target passed, and he was standing in a hallway, politely waiting for a door to be answered. Finally, Chavez gently moved the Chinese man out of the way and kicked in the door. The apartment was furnished and lived in, but no one was home. The Chinese man's job now was to protect Chavez from anyone coming into the apartment. He stayed in the living room and watched the door with his rifle at the ready, while Chavez found a suitable sniper's nest. He ran to a window in a corner bedroom and opened it, moved back deep into the dimly lit room, slid a heavy wood table against a back wall, and then lay down on the table, resting the sniper rifle on his backpack. Through his 8-power scope, he scanned the road, some 250 meters away, a very makeable distance. Ding is in position. Dom Caruso crawled in the tall brown grass, wet from the morning storm, and hoped like hell everyone was still with him. He raised his head and picked his spot, 50 meters or so from the southbound lanes, and about 65 yards from the northbound lanes where the motorcade would pass in just moments. He positioned Yin on his right and had her tell the other 15 rebels with them to space themselves about 2 meters apart. From here, they could shoot down across southbound traffic and into the motorcade when it appeared. Dom in position. Sam Driscoll was 2 kilometers south of the ambush point, parked alongside the road in a concrete block-laden 4-door pickup truck. Crane and Snipe were hooded and bound next to him. The motorcade passed him in the morning traffic. It was 7 black 4-door sedans and SUVs, and 2 large green military trucks. Sam knew there could be 15 to 20 troops in each of the trucks, and another 25 or so security in the other vehicles. He reported this over the radio, then drew a Makarov out of his waistband, got out of the truck, and then, by the side of the road, calmly shot both Crane and Snipe in the chest and head. He pulled off their hoods and ripped off the tape binding them, and then tossed a pair of old Type 81 rifles onto the floorboards in front of them. Seconds later, he pulled his truck into traffic and raced to catch up to the convoy. Behind him, a sedan with 4 more pathway men followed. John Clark wore a paper mask over his face and sunglasses that did not make much sense in this thunderstorm. He and his Chinese rebel minder walked with 2 large wooden crates between them, one stacked on the other. They entered the covered pedestrian overpass that crossed the 8-lane road 250 yards northeast of the ambush site. A single motorcycle policeman had dismounted and was walking well ahead of them. Dozens of men and women heading to work or public transportation pickup points on both sides of the road also were entering and exiting the walkway. Clark's Pathway of Liberty man was tasked with holding a gun to the policeman and disarming him before Clark attacked the convoy. John hoped the frightened-looking young rebel would have the guts and the skill to pull this off, or the stomach to shoot the cop dead if he did not comply. But John had enough problems of his own to take care of, so when they arrived at their point directly above the northbound lanes, he put the cop out of his mind and prepared himself for what was about to happen. He lowered the cases to the ground by the overpass railing, motioned for the young rebel to go handle the cop, and then John knelt down, opened both cases with his left hand, and reached into the top case to flip the safety off the first weapon. He spoke into his radio at the same time. Clark in position. All around him, men and women walked by unaware. "About 30 seconds out," Driscoll said. The chairman of the Central Military Commission of the People's Republic of China, Su Ke-Chiang, was in the 4th vehicle of his 9-vehicle motorcade, surrounded by 54 men armed with rifles, machine guns, and grenade launchers. As always, he paid no attention to his protectors. His complete focus was on his work, and this morning that work consisted chiefly of the papers in his lap, the latest reports from the Taiwan Strait and the Guangzhou Military District. His blood boiled. Tong was dead. That was not in the papers. Su had learned this at 5 o'clock this morning when his body was identified, pulled from the rubble in 2 large pieces. 92 ghost ship hackers, managers, and engineers died as well, and dozens more were injured. The servers were blown to bits, and with that, Su had learned almost immediately that America's Secure Department of Defense network bandwidth increased. Satellite communications came back online, and several of Center's initiatives in the United States, corruption of banking and telecom and critical infrastructure, had simply ceased, or at least lost much of their designed impact. Today, at the Standing Committee meeting, he was going to announce his intention to attack the USS Ronald Reagan, the USS Nimitz, and the USS Dwight D. Eisenhower with Dongfeng 21 ballistic missiles. Other than Driscoll, who was now trailing about 100 yards behind the last troop transport truck. No one saw the motorcade in the rain until it neared the ambush point. Everyone was ordered to hold their fire until Clark launched an anti-tank rocket from the north. By the time Clark was sure he was looking at the motorcade, the first few cars had already passed by the position of Dom and his group of shooters. Quickly, Clark looked behind him to make sure the back blast area was clear. It was, so he adjusted his aim, lining the iron sight of the weapon on a white civilian car just in front of the motorcade. He knew, or at least he hoped, that by the time the rocket hit, the white car would have cleared that piece of road and the first SUV of the motorcade would occupy it. He launched, felt the whoosh of the rocket motor as the weapon left the tube, then immediately dropped the spent tube to the asphalt on the overpass and grabbed the second anti-tank rocket launcher from its case. Only then did he hear the explosion 250 yards to his southwest. He hefted the second weapon and saw that his first shot was a perfect bullseye. The SUV, the lead vehicle in the motorcade, was a burning, rolling, disintegrating fireball that bounced sideways up the highway. The vehicles behind were swerving left and right, trying like hell to get around it and out of the ambush zone. John aimed at a clear spot just to the left of the wrecked SUV, and about 20 yards closer to his position. He launched a second rocket, tossed the tube down, pulled a pistol out of his pants, and started running off the overpass back the way he came. Only then did he look down at the road and see his second shot hit just in front of a big sedan, cratering the concrete and setting the front of the vehicle on fire. Sam Driscoll opened the door of his moving truck, threw a large canvas bag onto the road, and then leapt out next to it. He was 100 yards behind the rear vehicle of the convoy, but his truck rolled on, big and heavy and slow, because he had looped a rope from the dash through the steering wheel and the automatic transmission was still in drive. Sam hit and then rolled along the wet street, ran back to unzip his bag, and from it he removed an RPG-9 and an AK-47. By the time he leveled the launcher at the motorcade, he saw that several of the black cars were backing up or executing a three-point turn to reverse direction. Sam targeted the rear troop transport and fired. The vehicle erupted into a fireball, killing many in the back and sending others leaping and falling from the wreckage. Quickly, Sam checked his 6 o'clock position. With the heavy rain, many motorists on the street could not see the melee until they were just a few hundred yards from Driscoll, which meant now a massive sliding car wreck was starting behind him. He put the slight danger of getting run over during this operation out of his mind, reloaded the launcher, and fired another grenade. This explosive shot right by the open driver's side door of the rolling work truck and struck the second troop transport, which had just slammed its rear into the center dividing wall between the northbound and southbound lanes while trying to back up to reverse direction. The broadside hit of this grenade meant fewer soldiers were killed outright, but the truck was ablaze and blocking the road, so the surviving vehicles in the motorcade now had no way to escape. Sam ran off the southeastern side of the road, slid into a ditch containing 2 feet of cold, swiftly moving water, and began firing his AK at the soldiers who were still pouring out of the 2 burning trucks. All along the wet, grassy hillside on Caruso's right, barking, undisciplined rifle fire pierced the air. Dominic fired his rocket launcher 3 times. 2 rockets hit high on the far side of the road, and the third made a glancing blow on an SUV, causing it to wreck into another vehicle but by no means destroy it. Dom grabbed a rifle off a dead rebel and, in contrast to his frantic comrades on the hill, carefully put his front blade sight on a running man 70 yards distant. He tracked him a few yards from right to left, then carefully pressed his rifle's trigger. It popped in his hand, and the man 75 yards away fell down dead. He repeated the process with a soldier running north from one of the burning trucks. And next to him, 15 other shooters, little Yin-Yin included, poured inaccurate but energetic fire up and down the motorcade. Domingo Chavez scanned the sedans in the middle of the motorcade, looking for officers. Giving up for the moment, he settled on a plain-clothed security guard who fled a wrecked SUV and then ran to the dividing barrier for cover. Ding shot the man in the lower torso while he ran, and then he took his eye off the scope while he changed out his spent magazine in his hot and smoking Dragunov. Ding tucked his eye back behind his scope and scanned quickly, right to left, searching for Sue. He estimated there were still at least 30 soldiers and security men on the road or on the shoulder. Those firing their weapons all seemed to be shooting off to the east, away from Chavez. He swept his scope over the firing position of Dom and the rebels, about 350 yards from his position. He saw several bodies lying in the grass, and an impressive amount of mud, grass, brush, and other foliage was getting kicked up into the rain by the incoming fire from the Chinese in the road. Domingo knew the tiny position of poorly trained fighters would be wiped out in another minute if he did not pick up the pace. So he lowered his scoped rifle back to the road and centered his crosshairs on the mid-back of a security man in a black raincoat. The Dragunov spit fire, and the man pitched forward, tumbling across the hood of an SUV. Caruso shouted over the sound of gunfire. "Yin is dead. I can't communicate with these people." "Keep pouring fire," shouted Chavez. Driscoll called over now. "We've got police cars coming up the shoulder from the southwest." Ding said, "Deal with them, Sam." "Roger that, but I'm going to run low on ammo in about a minute." Ding shouted back, his words punctuated by his sniper rifle. "If we aren't moving in a minute, boom. Then we aren't moving, boom." "Roger that," shouted Driscoll. 250 yards away, Domingo Chavez caught a quick flash of movement by the side of the road near the fourth vehicle. He centered his rifle's scope on a uniformed man crawling there, and, without hesitation, he pressed the taut trigger of the weapon. The bullet left the barrel of the rifle, raced over the chaos of the motorcade attack, and slammed into the left scapula of Chairman Su Kei-Chiang. The copper-jacketed round tore through his back, spun through his left lung, and exited into the asphalt below where he lay. With a plaintive cry of shock and pain, the most dangerous man in the world died on the roadside, face down, next to young soldiers who poured hundreds of rounds in all directions in a desperate attempt to push back the attack. Chavez did not know that the last man he targeted in the motorcade was Sue. He only knew they had done their best, and now it was time to get the fuck out of the area. He shouted into his radio, "Exfiltrate, everybody move, go, go, go." Clark and his minder picked Chavez and his minders up 4 minutes later. Driscoll and 3 surviving men with him crossed all 8 lanes of traffic and ran up the hill on the west side, met up with 2 of the Pathway of Liberty rebels who had run south instead of west, and they found Dom and 2 more surviving Chinese desperately trying to pull all the bodies off the hillside while staying in a gully that kept them clear of the sporadic fire from the road. Together, they collected all the dead, and 1 man retrieved the minibus. The thunderstorm helped with the escape. There were helicopters in the air. Chavez could hear them churning the black, soupy sky as they drove to the northwest, but their view of the ground was limited, and there was so much carnage and congestion at the scene, just figuring out what the hell had happened took most of an hour. The Americans and the 10 surviving Chinese were back in the barn before noon. Together, they all treated their wounds and hoped like hell neither PLA nor the police would find them before nightfall. President of the United States Jack Ryan sat at his desk in the Oval Office, looked down to his prepared text, and cleared his throat. To the right of the camera, just 10 feet in front of his face, the director said, 5, 4, 3. He held up 2 fingers, then 1 finger, and then he pointed to Jack. Ryan did not smile for the camera. There was a perfect tone to hit, and the longer he played this damn game, the more he recognized that the rules, while still annoying as hell, sometimes were there for a reason. He did not want to show outrage, relief, satisfaction, or anything else other than measured confidence. Good evening. Yesterday I ordered American strike aircraft to launch a limited attack on a location in southern China that was thought by American military and intelligence experts to be the nerve center overseeing the cyber attacks against the United States. Brave American pilots, sailors, and special operations personnel were involved in the attack, and I am happy to report the attack was an unqualified success. America and its allies have suffered needlessly, and we are all angry. But we do not want war. We want peace. I have consulted with Secretary of Defense Robert Burgess and others at the Pentagon to find a way to resolve this crisis with China that will preserve lives, not cost lives. To that end, starting at dawn tomorrow, the United States Navy will begin a partial blockade of oil shipments to China entering the Strait of Malacca, the gateway from the Indian Ocean to the South China Sea. China receives 80% of all its oil via this narrow waterway, and beginning tomorrow, we will restrict 50% of this oil. The leadership of China has an immediate choice to make. They can move their warships out of the South China Sea, remove their troops from the islands and shoals they occupied in the past month,
and cease all centerline incursions in the Strait of Taiwan. As soon as they do this, the oil will once again flow unrestrained through the Strait of Malacca. On the other hand, if China continues to attack its neighbors or launches an attack of any kind, land, sea, air, space, or cyber, on the United States of America, we will retaliate in kind, and we will shut off all of the oil to China through the Strait of Malacca.
Ryan looked up from his text. His jaw stiffened.
All of it. Every last drop.
He paused, then adjusted his glasses and glanced back down at his copy.
The United States has been a good friend and business partner to the People's Republic of China for over 40 years. We have had our differences, but we retain our respect for the good people of China. Our quarrel now is with elements in the People's Liberation Army and the Communist Party of China. Clearly, we are not the only ones dissatisfied with the actions of the military's leadership. Indeed, there are factions within the PLA who are not happy with the aggressive actions China has taken. A few hours ago in Beijing, the chairman of the Central Military Commission and chief architect of the coordinated attacks by China on its neighbors and the United States was assassinated. Early reports suggest members of his own military were involved in the attack on his motorcade. There could be no greater underscoring of the dissatisfaction with the military's current path than the audacious killing of Chairman Su by his own men. President Wei has an important choice to make, and his choice will affect the lives of 1.4 billion Chinese. I call on President Wei to make the correct choice. Cease all hostilities, call his military back to their bases, and work tirelessly to rectify the damage caused by China's actions over the past few months. Thank you, and good night.
Wei Jianlin sat at his desk, his palms down on the blotter, and he looked straight ahead. The Politburo Standing Committee wanted his head. President Wei felt the stab of regret that Su had not just done what Wei had asked. With some saber-rattling and bluster regarding the South China Sea, Taiwan, and Hong Kong, Wei felt certain he could have made the region happy to align itself with the strong economy and future prospects of the People's Republic of China. But wishing things would have been different was a waste of time, and Wei had no time to waste. He heard the heavy vehicles of the Ministry of Public Security outside his window. They had come to arrest him, just as they had done a few months earlier, except this time, Su wouldn't show up to save him. Save him? No, Su had not saved him back then. Su had only delayed Wei's fall long enough to further tarnish his legacy. With a heart full of anger, regret, and insolence at those who still did not understand him, President and General Secretary Wei Jianlin took his right hand off the blotter, wrapped it around the grip of the pistol, and then quickly put the weapon to the side of his head. In the end, he made a mess of it. He flinched with the anticipation of the gun's report, and the barrel jerked forward and down. He shot himself through the right cheekbone, and the bullet tore through his face, passing through his sinus cavity and exiting on the left side. He fell onto the floor, grabbing at the indescribable pain, writhing around behind his desk, kicking over his chair and flailing in his own blood. It took the president 4 minutes to choke to death on his own blood. China released the captured pilots after only 3 days, quietly putting them on chartered flights to Hong Kong, where they were picked up by DoD aircraft and flown home. Brandon Trash White was back in Hong Kong already. He had spent the first day after his crash in a small apartment in Shenzhen, with the masked American named Jack and the Asian CIA man who called himself Adam. And here he was visited by a doctor from Hong Kong whom Adam seemed to know. The man treated Trash's wounds and prepared him for travel. And then, during the night, Jack and Trash crossed a river on a raft and then walked an hour through rice paddies before being picked up on the other side by Adam himself. From there, Trash went to a Hong Kong hospital, where he was met by Defense Intelligence Agency personnel and ferried to Pearl Harbor. He would heal, and he would be back in the cockpit of the FA-18 soon enough, although he imagined it would never again feel the same, flying without Cheese as his flight lead. John Clark, Domingo Chavez, Sam Driscoll, and Dominic Caruso spent 9 days in Beijing, moving from safe house to safe house, being passed from Pathway of Liberty to Red Hand and back again, until a large cash payment, hand-delivered by Ed Foley to an old man in New York's Chinatown, really got things moving. In the middle of the night, the 4 Americans were taken to a building housing Russian pilots for Rosoboronexport, Russia's state-owned weapons exporter, and they were covertly put aboard a Yakovlev heading to Russia after dropping off cluster bombs for the Chinese. Clark had negotiated the return trip through Stanislav Biryukov, the head of the FSB. It went off without a hitch, though John knew that the favor Biryukov had owed him had now been paid in full. So he could not count on him again to be anything more than the head of a sometimes enemy spy agency. Valentin Kovalenko spent nearly a week locked in a room in a safe house belonging to Henley Associates. He feared, he expected, he was certain that when John Clark returned, he would walk into the room with a pistol in his hand and shoot Valentin Kovalenko in the head. But one afternoon, a security man who called himself Ernie unlocked the door, handed Kovalenko $1,000 in cash, and said, "I have a message from John Clark." "Yes?" "Get lost." "Okay." Ernie turned and walked out of the room. Seconds later, Valentin heard a car start and pull out of the driveway. The bewildered Russian stepped out of the building a minute later to find himself in a condominium complex somewhere in suburban D.C. Slowly, he walked toward the street, wondering if he would be able to hail a cab, and where exactly he should tell the cabbie to take him. After returning from Hong Kong on the Henley Associates Gulfstream, Jack Ryan Jr. went straight to the Alexandria apartment of Melanie Kraft. Over coffee at the bistro table in her tiny kitchen, he told her what she already knew. He was working for an intelligence organization running Sub Rosa, working in the interest of the United States, but free of the constraints of a government bureaucracy. Then it was her turn in the confessional. She explained how her father had been compromised and how she'd learned of it, then decided she would not allow him to destroy her life with his mistake. He understood her difficult situation, but he was unable to make her believe that this FBI man, Darren Lipton, must have been an agent for Center and not actually working on a real investigation. Jack said, "One way we can clear this up right now." "How?" "We go pay Lipton a visit." It took a day to find him. He'd taken a leave of absence from work, and both Jack and Melanie worried he'd fled the country. But Ryan got Byrie to hack into the man's bank records, and when he found out Lipton took out $400 from an ATM at a DoubleTree hotel in Crystal City just minutes earlier, Jack and Melanie headed over. By the time they got there, Byrie had the room number for them, and minutes later, Jack used a master keycard Melanie pilfered from a maid. Ryan and Kraft came through the door and saw a half-naked Lipton and a fully nude hooker, and Jack told the girl to get her things, her $400, and hit the road. Lipton seemed scared seeing Ryan and the girl here, but he seemed in no great hurry to dress. Jack threw a pair of khakis at him. "For the love of God, dude, put these on." Lipton slipped into the pants, but did not put a shirt on over his wife-beater. "What do you want with me?" he asked. Jack said, "Center is dead if you didn't already know." "Who?" "Center, Dr. K.K. Tong." "I don't know what you're—" "Look, asshole. I know you were working for Center. We've got all the transcripts of your conversations, and we've got Kovalenko who can finger you." Lipton sighed. "The Russian with the beard?" "Yep." It was a lie, but Lipton fell for it. He gave up the ruse. "Center was my handler, but I don't know K.K. Tong. I had no idea I was working for the Russians, otherwise I wouldn't—" "You were working for the Chinese." Darren Lipton winced. "Even worse." "Who was Packard?" Melanie asked. Lipton shrugged. "He's just some other poor schmuck that Center had by the balls. He wasn't FBI. I got the impression he was a detective, maybe D.C., maybe Maryland or Virginia. Center sent him to me when the phony court order didn't convince you to bug the phone. I dressed the guy up, gave him a 15-minute primer on the situation, and he did the good cop to my bad." "But you asked me to go to the J. Edgar Hoover building to meet him. What if I said yes?" Lipton shook his head. "I knew you wouldn't walk through the front door of the Hoover building." Melanie was so furious she had been played by this son of a bitch that, in a moment of fury, she hit him in the mouth. Instantly, blood appeared on his lower lip. Lipton licked at the blood, then winked at Kraft. Her face reddened even more, and she growled, "Jesus, I forgot, he gets off on that." Ryan looked at Melanie, understood what she meant, then turned to Lipton. Jack said, "Get off on this," and he threw the most vicious right jab of his life, connecting with the FBI man's fleshy face. Lipton's head snapped back, and the big man went down in a heap. Jack knelt down over him.
You have 1 week to resign from the FBI. Do it, or we come back for you. Do you understand? Lipton nodded weakly, looked up at Ryan, and nodded again. The funerals for the Henley Associates employees killed by the Divine Sword Commandos took place all over Virginia, Maryland, and D.C. All of the campus operators attended, as did Jerry Henley. Jack went to the funerals alone. He and Melanie had achieved some sort of détente in their relationship. They both understood why they had lied to each other. But trust was a precious commodity in a love affair, and trust had been thoroughly breached by both of them. For whatever justifications, their relationship was tarnished, and they found they had little to say to each other. Jack was not surprised to see Mary Pat Foley and her husband Ed at Sam Granger's funeral in Baltimore. When the Saturday afternoon services were completed, Jack asked for a moment alone with the Director of National Intelligence. They found a wooden bench and sat down. "You okay, Jack?" "I need to talk to you about Melanie." "Okay." "She's been informing on me, first for Charles Alden, last year during the Keelty affair, and then after Alden was arrested, she was approached by a guy at FBI, National Security Branch. He wanted intel on me and Henley Associates." Mary Pat's eyebrows rose. "NSB?" Jack shook his head. "It's not as bad as it sounds for us. This guy was actually a Center proxy agent." "Christ. What's his name?" "Darren Lipton." She nodded. "Well, he'll be out of a job by lunch on Monday, that's for damn sure." Jack cracked a strained smile. "You won't find him in his office Monday. I think I broke his jaw." "I'm sure the Bureau of Prisons will be able to accommodate his liquid diet." Mary Pat then looked off in the distance for a long time. "Why did Melanie agree to inform on you?" "A secret in her past. Something Center found out about her dad, something the FBI guy held over her." Mary Pat Foley waited for Ryan to explain. When he did not speak, she said, "I'm going to need to know, Jack." Ryan nodded. Then he told her about her father, about her lie. Ryan said, "If it helps at all, Clark says she saved lives at Henley. Without her, we'd be going to a few more funerals." Mary Pat nodded, seemingly half lost in thought. "What are you going to do?" Jack asked. "She knows about the campus. She's finished at CIA for lying on her background investigation, but I sure as hell am not going to rake her over the coals. I'll head down to talk to her right now." "If you tell her to resign, she's going to know you are aware of the campus. This could be a problem for you." D&I Foley waved her hand in the air. "I'm not worried about me. It may sound hokey, but it's more important to me to preserve the integrity of American intelligence and to preserve the security of the organization your father set up with the best of intentions. I've got to try to do that." Jack nodded. He felt like shit. Mary Pat saw this and said, "Jack, I'll go easy on her. She did what she thought was right. She's a good kid." "Yeah," Jack said after a moment of reflection. "She is." Mary Pat Foley's black Suburban pulled up in front of Melanie Kraft's Alexandria Carriage House apartment just after 4 in the afternoon. The D&I's driver waited in the car, but her security officer walked with her to the front door, holding an umbrella over her with his left hand. He stood beside her as she knocked on the door, with his free hand slipping inside his coat to his right hip. Melanie answered quickly. There was nowhere in her flat more than 10 steps to the front door. She did not smile when she saw Mary Pat, who had become her friend as well as her boss. Instead, she backed away from the door and said meekly, "Won't she come in?" It did not take the head of the American intelligence community long to deride the situation. It was easily discernible that the occupant of this apartment was moving out. Several cardboard boxes were already sealed with tape, and several more were still unfolded, lying flat against the wall. "Have a seat," Melanie said, and Mary Pat sat on the tiny love seat. Melanie herself sat on a metal bistro chair. "I wasn't going to just leave," Melanie said by way of explanation. "I was going to call you tonight and ask if I could come by." "What are you doing?" "I am resigning." "I see," Foley said. Then, "Why?" "Because I lied on my background investigation. I lied so damn well I beat the polygraph. I thought it did not matter, the thing I was lying about. But I see now that any lie can be used to compromise someone who knows America's most closely kept secrets. I was vulnerable, and I was duped. I was used. All because of a stupid lie that I never thought would come back to haunt me." "I see," said Mary Pat.
Maybe you do, maybe you don't. I am not sure what you know, but don't tell me. I don't want to do anything to compromise you." "So you just fall on your sword?" Melanie chuckled a little. She reached down to one of several stacks of books on the floor along the wall and, while she talked, began packing them in a plastic milk crate. "I didn't think of it like that. I'll be fine. I'll go back to school, find something else that interests me." She smiled a little more broadly now. "And be damn good at it." Mary Pat said, "I feel sure that you will." "I'll miss the job. I'll miss working for you." She sighed a little. "And I'll miss Jack." After a pause, she added, "But I won't miss this fucking town." "Where will you go?" She slid the full milk crate to the side and then pulled over a cardboard box. This she began filling with more books. "I am going home, to Texas, to my dad." "Your dad?" She said, "Yes. I turned my back on him a long time ago for a mistake he made. Now I see that what I did was not so very different, and I don't think I'm a bad person. I've got to get home to him and let him know that despite everything that happened, we're still a family." Mary Pat Foley could tell Melanie was resolute but still pained by her decision. She said, "Whatever may have happened in the past, you are doing the right thing now." "Thanks, Mary Pat. And I want you to know that your time in this town was worth it. The work you did made a difference. Don't ever forget that." Melanie smiled, finished filling the box of books, slid it to the side, and then reached for another. After the funeral, Jack returned to the Ryan family home in Baltimore. President Jack Ryan and his wife Kathy were there for the weekend, as well as the children. Jack made his way through his dad's Secret Service detail to see his father in his study. Ryan Sr. embraced his son, fought off the tears of relief to see him in the flesh and in one piece, and then held him tightly by the shoulders, just looking him over up and down. Jack smiled. "I'm fine, Dad, I promise." The elder Ryan said, "What the hell were you thinking?" "Had to be done. I was the only one available, so I went and did it." Senior's jaw flexed as though he wanted to argue with this, but instead he said nothing at all. Junior was the next to speak. "I need to talk to you about something else." The two men sat on a sofa. "What's up?" "It's Melanie." Jack told him almost everything. How Charles Alden had her looking into Ryan's relationship with Clark, and then how Darren Lipton, working for the Chinese, duped her to bug his phone. He did not tell his father about the Russians in Miami, or any of the details of Istanbul or Hong Kong or Guangzhou, or about the shootout with Divine Sword Commandos in Georgetown. The younger Ryan had reached the level of maturity that he no longer felt the need to tell war stories that would only upset those who worried about him and his safety. When he'd listened to everything, Senior's first response was, "Have you told anyone about this guy Lipton?" Jack said, "He's being dealt with. Mary Pat will eat him for lunch." "I suspect you're right about that." Senior then took a moment to compose his thoughts. Finally, he said, "Jack, each and every day I thank God that your mother has stuck with me. It's 1,000,000 to 1 shot that I found someone willing to put up with the life of an intelligence operative. The secrets we have to keep, the associations we are forced to have, the lies we have to tell as a matter of course. It's not conducive to a good relationship." Jack had been thinking the same thing. "You made the decision to work at the campus. That decision might bring you some fulfillment and excitement, but along with that comes a lot of sacrifice." "I understand." "Don't ever lose sight of how important the work you are doing is to this country. But also, don't give up on being happy. You deserve that." Jack smiled. "I won't." Kathy Ryan leaned into the study. "Dinner's ready, boys." The president and his son joined the others for a family-style meal in the dining room. Jack Jr. was feeling somber with the death of his friends and his breakup with Melanie. But being here, home, around his family, brightened him in a way he did not expect. He smiled more, relaxed more, allowed his operational mind to wind down for the first time in months, unafraid of compromise by the mysterious forces that had been targeting him and his organization. Life was good, and it was fleeting. Why not enjoy it when given the opportunity? The afternoon turned to evening. Kathy turned in early. The kids opted for video games in the den, and the two Jack Ryans returned to the study, this time to talk about baseball, women, and family, the important things in the world.